Let's find out. Only one way to find out, as you'd say, Gabby, because we're getting into turn one here and terrestrializing off the jump. Kylan taking that very, leaves a lot to be desired typing that Glimmora is used to and turning into a grass type here to help out more defensively. Spiky Shield from Williams, Ogerpon, Wellspring to protect itself. And then Kylan's Fluttermane did move first. That's now 2 indicators that the Fluttermane on Kylan's end potentially is faster than Williams. Critical hit into the Fluttermane does not do a lot of damage. It's a very specially especially bulky Pokemon. But Fluttermane not able to land the Thunder Wave. That could be huge because you're not going to have that paralysis chance. And now Glimmora with the Power Herb boost is going to get its special attack increased regardless of if it targets into Fluttermane or into the Ogerpon. It went for Fluttermane, but it also dodged.
I think you take missing the Thunder Wave for dodging that Meteor Beam.
Because you can't click Meteor Beam again. You don't have the Power Herb anymore.
Exactly, and that was going to do a ton of damage to the Fluttermane. You are going to now be consistently slower than the opposing Fluttermane, but your opponent has just used their terrestrialization, so you can respond to that now appropriately with the terrestrialization of your own, and you can also start redirecting things with your Ogerpon.
And there's one way to handle your opponent's special attack increase, and that's by boosting your special defense, which is what William does with its embody aspect ability, boosting special defense of Ogerpon Wellspring by 1 stage. And there's 2 special attackers on Kylan's end, so Ogerpon feels very well right now positioned in the board. Gonna get the speed drop. Sludge Bomb from the Glimmora is not enough, even with the special attack boost, and Icy Wind in response from Williams' end to try to slow them down just a little bit. But what at this point the Williams Fluttermane had its speed dropped 2 different times. Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane, and Kylan's Flutter is down.
I think we need to take a moment, though, to talk about the fact that we just saw a Sludge Bomb from that Glimmora go into the opposing Fluttermane, and the Fluttermane's still around. So I think that is a perfect confirmation that this Fluttermane probably is not as invested in speed, definitely has some bulk investment, and that is so important for Kylan to keep an eye on now in the future. And I think that's also why we're seeing that Fluttermane go away. It's done its job, it got the KO, and it's just getting out. Reset the speed, get out.
And the mind games commence as now Dondozo is on the field. William has to call when Tatsugiri is going to come onto the field. And the answer is right now, activating its commander ability, combining with Dondozo, and boosting all of Dondozo's stats by 2 stages. So it's bulkier, it's stronger, it's faster, and it's going to be a problem for William here in this game, especially because he gets no damage off on the field as Ogerpon just goes for Spiky Shield.
It's not going to be a problem, though, if you send in your floating Pokemon, and Ogerpon also went for that Spiky Shield. So overall, a great adjustment from William there. Got his Pokemon down on the field for free, and now has the opportunity to start chipping away at that Dondozo. And that's what you're going to have to do here. It's going to be a few turns of chip, but you have the time to do that.
Order up from Dondozo into the Ogerpon. Going to bring it close to half HP and getting another attack boost. Landorus with the Earth Power actually does some pretty solid damage. That's the power of Life Orb and Sheer Force.
Yeah, I mean, Landorus, again, one of the most powerful special attackers in the metagame right now, and this is exactly why.
Looks like it's potentially a 3-hit KO into the Dondozo. And crucially, Gabby, this is Rocky Helmet Dondozo, not leftover, so there's no chance at recovery.
Exactly, and there's no grassy terrain in play either, which is probably what Kylan was hoping to take advantage of when he built this team. Unfortunately, without the water absorb ability, the Ogerpon was unable to turn that Wave Crash into health, but I think redirecting the attack away did enough, as now this Landorus will be able to get the second attack into the Dondozo after the recoil as well.
Yeah, here is that Earth Power, bring it down into the red, but I do like that play by Kylan because it probably knows his calcs very well, needed the order up attack boost in order for Wave Crash to get the KO.
Yeah, and you also are taking the opportunity to just make sure that you're going to deal damage there as well. Like with the order up and the Wave Crash, you're not relying on possibly throwing an Earthquake into a Pokemon that, you know, wouldn't be taking damage from it either. So
Oh, looks like the Earth Power went into the Tatsugiri slot on that turn. It definitely can be frustrating sometimes with the targeting, but he goes for the double protect to avoid the thunderclap, and it does fail. So now Kylan's in a tough spot because he's trying to get the KO on the right slot, and then Tatsugiri comes back out, and then you target that down.
This is basically playing a game of Pidgey, let's say, if you will. As long as William keeps using Thunderclap into the Dondozo, the second the Dondozo attacks, this turn works out great for him.
Well, you only get 8 Thunderclaps, right? So we've already used 3 at this point. Both players have to pay attention. Dondozo goes for the double protect. Honestly, you probably want it to fail so that you can, potentially click it. But no, the Earth Power. William does make the adjustment this time around. No need to play any games. Just go for the knockout. And then now you have Dragon Pulse into Tatsugiri. Excellent adjustment from William, saying he does not want to play with the switching shenanigans or the mind games with Dondozo and Tatsugiri.
Honestly, though, I liked that he committed to the mind game that first go around.
Yeah.
Because I think that showed that he was committed to the bit. And then Kylan was like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this, huh? And then that was when he caught him by surprise.
Thunderclap into Glamora with the priority attack there. Followed up by the Sludge Bomb is more than enough for the knockout. And William Brown is 1 game away from moving on to 7-1 for the start of tomorrow.
And a very comfortable lead in that game 1 overall. Even though Kylan was able to get the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri on the field very comfortably, was able to get the order up, down, was able to pick up the KO on that Ogerpon very, very easily with the Wave Crash. William Brown just had the opportunity to then bring in the Landorus and bring in the Raging Bolt and deal hit after hit after hit and just land those hits where it counted.
Now, one thing that might sound crazy to think, Gabby, on a Dondozo team and a player that has loved Dondozo for many years at this point, is what if we make an adjustment in game 2 to leave the Dondozo Tatsugiri core at home? Because I actually really like the positioning that the Fluttermane and Glamora had, where if you can add Chiyu's Beads of Ruin as well as the Thunderclap availability from Raging Bolt into Ogerpon Wellspring, I think that might work out.
It could work out, but I do think that you're going to be in a little bit of a tougher spot in terms of maneuvering Pokemon around. It's a lot easier to switch in a bulky Dondozo and then switch in the Tatsugiri and, have that synergy immediately unlocked. If that is the adjustment that Kylan goes for, he has to be 100% sure of how that's going to play out. And you also have to remember that Meteor Beam miss from turn 1 of the previous game.
Right.
Had that connected with the Fluttermane, we would have seen a very different game.
All right, so let's see what happens this time around for Kylan with Glamora and Fluttermane. We saw yet again that Kylan's Fluttermane is always moving faster.
We do have that Ogerpon now out on the field for William Brown, and it does look like both these trainers now going immediately on the offense.
No Terrestrialization this time around. Last game, Kylan terrored right away on turn 1. The two Fluttermanes will trade Moonblast into each other, and the follow-up Ivy Cudgel gets the knockout. Kylan losing Fluttermane on turn 1 with no Icy Winds to lower the speed, and that means now Fluttermane's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And 90% of the time, this is going to do a lot of damage after the special attack boost onto Glamora here. Thanks to the Power Herb, it takes a 2-turn attack and lets you go into 1, and both Fluttermanes go down.
Trading Fluttermane for Fluttermane, I do think Kylan comes out ahead this time around because he got that special attack boost. But if it is Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back for Kylan, now you're kind of in this awkward spot where you might want to switch in the Tatsugiri and get rid of that special attack boost on the Glamora. You don't necessarily have to, but if you decide to keep Glamora on the field, this would be the turn that you'd want to try and terrestrialize it, so you're not going to be taking damage from a Earth Power from that Landorus. But then if William calls that and goes for the Sludge Bomb instead, you're still in a very tough spot. So if anything, I think Kylan's best bet is to try and protect the Glamora this turn and hope that William doesn't go for the follow me play plus something else on that Dondozo.
Kylan does swap Glamora out, so he will be sacrificing the special attack increase. It did its job. It got rid of the Fluttermane, who was going to be a very pesky problem for Kylan to deal with. So he will swap in the Tatsugiri. activating the commander yet again, just like we saw in game 1. Now the now the Dondozo is going to be super fast and super strong, but the question is, which target did he go for into the spiky shield with Ogerpon, try to get an attack off, or go for an attack into the Landorus? Landorus protecting anyway, so you don't really gain too much on William's end. However, it does stop the order up from giving an attack boost.
And it does allow William to scout just how that turn was going to play out. So now he can go ahead and respond accordingly, knowing that the Dondozo is trapped on the field.
Right, so at this point, having all of those boosts, the Ogerpon, who is not terrestrialized this time around, would be able, or is still currently immune to wave crashes, so Kylan is forced to keep going for the order up. Horn Leech is some okay damage, but you will be able to recover health as well to keep this Ogerpon just a little bit healthy, but it pretty much is neutralized thanks to the Rocky Helmet. Now with the Earth Power, saw how strong it was last game. It brings Dondozo down to what looks like potentially another Earth Power could get the knockout, but it would be close.
It would be very close, but if the Dondozo makes contact with the spiky shield, I do think that would have been enough, but instead we see the redirection onto the Ogerpon, just hoping Earth Power will carry through.
There's the order up, bring it down. Ogerpon gets knocked out, gets another attack boost for Kylan. However, it's going to be tough treading if Landorus gets the KO in this spot. Kylan's in a really tough spot, and yes, that is the knockout. Tatsugiri comes back. Kylan's last Pokemon is the Glimmora, but it no longer has the Power Herb and doesn't have a special attack boost either.
But unlike the previous time around, the Tatsugiri is on the field to attack. It's holding a Choice Scarf, and Terastallization is in play for both of these trainers. Tatsugiri is a Steel-type Terastallization. It could certainly take a Thunderclap a lot easier if it were to Terastallize. Same thing with Glimmora. Could easily take one of those attacks a lot better if it went to that Grass type. It's just figuring out how to handle this Landorus at this point. Tatsugiri does have access to Icy Wind to handle speed here, and I think that is Kylan's out. You try to lower the speed so that Glimmora can just be faster and hope that Sludge Bomb can power through. Just how much offense these two Pokemon, these two titans of Regulation F, bring to the field for William.
There's just so much merit to multiple Pokemon on the field terrestrializing this turn that it's very hard, because you could argue on multiple spots who is the best, most optimal Terra here, and William decides it's Terra, Poison, Landorus to do more damage with its Sludge Bomb, as well as get out of a potential Muddy Water weakness that the Tatsugiri could be sending its way. And Kylan terrestrializing yet again with Glimmora into the Grass type. That could be disastrous if he's ever hit by a Sludge Bomb. But the Draco Meteor means Raging Bolt takes so much damage, down around 30% of its HP at the cost of 2 special, -2 on there. Tatsugiri brought down into the red. Glimmora with the Earth Power follow up, and Raging Bolt gets KO'd on this turn. Now William down to just Landorus remaining in a 2v1.
And this Glimmora has access to Earth Power, so if the Landorus' Sludge Bomb doesn't take it out in a single hit, we might be going to a game 3. It's all down to how these Pokemon are trained.
Very tough moment. William could be one turn away from being 7-1, or one turn away from being in game 3. Wants to protect this turn to maybe just scout out, see what the thoughts are on Kylan, and give him a couple more seconds to think.
And also, I think, to rule out the opportunity of possibly attacking into a spiky shield on that Glimmora. Though I do respect the fact that you just hope that the Draco Meteor misses when you do opt to attack, which is exactly what he's hoping for here.
So yeah, you're still in play if you Spiky Shield into it, but no
it's
protect.
gonna miss.
Draco misses. 90% chance. It was -2 special attack, so that's still what but more damage, or any amount of damage, is better than none. And the Sludge Bomb is a one-hit KO into Glimmora. So now it's just a low health Tatsugiri against the Landorus.
A very, very close set at the end here, but looks like even with the Draco connecting this time around, it didn't even do half health damage.
And that's what's so tough. Congratulations to William, moving on 7-1, continuing his journey here. Both of these trainers will be in phase 2 tomorrow, but William definitely has a leg up right now because of this extra victory here today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. slide with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show 'em what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Regional Championships for 2026. We are in day 2, and that means we are one step closer to crowning another regional champion for the 2026 Play Pokemon competitive season. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I am joined at the top of the day with Jake, Sierra, and Aaron. How you guys feeling after yesterday?
So excited. We had so many good matches yesterday. There's so many good players still left in the competition here in Phase 2. And we get to see which of them makes it to top cut, which of them makes it all the way to the end.
Feeling good, feeling excited. There was a clip of the cameraman following somebody with their backpack and the zipper was open. So now I'm a little worried for them if anything was falling out. But besides that, for today, I'm feeling great. Yesterday was awesome. Today should just be better.
Yeah, I've got some skin in the game as my brother is one of the 2 undefeated players left. And so I nervously am watching from back the stage. Yeah, obviously rooting for him. But we had a really, really fun day 1 yesterday. And I thought it was interesting. It felt like a fair number of matchups that we saw were like really good player versus really good player, but then like one player's team kind of just like steamrolled over the other player's team. And I'm curious how that dynamic will play out today. I was actually kind of, caught off guard by that, where I was like surprised that some of the top players had like, I guess like, holes in their team building, but obviously it's impossible to like build a perfect team in a format like this. And so the metagame has evolved and adapted a lot, but it's also been interesting because a lot of players are like, oh, I didn't really know what to use for this. I just like stuck to comfort and brought the team that I used in this regulation a year ago.
Right. I mean, but there were a couple of building groups that did try to innovate on the format, one of which we actually did get a chance to see a couple of times as we look back on one of our matches yesterday between Justin Tang and Marcus Dion. Justin Tang is a part of this group that brought this hyper offense team, but I love these 2 players, friends on and off the battlefield.
I mean, if you're talking on and off the battlefield, that Annihilate with the Phantom Force, not something we've necessarily gotten to see. So you're talking about this regulation and little changes being made. I love to see that.
It was really cool. That's not a move you see on Annihilate at all, like especially in past regulations. But it's a really cool way to kind of have that offense on the Choice Scarf Annihilate without relying on, taking some attacks with Rage Fist first.
It was pretty crazy because I thought Marcus had lost this game literally after turn 1, and had Phantom Force gone into the Golden Ghost slot, he basically, used it, KO'd both Pokemon, and so Justin had to figure out or, guess like where do I think the Phantom Force is going into, and Marcus almost actually pulled off like what I thought would have been a crazy comeback after basically like he went for a double protect on turn 2 of the game, and normally that's not a very good sign, but he actually still ended up winning the match, of course, using this new take on what feels like a semi-hard Trick Room team, but of course, has some really cool text. He also had Trick Room on his Flutter Mane. That's not a very common move either. And so it was really fun to see 2 of the best duke it out against each other. Yeah,
Marcus was saying he was just so happy to be able to finally get that win on stream, and especially against one of his good friends that he doesn't have the best record against in official events. Congratulations to Marcus for that victory. Now, Aaron, I think this is a highlight that you'll be quite happy with as we take a look back at your brother's matchup versus Pranav, and this was with the Orthworm and the Galarian Zapdos.
Pranav definitely, I think, running one of the coolest teams in this event. This was kind of a archetype that had existed previously at the end of the Regulation F, but no one, like not that many players caught on to it. And then when we came back to this format, people are like, this is like the call, you know, that has a lot of anti-meta Pokemon like the Tinglu, like the Sinistcha, like the Galarian Zapdos. But in the end, it was kind of like a Golden Go masterclass where Pranav's team didn't have too many answers to Golden Go. Tinglu was kind of like the primary choice, but with Dragonite, Sinistcha, and Galarian Zapdos being brought out, there was like no other coverage in a Golden Go. And so we saw Golden Go pull off these two crazy comebacks where it was like Brendan was just down to his final Pokemon and Golden Go just clicked Make It Rain like a billion times. But I thought, you know, Pranav definitely brought one of the most unique teams that we've seen in this format, and he made it look really good as well. And there's some cool techs like the Covert Cloak on Zapdos on that team as well.
That's what I thought Brendan did so well in that match, was navigating what is kind of a tricky matchup. It is one of those teams that's picked up a lot lately, but then Pranav had his own really unique take on it. And Brendan, you know, he went to 3 games. Pranav did get 1 game off of him, but I think even in that 1 game that Brendan lost, he was in a pretty winning spot a lot of the time. So one thing that you have to do when you're playing, especially like the early stages of a new format, new old format in this case, is be ready to play against things you haven't prepared for. And Brendan did that very well. He just kind of evaluated what Pranav was doing throughout the match, was able to adjust his game plan, and like you said, the Golden Go just kind of ran away with it at the very end.
And I think that brings us to a great segue for our final match that we featured on stream, because you talk about oldies but goodies, and we got Kylan Van Severin versus Billy Brown. Kylan with that Dondozo Tatsugiri.
I mean, when you think of Dondozo Tatsugiri, I think the first player that I think of highlighting it is Kylan. Kylan has just such a wealth of experience with this archetype. But Billy on the opposing end had a fantastic 2025 season, and we got to see that really come to light yesterday as well. You talk about some oldies but goodies. Jake, I know you love the genies. We got to see a Lando that hopped off.
We were talking about this match before we started. We're pretty sure Landorus got like 6 of 8 knockouts during these 2 games. It was really a masterclass in using this Landorus incarnate form. The Life Orb sheer power combined with the coverage of Earth Power and Sludge Bomb is really, really hard for a lot of teams to manage, and it complements the rest of Williams' team so well. It's kind of the classic, you know, bulky Flutter Mane, Hisuian Arcanine core that has popped up a lot at the beginning of the second iteration of Regulation F. And we didn't get to see the Arcanine in that game, but the Landorus also just a really huge piece of offense there.
Yeah, kind of a nightmare for Dondozo to go up against an Ogerpon Wellspring as well as a Raging Bolt, and I thought the way Billy kind of positioned it was super nice. And Ogerpon already just kind of a nightmare, especially because of Water Absorb. You don't even need to Terra it, you soak up so much damage, and the Dondozo in this matchup was a Rocky Helmet stat rather than Leftovers, and so it didn't actually get that many attacks off, and it's like kind of weird to see a Landorus be able to do 30% of damage to him for Dondozo to not recover it off. And then Dondozo had to click Wave Crash a couple times, and then it took so much recoil damage as well, so ultimately it was like trading Dondozo for Ogerpon, which it doesn't feel like the best trade. We saw it actually pretty interesting endgame in game 1, where like Billy was trying to basically bait out the protects, and he actually, instead of thunderclapping Dondozo, like timed it, so he expected, you know, a double protect, nails it, and then knocks out both Pokemon simultaneously, and that's of course one of the hardest things about using Dondozo.
But it was a masterclass all day from the matches that we had on stream, and after Billy Brown and Kylan Van Severin's match, we concluded our Phase 1 for the Toronto Regional Championships. As you can see on your screen, we've already started Phase 2 of our Swiss rounds, so congratulations to both Brendan Zhang and Cary D'Ortona for still being undefeated after our first round of Swiss today in Phase 2.
Thoughts, Aaron? I know you're proud.
Hey, yeah, it's doing well, but I think is it 4 rounds of Swiss today? So you need to go, yeah, needs to win 1 more in order to secure a spot in that top cut. I thought one of the most interesting things looking at this group of players is that very few of them have actually won a regional championship in the Masters division. You know, we often see so many like repeat champions in this game, but a lot of these players have come super, super close or have won in younger divisions, but are looking for like that first major victory in Masters. I think, you know, Alex Gomez sitting there in top 16, you know, the most decorated player, he's won a lot of them, but for most of the other players, they've come so close, second, top 4, top 8, and I know they are hungry for their first win.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eyes on a player like Josh Robinson, NAIC champion in the seniors division in 2025 or 2024. It was not too long ago, which means that recently aged up into the Masters division, and I think has also gotten quite close to being able to make it into these big top cuts at these huge international level regional events. And so I'd love to see if he can continue to take that further. And of course, we'll have to see how the rest of our players continue to do as we get underway with our Phase 2 But before we do that, as you all know, go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Check out what we've got in terms of the information for all of the upcoming shows that we have. Make sure you also follow us on the channels. We are both on Twitch and YouTube, so whatever platform you prefer. And use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to stay a part of the conversation today. We are available on all of those different social media platforms. And now, with all of that being said, we're going to go ahead and pass it over to our casters, Gabby and Joe, to get our day started.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back as we continue our coverage here of the Toronto Regional Championships. I am Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. And Gabby, it's a big day today. We're going to be crowning our first regional champion of 2026 by the end of the show.
Well, 2026 the year, but not 2026 the season. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's exciting.
Yes, it's going to be great. No, I'm so excited because like Aaron was just saying, this is going to be most likely somebody's first time winning the regional champion title. And you know that every single player still in contention is hungry for that. You know, you get the medal, you get the title, you get the prizing. It's such an incredible accomplishment to achieve. And every single one of our players who is playing this round, especially those players featured in our notable matches of the round, wants to vie for that title.
Yeah, so we're going to be focusing on the red highlighted matchup. These are our 2 remaining undefeated trainers in the field, Brendan Zhang and Cary D'Ortona. That's going to be here on the Pokemon stream. And then on our Play Pokemon YouTube account, which is youtube.com/@PlayPokemon. You need the @ sign there for it to work in yellow, is Nick Navarre versus Fiona Shimkevich. Nick Navarre, multi-time regional champion. Fiona, a fantastic Canadian player with a lot of day 2s and regional top cuts to their name.
Of course. So we want you to stay here with us. You know, we love it when y'all hang out, especially when you use that #PlayPokemon to join in on the conversation. But there will always be the Play Pokemon YouTube channel to catch up on afterwards. And for those of y'all who can multitask and may have multiple monitors or split screens or devices at your disposal, you can always, you know, have those 2 things going on at once.
Yes, yeah, one screen on the left, one on the right, watching both of these excellent matches. Let's head on over to the stage so we can talk about our undefeated trainers, Brendan and Cary. And this is a big deal, Gabby. Obviously, you want to win every match, but specifically here, you'd be the last undefeated remaining, and you would guarantee your spot in Top Cut today.
And that'll be a huge mental load off your plate. It'll give you the opportunity to start thinking about who you might have to face in Top Cut and start thinking ahead to how you can lock in that regional title. And that's something that Brendan Zhang is no stranger to from his time in the juniors division. Of course, won the World Championships back in 2013. His opponent, Cary, is looking for that first opportunity to break through. And we actually did see Cary on the feature stream yesterday facing off against Juan Jose. So go check that out later on, again, over on YouTube. But for now, hang out with us here for a bit to see how he's going to face off against Brendan's very powerful team.
Yeah, this should be a really fun matchup. It's a bit of a blast of the past of past Paradox forms, right? With Fluttermane and Raging Bolt and Roaring Moon, and we'll talk about those. We take a look at Brendan's team and say we love Raging Bolt and Fluttermane, but that Terra-flying Incineroar is pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. I also really love how Brendan's team is set up to really respond to the threats that his opponent throws at him. You know, like some of the other teams in the meta right now with Choice Specs, with Choice Band, Choice Scarf, all of Brendan's Pokemon have the opportunity to change their attacks once they hit the field, and I think that gives him a lot of opportunities to respond. The most unique Pokemon on his team is going to be your favorite, Joe, that Cornerstone Ogerpon, which will be able to redirect attacks and hang on guarantee thanks to its sturdy ability, assuming it's at full health, of course, which will give him the flexibility to maybe go for a nasty plot on that Golden Go. You also have the Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis, with the speed boost, and Icy Wind and Thunder Wave for some speed control. So Brendan's really going to be looking here to figure out how Cary's going to approach the matchup and respond to that strategy with these Pokemon at his disposal.
Yeah, Ogerpon Cornerstone, a solid addition to the team, completely unbiased here, Gabby. But if we take a look at Cary's team on the other end, also having the Terra Flying Incineroar, so something that you don't see as common as, say, maybe Terra Grass or Terra Ghost, and both trainers have it.
Both trainers have it, but what both trainers do not have is going to be that Landorus Incarnate, the Sheer Force ability, the Life Orb, and all of those powerful attacks. And that is a Pokemon that is going to be key for Cary in this matchup, as it's going to do fantastic damage into the Raging Bolt, into the Golden Go, into the Fluttermane, and really even the Ogerpon, provided there is no Terastallization in play. So I think Cary has to think hard about how he's going to navigate that Landorus into position against Brendan's Pokemon. Maybe how he can force a Terastallization from Brendan earlier on in the matchup, so that when the Landorus does come into play, it's just a couple of Sludge Bombs or Earth Powers away from locking in the victory.
Yeah, we saw Landorus getting, claiming knockout after knockout all day yesterday. Will that streak continue, or does Brendan going to stand in the way and move on to 10-0 and secure the first top cut position here so far at the Toronto Regional Championships? Cary D'Ortona on the top of your screen with Landorus, Incarnate, and Amoonguss, and then Brendan Zhang with Incineroar and Fluttermane. That Photosynthesis, thanks to the booster energy, will boost its speed. So you have a really fast Icy Wind right now if you want it.
You do have a really fast Icy Wind, and that will surprisingly do some great damage to Landorus thanks to the fact that it's 4 times weak to those Ice-type attacks. But with the Amoonguss on the field, with Protect in play for Landorus right now, I don't think that Icy Wind is necessarily going to connect this first turn. I think that Brendan has to worry more about what the Amoonguss is going to do, because it's likely this Landorus is going to Protect or just switch out of the field. So you have to worry about the threat of a Spore into the Fluttermane in particular. We might see it Terastallize or otherwise see a Fake Out into that spot, as this Protect is almost guaranteed.
Yeah, that Protect on the turn. Want to keeping yourself safe, and also don't want to burn your Terastallization right away on the turn 1. So you're not taking the Fake Out from Incineroar, and you will not take the Icy Wind damage in this Landorus. If it does connect into Amoonguss, it's going to do okay damage, but Amoonguss is already the slowest Pokemon on the field, so it's really not too advantageous of a first turn for Brendan. And then Cary responding with a Sludge Bomb that does not get a poison.
But it does start ticking away at the Incineroar's health, so that could be key in maybe some Earth Power damage moving on. This Incineroar is holding an Assault Vest, which does mean it'll be a little bit especially bulky moving on in this matchup, so you do want to make sure that you get that damage sort of adding up on this Incineroar, as we see Brendan considering the first Terastallization in the match. And I really like this. The fact that Cary targeted down that Incineroar means that he is most concerned about that Pokemon right now, and by Terastallizing the Incineroar into the flying type, you're just anticipating, okay, you're clearly worried about this Pokemon. I think Earth Power is gonna go into this spot.
Right, so at this point you want to preserve the Incineroar, because if Cary's focusing so much on it, what does he have in the back that Incineroar deals with so well? Icy Wind does almost 60% to Landorus, as it's 4 times weak to Ice, even though it's a low base power attack. The Sandsear Storm avoiding Incineroar because of its flying typing, but brings Fluttermane down to about 50% of its HP remaining. And now Incineroar with a Flare Blitz into Amoonguss claims the knockout.
and that will be one Pokemon down for Cary. And unfortunately, because the Landorus is just naturally slower than the Fluttermane and the Icy Wind did so much, that Landorus is not in a great spot moving on to the next turn.
Yeah, now you have to feel on Cary's end. Do you preserve Landorus at half health currently, change terrestrializing its typing away from the ice weakness, or is it already somewhat of a lost cause where you might want to save this terrestrialization for your Terra Fire or Shifu?
I think the Terra Fire or Shifu has to be it because Landorus's Terra type is Steel. So you're either going to be taking Icy Wind damage that's super effective or a potential Flare Blitz from that Incineroar. Whereas Urshifu, you'd resist an Icy Wind, you'd resist a Flare Blitz, and then you'd also, resist a possible Moonblast from this Fluttermane. You would be susceptible to a Paralysis from a Thunder Wave, but at least then you have a chance of attacking, which is, at least a chance.
And that's all Cary's asking for is a chance here as Landorus will swap out into the Roaring Moon on this turn, revealing his fourth Pokemon here in Game 1, activating the booster energy just like the Fluttermane can as well, boosting its speed. However, Fluttermane naturally faster. If they're both using the speed booster energy, that means Fluttermane is still going to outspeed Roaring Moon. There is the terrestrialization we were talking about, Terra Fire for the Urshifu. You're not going for stellar damage, you're not going for Terra Water, you're using a defensive Terra on Cary's end, and it works out there, taking very little damage from the resisted Moonblast. Now with the Surging Strikes into Brendan's Incineroar, it's going to hit and critically strike 3 times, but it's not enough for a knockout. Incineroar hanging on in the red, so we'll be able to get its attack off into the super effective U-turn on Roaring Moon.
And I think that's part of the reason why Cary was trying to get rid of that Incineroar right away. You're going to be taking super effective damage from the U-turn, and those Intimidates are really going to start adding up on this physically offensive Roaring Moon.
There is the Ogerpon Cornerstone. While it's at full HP, its ability Sturdy means it cannot be knocked out in one hit, no matter how much damage a potential Acrobatics would do into that spot or anything super effective, as well as most Cornerstones are trained to take Surging Strikes very well.
Exactly. Now, one thing I want to call out real quick here is that these Fluttermane with Thunder Wave and Taunt tend to be bulky. It might not be fully invested in speed, and that's why we see the Tailwind activate first.
That's a great call, Gabby. Now with the fully invested speed onto Roaring Moon, it moves faster, gives Cary's team extra speed, doubling their speed for the next 4 turns, and will gladly go down to allow Landorus to come back in next turn. The Ivacucho going into Urshifu's Protect. So Cary knew Roaring Moon was going to go down at that turn, but now you have Landorus and Urshifu under the Tailwind.
And this is going to be Cary's best opportunity now to get back into the game. It's an uphill battle as Brendan still has all 4 of his Pokemon, and all 4 of these Pokemon are more than capable of taking knockouts at this point in time. So you need to be getting KO in these next 4 turns.
Cornerstone swapping out to preserve that Sturdy, as well as, hey, you got a low health Incineroar. Might as well get 1 Intimidate for the road before it gets knocked out here. Going to be very potentially helpful. Sandsear Storm, it's going to avoid the Incineroar yet again. Terra Flying has been clutch 2 different times for Brendan to avoid that damage. However, Fluttermane does get knocked out from that Sandsear Storm, and then the Surging Strikes will be enough to finish off the Incineroar. So now Brendan has to bring that Cornerstone back in and finally reveal its 4th Pokemon to Cary.
That moment when the flying type activates and the ground type move doesn't happen always makes my heart skip a beat because you don't know if it's going to miss the next Pokemon.
Because Fluttermane could have avoided the attack.
Exactly, yeah. But because of just how that order plays out in terms of the turn, it did connect ultimately, and we do get the reveal of the Urshifu as the final Pokemon, which unfortunately for Cary does mean that there is a priority move in play, and that's going to do super effective damage to both the Fire-type Urshifu and the Landorus, and it's just going to take it out.
There it goes, Landorus taken down, Cary down to just his Urshifu remaining, and both of Brendan's Pokemon can hit it super effectively. This is what I was talking about, Gabby. The defensive capabilities of Ogerpon Cornerstone is going to, not easily, but is going to survive that Surging Strikes, which is a really strong attack. And then the Ivacucho, super effective to finally take the last knockout, and Brendan is 1 win away from securing a top cut position here in Toronto.
Similar to how we were talking about from Cary, you know, having to force the terastallization from Brendan so that the Landorus could respond accordingly. Brendan did a fantastic job of forcing the fire-type terastallization on Cary's own Urshifu, and then saving his Urshifu for that end game, when all that was left were two Pokemon that were very weak to that water typing. Even if that Ivy Cudgel did not secure the knockout at the end, another Aqua Jet would have easily sealed the game for him.
We see the Roaring Moon had a rough go here in game 1, Gabby.
Oh, yeah.
Took a lot of damage from U-turn and then got KO'd by the Moon Blast. Now that it has been confirmed, however, that Roaring Moon outspeeds Fluttermane, is there a potential adjustment on Cary's end to lead Roaring Moon in its traditional role of just turn 1, you go Booster Energy and Tailwind, and then you let the other 3 Pokemon try to get the win as Roaring Moon gets knocked out?
It's tough to say because earlier Tailwind, I think, certainly would let the Landorus get more damage in earlier on in the game, but when you think about it, the Landorus kind of got everything it wanted to in that game. You know, it was able to take the KOs when it needed to. The only KO it missed was that one turn when the Incineroar terastallized and the Sandsear Storm didn't connect with it. And then the turn it switched in and the same thing happened. So moving on, I really like the Pokemon adjustment better from Cary, as this Golden Go is going to threaten the Fluttermane so much better than the Landorus did.
Absolutely, yeah. Both of these two Pokemon are not really going to care too much about the Icy Wind damage, right? As well as Golden Go being immune to Fake Out as a Ghost Type. This is Choice Specs Golden Go, and that Make It Rain is making Fluttermane a little scared to stay in this turn.
Yeah, and even though the Golden Go will most likely have to terastallize here, or the Amoonguss can terastallize and consider going for a Rage Powder, as the Incineroar can't normally go for, you know, the either the Grass type terastallization or the item to avoid having its attack redirected. It will be able to at least get some damage down, and the Golden Go can really start adding things up here. So it's a great Pokemon adjustment here. Brendan, I think, immediately has to respond on the defensive as a result, and that's exactly why you see him go not only for the terastallization, but just going to shut Amoonguss down immediately this turn.
And that is great news for Cary if Landorus is sitting in the back, because now Incineroar cannot get out of its Earth Power weakness, and the Grass type terastallization from Fluttermane means it is also weak to Sludge Bomb. So if Cary did bring Landorus, that will be much more helpful for him later on here. Gonna match Terra for Terra, though, as a Terra Fairy on the Golden Go here, swapping up its typings, being a little bit more defensive. And the taunt from Fluttermane right into Amoonguss. Was Cary expecting this to go for an attack on the turn, potentially a Sludge Bomb? Choice Specs, Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, and it really does not do too much damage thanks to Fluttermane's natural bulk and the Assault Vest on Incineroar. Incineroar knocking off Choice Specs as well, so it does mean you can do less damage. However, you can switch it up into a Make It Rain now.
And I think that's okay for Cary in this position, because now that the Fluttermane has taken some damage, it's likely that a Make It Rain could pick up the KO here, and even if it doesn't, you can have the Amoonguss now follow up with a Sludge Bomb. It has been taunted to pick up that KO. So the Incineroar honestly did a little bit of a favor here getting rid of that item. The Amoonguss is still in danger here, but I think overall, Cary's not in as bad of a position as he could have been in that turn thanks to the Fairy type terastallization.
And the Amoonguss now has been taunted, so it cannot go for any non-damaging moves for the next few turns. Icy Wind into both of Cary's Pokemon going to be lowering their speeds. This could be relevant, obviously, now making the Incineroar potentially faster than the Golden Go, but Amoonguss was already super slow. Knockoff into Amoonguss brings it down to 50% and gets rid of the Citrus Berry, which would have activated if the held item was not knocked off. Now you have Dazzling Gleam yet again, deciding I don't want to lower my special attack from Make It Rain. I'm going to double up into the Fluttermane for the knockout.
And with Fluttermane gone, that is Brendan's speed control really gone from the field. So if Cary does still have that Roaring Moon in the back of his party, that's a big counter gone, and now that Tailwind really can be set up unopposed. And I mean, talking about counters, a Terry type Golden Go with Dazzling Gleam against the Urshifu, that is a great setup. And with Terra taken away from Brendan as well, it's going to remain weak to those fairy type attacks.
But right now, Brendan, he can't have his Surging Strikes redirected, right? Amoonguss is currently taunted, so Golden Go is potentially threatened, and it is slower than Urshifu, so it's potentially a spot maybe Golden Go might switch out, or do you just try to get one attack off before it gets KO'd?
I think you have to go for one attack. I mean, if you do have Roaring Moon in the back, it could probably switch in on the Surging Strikes and be okay, but I would worry about a potential double up here.
Looks like Brendan hovering the double target into that spot. So Amoonguss is going to be the one that switches out for Cary, using that regenerator ability, going to be a little bit healthier when it swaps back in later on. Cary revealing his Urshifu, and it doesn't go into that slot. Instead, the Surging Strikes towards the Fairy typing on Golden Go for neutral damage. Is the third hit going to be enough? No, it's not! Golden Go hangs on in the red. Will be able to get, the Incineroar outspeeds because of Icy Wind. The prior Icy Wind means that Incineroar is now faster than Golden Go, and Cary's such important. Golden Go's not going to get a single attack off.
But the Urshifu made it out onto the field completely untouched. It's at full health. It has access to whatever attacks it needs, and the Amoonguss was able to shake off the taunt and get some health back. So this Amoonguss is perfectly happy to redirect an attack from the opposing Urshifu, and because of Urshifu's natural speed, it will be able to outspeed the opposing Incineroar and target it down with the Surging Strikes for a KO if Cary decides to take that option this turn. So Amoonguss really the winner of that turn, even if it came at the cost of Golden Go.
And look how healthy it is, even without the citrus berries.
Exactly.
It was knocked off, already back into the green thanks to that regenerator ability. So both players do have access to redirection, right, with Ogerpon Cornerstone and Amoonguss, who's currently not taunted anymore. Brendan will detect on the Urshifu. It's essentially protect, same thing. Surging Strikes into the Incineroar means that Brendan is not going to get any damage on this turn.
Exactly, and I do like the detect from Brendan there. I think recognizing that a redirection with the Urshifu versus the Urshifu is not necessarily the optimal play here, and that Cary might go for a Spore, but actually just went for the Sludge Bomb. So just trying to get a little bit of chip damage down onto the opposing Urshifu to make sure that the possible Urshifu versus Urshifu matchup would go a little smoother. But with the reveal of the Ogerpon as Brendan's final Pokemon, like you were just saying, Joe, both trainers have access to Urshifu, both trainers have access to redirection. I think this really comes down to what Cary's final Pokemon is.
Ogerpon Cornerstone with the Ivy Cudgel into Amoonguss. No critical hit. You see Cary fist bumping there. And the close combat's going to bring Ogerpon down to 1 HP thanks to that sturdy ability. So to Cary double up into this slot, Ogerpon Cornerstone has a great matchup into both of Cary's Pokemon. So it's going to be really important to get rid of that spot. Surging Strike's going to need the third hit into Amoonguss, and it's still not enough for the knockout. Even with those 3 critical hits that Surging Strikes will always give you. It's up to Amoonguss now, and it's a Spore into the Urshifu.
That fist bump might have been just happy that there was no redirection that turn, because that would have shut down the Spore. It might also be an indication that he was anticipating a speed tie here that he won. So that's something to keep an eye on moving forwards, as we do see Aqua Jet go first here. It's possible that Brendan didn't lock in a priority move, but again, keep an eye on these two Urshifu and how they move, as this could be important going into a game 3.
Urshifu has to use that first turn of sleep on this turn, and now you can do a little bit of Sludge Bomb damage, a pretty solid amount actually.
That's
when you think about it. It should be enough for a double target to claim the final knockout. Urshifu staying asleep anyway, giving us this last close combat into Urshifu for the knockout and forcing game 3.
So a great turnaround from Cary in this game number 2, and it all came down to that Golden Go. We didn't even see his final Pokemon.
Right, yeah. That was a pretty impressive game there. So the adjustment of Terra, Fairy, Golden Go, even if it wasn't doing massive amounts of damage, but over time, the multiple Dazzling Gleams was enough to really whittle down a lot of Brendan's defensive Pokemon.
Exactly, and it is just that small change that just opened up the matchup entirely for him. And it is those little changes that make such a big difference in Regulation F, because now that we're in team preview for game number 3, Brendan has to ask himself if it's going to be the Golden Go or the Landorus, or maybe it was the Landorus in the back and it wasn't the Raging Bolt at all in that that final Pokemon. And because those questions are open, you know, I think Brendan probably feels very comfortable going for the Flutter Mane and the Incineroar again as the lead, as that seems to cover a lot of the things that Cary has to bring, at least for the opener of this matchup. But in the back, you know, do you want to try to bring something that maybe can cover that Golden Go a little bit better? Or do you want to try and just ensure that, you know, you have something for the Landorus, you have something for the Raging Bull? It's a really tough question, and it all comes down to team preview.
And I do think it's difficult for Brendan here to, you know, click Icy Wind if a lot of your team is already naturally faster than most of Cary's attackers, like Cornerstone, Flutter Mane, and Urshifu are. You're getting resisted damage onto Pokemon a lot, and the Icy Wind speed drops are not even helping as often. So we'll see what adjustments will be made here in Game 3. The winner of this match will secure their position in Top Cut here in Toronto. Roaring Moon Golden Go for Cary versus Brendan using Incineroar and Flutter Mane yet again as a lead.
You say that those Icy Wind speed drops aren't helping, but we saw...
Now it is. Into the Dragon type.
Well, into the Dragon type, it's going to do super effective damage, and into the Golden Go, we saw just how after one speed drop, the Incineroar was faster. So at the start of this game number 3, if Roaring Moon decides to go for Tailwind again, sure, the speed drop is not going to be as important, so we might see Flutter Mane decide to go on the offense this time around and just go ahead and throw a Moonblast immediately into the opposing Roaring Moon. But then you take it out with Tailwind on the field potentially for 3 turns, and that allows something like the Urshifu, the Landorus, whatever is in the back of Cary's party to immediately come on the offense. There's nothing really stopping the Golden Go here from going for the Terrestrialization once again and going for Dazzling Gleam once again and just starting that engine that we saw do so well in the previous game.
The speed tiers are so crucial here because currently Roaring Moon outspeeds Flutter Mane since they both use the booster energy, but the Flutter Mane is trained more defensively, where Cary is all out offense and does not want to take super effective Moonblast or Icy Wind damage. So will Terrestrialize into the poison typing, fist bump because he knew Roaring Moon is faster, gets the Tailwind off. Now it's up to the Flutter Mane doing hardly any damage. You do trade the speed drops, but both of Cary's Pokemon are still very healthy right now. And a Choice Specs make it rain into the Flutter Mane. It never stood a chance, no matter how much bulk you want to put onto that Paradox Pokemon. Flutter Mane goes down. Incineroar can respond, though, with a super effective attack into the Golden Go. We saw it didn't go for Fake Out, and that's because the knockoff brings it down to 30%.
But critically, the knockoff did not have enough power to get the KO onto the Golden Go. That had to have been a Flare Blitz, and that's exactly why Cary was celebrating that turn. So yes, you did lose your Choice Specs, and you did take a special attack drop, but the Golden Go is still around, and if you want to switch, you can switch. If you want to keep the Golden Go in, maybe to, say, break the Sturdy on an Ogerpon, while, I don't know, your Roaring Moon goes for an attack here, you could certainly do that. This Roaring Moon's a little different than the ones we've been seeing with the Tailwind support, as it has Breaking Swipe instead of Acrobatics, so I personally think that the Golden Go probably won't stick around unless Cary wants a free switch for something. So Breaking Swipe could have broken Sturdy, but instead it looks like Ogerpon's just going to protect itself.
Yeah, that Spiky Shield will keep its health at 100%, so you'll have Sturdy intact still. Breaking Swipe is a spread attack that lowers the target's attack by 1 stage, which is pretty helpful into both of Brendan's physical attackers on the field right now. But Golden Go is pulling off all the tricks here in Game 3, swapping the specs onto Incineroar and taking the Assault Vest away.
And while Incineroar does get the pivot here, and we will get the reveal on stream of Brendan's final Pokemon, which is actually going to be a Golden Go of his own. Critically, this Golden Go now is holding an Assault Vest, and while I think it's taken a little bit too much damage for it to make a difference on the Golden Go, the fact that the Incineroar is no longer holding the Assault Vest does mean that if Golden Go can stick around to throw a Dazzling Gleam or 2 into that Pokemon later on in the matchup, that's going to be huge.
And for potential Landorus in the back at this point would be doing a lot more damage without that Assault Vest. So we've seen multiple times on stream this weekend, Gabby, these Choice Specs Golden Goes just gifting their choice specs over to Incineroars, and they're not able to use it as well. And Brendan is going to swap the Golden Go out here, bringing Incineroar back onto the field. Intimidate only mattering into the Roaring Moon. There is the knockoff, but it's Dark type, and the lowered attack means it does really no damage there. The Power Whip does connect, fortunately for Brendan, claiming the KO onto Golden Go here. Cary does get to bring in one of his other two Pokemon in the back, and I believe there's one turn of Tailwind remaining.
There is, and there is that Landorus. So Cary just waiting for the Golden Go to go down so that Landorus can come in successfully. Now, Brendan still has access to Terrestrialization, and we have seen him go for the Terra Flying in front of the Landorus before in this position. I think I saw him considering it when he was locking in his moves, but I don't think he actually locked it in this time. So we'll have to see if Cary was able to make the correct call here. It doesn't really matter as Fake Out was available, but something to watch out for the next turn.
Yeah, Fake Out will stop Landorus from attacking this turn, and so the only damage will be from this Breaking Swipe on Roaring Moon's end. Ogerpon, Wisp, and Ivy Cudgel, you don't care about Breaking Swipe attack drops if you get a critical hit, but unfortunately for Ogerpon, does not crit into the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, I think personally, if I were in Cary's position here, the Ogerpon is honestly more threatening than the Incineroar in this position. It could Terrastalize, but then it would get a defensive boost, and you're going to be dealing special damage as the Landorus, and I think if you're going to be playing the will the Incineroar Terrastalize, won't the Incineroar Terrastalize game, I would just try and attack into that Ogerpon instead. Could always Spiky Shield, but then you'd at least know if the Incineroar is going to Terrastalize, and that'll make your next choice a little bit easier the following turn.
And with Cornerstone's Sturdy being broken, it is now less valuable as a Terrastalization option than the Incineroar potentially could be. Cary just clicking Tailwind yet again, setting it up for a second time here in this Game 3 to double his team speed for the next 4 turns. U-turn goes into the Landorus Protect, so not too much happening there, but now Cary's Pokemon will outspeed.
Exactly, and I love how the Roaring Moon is just sitting around on the field as well here, throwing Breaking Swipes. Yes, it's not doing much damage, but critically, it's keeping the Incineroar and the Ogerpon's damage output limited to criticals hits. So, gonna have to get a little bit lucky here. Unfortunately, Ogerpon's able to hold on.
It hangs on, Ivy Cudgel in response, but no crit, so it does no damage because its attack has been dropped so many times from the Breaking Swipe. Incineroar will swap out with that U-turn into the Golden Go that's in the back, and I think that is why potentially Brendan was not Terrastalizing these last couple of turns, potentially to save the defensive Terra Dragon for Golden Go, get out of that ground weakness.
But if it does Terrastalize into a Dragon type and the Roaring Moon is able to switch out to drop all those Intimidates, there is the threat of Breaking Swipe actually doing some damage. Whether or not Golden Go would be able to out-damage it with a Shadow Ball at this point in time is to be seen, but there is something like that in play for Cary.
No swap on this turn for Cary, and Ogerpon going to Spiky Shield. Golden Go responding with a Protect, just burning a turn of Tailwind, so no damage on this turn. There are 2 turns of Tailwind remaining. I guess this would be the turn to have the swap for Roaring Moon, because then if one of the Pokemon gets knocked out, you come in after Tailwind expires again to reset it up.
And unfortunately for Cary, with the Spiky Shield damage onto that Roaring Moon as well, I think any attack from this Golden Go should be enough to pick up the KO, especially if it's able to sneak in a nasty plot over the next couple of turns. So you have to be very careful about how you approach things here, and poor Landorus has a lot of things it has to accomplish here, assuming Cary's final Pokemon is not able to pick up the damage it needs.
Brendan debating here if he wants to swap the Ogerpon into Incineroar. I was thinking the same thing. Or do you want to get one last redirection out of your Cornerstone here? Brendan wants to save that utility for later on, potentially after Tailwind expires. Incineroar switching into that spot. The Intimidate not going to matter into Landorus, but every little bit helps into the physical attacker of Roaring Moon on the other end. Time for Brendan to Terrastalize and get out of that ground weakness we were talking about.
Exactly. We'll have to worry about the Roaring Moon, but it's been intimidated so many times. Chances are it won't be dealing damage with this Breaking Swipe.
Now with its Terra Dragon, he doesn't even go for it. Instead, it's the knockoff to get rid of the metal coat, going to lower the damage that a Mega Rain would do. And it doesn't even matter. Earth Power, without super effective damage, still claims the KO.
And again, that is the sheer force of this Landorus. Just absolutely taking knockouts, taking names, and powering Cary through this end game.
As Tailwind expires there, if Golden Go knocks out Roaring Moon, then now the rest of his team is going to outspeed for the rest of the game. Instead, he can just set up Tailwind again, or you can just go for 2 attacks into Brendan's Pokemon now.
And Cary even playing it super safe, protecting the Roaring Moon and the Landorus from fake out this turn as well. There is nothing stopping this Tailwind from getting set up a third time even.
Yeah, you don't see too many VGC games lasting long enough to click Tailwind 3 different times. That might be what is on the horizon for us here. And Cary just a couple of attacks away from securing a spot in Top Cut here in Toronto. Brendan won game 1, but Cary has clawed his way back. No Tailwind needed because Breaking Swipe is a spread attack. Knocks out Ogerpon, and then Landorus outspeeding Incineroar will be enough to get that final knockout. And Cary D'Ortona is in Top Cut in Toronto.
Cary previously got top 4 in Portland and was able to make top 8 in Louisville in the 2025 season, and is looking to add another top cut to that resume here in Toronto. And what a fantastic way to make it through. Just showing absolute mastery of the combination of the Landorus and the Roaring Moon, and honestly just the speed tier of his Pokemon in that matchup. Was able to use Make It Rain to get that early knockout on the Fluttermane, which really put Brendan on the back foot, and just having to find ways to sneak damage in. But once that Landorus hit the field, it was just an uphill battle.
Yeah, Landorus has just been so phenomenal on stream all weekend, and you can see, you now understand why Brendan has Terra Flying right on the Incineroar, because if not, with the Golden Go being a Steel type, with the Ogerpon Cornerstone as well, it could be a really tough matchup into Landorus.
It really can, and while we saw, you know, that Ogerpon try to break through those breaking swipes, try to get that critical hit, unfortunately, it just was not in the cards for Brendan in this matchup. That being said, though, you know, Brendan, that was his first loss of a round the entire tournament. He's certainly still in contention to make cut here in Toronto, as we still have a couple rounds of Swiss remaining.
Yeah, just 2 rounds left, and he just needs to win 1 of the final 2 rounds remaining in order to join Cary in Top Cut. Who knows, maybe there'll be a revenge match in Top Cut at some point. That's always scary too, Gabby, because if you win, we see a Tails all the time, right? You win the Swiss round matchup and then face off in Top Cut, and it's a reverse decision.
I know, and someone like Brendan as well, you know that he's going to be thinking through these losses and trying to figure out, okay, well, against this team next time, this is what I'm going to do. As I believe Cary's not the only person running this team, as Patrick Connors has the same 6 Pokemon locked in for this tournament with very similar moves, if not identical. You know, you're going to be thinking through that matchup, chances are, and you're going to be trying to figure out how you can defeat it next go around. So best of luck to Brendan in locking in Top Cut, and best of luck to Cary in Top Cut. You know, what an exciting way to get to punch your ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a massive victory for Cary. That was a really fun best of 3 as well. And I'm trying to think, Abby, like Cary's perspective here. You're currently 10-0. There's 2 rounds of Swiss remaining. Do you have a sigh of relief as you've now no matter what happens, even if you have the worst luck imaginable, you still make cut? Or do you keep on trying, you keep trying to go and get all 12 victories?
So here's my thing as someone who's never been in this position before. So obviously, I know everything about it.
Same.
I think you just give it your best shot. You know, obviously you don't beat yourself up if something happens, but you try to get as much information as you can about your opponents, because you know odds are they're going to be in Top Cut with you. And if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. If there's something on your team that you want to keep hidden, you keep it hidden. And if you get the chance to talk to Rosemary about your awesome victory and how you locked yourself into Top Cut, you go ahead to the lounge and talk to Rosemary about your awesome Top Cut.
All right, thank you so much, Gabby and Joe. That's right. We've got an awesome top cut coming in here from Cary D'Ortona. And I mean, 10-0. I feel like that basically locks you in to compete later today. So what are you feeling? What are the vibes?
Stressed. I'm always feeling like anxious and nervous. But it's like, I'm always excited to play the game and just try and play my best and just play my game.
But this isn't your first rodeo. I mean, like, you got top 4 in Portland. You've had a multiple extra, like, top cuts on top of that. So really, the nerves never go away?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the nerves that, like, make you play better sometimes because it makes you, like, think about it. It means that you care in a way because it's like if you're nervous about something, that means you care about something, which means you want to put more effort towards it. So that's how I kind of look at it.
I love that. I think it's healthy to feel a little bit of the nerves, for sure.
100%.
Maybe it helps keep you focused for your match, too, because it's like the adrenaline's pumping through your body.
I was really nervous about this matchup because the person I worked on this team with, well, one of the people, Pat, who's like the main creator behind it, played Brendan earlier in day 1. So I was really nervous about this matchup in regards to like how it was going to be approached, the correct calls and correct brings. So I'm glad it ended up working out, and I'm glad I trusted my gut, especially in 2 and 3 after losing game 1.
Well, so let me ask you about that first. How did that match between Patrick Connors and Brendan Zane go?
So it also went to game 3. So a lot of it was like positioning around the Roaring Moon, and then it's like kind of a call on whether or not you want to bring Goldango or not, because Goldango is really good at like just shredding through a lot of the team and forcing Terras. Like that's the main reason why it's on the team. Like Goldango plus Roaring Moon is just insane because you can either just click Tailwind Make It Rain or Tailwind Terra Fairy Specs Dazzling Gleam and just start shredding through everything, and it's just a beast. But when I was looking at the matchup, I realized it's like, I think Gus was probably the most important piece, and then I needed to either position like Lando or Urshifu in Tailwind or get it into a nice spot to where it's not really threatened by either the Ogre Pawn or the Flutter Mane, really.
Well, I mean, you put on a great display. I know that first game did not go your way, but then in that game 2, I thought it was a really great adjustment. I felt you kept on to the Amoonguss for a lot longer in that set. Was that something that you were considering when having to make that adjustment for game 2?
Yeah, so game 1, I think I let my Amoonguss go down too early. I think I focused down too much on Brendan trying to go for double ups into like my Landorus, for example. Whereas if I preserved my Amoonguss, I probably would have had a better chance of winning that endgame versus Ogre Pawn and Urshifu. So I kind of identify that. In game 2, if you notice, I also put my Amoonguss at risk, but I had a feeling that Brendan was probably going to cover for an Urshifu swap possibly. So I figured he would most likely go for a knockoff or something because like it removes the item, makes it not as worthless. And like the more icy wins he can get on the board, it covers for Landorus if it swaps in as well. So that's like the main reason why I left Gus in order to get the Sludge Bomb to finish out the Flutter Mane.
Well, I thought in game number 3, you got a chance to show off the trick on the Goldango as well. Yeah. I thought was really cool, just to even just steal the Assault Vest.
It was it was mainly to get rid of the Assault Vest. It didn't like do too much, but I'm like, Goldango's not really doing too much that turn anyways. Because it's like, it's on the board, like it's -1, it's not gonna do much. So I'm like, if Goldango sticks on the board for any longer, at least let me get rid of this Assault Vest so Incineroar doesn't have an item and it's like less useful into my Landorus in the back.
Well, last thing I want to ask you is, you already mentioned you're working on this team with Patrick Connors. I saw a really cute photo of the 3 of you by the Goldango banner.
Yeah.
But why did you call it a mid-team? Your team as a whole running this event went 23-6, which is wild.
So it's a funny story. So Pat, when he was like working on the team and he was showing it to like a couple of his friends, a lot of people were saying like, oh, this team's bad. Like it looks so bad, it's mid. Funnily enough, I think there was a video that Joseph Ugarte and Justin Tang made. And it was funny because they were talking about Roaring Moon balance, and they were like, it's like a C-tier mon. We'll see what happens. Like, it could win, maybe, I don't know. So a lot of people just said it was like mid, but we knew the strength of the team. We knew it felt really good into the current meta. Not sure how it's going to do after this tournament, but it felt really strong coming into it. So it's just been like a wild ride and a lot of fun.
Hey, well, sometimes that's all it takes. It only takes one. Well, Cary, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to go ahead and let you go because I think the pairings are actually ready. So I'm going to have, try to give you like a couple of minutes there. But before I let you go, any quick final shout outs or thoughts?
Of course. So I want to shout out to the people that obviously worked on this team. Pat, the main creator, Landon, Connor. Thank you all for helping us out. And then I want to shout out my prep buddies, Carson St. Denis, Stefano, Chris, Caden, and then of course the people that allow me to go to these events, my parents.
I love that. Cary, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in your remaining Swiss rounds, and we'll see you later for Top Cut. All right, we're now going to go to Aaron Cybertron Zhang to break all of this down in A to Zhang.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, and congratulations to Cary for securing the first top cut spot here in Toronto Regionals. We've still got 2 more rounds, but thought that was a really riveting set. Cary, in my opinion, has been just such a phenomenal player, and those that watch the streams may have seen him play a couple of times, but he, I think, is just so good as someone who's actually played against him in the previous season. And I think part of his strength is he's just works really hard, has really great team choices, and part of it is his ability to adjust and know when to dial up the risk and also know when to scale it back, right? And so we saw Cary make a lot of really phenomenal adjustments throughout the course of that set. So of course, let's first break down the matchup a little bit between the two of them. Cary, of course, is using the same team as Patrick Connors, as he mentioned, and Brendan had fought against Patrick yesterday. And so, it's always interesting when you get some reps in against the team, even if it's not you specifically. Team building groups often communicate and talk with each other, and so you get a lot of knowledge on how you can approach the matchup, right? So I think the dynamic of this matchup is super interesting because there's a lot of offense from Cary's end, right? Like Landorus in general throughout the course of this tournament has felt like a restricted Pokemon even in a non-restricted format, right? And part of its strength here is its ability to hit everything essentially for neutral damage and of course super effective damage onto a lot of key Pokemon. Brendan has some answers to it with defensive Terras here and there, right? Flying Terra on the Incineroar, but overall this already is a huge offensive threat. Amoonguss is also a Pokemon that you basically have to respect if you're Brendan, and Fluttermane with Taunt, super good into it, but if you position Amoonguss properly, it can also, defensively Terra, for example. Even getting a single Spore off onto something like the Incineroar or the Urshifu can shut down a lot of offense on Brendan's end. Cary also has so many offensive options between the Roaring Moon, the Urshifu, and the Golden Go, and so part of what's tricky about this matchup is if you don't bring the Fluttermane, Roaring Moon plus Landorus, you can just set up Tailwind, and then Landorus can just basically KO everything here. So these 3 Pokemon in particular are ones that you really have to respect. And then for Cary, all of his Pokemon are quite bringable into this matchup. From Brendan's end, I think Raging Bolt is one that feels a little bit more awkward to bring because you are just immensely threatened, obviously, by the Landorus. So this, can be brought because it offers a lot of damage, but the thing is, if you're ever stuck out on the field against the Landorus, you have to play defensively into it, and that doesn't feel super good. Bolt also doesn't necessarily do a ton into the Golden Go, and a lot of these Pokemon can survive a big Draco Meteor from it and then be able to retaliate back. So from Brendan's end, approaches like the Incineroar lead plus Fluttermane, Incineroar plus Urshifu are both really viable options where you have Intimidate immediately and then you threaten with a lot of damage. So I think a lot about this is how do you manage your resources, right? And when do you get your burst damage down? For Cary, a lot of it is managing the Amoonguss and managing the Roaring Moon to try to allow Landorus to be able to dish out as much damage as possible. But of course, as we saw, Golden Go and Urshifu both really viable offensive options. So let's jump into the first game here as we see the first couple of turns of game 1, I think, really going in Brendan's favor here. Landorus plays defensively, and Amoonguss doesn't protect on turn 1 here. Now, Cary knows that Fluttermane here has Taunt, right? And so you probably want to predict the Taunt and play around it. Brendan doesn't actually end up going for it, so I actually think this first turn is really scary for Brendan because if Amoonguss just decides, you know what, I'm going to call it, I don't think you're going to click Taunt this turn, and it gets a Spore off here, it feels absolutely game-defining. And so I think Taunt, the threat of it just scared Cary enough that it ends up instead being a Sludge Bomb, so Incineroar doesn't take a ton of damage, doesn't get poisoned. Now Landorus has committed Protect this next turn, right? And with the threat of Icy Wind, you can only Terra one of Landorus or Amoonguss. If you Terra the Landorus, then it becomes weak to other attacks like Flare Blitz, right? Flying Terra here, super safe as well. Amoonguss, of course, can go for a defensive Water Terra, but even if you Terra, you are at risk of still eating up a Taunt. So Fluttermane here, I think, just such a pivotal Pokemon, applying so much pressure with Taunt as well as Icy Wind. It's part of the strength of these sets, right? It is really good defensively, but also puts on a lot of pressure offensively. And this subsequent turn, we actually don't see any Terras or Protects from Cary's end. So Icy Wind just, first of all, does a ridiculous amount of damage to both Pokemon. And crucially, it's just Sansir Stork playing out. Fluttermane takes that really well, and Flare Blitz just knocks out Amoonguss. You heard Cary talk about this a little bit in the post-game interview, but he thought, yeah, maybe in game 1, I gave up Amoonguss too quickly. And at this point, Brendan's off to a phenomenal start in the game, right? You've gotten rid of an Amoonguss. The Landorus is slower now and has taken a ton of damage, Fluttermane is just super, super well positioned. So I think Amoonguss going down so quickly, yeah, basically gives Brendan a huge advantage here. The other thing is that Landorus isn't even pressuring that much wood damage right now, right? So if you're Cary, you can bring in either like the Roaring Moon, for example, to set up Tailwind. You can bring out Urshifu, but then the thing is that Urshifu here, there's still no speed control on Cary's end. Fluttermane, with that booster energy, is faster than both of these Pokemon, right? And so it makes this subsequent turn quite scary for Cary because it's like, okay, both of these Pokemon are at risk of Fluttermane just actually doing a ton of damage, if not knocking me out. Icy Wind into the Landorus slot or Moonblast into the Urshifu slot. So the main advantage that Brendan had going for him in this was, first of all, knocking out Amoonguss, and second of all, being able to prevent Tailwind, or like Tailwind just wasn't set up, right? Roaring Moon just has not hit the field. So Cary realizes, okay, I think it's time to set up Tailwind. It could have been Roaring Moon in this slot first, and one of the key dynamics of this matchup is actually the Roaring Moon being faster with that booster energy than the Fluttermane. It's not always the case, but with these Fluttermanes now generally being trained a little bit slower, that's a big dynamic of this matchup, right? Because it means that Roaring Moon is so much more bringable than it normally is. Because it means you don't even necessarily have to Terra it in order to get your Tailwind up. What Brendan does this next turn is commit Moonblast into Urshifu, saying, look, if you don't Terra, I might just knock you out, and if you Terra, it sets myself up for the end game because I know I've got Urshifu plus Ogerpon in the back. So Incineroar also survives, you turn into the Roaring Moon slot, and at this point, you know, Urshifu is looking really nice. You can have Surging Strikes into the Urshifu, you can have Surging Strikes into, or Aqua Jet into the Landorus as well, right? So Brendan elects to bring Ogerpon, knowing like, hey, Urshifu is my main win condition in this end game, let me conserve that, and I've got just super effective damage across the board. So what ends up happening is that Cary sets up Tailwind, right? But at the cost of giving up Roaring Moon, and then he gives up a good number of his resources as well. And what the end game boils down to is this Landorus plus Urshifu against Ogerpon plus Urshifu on Brendan's end. And the key thing here was Brendan baiting out the Fire Terra from Urshifu earlier, because now you can just hit both Pokemon for super effective damage. So I think the two lessons that Cary has to take away from this one is, hey, first of all, like my Amoonguss just didn't really do very much. I tried to play around the taunt, didn't even end up getting taunted, and then also I didn't set up Tailwind with Roaring Moon like quick enough, and so those are like two main lessons that you kind of have to internalize as you go into the subsequent games in this set, right? So Cary decides to mix things up a little bit, this time actually bringing Golden Go in game 2, and the idea behind Golden Go as a lead is that it does apply a ton of offensive pressure. That Make It Rain can just get a one-hit knockout onto the Fluttermane, and so Brendan in game 2 actually decides to Terra to get around that, which I think makes a ton of sense. And we see Cary going for the Terra as well. This is both like an offensive and a defensive Terra, because now it takes away Flare Blitz and Knockoff, dealing super effective damage. And Fluttermane decides to go for Taunt here, right? This is kind of a mix-up. In the first game, Brendan was like, look, I have Taunt, so I don't think you're going to just click Spore. This time, Brendan's like, well, I think you have to cover for it, right? Because you have seen my willingness to not click Taunt. Also in this position, not much else. Like the other play you could go for is maybe Icy Wind here. If you're expecting this to not Terra, like Icy Wind plus a Flare Blitz can just like knock out Golden Go. But Golden Go, of course, can defensively Terra. Amoonguss could Rage Powder here as well. So it doesn't feel like it's super, super high reward, because Cary will likely cover for it, and then you can get punished really heavily as well. So that's why Spore, taunting the Spore this time is super logical. Gets rid of the Choice Specs here, and it actually ends up being the Dazzling Gleam, which doesn't do a ton of damage, and Spore. This next turn is super, super crucial, because basically Amoonguss now is taunted, right? So you risk Flare Blitz plus Icy Wind into that slot. But what ends up happening is we end up seeing the Sludge Bomb come out, and it was a knockoff here, maybe trying to predict Amoonguss to pivot out, right? Had that been a Flare Blitz, Amoonguss may have gotten knocked out. If Amoonguss gets KO'd, it does not knock out the Fluttermane here, but it does feel quite likely that Amoonguss will swap out there, right? Because it is eating up the risk of Icy Wind Flare Blitz. Urshifu is a really good switch into that. You can even switch in Roaring Moon into it, but instead, Amoonguss survives the turn, KOs Fluttermane, and with Fluttermane gone, now Cary manages to speed control really nicely. He's able to bring out, his Amoonguss is now hung around for a little bit longer than last time. So I think, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to break down the third game, but the summary for it is that I think Cary maintained Roaring Moon super, super nicely, and what it came down to was whether or not Golden Go could get a big Make It Rain off, and Cary, that one turn with Breaking Swipe plus the Sandsear Storm, or Earth Power, was able to knock out Golden Go. Had Golden Go been able to even survive with 1 HP, get a Make It Rain off, might have been a different game, especially if Cary had Amoonguss as his final Pokemon. But yeah, I thought Cary managed his resources super nicely, especially with the Roaring Moon Golden Go lead, forcing Fluttermane to get knocked out immediately, and maintaining Tailwind really nicely. So phenomenal job by him, as he remains to be the only undefeated player in this tournament, but we've still got 2 rounds of Swiss, and I believe we're ready to throw it down to the stage for our next round.
All right, thank you very much, Aaron. Welcome on back for round 11 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Jump round, Gabby Snyder on the call. And Gabby, it's going to be an exciting time because you're going to get one more trainer securing their spot in Top Cut this round.
And then we'll have one more round and we'll have one more trainer and then it'll be time for the big leagues.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our Swiss ranking so far here as we start round 11. You see only one trainer remaining undefeated. Cary D'Ortona just saw that big win over Brendan, but all of those trainers that have 9 wins currently, if they win this round, they'll meet Cary in Top Cut.
And honestly, a lot of these trainers that you're going to meet in Top Cut, if they're not Cary, they're still just as scary. Not to make that rhyme. Sorry, Cary. You still have Alex Gomez in contention. We have Juan Jose, who we saw on the feature stream yesterday over at youtube.com/@playpokemon, running Galarian Weezing, which is a Pokemon that might be one of those unique Pokemon for Phase 2 in Regulation F. We'll have to check with Rosemary later. You still have a lot of incredibly powerful people. Jack Clark running Okidogi still in contention. Justin Karras, who really, I honestly championed one of the Pokemon we're going to be seeing in this round, still in contention. So you're not going to want to miss any of the action going on this round. And fortunately, we have the pleasure of featuring Charles Moses versus Ethan Trejo on stream.
Yes, and we don't have a Masters feature match over on the Play Pokemon channel this round because Juniors Finals is over there. That's pretty awesome to get the younger trainers experience on the big stage, so you can watch that Juniors Finals match. But if you're here hanging out with us, we got Charles Moses and Ethan Trejo.
And after Juniors Finals, you may guess it'll be Seniors Finals, and you would be correct. So again, hang out with us here, and then when we're done, go ahead to youtube.com/@playpokemon to catch up on what you missed.
But that one Pokemon you did kind of preview that Justin Karras was very popular with, Ethan is rocking here, Gabby, with an Iron Crown. First time we're going to be seeing it this weekend, and we'll have a fun discussion as they get ready for team preview. We mentioned the winner of this match moves on to Top Cut, and almost certainly the strongest performance for either of these two trainers.
Well, Charles did make Top Cut in 2024 over down in Orlando. Ethan, however, this would be his first Top Cut placement after a couple of top 64s and a top 32. So definitely looking to improve on that resume. And Charles, I gotta say, I love your shirt. You have fantastic taste. I can't say I'm biased towards you, but you're making a hard argument, buddy.
Yeah, it is a very, very majestic, just like the rest of his team. We take a look. That is a very interesting matchup for this Iron Crown as the Psy Spam core of Indeedee female and Expanding Force on Iron Crown. There are 2 dark types, however, on Charles's team with Chi-Yu and Urshifu Single Strike.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you called out the dark types in particular, as when you're looking at a matchup against one of these Psy Spam teams, you want to focus in on those dark type Pokemon as their natural resistance really helps out there. You also have the Sunny Day on the Tornadus Incarnate to help power up the Chi-Yu and to activate the Photosynthesis ability on your Fluttermane if the booster energy doesn't get there first. So Charles does have a few options here to sort of deal some big spread damage of his own, and I really think that it's going to come down to the combination of the speed control with the Tailwind, the Beads of Ruin, and the Choice Specs on the Chi-Yu, and of course the Urshifu Single Strike in particular to power his way through Ethan's own team of the Iron Crown and the Indeedee, which really is probably one of the most powerful duos in the metagame right now.
Yeah, very strong hyper-offensive core that hopefully Charles had some answers into there. And we see on Ethan's team, the Iron Crown, the Indeedee, those are your Psychic Spam attackers. But this is not just a 2-Pokemon team, Gabby. There's some other really heavy hitters on there, like Choice Specs Fluttermane and Choice Scarf for Shifu.
What I find really interesting, though, is that Ethan's team is typically seen with a Regidrago instead of the Fluttermane. And Rain Dance on that Tornadus instead of Sunny Day. So Ethan has made some adaptations here with the choice specs on the Flutter Mane instead of a booster energy. You have the choice Scarf on the Urshifu Rapid Strike there that really make this team play a lot differently. I think the Sunny Day in particular means that Ethan's going to be comfortable sort of matching pace with the Chi-Yu. And as a result, I do think that makes this matchup a little bit easier for him to leave the Iron Crown behind. And I'm very curious to see how that plays as a result.
I would agree with you on top of that. For Iron Crown, for most of its popular sets have been pretty much tied to Terra Blast and Terra Water to help against both Incineroar and in this case, the Chi-Yu. But since Ethan has really went all in on the Psychic mode with Terra Psychic and no access to, defensive terrestrialization, that means that it can pretty much there's no way for it to get around a Chi-Yu with either the Fire weakness on Steel or Dark on Psychic.
Exactly. I mean, fortunately, Chi-Yu is not the most defensive Pokemon out there, so I think a couple of good hits from Flutter Mane, especially with choice specs, should be enough to take it down. Or you could just have your good friend Ogerpon alongside there with those Ivy Cudgels that it loves to use.
That's right. So let's get into game 1 here in round 11. Ethan Trejo, top of your screen, Ogerpon Hearthflame and Tornadus versus Charles Moses with Ogerpon Wellspring and the Chi-Yu.
Seeing these two Ogerpons stare each other down, it's funny because each of these Ogerpon has such a different approach to the field right now. As the Ogerpon Hearthflame on Ethan's side of the field most likely is going to want to get on the offense immediately, whereas Charles's Ogerpon here is very much a defensive Pokemon. It's going to want to be redirecting hits away from the Chi-Yu, who's going to want to jump, choice specs, Heat Wave immediately for that big damage.
Hearthflame definitely feels a little bit threatened right now, especially from Charles if it did try to terrestrialize and do more damage with those Ivy Cudgels. But no Terras just yet. Instead, just a Spiky Shield and a Follow Me from the Wellspring. This does allow Ethan to get a free Tailwind with his Prankster Pokemon, doubling his team speed for the next 4 turns, and a choice specs Heat Wave into Ethan's Tornado. It never stood a chance.
It really didn't, especially with the Beads of Ruin ability. You have the same type attack bonus there. That's just so much damage. Of course, could have missed, but at the end of the day, Chi-Yu is a very powerful Pokemon for a reason.
Yeah, so now this does, however, not the end of the world, Gabby, because you do get a free switch in and get all 3 turns remaining of Tailwind onto potentially one of your more impactful attackers instead of Tornadus.
But you have to wonder who you send in, because if you have that Flutter Mane in the back of your party, the Ogerpon could always terrestrialize and get a special defense boost, which will help it stick around. You send in your Urshifu, and the Ogerpon still has the water absorbability, and sure, you can use close combat, which will eventually do super effective damage to the Chi-Yu, but you're gonna have to take a ton of damage in the meantime.
And it's not like Urshifu necessarily needed Tailwind up, as it's running a Choice Scarf at this point, so it's gonna be naturally faster. You're gonna have to lock into either a water attack that Ogerpon Wellspring is immune to with its water absorbability, or a dark attack where Charles has Terra Ghost as its Terra type on Chi-Yu.
Exactly, and that's probably why we're seeing the first terrestrialization of the game here. It is going to be into the Ogerpon on Ethan's side of the field, going to take that attack boost, because I think Ethan really needs all of the damage he can get in this position.
And it makes so much sense because Charles is so locked into clicking Follow Me and using the defensive utility of Wellspring right now that you don't have to worry about getting hit by an Ivy Cudgel. But the Water Absorb is going to redirect Surging Strikes and make it so that no damage comes from the end there. The +1 attack is exactly what Ethan needed for the neutral Ivy Cudgel into Ogerpon Wellspring. And now those Surging Strikes are looking a lot scarier.
I mean, to be fair, you did move faster than the Ogerpon, and I guess you can't heal something that's at full health. So you lock into the Surging Strikes knowing that for this next turn, you're gonna land the target that you wanna land on, and you then have the Ivy Cudgel to connect into the opposing Urshifu Single Strike. Now, Urshifu Single Strike's holding a Focus Sash, so you will need a couple of hits into that spot in order to pick up the KO, but you have the opportunity now. We see Charles considering a switch here, and I really like this switch, as while He's switching into a Pokemon that's not known for its bulk, but its held item, the Rocky Helmet, I think is going to do enough damage to pick up a KO in return.
Yeah, that is the difference between these two Tornadus on both of the teams. Is one, Ethan's is more offensive, having the covert close so you don't get faked out, stopping your tailwind, and Charles is more defensive. We brought up the sunny day at the beginning of the set, right? You're using Rocky Helmet, so you can assume it is very well defensively invested. So here is the swap. This will also allow Chi-Yu to switch its attack where it was locked into Hearth Flame, or excuse me, a Heat Wave in front of a Hearth Flame who resists it, and then a Water type that also resists. So really smart switch from Charles. Does Ethan take advantage of that, as he will go for the Terastallization? Terra Dark, these Wicked Blows, these Sucker Punches, they're going to be doing even more damage with her Shifu single strike. Pokemon Cornerstone with a Spiky Shield on this turn to protect itself, staying very healthy. And now it's the Sucker Punch, but it goes towards the Spiky Shield, so no damage from Charles at all on this turn, except for the Rocky Helmet, going to do 3 ticks of damage of recoil into Ethan's Urshifu.
You say ticks, but they're more like tacks, I think, as that's going to be a lot of damage that this Urshifu takes. Yeah, and unfortunately, that damage will add up enough for a knockout.
Oh my goodness, what a great switch from Charles, doing damage by not even attacking this turn.
And that's the lovely thing about this very offensive team, is that if you know what your opponent's going to do and you can land the switches when you need them, sometimes a Rocky Helmet on your Tornadus is all that it takes to switch the game around. As thanks to the Prankster ability, you can now set up your own Tailwind to ensure that the speed is in your favor on the Pokemon where it needs to be in your favor for. And not only that, the Tailwinds are now staggered. So once Tailwind is over, you will have the faster Pokemon for the next couple of turns.
That's right, 1 turn of Tailwind remaining for Ethan, and Charles is not even going to click it this turn. He's going to wait until it is over with a double protector. Protect and detect, same thing here. Will allow the Tailwind to expire, as well as forcing Ethan to lock into 1 attack on this choice specs. Flutter Mane, it will be Dazzling Gleam as the attack of choice.
And that also will allow him to scout and figure out how to best position the Chi-Yu moving forwards into the remainder of this match, as Ethan is down to his final 2 Pokemon. So that Flutter Mane will only be using Dazzling Gleam moving forwards.
The question now, Gabby, is does Ogerpon, who committed Terastallization, you want to do damage, does it prefer to follow me this turn to redirect a potential Sucker Punch? And that's exactly what Ethan is going to go for here, redirecting anything that would be going towards the Flutter Mane into Ogerpon Hearth Flame instead. Now Charles will double his speed with a Tailwind on his end, but no Sucker Punch needed, because you can go for the Terra Dark Wicked Blow and get the knockout.
And I do love that play from Ethan, as not only does the Follow Me redirect a Sucker Punch, it also stops a Sucker Punch into your own Ogerpon, as it is a non-attacking move. The unfortunate thing here, though, is that thanks to the Focus Sash, Urshifu is guaranteed a second attack here. And now, thanks to the Tailwind, the Chi-Yu is guaranteed an attack the next turn that's going to be faster than the Flutter Mane. So even though a single Dark-type attack might not be enough damage to knock out this Flutter Mane, depending on how it's trained, I would assume it's, you know, all special attack, all speed, given the choice specs, but you never know. I'm pretty sure a Wicked Blow plus a Dark Pulse, or maybe a Sucker Punch plus a Dark Pulse, or really any 2 attacks that connect will pick up the KO on this Flutter Mane and bring us into game number 2.
Yeah, you're hitting that mixed defense there. You're hitting it physically and specially on this turn.
Exactly.
So it's not like it's able to tank 1 type of damage. And great plays by Charles here to use offensive Pokemon defensively, right? Or for their survivability with the Rocky Helmet Tornadus, with the Focus Sash or Shifu securing that you're not going to get knocked out. And the double up into Flutter Mane means Charles Moses wins game 1.
And what a fantastic approach to this game. Honestly, the highlight for me was the switching of the Tornadus with the Rocky Helmet. That was such a clutch play and really turned a passive turn into the offensive pressure he needed to take control of that match. And going into game number 2, I think Ethan really has to think way more defensively about this set, as while he did have the right approach at the beginning, you know, set up the Tailwind, get your Ogerpon on the field, get that Terastallization, the Ivy Cudgel for the 1-hit into the opposing Ogerpon was absolutely huge.
That is huge information that he goes into game 2 knowing you could just, from the jump, turn 1, go for the Terra right away and deal with Wellspring, which opens up your Shifu. I almost wonder, Gabby, if the Tornadus is less relevant in this matchup on Ethan's end because you already have Choice Scarf, and then Charles's bulky Tornadus is going to, endure more hits than yours will anyway. So does Ethan even need a Torn in game 2?
I think it depends on what other Pokemon you bring. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, do I want to bring the Iron Crown and the Indeedee knowing...
Indeedee stops Sucker Punch.
It does stop Sucker Punch, but it's also going to be taking huge damage from Wicked Blow, and it's going to be taking really good damage from Dark Pulse and the Chi-Yu with specs in general. I think that you almost still bring the Tornadus to not have access to Tailwind, but maybe to set up Sunny Day so that your Ogerpon is even more powerful. You could always try to go for some of those Bleak Wind Storms to get some additional chip damage down. I don't think Tornadus is necessarily the turn 1 Tailwind and then get knocked out Pokemon in this matchup. I think you want to use it more as a defensive piece to make sure that your hits are one-hit knockouts to just match the offensive pressure that Charles is bringing.
Yeah, because I think Ogerpon and Hearthflame is really well positioned into a lot of Charles's team, as well as you can redirect attacks away if you did bring in the Indeedee, right? So you'd have 2 Follow Me users on Hearthflame and Indeedee to support either your Urshifu or Fluttermane, keeping them healthy. But we'll see if Ethan is going to make any adjustments here in game 2, or if Charles is gonna go for the same thing. But no, it's instead Tornadus and Urshifu single strike versus Tornadus Fluttermane.
And a great adjustment from Ethan, calling the appearance of the Urshifu single strike with the presence of that Fluttermane. Now, unfortunately for Ethan, the focus satch here really does change how this turn has to be approached. You can't necessarily confidently go for 2 hits into that Urshifu to pick up the KO, as the Tailwind will they won't they metagame is in play right now. We don't know how these Tornadus' speeds match up right now, and with Taunt on one on Ethan specifically and not on the other, there is that question of, well, if Ethan's is faster and goes for Taunt, what exactly happens here? So I would be curious if Ethan feels confident in that and whether or not he goes for it.
And it's very difficult for Ethan to potentially terrasilize Fluttermane like he is on this turn. You're committing the Fairy type. You now resist the fighting and dark. Urshifu single strike essentially does nothing into Fluttermane, but it's at the cost of potentially terrasilizing Ogerpon Hearthflame later on.
Exactly, but for this turn right now, this is the advantage he needs, at least to start off on the right foot.
Now with the Terra Dark yet again from Charles. Single strike did so much damage last game, you might as well commit to that terrasilization. You know one attack is not going to be enough to KO. Ethan has to match the Tailwind there. So effectively all the speed tiers are the same, and it's choice specs, Terra, Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, just like the good old days. None of this bulky Fluttermane that's been running around Reg F. We're doing damage on Ethan's end, bringing Charles down to his focus sash, and now the Wicked Blow into Tornadus doesn't get the KO.
I think if Tornadus was knocked out there, Ethan would almost have a bit of an advantage this turn, as he would be able to get a second Pokemon in. But at the end of the day, we saw Fluttermane being the fastest attacker that turn, and another Dazzling Gleam will be able to pick up the knockout on both of Charles's Pokemon. So overall, it feels like there's a very positive position for Ethan this turn, assuming the opposing Tornadus doesn't connect both Bleak Wind Storms and picks up a knockout somehow on both these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, tough position for Charles. You are up a game, so you are able to experiment at least. You're able to go for some more risky plays because you have the availability to play a game 3. But both Pokemon on Ethan's end on Charles' end are being threatened by this Dazzling Gleam, as you mentioned. Ethan will keep his Tornadus around for later on, swapping Urshifu Rapid Strike into that spot. Charles protecting his Urshifu on this turn, and now the Dazzling Gleam is going to connect into Charles' Tornadus for the knockout. So this does allow Charles to bring something else in next turn.
And critically, it keeps Urshifu around to land a Sucker Punch into a Pokemon that doesn't resist it, like this Fluttermane.
Now with Charles deciding that was pretty quick, he knew right away, get Tornadus off the field. We got Tailwind matching anyway. It doesn't matter the speed tiers here. I'm going to go for the booster speed on this turn and be faster than Ethan's Fluttermane.
But what can this Fluttermane do that matches the damage output of the choice specs Terra Fairy? It has Moonblast, it has Dazzling Gleam, and admittedly, the Shifu is going to be weak to those fairy type attacks, and knowing that it's Choice Scarf, it's probably not trained to take a lot of that damage. So, you know, definitely the Sucker Punch plus an attack from the Flutter Mane will pick up the knockout. Most likely a Moonblast into that spot will pick up the knockout at this point as well. It could also just go for an Icy Wind and lock in some speed control that otherwise was lost thanks to the matching Tailwinds here. So Charles does have an opportunity now to pick up the momentum a little bit. That being said, picking up the momentum will help, but it's not going to stop the damage of the opposing Flutter Mane.
Urshifu single strike gonna swap out for Charles, and he has to reveal his 4th Pokemon. And of course, it's the Chi-Yu, the patented combo. Beads of Ruin, lowering every other Pokemon's special defense on the field by 1 stage. Aqua Jet does not get the KO into Chi-Yu, will hang on. And now the Dazzling Gleam responds with the knockout. Critical hit into Urshifu, although it was weak to Fairy anyway in that spot, so it was more than likely going to get knocked out no matter what. But now the Choice Specs Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam are so strong and continue to be strong as Ethan gets another knockout.
And honestly, I think the Beads of Ruin there helped Ethan a little bit more than it helped Charles, as it did more damage now to the Flutter Mane on the opposing side of the field. And now there's definitely knockout range potential for the Flutter Mane and definitely that Urshifu. Again, from the Choice Specs Terra Fairy Flutter Mane, who has just hung out on the field this entire game and just used Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, why not?
Exactly.
The game has only been 3 turns, and we're already down to Charles' last 2 Pokemon having 1 HP and then hardly any other HP remaining on his end. So this is going to end very quickly in either direction. Icy Wind does land into both of Ethan's Pokemon, lowering their speeds by 1. This does give an advantage to Urshifu to be able to be faster with a Terra Dark Wicked Blow. It's only going to get 1 last attack, so you might as well make it count with the crit and the knockout into Ogerpon Hearthflame. But this does allow Flutter Mane to just stay super healthy and a massive threat to respond with a double knockout, and we're going to a game 3.
You mentioned very early on in this game too that terastallizing the Flutter Mane meant that you couldn't terastallize the Ogerpon. I think that turn proved it absolutely did not matter, as Ogerpon's purpose in that matchup was to keep the Flutter Mane safe so it could just do what it does best. And now going into game number 3, I think Charles has to figure out, how do I stop that?
Well, that's the thing, is he didn't bring Ogerpon Wellspring this time around.
He didn't.
That is the one Pokemon that can boost its special defense against such a threatening special attacker in Ethan's Flutter Mane.
Well, you could also bring a Pokemon that could potentially resist Fairy-type attacks in the Glamora. But then I do have to wonder, like, would the Glamora even be able to hang around long enough to connect a Sludge Bomb into that Flutter Mane to make a significant difference in the matchup? As while Glamora's strategy is typically to go for a Meteor Beam, get the special attack boost, and then go on the offense. And we have seen Meteor Beam do significant amounts of damage before, and it does carry the potential to one-hit knockout Flutter Manes depending on how they're trained. It just comes to a matter of just how, you know, can you connect the attack first of all, and can you actually make sure that the Glamora has the opportunity to go on the offense? And while talking about adjustments, I do think it's tempting to bring that Pokemon, as it's, you know, the Rock Poison type Pokemon, and Flutter Mane does not like poison. I do like the Ogerpon a little bit more in principle because of that special defense boost, like you mentioned.
Yeah, the Glamora seems like it can be pretty solid for Charles. However, as you mentioned, some of those defensive options on Ethan's end might cause it problems, and that's why VGC is so complex. That's why we love best of 3, because it forces these trainers to continually adapt on the fly. What changes are they going to make? If you bring Glamora when you didn't bring it the first 2 games, what if now Ethan brings Iron Crown when you're not expecting it? That's why it's so scary.
Exactly. I honestly, if I were Ethan, I would still keep the Iron Crown behind, and I would keep the Flutter Mane game plan. I just don't see anything that necessarily automatically stops it. And I think that Flutter Mane just does so much damage naturally. Having that in your back pocket just means, you know what I want to do. You have to stop it.
All right, the winner of this match will be moving on to Top Cut at the Toronto Regional Championships. Ethan with Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Tornadus, and Charles bringing Wellspring back next to his own Tornadus.
So this looks like a little bit of a run back to game number 1. However, in game number 1, it was critically the Chi-Yu on the field instead of the Tornadus. And in game number 1, we saw Ethan go for the Tailwind on the Tornadus, and then it was immediately knocked out by the Heat Wave. And I do think the fact that we're now in this Tailwind matching game a second time around changes the board state a lot.
Yeah, and this time Ethan will terrestrialize yet again like he did in game 1. Gets that attack boost on Ogerpon Hearthflame thanks to its embody aspect ability. Becomes just a pure fire type now, which could be dangerous into the water Ivy Cudgel on the other end. Charles goes for a Tailwind, doubling the team's speed, and Ethan, he doesn't Tailwind! He goes for a Sunny Day instead. So Charles is gonna have the faster Pokemon, but Ivy Cudgel's into Tornadus in the sun with no crit, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. And now you respond with Ivy Cudgel into Tornadus for the one-hit KO, and next turn, Ethan can stagger the Tailwind to make his Ogerpon faster.
That was the exact thing that we saw from Charles in game 1. But now Ethan did it, when you think about it. I mean, a fire-type Ivy Cudgel is essentially like a heat wave, right?
Yeah,
but with this, I love the Sun Boost, though, because now you know that you have the benefit of boosting your own attacks, and this Ogerpon really is now forced to go on the defensive. The Ivy Cudgels are going to be nerfed by the Sun. You know, the Water-type attacks will be weakened, and looking at Ogerpon's other attacks, the Horn Leech, going to be resisted by the Fire and Flying types, and forced to go for Follow Me to redirect.
And if and he does it just bringing in DD female. We talked about it in game 2. Indeedee shuts down the Sucker Punch or anything that Urshifu wants to go for. Crucially, also, if Fluttermane is Ethan's 4th Pokemon in this matchup, if it comes out of the field in the next 4 turns while Sun is active, it will get a Proto-Synthesis boost. So Ethan did trade his attack boost on Hearthflame for swapping Indeedee on this turn. Is that lack of damage going to cost him in this game 3? Urshifu doesn't care about Psychic Terrain when you click Terra Dark Wicked Blow into Indeedee for the one-hit KO, but it breaks the Focus Sash because of Rocky Helmet.
This Indeedee, it may not seem like it did much this turn, but that might be all it needs to do.
Ivy Cudgel, hardly any damage into the Tornadus. Able to take 2 Ivy Cudgels, and you take a 3rd one comfortably as well next turn.
I'm so glad that you called out the Rocky Helmet breaking the Focus Sash and the Psychic Terrain stopping the Sucker Punch on the opposing Urshifu. I do not think that Iron Crown is in the back of Ethan's party. I think a lot of people might be thinking, okay, Indeedee Iron Crown, Indeedee Iron Crown, but you've now set up Fluttermane for
with the Proto-Synthesis boost
sweep. You don't necessarily need choice specs if you know that your Fluttermane is going to be perfectly fast thanks to that Photosynthesis speed boost. You're going to be doing the perfect amount of damage because most of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field are weakened to your attacks. And sure, the Ogerpon probably is going to terrestrialize at some point, but your own Ogerpon can return to the field at some point and just pick up a KO either with that Ivy Cudgel or Wood Hammer.
That was a really well-played first few turns of this Game 3 for Ethan, because it essentially wasn't just, he wasn't just choosing his lead in that break with Team Preview for Game 3, he essentially mapped out his first couple turns.
And it was perfectly mapped out too. You know, he took what Charles did in Game 1 and Game 2 and just turned it completely against him.
Ogerpon Hearthflame will swap in right now for Tornadus. Ethan wants to preserve the Tornadus for once Tailwind goes down. You'll be able to reset and double your team's speed. Urshifu will detect on this turn, does not want to eat a Dazzling Gleam that Ethan locks itself into with its choice specs, but it's going to be really strong if it ever does hit the Urshifu. Ogerpon actually takes that really well, and with the Horn Leech recovery is going to effectively end the turn pretty much as healthy as it started.
But that's why the Ogerpon on Ethan's side of the field has made a return. It needs that physical attacking power to cover Fluttermane's inability to deal damage to that Ogerpon. You have the Psychic Terrain stopping any Sucker Punches. You have the natural speed on Ethan's side of the field now, ensuring that the Urshifu will go down before it's able to pick up the knockout on Ethan's side side of the field, which is why it switches out. And now you have the Ogerpon to go ahead and bonk and KO the opposing Ogerpon.
Right, so now Fluttermane swapping onto the field into that Urshifu slot. Urshifu waiting for Psychic Terrain to expire, and then Ethan's Tornadus waiting for Tailwind to expire to reset it up. So a bit of a waiting in for both of these two trainers. As Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam doesn't do too much into either of the spots, but the combination follow-up with the Ivy Cudgel takes out Ogerpon Wellspring. It's one of the very rare scenarios where fire beats water.
I mean, to be fair, though, it is a neutral hit. It's not just water, it's water and grass, and the way it works is it's neutral at the end of the day.
And the sun is up.
And the sun is up, and because of that, Urshifu is forced back out onto the field. Psychic Terrain is still active, so you have to ask yourself, where's the out? Charles has the opportunity to use Icy Wind to try and lower the speeds of Fluttermane and Ogerpon so that when Tailwind expires, if the Tornadus is still not on the field, you have the opportunity to get maybe one attack in before it returns. And we saw just how much the Terra Dark Wicked Blow did to the opposing Ogerpon in previous games. I think that's just your one out at this point. You have that one attack, you make it count, and then you just hope to power through the Tornadus and maybe a few Bleakwind Storm misses.
Urshifu will detect because the Dazzling Gleam into that slot would be enough for the knockout. So Charles is playing the waiting game. Fluttermane does hang on, but Ivy Cudgel into
call.
the Flutter slot. Fantastic call by Ethan, expecting the detect from Urshifu. So you go into the Flutter, and it never even gets an attack off on this turn. Now the sun, it can be a cloudy day for the rest of this match because it did more than enough work to get Ethan Trejo into top cut.
A fantastic adjustment from Ethan in games 2 and 3, relying on that Fluttermane perfectly to get the KOs needed to bring him into top cut.
What a majestic matchup from these two players. Great job by Charles, and he still has hopes in the last round of Swiss, but Ethan Trejo is the one celebrating right now as we'll see him in top cut.
Not only that, we'll see him in his first ever top cut, so congratulations. I mean, going from getting a couple of top 64 placements, you know, best placement looks to be top 32 in Orlando back in 2024. This is an incredible accomplishment. This is probably one of the most stacked regionals in the North American region we've had so far this year. And to just have such a command in this matchup throughout games 2 and 3, I just absolutely love how he was able to, like you said, chart out the first 2 turns of this game so that he would respond perfectly. The Indeedee, the Rocket Helmet, the Wicked Blow, just taking out the Focus Sash and then getting out of the way for the Fluttermane. That was so well planned out.
Yeah, the Indeedee first time appearing in the matchup, and it doesn't even make it through the one turn that it was on the field. But it didn't need to, exactly. It did its job. We actually saw 2 different games won by Rocky Helmet knocking, being very important, not doing damage essentially by those attacks, but absolutely awesome adjustments from Ethan. Really, I love the back and forth. This is what we love about VGC so much, Gabby, is you have Ogerpon Wellspring in game 1, and then you don't bring it in game 2, so then of course you're gonna bring it back because it feels better. Oh, I won with it, I lost without it, I'm gonna bring it back. And Ethan called his bluff and swapped in and changed his strategy to Indeedee.
It was just so well played. And I also find it funny too how it feels like Rocky Helmet, I mean, it's always a good item in VGC, right? Like, there's never been a time that I've thought about using Rocky Helmet and I've been like, no, it's bad. But it seems like it excels when Urshifu is around because it gets those multiple hits and you're able to deal more damage back to it if it's the Surging Strikes form and it's on a Pokemon that resists the water type attacks, or if you're running Single Strike with Focus Sash, it's able to just break that sash and open up opportunities. So just very well played. I think Tornadus is a more unique Pokemon to run Rocky Helmet on because, like you were saying, a lot of times we see the Covert Cloak or maybe even a Mental Herb if there's more taunt running around like we've been seeing a little bit more recently, but just very, very well played. A very cool cool team.
The other thing that gives credence to him mapping out those first couple turns is Ethan brought Urshifu Rapid Strike in both of the first 2 games. But if I'm setting up Sunny Day for the rest of my team for Heartflame and for Fluttermane to take advantage of, I don't want to lower my own damage output on my water type in Urshifu, right? So I just love that Indeedee adjustment. I know Iron Crown gets to celebrate, you know, on the sidelines, on the benches. Everyone else gets the victory in Game 3, but I think it is awesome that Iron Crown has been a really worrisome threat that people have to have an answer into, but Ethan, clearly at 10-1 at this point, has been proving those people wrong.
And that was one of those unique things that differs Ethan's team from the typical Iron Crown Regidrago team. And honestly, I would love to hear how he arrived at the idea of using Sunny Day on this team. So why don't we go ahead and talk to Ethan over in the lounge and hear how his run's been going.
Thank you so much, you guys. I am here with Ethan Trejo, now in Top Cut here at the Toronto Regional Championships. First Top Cut, a great set. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I practiced that matchup a lot. Sad I couldn't bring Iron Crown, but unfortunately it doesn't really do much of that matchup. But I think actually that Game 3 adjustment of bringing in Indeedee, I hadn't thought of until that match. I was trying to bait my Heartflame. I want him to tear Dark Wicked Blow into that slot, so I switch Indeedee in, break the sash, and now I have Dazzling Gleam Pressure from Fluttermane. So that exact scenario played out. So I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, glad that these little seemingly the idea that you're getting going into Game 3. I want to talk about you because you said it was too like it was a stressful, fun set. So like you said, you practiced into it, but you're still making the adjustments. I want to know like from the top because there's so much more that goes into a set of Pokemon than some people even realize.
So I think my initial thoughts on the matchup was my best lead into it was probably Torn and Heartflame. But my opponent played really well. I usually see Chi-Yu Torn lead, but they were Chi-Yu and their own Ogerpon, which surprised me. I think at that moment I really needed the damage on Chi-Yu because Heat Wave is doing so much damage. Like it might be a roll for a 2-shot on Heartflame, but because of the chip and I don't bring in Indeedee, I'm in Sucker Punch range. So then I start playing Mind Games, and then game 2 I thought I don't even remember what I led. I think it was Flutter Torn. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for it. Flutter Torn. I locked it like 5 seconds left, and it worked out. Getting the Aqua Jet call right
helps.
Yeah, it really helps. Like getting the Chi-Yu was the #1 worry because they had Icy Wind pressure, and then Fluttermane. It's very specially bulky, but it would have taken so much from Heat Wave. So. I don't know. I don't have much else to say. I'm still kind of in shock.
I still have questions though, because we didn't get to see the Iron Crown in the set, but that was something that really piqued our interest, especially too, you had tweeted out that Iron Crown was back from its 2-year exile. We got to see this one at your second best run here at Orlando 24. You're bringing it back. So what made you lean towards that Pokemon for this event?
I think that my thoughts on it were I loved playing this team. I gave up on it halfway through Reg F because my local scene was so hostile to it. I almost couldn't bring Iron Crown. A lot of Ting Lus made it really difficult. But that Orlando run really gave me faith that this could be a team that could do really well. Also from practice, a lot of people are not expecting Speed Booster Iron Crown. Actually, Crown, it's funny, I don't think I've really used Crown much at all today. It's been Tornadus. Tornadus actually been doing a lot of work, didn't do much yesterday. But I think like Fluttermane's probably the MVP right now. It's come to pretty much every set, every game.
There's a reason it's one of the top Pokemon in this regulation, you know?
Yeah, I was quite confident in my spreads. Also, the reason I wanted to bring this team, like one of the reasons I didn't like Reg H is because I stole teams, I guess. I used teams that other people made. I didn't understand how it played, but I went through a process. I eventually came, like, I made this team with a friend of mine, and my understanding of it is just so great that I think that overcomes, like, any team like Bolt Balance, which might have a broader matchup, like, neutralness, I guess. So I guess that's where my confidence in Crown and this team has come from.
I mean, even if it's been more so a Tornadus Flutter main team from the sounds of it for this event, it's still a really cool one to see, especially too, that is something that you built yourself that you're being able to bring. And I want to talk about, before we end off, I want to talk about you as a player too, because now you've gotten your first top cut, you're doing great so far at this event, but what are you kind of looking at, like, in the future for Pokemon 2? Is it trying to get the Worlds invite, like, trying to get the win? Like, what are your goals?
So I was unsure. I took all of last year off because I thought that I needed to advance in my professional career. And I think I want to compete for Worlds this year. I didn't have a great showing in Reg H, to be honest, so we'll see how things go today. Maybe I'll pull everything out and win, and I'll get my invite that way. But if not, this gives me faith going for the rest of Reg F that I can be confident that I can go far and hopefully make up for that lackluster first 3 months.
I mean, this has been a stacked regional, so getting top cut, that's definitely should be that bout of confidence. Before I let you go, Rez, any shout-outs or any final words that you have for those watching?
Shout out to all my friends back home, everybody in my Discord server. Shout outs to my roommates, Eric, Sean, Josh, Junshi. I don't want to miss anybody. Shout out to my friend Robert, the entire Illinois VGC community. Riley Factura, love that guy. I'm missing so many people. I guess I'll go with that. But if you know who you are, if you know who you are if you helped me.
You just got to win again and get another interview to fill in the blanks on who you might have missed. Ethan, thank you so much for chatting. Best of luck going on forward. As for now, time to chat a little bit more about that match with A to Zhang.
Hey guys, Aaron Cybertron Zhang here, and today we're not back for some more Road to Rank, but we are back for some more A to Zhang as we conclude, or almost conclude, our Swiss rounds here in Toronto. So this was a super action-packed one because it basically was Tailwind Hyper Offense against Tailwind Hyper Offense. And so let's just jump right into the breakdown, covering team preview, first of all, between Charles and Ethan. So the dynamic of these matchups can always feel really tricky, and there are a couple of things to consider, right? Speed is everything in a matchup like this. If you are not bringing your Tornadus and your opponent brings Tornadus and they set up Tailwind, you're just going to get overwhelmed. There's very little bulk between both of the teams combined, and so what's really important is how you manage your speed. Other things to keep in mind are, do you have Pokemon that are just naturally faster than the opposing team, right? From Ethan's end, he's got the Choice Scarf here on the Urshifu, which plays a really pivotal role in obviously being able to outspeed things, but Charles does have some annoying Pokemon for Urshifu to go up against, namely the Water Ogerpon, which ends up being relevant in that first game. Second of all, Flutter Mane here on Charles' end is a speed booster energy set, so if you're able to get Tailwind up with Tornadus and then get your Flutter Mane position under it, it will be essentially the fastest Pokemon in this matchup. The other thing to note is that we actually saw the speed photosynthesis here from Flutter Mane as well, so it's kind of awkward because like there's both Tornadus on each team and then Flutter Mane on each team. Ethan's Tornadus is also interesting, right, because it has the Covert Cloak on it as well as Taunt, and the key thing is that it has Taunt, right? And so being able to potentially taunt your opponent's Tornadus is really scary. From Charles's end, he does not have Taunt on Tornadus. Instead, it is just Protect on it, right? And so ultimately, I think what's really scary here for both players is when do you click Tailwind, right? It's all about staggering Tailwind often in a matchup like this. What feels really bad is when you like match Tailwinds, but then your opponent just has their faster Pokemon on the field, right? So, i.e. Urshifu is out on the field and then there's no Flutter Mane, and then the Urshifu can just like naturally have the speed advantage. So when you approach this matchup from both players' end, you're constantly thinking about like, when do I get my Tornadus out and when do I click Tailwind? From a Pokemon perspective, Ethan is, of course, running that classic NDD plus Iron Crown combination, but Iron Crown, unfortunately, does not really get to thrive in this matchup because it's staring down two of the worst Pokemon in the format for it to go up against, namely Chi-Yu and Urshifu. So, from Ethan's end, there's not much of a use case for Iron Crown unless for some reason you think Charles is going to drop both Chi-Yu and Urshifu. Iron Crown's best strength is when it's able to be a like spam expanding force and click it multiple times and deal at least not very effective damage. You ideally want neutral or super effective damage, but you want to damage, things consistently, when you have even one Pokemon that's out on the field that is immune to that psychic type damage, it feels really bad. So thanks to the combination of Chi-Yu plus Urshifu, Crown kind of gets eliminated from the team preview perspective, right? Indeedee is really interesting because it's not going to provide you damage. Its main use case here is either redirection as well as setting up psychic terrain and having the Rocky Helmet specifically to deal with some of the physical attackers, especially the Focus Sash here on Urshifu. So this is not an easy Pokemon to bring. You can do it, and we actually saw Ethan end up bringing it, which I thought was an awesome adjustment in Game 3, leaning into, protecting the Flutter Mane. But basically, if you're bringing Indeedee, you are giving up a key piece of offense, and you have to really be mindful of that, right? From Charles' end, I actually think all 6 Pokemon are bringable, which is always a good thing, but also makes it a little bit more difficult to figure out what is the right combination of Pokemon to bring. Glimmora is interesting here because it actually threatens with a ton of burst damage, right? You can Meteor Beam into the Ogerpon, into the Tornadus. You can Sludge Bomb potentially as well if you bait out the Terra from Flutter Mane. And Iron Crown normally is a huge threat for the Ogerpon, but you probably expect Iron Crown to not come out in this matchup, right? Of course, there's Urshifu, which can Surging Strikes here as well, but then you have, redirection with the Ogerpon. Tornadus has Sunny Day, can reduce the damage of Surging Strikes as well. So Glimmora is an interesting brain, but it feels like Chi-Yu does the most amount of damage overall across the board here. Water Ogerpon doesn't do a ton of damage, and it's tough because there's Sunny Day on the opposing side as well, but of course can be valuable for a redirection use case. And if Sunny Day isn't set up, of course it can Ivy Cudgel, but a lot of the damage generally will want to index on Pokemon like Chi-Yu, like that Urshifu. So that's enough for the breakdown of the teams. Let's actually get into the games here. So what's really interesting here is we end up not seeing Tornadus from Charles' end, and it's Ogerpon plus Chi-Yu into Tornadus plus Ogerpon. I really like this lead from Charles because you don't feel the pressure to set up Tailwind against this combo because Tornadus in itself isn't exerting a ton of offensive pressure. You do have to respect the Bleak Windstorm for sure, though, with Water Ogerpon and Chi-Yu, of course, dropping its special defense thanks to Beads of Ruin. But I think, this approach right now, Charles has so much offense coming out from Chi-Yu alone, and Ethan doesn't really have a really effective way of knocking it out. Maybe your best way would be, Sunny Day, Fire, Terra, Ivy Cudgel into the Chi-Yu slot, but Ogerpon can obviously redirect that, right? And so I think Charles here exerting a lot of pressure, recognizing Chi-Yu is just very strong offensively here. And Ethan actually ends up playing a little bit passively here, going for Spiky Shield, trying to see what does the Chi-Yu want to lock into. Do we see a potential Terra from the Ogerpon? It ends up just being Follow Me plus Heat Wave. This is a pretty safe play. You guarantee a really powerful Heat Wave off, right? And if Ethan ends up not Terraing here with the Ogerpon, you potentially can actually just one-shot both Pokemon immediately to start off the game. Ethan, of course, could also go for Fire, Terra, and Ivy Cudgel into either slot here. But yeah, it's an immediate knockout of the Tornadus. And so once again, speed is everything in a matchup like this, and so while Ethan has set up that Tailwind, Charles now, of course, has the ability to stagger his Tailwind, potentially get a couple of extra turns of Tailwind to deal with. The decision here for Ethan's actually really crucial because it's what do you want to bring in for this slot, right? He ends up bringing out the Urshifu, but Urshifu's kind of awkward because you are still staring down the Water Ogerpon, and of course that has the Water Absorb. So alternatively, you could go with something like your Flutter Mane, right? Flutter Mane then does exert a lot of damage, especially with Beads of Ruin, dropping special defense, but it's not necessarily the bulkiest of Pokemon either, and so I think it's a tough decision for Ethan, right? Especially because the Water Ogerpon is just providing fairly good defense right now, so it does end up being that Water Urshifu, and it's just kind of an awkward position for Urshifu, right? Because it's you normally want to click Surging Strikes with it, but Ogerpon can just redirect it here, and it having the Choice Scarf actually punishes a little bit because if you were slower, maybe Ogerpon could Terra, knock out the Ogerpon, then Surging Strikes goes into Chi-Yu, but Ethan's well, look, I want to lock into Surging even if I know I'm not going to knock out this turn, right? First of all, you have to respect it, you have to follow me, and if I can knock out your Ogerpon, then my Urshifu can just start clicking Surging Strikes afterwards. So makes a lot of sense, but it's just awkward when you have your Tailwind and you're not able to actually get a ton of it, advantage from it, right? Because it's essentially 2 turns of Tailwind that Ethan hasn't really needed because the Pokemon that he has already are kind of faster, right? So ends up being Tailwind plus Cudgel, gets the knockout. Chi-Yu Heat Waves, and look how much damage that does, right? It's a ridiculous amount. It does over 50% to the Urshifu. Charles ends up bringing out his Urshifu now. This is one key thing to call out, by the way, because if Charles brings Tornadus out for this slot, he actually is in a really bad spot because then your Urshifu just gets to target the Chi-Yu slot for free. So it's really important that he brings Urshifu out first. You might think, oh, doesn't he want to bring out Tornadus and just set up that Tailwind? But the reality is, even if he sets up Tailwind, he's still staring down a Choice Scarf Urshifu, right? So it doesn't really matter. It's important because now this Urshifu has Dark Terror pressure, it has Sucker Punch pressure, could even Wicked Blow. And what I really love about how Charles played this game 1 is then he uses it as bait, brings out Urshifu, right? He's already stalled out multiple turns of the Tailwind, and then we end
end up seeing the Chi-Yu switch out into the Tornadus. And this is like a beautiful bait because now with the Rocky Helmet, the Urshifu actually ends up knocking itself out, right? So like Urshifu just did not accomplish very much in this game at all, surging into an Ogre Pond with Water Absorb. Then you get the bait out here. Spiky Shield here at least covers for a turn, but the Sucker Punch fails. And then crucially, Urshifu now is KO'd. And the game is over at this point, in my opinion, right? Because you have stalled out the opposing Tailwind in the subsequent turn. You can just protect both of your Pokemon, and then Urshifu still has its Focus Sash intact, right? So you can just double protect, Tailwind, and then Wicked Blow to get 2 consecutive knockouts. And so I thought Charles played this first game honestly flawlessly. And for Ethan, I think, you know, turn 1 was a little bit passive by protecting. He gave up Tornadus immediately, and Urshifu coming out instead of Flutter Mane put the Urshifu in a really awkward spot. Charles baiting out that Surging Strike, switching Tornadus in as well was really fantastically done as well. And so I thought, you know, Charles did a really nice job of knowing when to bring out the Tornadus, and I love him figuring out the Ogre Palm plus the Chi-Yu lead. So yeah, there's really nothing, in my opinion, that Ethan can really do at this point. You have to hope for a mistake from Charles, right? For some reason, you don't protect your Pokemon on this last nerf Tailwind, but once the protects come out, it is more or less over. So what do you do then, right, going into the subsequent games if you are Ethan? What went wrong for you in that one? Couple of things. First of all, like Ethan has a lot of offense, but on turn 1, he didn't apply any pressure. Urshifu was really, really awkward, right? Because it came out and like Ogre Pond was still on the field. Urshifu's a lot stronger if you're able to eliminate the Ogre Pond and then bring it out. And the other thing is that like Flutter plus Chi-Yu plus the Ogre Pond as a lead is a little bit slower paced, right? So, you know, Ethan can pressure with damage. The problem with Fire Ogre Pond here is it can only knock out one of the 2 slots, and you are still at risk of Water Ogre Pond tearing as well. So you can have some other offensive options. The best one is going to be that Flutter Mane here, right? Because you threaten with Fairy Terra potentially, with Dazzling Gleam, with Moonblast, and so Tornadus plus Flutter Mane suddenly applies more spread damage pressure, and that's exactly what Ethan ends up doing in this next game. He ends up adjusting, bringing out the Flutter Mane, and Charles actually completely mixes up. He goes with his Tornadus and his Urshifu, and I think this is just like a kind of disastrous lead because Flutter Mane was already kind of good into the Ogre Pond Chi-Yu combination, probably feels even better into Tornadus plus Urshifu. Now you do have to crucially go for that Fairy Terra here. It's both good obviously offensively, but more importantly defensively, because the main thing you want to avoid is this Dark Terra on the Urshifu, and then he didn't end up Sucker Punching, but if you Dark Terra, Sucker Punch, and Flutter Mane just goes down, you're off to a really bad start, right? So it's important to still identify, look, I need a Fairy Terra, both offensively and defensively. Crucially, Charles's Tailwind goes off first, so that means that Ethan can't just, like, you know, in this matchup always just taunt the Tornadus, preventing from Tailwinding at all. But Ethan's happy to just trade Tailwinds, knowing, look, I have a pretty good speed advantage right now anyway, since my Flutter Mane's faster, and Dazzling Gleam just does so much damage here. And I think what's also really pivotal here is that Charles ends up launching the Wicked Blow into the Tornadus slot rather than the Flutter Mane slot, because even if you don't knock out Flutter Mane, you do a lot of damage, enough that it should be in KO range of a Sucker Punch. But now Flutter Mane just has full control of this game, right? Like, you do not have things that can outpace it. Yes, maybe you have your own Flutter Mane in the back, right, with that booster energy, but at this point, it just is able to distribute so much damage. And at this point, it honestly would take so much for Charles to be able to win this game. Matchups like this are really explosive, and so you can win or lose the game, honestly, in 1 to 2 turns, and the leads often really dictate how quickly the flow of the battle can be. And so Ethan is just in phenomenal position, right? This Flutter Mane just is really not threatened, and if you think about it from Ethan's shoes, right, he's probably like, well, Flutter Mane's really good, but this would have been kind of scary if the Wicked Blow went into my Flutter Mane slot, right? Because then he could Sucker Punch me. So he's probably already thinking, well, maybe Indeedee could be a pretty good Pokemon to make sure that Flutter Mane is just fully protected and gets the sweep, right? Sometimes these are things that you have to be thinking about, because when you're down a game, you have to be thinking about what adjustments you need to make for the subsequent game. But at this point, Flutter Mane just is in full control. I really love this subsequent switch as well, right? Pivoting in the Urshifu, because by bringing this Urshifu in, you know your Tornadus isn't really offering very much at this point anyway, other than like inaccurate Bleak Wind Storms or maybe a sunny day. Now you have Scarf Urshifu on the field, right? So it's like, okay, I've matched your Tailwind, so you're not going to be faster than me. Your Tailwind is essentially ineffective, and now my Scarf Urshifu applies so much offensive pressure across the board. So Tornadus now ends up fainting, and Ethan once again in a really, really good spot. From Charles's end, I think Flutter Mane's the only Pokemon you can bring in here to stand a chance. Of course, this Flutter Mane is the speed booster energy set, so now it becomes the fastest Pokemon. You actually do pressure the Moonblast onto the opposing Urshifu here, right? But the Urshifu obviously does not need to lock into something like that Surging Strikes. It, of course, could go for the Aqua Jet to guarantee a knockout onto this Urshifu. And Flutter Mane just content to continue to click Dazzling Gleam, right? There's nothing really punishing it. And so it's awkward because it's like this Flutter main needs to knock out Urshifu, otherwise Urshifu just gets to run over the game. But instead, you know, Urshifu, of course, can just get around that by locking into the Aqua Jet. And with Chi-Yu being the final Pokemon, I mean, that's the last Pokemon you want to switch into an Aqua Jet, right? So it just ends up taking way too much damage. Maybe it would have been better to stay in there with the Urshifu, sacrifice it, and then get Chi-Yu in safely later. Because if you eliminate Urshifu, Chi-Yu actually can be quite powerful, right? But now it's just taken way too much damage. It does not have the speed advantage either, so it's quite awkward. And it just gets knocked out by this Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam. So Urshifu ends up coming out, and it's Ogerpon. And with Ogerpon being the final one, perfect final Pokemon, you've got redirection, right? And so even though the Fluttermane has the speed advantage, a simple follow me into a Dazzling Gleam will get the double knockout. So had Urshifu stayed on the field, maybe you sacrifice it, and then maybe Chi-Yu can come in and then click Heat Wave to end the game. So I think switching in Chi-Yu there ended up not working out. What Charles was probably hoping for was for Urshifu to not click Aqua Jet and just Surging Strikes and say, hey, if you end up Surging Strikes, I'm faster than you, I've got the boost energy, I'm just going to knock you out. But Ethan recognized, look, I know that you're faster than me because of the boost energy. I want to at least guarantee that I knock out your Urshifu or do some damage on whatever switches in there, right? Had that been Water Ogerpon as well, could have been interesting because Waterpon did end up getting dropped in this one. Could have been a good switch in, but ends up being the Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu was probably the most important piece to try to, you know, win this endgame, and unfortunately just gets knocked out there. So that brings us, of course, now to Game 3. And if you are, you know, in both players' shoes, how do you approach this matchup? I think the key thing is Ethan recognizes, wow, Fluttermane was insane in that game for me, right? It did almost all of the damage, but it is still a little bit frail, right? And it is at risk of, you know, even if I go for that Terra Fairy, like if a Wicked Blow lands into Fluttermane, suddenly I am vulnerable to a Sucker Punch knocking me out afterwards. So that's where the Indie adjustment ends up coming in, right? Because what has Urshifu done so far throughout the course of this set? It had Surging Strike into Ogerpon in Game 1. That didn't accomplish anything. Surging Strike into Tornadus to do about 50%, but then it fainted, obviously, from Rocky Helmet. And then in Game 2, it got an Aqua Jet off. The reality is that, like, Scarf Ursh is good if the Fluttermane ends up not being brought here or if you end up terroring it, but it's just too hard to get in a position where you can actually consistently Surging Strikes, right? There's the risk of Ogerpon here, there's the risk of Sunny Day from Tornadus, and there's anti-synergy if you Sunny Day with your own Tornadus, and Fluttermane, crucially, is faster. So if you're thinking about dropping a Pokemon, Ursh has to be it, right? Because, like, Fire Ogerpon has redirection and does so much damage. Fluttermane's absolutely insane. Like, that was the carry of Game 2. And if you are Ethan, you also probably have to think Charles should probably try to counter my Fluttermane a little bit more. If he goes for that Wicked Blow on turn 1, you know, if he decides to lead Torn Ursh again, that's like the counterplay, right? So Ethan's trying to cover for what Charles showed in Game 2, knowing that Charles could mix up his gameplay a little bit. I think what one thing Charles could have considered in this matchup was the Glamora here, or bringing Water Ogerpon back into the matchup. Glamora's interesting. It feels a little bit awkward because, yes, it is going to be slower paced than most of Ethan's Pokemon, but the reality is that it actually can survive a big attack from most of the attackers as well. Of course, you might be a little bit worried about Iron Crown, and if Ethan thought, oh yeah, like Glamora's gonna come out, and you're gonna drop one of the Dark types, but you could mix it up with Iron Crown, but it just feels really scary to commit to that, especially in a Game 3. But I think Glamora is a pretty cool piece because it can soak up damage and then threaten with a one-hit knockout onto a lot of the Pokemon on Ethan's end. And once again, if you bait out that Fairy Terra from Fluttermane, Glamora can then just Sludge Bomb it. So this is one potential adjustment. I think Charles was really in the back foot of that last game because his Tailwind basically was not very effective, right? Like, Ethan matched his Tailwind and then really just had a huge damage advantage thanks to the Fluttermane on his end. So if you're looking to counter Tornadus plus Fluttermane, right, there's two different ways you could do it. You could go from a damage perspective and say, look, I want to just knock you out as quickly as possible. You could, of course, go for a kind of more defensive perspective where, like, Water Ogerpon can go for Water Terra and immediately get that special defense boost and threaten with damage. The scary thing about this Pokemon's damage output is that Sunny Day from Tornadus is kind of annoying to deal with, right? So then you're kind of relegated to Horn Leeching. But if you think it's going to be Torn Flutter again, something like Tornadus plus Ogerpon as a lead, I think can have a lot of potential. The problem with Chi-Yu here is, you know, you could just go Specs Fairy Terra Moonblast KO the Chi-Yu, so that doesn't really work out really well. You need some defensive tools, right? Alternatively, something like Tornadus plus the Fluttermane here, because you have Speed Booster, means that if you Tailwind, you actually outpace the opposing Fluttermane. And then Glamora is interesting because it can actually take an attack from Fluttermane, and then so turn 1 you could threaten, you know, an immediate Meteor Beam into either Tornadus or the Fluttermane here, right? So those are all some approaches you can go in Charles's shoes if you are worried about Torn Flutter as the lead specifically. So as we get into the third game, it ends up actually not being Torn Flutter. It is Tornadus plus the Fire Ogerpon, and as you see from Charles's end, it is Tornadus plus Water Ogerpon. So I really like this from both players, and you can see, like, both are kind of thinking one step or trying to, like, counter what we had previously seen, right? From Charles's Charles' end, like I mentioned, Tornadus, Ogerpon, really good to deal with the Flutter Mane. Ethan recognizes, hey, there might be a mix-up now. I don't think I should lead Flutter Mane anymore because I think I just showed that was my best tool. You're going to try to counter it. So Flutter Mane ends up getting dropped, and it's Fire Ogerpon. And this is such an offensive piece. And this combination, I love this play on Ethan's end. Like, I think it covers for Charles' lead so well. Charles was trying to counter what he saw in game 2. Ethan goes one step ahead, tries to counter the new counter, and it's just a dream turn 1 from Ethan's end, right? And once again, the nature of these matchups is if you fall behind too quickly in game 1, you are often going to be in too big of a deficit to be able to come back. And the reason why this is so disastrous is because now you've secured a knockout and you still have a Tailwind, right? And you get to stagger your Tailwind as well. So dream scenario here for Ethan, as the Ivy Coach also just does like basically no damage on turn 1, right? Sunny Day, such a key move in this matchup. It's subtle, right? You normally think about it as an offensive piece to help Ogerpon, to help out Flutter Mane for that photosynthesis as well. But for this matchup, to make sure that even if Water Ogerpon Terras and goes for Ivy Cudgel, you won't get the knockout. It's a really big piece of the equation as well. So Ethan obviously is off to a really, really strong start. Now you get an extra turn of Tailwind, and this is where I think the NDD switch-in is absolutely beautiful as well. Once again, not the most intuitive to bring NDD, but Ethan recognized, first of all, hey, your Urshifu could cause problems because of Dark Terror, Wicked Blow, and crucially Sucker Punch. So I get to block that, and like, yes, NDD probably doesn't get to accomplish very much, but just setting up Psychic Terrain alone is already enough because the other alternative, once again, is Urshifu, right? In Eden recognizing, hey, I might go Tornadus, Ogerpon, I might want to click Sunny Day, suddenly makes Urshifu so much weaker as well. So I think this is a beautiful adjustment, and in this position, it just felt like after turn 2, it would have been very, very difficult, if not impossible, for Charles to win, banking on, or barring like any, crazy mistakes from Ethan's end. Because this Wicked Blow, yeah, he gets the knockout, but now Ethan gets Tailwind up, gets a free switch in, and crucially, Focus Sash has been broken on the Urshifu, right? So Ethan has basically positioned this properly in order to get Flutter Mane and the Ogerpon out next to each other. So I think this was a battle of like adjustments, and it felt like Charles had an amazing lead in game 1. Ethan had the better lead in both game 2 and game 3. Out leading your opponent in a matchup like this is such a big deal because, once again, 1 to 2 turns can really just decide the game. And it felt like Ethan just had really, truly the best like turn 1 and turn 2 possible in both the second game and the third game, right? So from this point, if you are in Charles's shoes, what can you really even do, right? Ideally, it's like you stall out Tailwind to the point where then maybe your Flutter Mane can outpace, but it just feels really, really tough, right? This next turn, Charles actually has a really nice turn where he's able to stall things out a little bit and do a lot of damage in return. So Tornadus ends up pivoting out right now. But the problem is, with the Focus Sash being broken here, like that's such a crucial part of all of this because now Flutter Mane can just click Dazzling Gleam and not have to worry about a single thing, right? So yes, Ogerpon right now threatens with damage. I think the only thing that might be a little bit scary for Ethan right now is if this Horn Leech into the Flutter Mane goes for a critical hit. I think he also maybe could have just stayed in with the Tornadus and clicked Bleak Wind Storm because the Bleak Wind plus Dazzling, if the Bleak Wind connects, maybe just does enough damage to knock out Ogerpon. So this ends up being a pretty, positive turn, obviously, for Charles. But the thing is, he is still down Tailwind turns. And once you commit Protect, it means your odds of getting a Protect off the next turn are very slim, right? So if you're Charles, you either give up your Pokemon, switch it out, or you attempt the double Protect right now. He ends up just going for the switch, but by going for the switch, you're basically relegating a knockout, right? You're saying, hey, look, I'm going to give up something. Dazzling Gleam ends up coming out, and it's going to be Ivy Cudgel here into the Ogerpon slot. Charles this turn maybe could have gone for a Spiky Shield with the Ogerpon instead. He was hoping maybe to just get a knockout with Horn Leech once again onto that Flutter Mane, but with no Spiky Shield, it's like Tailwind is now down, right? And so you have gotten Urshifu and Flutter Mane out. You can double protect your Pokemon this next turn, but at this point, there's just no way. Like this opposing Flutter Mane is just so scary to deal with, right? And so ends up being the Protect Dazzling Gleam Cudgel, and Flutter Mane ends up actually just fainting here. So yeah, I think maybe needed to stall at the last turn of Tailwind from Ethan's end as well. But ultimately, Ethan just, had a really strong lead. NDD as an adjustment was also flawless and was able to get Ogerpon and Flutter Mane out next to each other and just dish out massive amounts of damage. So it's going to be it from the A to Zang breakdown. Thank you as always for tuning in. We've got one last round of Swiss for you all to determine who will make it into our final top cut. So let's throw it down to the stage.
Thank you so much, Aaron, who has been crushing the analysis all weekend. I mean, this was a known quantity. We know this, but still, it has been so awesome to see. But hello, everyone. Welcome back to the battling portion of the tournament. Sierra, Jake, and our final round of Swiss ahead of us here at Toronto.
We're almost done. We're almost done with the first half of the tournament. Well, the second third of the tournament, really, because the second phase of Swiss will determine who makes it into the single elimination top cut bracket. Every trainer at 9-2 is 1 win away from guaranteeing their spot in top cut. So far, we have 4 trainers that will be in that top cut guaranteed. Of course, Cary D'Ortona, 11-0 so far. Very impressive run. We just saw Ethan secure his spot alongside Eric Stewart and Aaron Barak, who are also 10-1. A lot more spots left to fill in this top cut, though.
Yeah, but the matches, they just get more and more difficult. And the final round of Swiss, one final opportunity to try and make sure you are competing here in the top cut. It is one of the most difficult matches and a lot of really strong names. The conversation of the weekend is, will we see a new regional champion or a returning? Because there's been a lot of top trainers that haven't won an event that are doing well. But of course, still a couple individuals out there. I'm looking at Daniel Yu, Paul Chua, to really be able to try and claim a repeat title.
I think those two and Justin Karras are the only ones in this top 16 so far that have won a regional championship. So the idea of crowning a first-time regional champion is very, very likely here in Toronto, and I always think that's so exciting, getting to see trainers make their big breakthrough performance. I always love an underdog story, and trainers that maybe you wouldn't have pegged as having the greatest chance of winning coming in, proving everyone wrong and claiming their first title is always a fun sight to see.
Especially with some trainers that have done really, really well over time, either proving it at the highest level or even at a local level, trying to make sure they can show up at the regionals when it counts the most and really get their name on the map, which is what we're going to be featuring a little bit in our final round of Swiss. Dorian Kang going up against Costa Dynamos. Costa, I'm so sorry. I did, in fact, have to ask how to say your last name. I'm not even going to try and front. But Costa, I mean, we get to see him behind the analyst desk. We get to know that he's an accomplished player. Dorian has been putting in a lot of work. Toronto local, even just recently winning a local a week ago, one of the cups. Toronto has a really, really strong local scene. To be able to see them show up is really exciting and looking to try and continue that forward on and to make it a top cut.
All of these matches you're seeing are win and in matches. All of them feature 9-2 players. So only half of them on your screen right now will make it into top cut. But of course, we are focusing on Costa and Dorian. One of our main stories this weekend has been a lot of European players coming over. Some huge European names like Marco Silva, Alex Gomez, Eric Rios. But Costa, being a European himself, says he can hang with all the big players, and he actually knocked out Marco earlier on today. So he is able to compete at the highest level alongside being one of our caster brethren as well.
Showing up for the old timers was what he posted out. And I mean, yeah, this has been a really impressive run. What has been interesting as well is seeing a large group of the European players joining the field with Ogie Dogie, which is a Pokemon that normally isn't the most highest represented. So to see the amount of them that have showed up in Toronto has been really cool. But of course, Dorian in his own right having Pokemon that he is familiar with, even if we don't see them quite the most within this regulation, most specifically eyeing up that Galarian Moltres that he has been piloting for a bit.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see it yet on stream this weekend, I believe, and it's been something that's been climbing in popularity over the last couple of weeks at the beginning of this new regulation. So it's cool to see Dorian's take on that Galarian Moltres team, but we do have Costa first. He's got that double genie combo. He's got the Okie Dokie you called out, Sierra. They are joined by the Indeedee, Iron Crown, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. Going into this event, I was pretty big on Iron Crown. I'm excited we get to see it here again under Costa's team, and I think it might be okay here. Unfortunately, the Galarian Moltres on the other side gives it a lot of problems, but he does have a lot of help for it in the rest of his team too.
That'll be the interesting part. We got to talk to Ethan earlier, who also had Iron Crown, and said that it hasn't necessarily been the most used today. So whether Costa can find this opportunity to use it, that'll be the question. I'm excited to potentially see this Ogie Dogie, though. I called it was one of the most interesting part of the teams. And a move like Upper Hand was a move that was talked about a lot when it was first introduced into the game, but hasn't seen necessarily the most amount of play. But anything that can be stopping and going first before a priority. And Dorian has quite a bit of that on his team. So that could be really interesting, makes appearance, and of course, always then a little bit of a mind game.
There's like multiple anti-priority measures on this team. Of course, the Indeedee with Psychic Surge is one of the more common ways to stop those priority attacks, but Upper Hand is also able to do the same. It is, I believe, the same priority as Fake Out. We were researching before this match just to confirm. So if the Okidogi is faster than a Fake Out user, it will be able to stop them from using Fake Out. In this case, Dorian does have the Rillaboom, so based on how they're trained, that could be something that these trainers need to suss out. Of course, the Okidogi has a lot of utility besides that as well. The Assault Vest makes it pretty bulky. Guard Dog might come into play here as well because the Arcanine does have Intimidate, and if you are intimidated and you have that Guard Dog ability, your attack gets raised, so it kind of just cancels it out.
Looking over at Dorian's team, as said, this Galarian Moltres is something that both at a local level and in grassroots tournament, he has been piloting. So something that he's going to be quite a bit more familiar with. And a Pokemon too that's quite interesting within this meta. Berserk, once you get down to a certain amount of health, well, I mean, boost special attack, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, further boosted by something like that Choice Specs, but a little bit of damage mitigation as well when you look at something like that Snarl. And of course, a lot of top threats we get to see here in the format, including that bulky Flutter Mane set, and that Thunder Wave paired with the Hisuian Arcanine could be quite interesting.
The Snarl in particular might be rough for Costa to deal with. Two of his primary damage dealers in the Landorus and Iron Crown both do not want to have their special attacks dropped. Iron Crown especially being weak to Snarl with that Choice Specs, it might have a hard time going up against that Galarian Moltres, but the rest of Dorian's team also pretty cool. The Rillaboom has the Clear Amulet instead of the Assault Vest, because the Raging Bolt is holding the Assault Vest instead, so this Rillaboom is likely to be a little bit more offensively trained. It is high horsepower with Terra Ground as well. High horsepower, not the most uncommon attack. You kind of pick between high horsepower and U-turn in that slot, but the Terra Ground is kind of an indication that this Rillaboom is meant to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, further boosted. I really, really love that choice there. And the Hisuian Arcanine is just one of those Pokemon that can be so annoying. The Head Smash does so much. The Rock Slide, even by itself with the Choice Band, gotta watch out for this. Plus some flinch chances. Heading into the game, though, it's gonna be the other flinch chance Pokemon, Galarian Moltres, next to the Flutter Mane. Really aggressive start, but Costa matching that too, Tornadus and that Urshifu.
Tornadus will have the chance to set up a Tailwind to make sure that his Urshifu will be able to attack first. The Flutter Mane on Dorian's side is that bulky speed booster set that's kind of been the talk of the town coming into this event. Does have access to both Thunder Wave and Icy Wind for some speed control. Of course, Moonblast still threatens pretty good damage into the Urshifu as well. The Moltres, however, in I would say a very good spot here. If you want to damage this Moltres with your Urshifu, you've got to either go for Close Combat, which will lower your special defense, or Surging Strikes, either of which will likely put Moltres under that 50% HP mark and boost its special attack with Berserk immediately. So you do have to be a little bit careful playing around this Moltres. It being led, though, means that if you're Costa and you did bring the Iron Crown in the back, you can try to get rid of it immediately, and that frees up a lot of room for that Iron Crown.
There's two really big threats on Dorian's side of the field, though, so you gotta decide what to prioritize. And it looks like Costa's maybe trying to go after the Flutter Mane, and Dorian making sure that Pokemon is preserved. Raging Bolt switching onto the field instead, as instantly within this match, Terastallization going to be spent. This Urshifu not going to be a defensive, instead full-on offensive, going into the Stellar Terastallization, of course, a boost for the first time you use a certain type of attack. So once you use that one, it's kind of done and dusted. Tailwind for the speed, Terastallization for the offense, and a Surging Strikes boosted by the Terastallization into a Pokemon that's going to take the hit so well.
Really great spot for Dorian. Raging Bolt switches into Water type and Flying type attacks very, very well. Even this Terra Stellar boosted Surging Strikes is failing to do more than half of this Raging Bolt's HP. And next time it attacks, it'll be doing even less. This Fiery Wrath, a lot of damage into Tornadus, will easily be able to pick up the 2-hit KO, but because Urshifu didn't give the Moltres a Berserk boost or lower its special defense, it has at least one more turn to stick around, unless it gets hit by a Thunderclap. We saw the Okidogi and Landorus in the back, so there's no Indeedee to come in and immediately block that priority. If you want to swap in your Okidogi, wouldn't be a bad choice here. Will resist that Fiery Wrath, has the Assault Vest for that Raging Bolt, and then you can start deterring those Thunderclaps rather with an Upper Hand.
Yeah, but there's still the potential of a lot of damage on this turn, and this Urshifu not being able to attack freely hurts just a little bit. It's going to stick around since it does have an option to detect, though, and it's going to be the Tornadus not wanting to be fallen on this turn and hitting the field instead. So potential of the priority mind games on the horizon, but for now, time to see what Dorian has gone ahead and locked up. Thunderclap, keep the Urshifu honest, makes just so much sense. And another round of the Fiery Wrath. Urshifu takes nothing, and this Okidogi hitting the field is definitely going to be taking this hit so well. Not very effective in the slightest.
Now we're in an interesting spot here where Costa has to choose whether he wants to commit to the upper hand and guarantee this Raging Bolt can out Thunderclap the Urshifu, or try to read that Dorian might not want to risk a Thunderclap into an upper hand. Do you go for something else into that Raging Bolt, potentially a Drain Punch or a Gunk Shot? Do you target the Raging Bolt or the Moltres with the Urshifu? Now that you know you don't now that we know rather we don't have Iron Crown, maybe the Moltres isn't the main priority for eliminating a Pokemon on Costa's side. Just considering the Landorus in the back though, I think Landorus would much rather go up against the Raging Bolt than the Moltres.
No priority coming out from either Pokemon here, and so much damage with that Terastallization into the Moltres. It is down to just a sliver of health. Berserk is going to activate, but getting the opportunity to ever utilize it is not there. Moltres, the 2-hit KO is enough to drop it. Of course, Raging Bull, not having gone for the Thunderclap, does get to still move on this turn. Instead, this Dragon Ball's enough to drop the Urshifu and just take a KO on both sides of the field.
Great call by Costa not going for the upper hand there. We saw the close combat just barely not knock out the Moltres, and the Okidogi's damage was needed to confirm that knockout. The Gunk Shot, a little bit of a missed chance there, but luckily did connect and finish off that Moltres before another Fiery Wrath could come out. And now this Landorus is in a much better position. Even when the Tailwind ends, the Fluttermane's booster energy has been used. So if you do bring in the Landorus, this Fluttermane it will likely still be faster, but there's maybe a little bit of a chance that the Fluttermane is trained to be much more bulky and maybe not as quick. So we'll have to see how that speed interaction works out, but I really think getting rid of that Moltres is really good for this Landorus. Of course, Ogerpon, still a pretty good answer to this Landorus, but Raging Bolt now is not in a much of a safe position here, especially because this Landorus will be attacking first because the Tailwind is still up.
Yeah, I feel like this one's going to be a big turn as well, with the Moltres being gone, but still having an answer on the field for this Landorus. You have to make sure for Dorian that you don't let this Ogerpon go down for free, and make sure you can preserve the Raging Bolt until the threat on the opposing end is just dealt with.
This Okidogi still, I think, in a great spot here. It does have the Grass Terra available to it, which will make it resist any attack this Ogerpon can throw out. Grass is pretty good into... Oh, no, you're right. Yep, Urshifu has Terastallized. I keep mixing that up.
No defensive Terras left.
Nope.
That's not good, staring down the Pokemon on the opposing end. So Costa, recognizing this, does have to be so careful with switches going on forward to try and make sure this Okidogi can be set up a little bit more down the line. But Dorian does still have Terastallization and into this water type. This is nice because you drop that grass typing, so you're not going to be taking super hectic from Poison Jab as well. Better take a hit from something like this Landorus. Sandsear Storm going for both of the targets, but since it's spread damage, it's not enough to take down the Raging Bolt. Now Ogerpon, it gets this Ivy Cudgel, it gets a free target into the Landorus, and a super effective hit for a clean one-hit KO.
Really unfortunate there for Costa. Of course, getting rid of this Raging Bolt would have been really nice. This Thunderbolt now will be able to clean up the Tornadus and give Dorian a 3-1 Pokemon advantage. I'm wondering, even if the Raging Bolt does get knocked out there, is it a little bit too late? You have your Wellspring Ogerpon, if you're Dorian, ready to just kind of Ivy Cudgel a couple more times and win the game. Not to mention this Fluttermane still in the back. Dorian's done a very good job of maintaining a lot of offensive pressure and really like making productive moves every turn. There was no time where, you know, he tried to go for Thunderclap into upper hand or, you know, tried to go for an electric type attack and Landorus swapped in. Every single turn of this game, Dorian has made offensive progress against Costa, and Costa just wasn't able to keep up.
With really safe plays as well. Like, it wasn't like making these big calls. It's going to be a critical hit to claim the last KO on the field, and Costa back to the drawing board as Dorian showing up for Toronto to get the first game in the set. And yeah, as I was saying, just clean plays. You're not really falling into any traps. If there was something like that upper hand, not going for the Thunderclap, because realistically, you were still in an okay spot. The trades were normally favorable in Dorian's favor, so never had to play too risky.
Yeah. Had a couple of really clutch survivals there as well. This Moltres just barely not being KO'd by the close combat meant that Okidogi's Gunk Shot didn't get redirected over to the Raging Bolt, which meant that Raging Bolt didn't get knocked out by the Sandsear Storm, which meant Raging Bolt can KO the Tornadus. It all kind of cascaded from there. If that close combat is able to knock out Moltres, then maybe this game goes a lot differently because Costa can then redirect his damage into more important targets later on. This Ogerpon especially in the end of this game, once that Tailwind runs out and the Landorus is not able to attack first, this Ogerpon is kind of able to just clean up, right? These +1 special defense, the boosted power on the Ivy Cudgel, the lack of resistances to water once that Urshifu went down meant that the Ogerpon was kind of had free reign.
even just looking across the board, Ogerpon is so poised into this matchup. You're talking about once these Pokemon go down, but even beforehand with the special attackers over on Costa's side of the field, it felt like such a safe terrestrialization, especially too, you don't want to be taking a poison hit from the Landorus, you don't want to take a poison hit from the Okidogi and getting that special defense boost. So something that you really have to prioritize going into this match, because I don't really think I could see an answer in what Costa brought to deal with this Ogerpon, even if everything else went right.
The Okidogi can one-hit KO it with Gunk Shot before it terrestrializes, but I think in this matchup, the Ogerpon is most likely if it's going to be terrestrializing. So you still have the option to hit it with a very strong physical attack there. If you want to potentially save your terrestrialization for the Okidogi to make sure it can handle this Ogerpon very well, that's one option as well. But if you are terrestrializing the Okidogi, that means you're not getting the power boost on Stellar Terra. You're not allowing your Landorus, which might need the Steel Terra a little bit more as well.
I mean, it was a terrestrialization maybe not quite needed in that first game because that combination of Gunk Shot and Close Combat would have picked up that Galarian Moltres. So time to see how this first turn plays out differently because Dorian last time switched the Flutter Mane. That Surging Strike's terrestrialization boost was essentially wasted. But if Costa doesn't prioritize the Flutter Mane and it sticks around, that could also be really dangerous.
What Dorian did at the first turn of the first game is he led this Flutter Mane, he got his speed boost, he's ready to threaten an Icy Wind or a Moonblast, then immediately swapped it out, almost baited Costa into going straight for that Surging Strikes into that slot. What he swapped into was the Raging Bolt. In this case, the Raging Bolt already hit the field, and Dorian probably doesn't have a great switch into the Surging Strikes, except the Ogerpon, but then the Ogerpon gets threatened by a Bleak Wind Storm. So this leaves a little bit more favorable for Costa, I think, just because he's able to, threaten more damage immediately here.
And something like that Close Combat too is still going to be oodles of damage going into it. We will see the offensive terrestrialization once again shine into the Stellar Terrestrialization type, trying to make sure that even if this Flutter Mane's left alone, you can do as much as possible into the Raging Bolt. But Flutter Mane straight on the offensive. Tornadus is already down to below half of its health. Icy Wind, so the speed will be dropped on Dorian's side of the field for those two Pokemon. Raging Bolt, though, normally a slow Pokemon anyways. Terrestrialization boost with the Close Combat. Raging Bolt is so bulky, and that combination, the Terrestrialization and the Icy Wind, is not enough to take it down. Raging Bolt with the response is going to level the score with the speed, but it more so is just about the damage. Tornadus goes down, and Urshifu all the way already down to Focus Sash.
You have to respect that play from Costa. What he was trying to do there is catch the, Flutter Mane not going for an attack into Urshifu, the Raging Bolt not going for Thunderclap into Urshifu at the same time. And if that Icy Wind plus Close Combat is able to knock Raging Bolt out, you're in a very, very strong position. Just unfortunately, Raging Bolt is so bulky, able to survive that super effective Icy Wind and the Stellar Terra boosted Close Combat and get that crucial Electro Web off. There's no more Tornadus. It didn't set up the Tailwind before it got knocked out. So this Flutter Mane is now going to be the fastest thing on the field for the remainder of the game. There's not even Aqua Jet on this Urshifu to try and get an attack off before it gets knocked out. Something like an Icy Wind will knock out Urshifu, get some damage on Okidogi, and then you've got Costa down to his final two Pokemon.
So much more devastating that with the Electro Web because you just had the tight matchup, so you did so much damage. But Costa, in trying to set up the speed the last term, just completely gone on this spot. Flutter Mane now, again, going to be the fastest thing, and another round of another round of speed dropping, as it'll be the one to drop it now onto this Okidogi. So -1 for both of those Pokemon. Okidogi still faster though, a lot of damage, but still, all of this damage is not amounting to KOs for Costa's side.
Not even a poison on the Gunk Shot to try and finish that Flutter Mane off. Dorian is in such a strong position still. Again, Urshifu does not have Aqua Jet. It's got Taunt instead, so you can't try to pick off this Flutter Mane before a Thunderclap, before an Icy Wind. Another round of attacks here might be enough to knock out this Okidogi if the Raging Bolt goes for something like the Draco Meteor, or no, it's Dragon Pulse instead. So Okidogi, I mean, maybe survives this turn, but like at very low health, or you can possibly swap it out into your Landorus and it eats an Icy Wind on the way in. There's no really protects available other than the potential that may double detect here on Urshifu. So it's just a really, really tough spot. Costa's back is really against the wall here.
Yeah, and that could have been the first part of trying to rebuild something, but the double detect is not there. Another Icy Wind. Now this Okidogi is at -2 speed. Last time around, it was faster than the Raging Bolt, but the speed consistently being dropped from this more supportive Flutter Mane. Picks up a KO, and now Raging Bolt can follow up. Thunderbolt into this Okie Dokie. It's taken so much. It will hold on with 7 HP, but at this point, has the damage just been done? You're barely holding on, and there's still 2 more Pokemon besides this Raging Bolt that Dorian still has at his disposal.
Landorus is going to be able to come in here, but unfortunately Ogerpon is waiting in the back for Dorian. I wouldn't be surprised if the Moltres was there as well. 2 Pokemon that are very well equipped to go up against this Landorus. Dorian hasn't even Terastallized yet. If we saw a Water Terra come out from this Ogerpon, I wouldn't be at all surprised. Just trying to get it, make sure that you get the KO with the Ivy Cudgel and make sure that you're not getting knocked out by a ground type attack here. There was maybe a world where if Dorian had maybe the Arcanine, you know, maybe this Landorus could have gone for a Sandsear Storm and taken a couple of knockouts, but Dorian just did such a good job getting damage out on the board consistently throughout the first few turns, and Costa's attempts at offense were great ideas, great plans, just came very, very short.
And that's the problem now, Dorian. Again, we had called that there's not really much use in Terastallizing anything other than this Ogerpon, so not a surprise to see the mask shine up right within this match. Special defense boost, so nothing like this Landorus can try and even salvage this match. Costa, I mean, you got to make a play to see if there's going to be a misstep from Dorian, but he is playing so cleanly so far, and no priority means nothing from the Okie Dokie. Ogerpon takes the hit, and in response, the Ivy Cudgel to take down the dog once and for all. Only 1 Pokemon left for Costa to try and bring this back. Sure, it's a Pokemon that can match up well into something like the Raging Bolt, but this 1v3 is just not going to be possible, especially brought down to about 1/3 of its health.
Maybe we get a Sandsear Storm critical hit on Ogerpon, and then we see if the last Pokemon is something Landorus can 1-hit KO, but again, Dorian's just made such safe plays here, going for the Ivy Cudgel into Okie Dokie, guaranteeing it gets knocked out, not getting baited by something like an upper hand, go straight for that Dragon Pulse to 2-hit kill this Landorus. Unfortunately, Moltres is Dorian's last Pokemon, so the odds for Costa here look even slimmer.
And again, playing so safe, so cleanly, no opportunity to even try and find this critical hit or double KO, because now you go for the Sandsear Storm and the Moltres just doesn't even get hit. You have just no options left. Such a nice protect from this Ogerpon. An Earth Power to try and take down a Pokemon, but still with no critical hit is just not enough. 1 final hit to secure this match, and it's going to be local, Toronto local, Dorian Kang to take the match 2-0 and find himself in top cut, 1 step closer to trying to make the run here, be a hometown hero.
Super well played by Dorian. I think obviously he won both games and won the match, but if you even break it down turn by turn, I think he made more ground on every individual turn than Costa did throughout this entire game. Always getting damage out where he needed to, not letting important Pokemon get knocked out, training his Pokemon to be bulky enough to take these super powerful attacks like that Terrastellar close combat, just showing that he very much deserves his spot, now locked up in top cut with a team that I think is kind of an indication of the newer part of the Regulation F metagame. A lot of Pokemon, a lot of teams are kind of leaning on some older strategies from that first time we played Regulation F, but Dorian has advanced that team building to be a lot more modern, a lot more new. Like Raging Bolt, for example. The Assault Vest Raging Bolt sets in the past were almost always Terra Fairy. They had moves like Snarl. This one is Terra Electric with Thunderbolt. A lot more consistent damage that we got to see come out in this game.
Yeah, and this has been something too that Dorian has been piloting and testing out and putting a lot of work into. To be able to see it pay off with the return to Regulation F has been wholeheartedly impressive. That was a really clean set of Pokemon done by him, and yeah, I'm excited to see how well he's going to be faring within this tournament. Top cut and a really stacked regional is a great first step.
I mean, if he plays like that in top cut, I think he can make a run to the very end here. That was really impressive play, really impressive team building, but of course you got to execute once you get into the battles, and he absolutely did that.
Yeah, I mean, again, just looking at the Ogerpon Wellspring too, and just like that, it just felt like a checkmate, honestly.
Really,
like
it did.
It was tough. Like Costa has been playing so well throughout this event. I mean, again, in his word, the old timers still got it right, but every dog has its day, and unfortunately for him and Okie Dokie, this was the last one, but still really, really impressive run.
Of course. I mean, taking down Marco, like we said, a very impressive win there, and getting all the way up to a win and end at a very stacked regional. You've traveled a long way, too. It's really not easy to play Pokemon after you've traveled so far, and Costa has shown that he's a very, very strong competitor still, and it's really fun to see him here. Just unfortunately don't get to see him for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, him and Ben both made runs. I mean, really pulling our casters through. Like, I'm not
representing for us.
I'm not about to get phase 2 at a tournament, so I'm glad they can do it. So I can say the casters, you know, they got it. But I mean, it's definitely really impressive. But as we're getting further into the tournament, I mean, we talked about EU traveling far and slowly but surely getting knocked out of the tournament. I mean, Kosovo was one of the last few remaining.
I think there were a few at 9-2, so we'll get to see maybe a couple of them make it into top cut. But the Canadians have really shown up this weekend, Sarah. I bet you're pretty proud of them.
Yeah, I know they've been putting in a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of local pride as well, and it's been a lot of Canadians from all over traveling, whether it's from Vancouver, Calgary, Montreal, etc. But I mean, the local scene here in Toronto, like there's cups and challenges all the time.
Yeah.
Like they've been putting in a lot of work. So it's been really cool to see the amount of players that have made the runs. And I'm sure there would have been more if Swiss was a little bit more kind, but there's been a lot of Canadians paired up against each other, knocking each other out of the tournament. So if it wasn't for that, it'd be all Canadians right now, I'm sure.
I've heard very good things about the Toronto scene, both for the video game and the trading card game. Just goes to show the strength of having that community around you in your hometown. You play at a bunch of locals, get to meet new people, maybe start practicing team building together. It can lead to some really great tournament runs, and that's what we're seeing this weekend.
I mean, that's the thing too. Like we always focus on the regionals, right? But a lot of it starts at the local scenes. That's where people build. That's where they test. That's where they get better at the game to be able to show up. And I think Dorian's been a really good testament to that as well. Someone too that would love to hear from is he's standing by with Joe Brown for our post-match interview.
Thank you very much. And we have one more trainer securing their position in Toronto's top cut here. Dorian Kang, congratulations. That was a really fun set. A lot of high-paced action as well. How are you feeling right now? You're in top cut.
Yeah, feeling amazing. I started day 1 2-2, and now I'm all the way here. So genuinely one of the best experiences I could have asked for. Yeah.
That's awesome. A lot of momentum is building for you throughout the course of the tournament. And this is your hometown regional, so are you happy? And obviously you're happy in general to get a top cut performance, but what is that special feeling that happens to be occurring in your hometown event?
Yeah, like it really feels really well. Like I played, we had like a practice local here right before the regional in Toronto, which I did win, and that gave me a lot of confidence and also helped me meet more of the community who are going to participate in this tournament today. And it just feels amazing to see not just me, but other players in my community having success as well.
Now, I'm a massive Galarian Moltres fan. I think it's a really fun Pokemon. I think it's a really awesome design. Like, out of a lot of the legendaries, it's like one of the coolest looking legendaries out there. What was your inspiration for using this Galarian Moltres, Hisuian Arcanine Fluttermane team?
Yeah, so fun fact about this general concept of having this the Thunderwave Fluttermane pair with Rockslide Arcanine Hisui, I was probably one of the first people on this. I know in the first part of Regulation F, a lot of players tried Fluttermane and Hisuian Arcanine, but they never put Thunderwave on the Fluttermane. And the moment they put Thunderwave on the Fluttermane, it just became, oh no, Thunderwave Rockslide Paraflinch, and it's all back. Moltres is kind of just the third piece of the puzzle. A lot of players that I see putting Fluttermane and Hisuian Arcanine together have decided to drop the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres has been on my team since the very beginning. I think that Fire Wrath helps with the Paraflinch strategy as well, and also Moltres just has a great natural typing and great defensive synergy with all the rest of my Pokemon. It is also, the animation of Fire Wrath is absurd, and it's so cool to watch.
It really is one of the coolest Pokemon. Like and if they ever break through the Paraflinch of Rockslide and T-Wave, like then you got the Fiery Wrath coming in afterwards. So you gotta be honest. You played a lot of VGC here this weekend. How many times have you got when you needed a paralysis or a flinch? How many times have you gotten it?
In terms of flinching, I've done next to none of that this tournament. Unfortunately, my Rockslide and Fire Wrath flinch luck have not been there. However, last set, before the set that I just played on stream, I played against Alex Gomez, who was running a Raging Bolt Balance team, with all the Instant Rillaboom, all the other standard core. And I got really lucky there throughout the entire set of my Fluttermane just being crazy and thunderwaving the entire team, and then causing the entire game to slow down to a halt for my opponent's end. And on the total set, I believe we had around 11 full paralysis over the course of the set. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Okay.
And, yeah.
So in that matchup against Casa, though, he had Okidogi, who's not the most common Pokemon out there in the field. So how much practice have you had with your team against a Pokemon like Okidogi, and what was really your mindset as you sat down during team preview against it? Because like upper hand makes it hard for you to click Thunderclap, right?
Yeah, so I personally, to be honest, I wasn't fully focused on the Okidogi and the Landorus per se, because I know on a more standard Iron Crown team, like a more established Iron Crown team, the other two mons are typically the Ogerpon Hearthflame as well as the Regidrago. And Galarian Moltres, the only issue with Galarian Moltres into Iron Crown is usually those two mons. It's so good into all of the rest of the core. So when I noticed that my opponent didn't have the other two Pokemon, I was like, okay, doesn't really matter what else they throw at me. Galarian Moltres is going to win this game for me.
And then last one on Ogerpon Wellspring. It's definitely picked up a lot in popularity. It was great the first time around in Regulation F. You were actually using it kind of offensively, terrestrializing, doing a lot of damage with Ivy Cudgel, but also you were getting rid of that potential gunk shot weakness, right, from your grass typing. So why is Ogerpon Wellspring so strong in this format?
Well, Ogerpon Wellspring is strong because one of the strongest Pokemon in the format is Urshifu Rapid Strike, and it's not a surprise at this point that Ogerpon Wellspring is really good into Urshifu, where you can hit it for super effective damage, and you also have Water Absorb as an ability to redirect Surging Strikes as well. Now, the reason why I personally think Wellspring is so strong is because it just works so well with some of the meta-established cores. Most importantly, in my opinion, it is just my core of Flutter Mane, Hisuian Arcanine, and Raging Bolt. Wellspring is just a perfect fit both type-wise and role-wise for the team.
And then last one here, this is your moment to take the appreciation for your friends, your family. Any shout-outs you want to give to people as you're moving on to Top Cut?
Yeah, so I would like to shout out my parents for supporting me, and most importantly, I would like to shout out Dorcord. So all my good friends, Steve, Karthik, and among many others, thanks for all of your support so far. And last but definitely not least, I would like to shout out the entire Toronto VGC community. You guys have been such a great help. You guys have been such great friends, and you guys have supported me throughout this entire regional today, thus far.
All right, cool. Congratulations, Dorian. I know you got a couple more fiery rats in your future. Hopefully, are going to be working out for you. We're going to be getting ready for Top Cut very soon, but first, we got to break down that hype matchup from A to Zhang.
Hello and welcome back. We've concluded our Swiss rounds here, and we got to see a lot of unfamiliar Pokemon in that last matchup. Dorian, like he mentioned, is one of the first players was piloting this Hisuian Arcanine plus Thunderwave Flutter Mane combination that really took over the metagame. He was performing really, really well in online events with this team specifically. Of course, running that Galarian Moltres, and Costa. I mean, what an amazing run by him as well. Of course, you probably have seen him behind the desk here casting normally, but for him to go out and compete, he knocked out Marco Silva from this competition. I hope he can walk away feeling proud. And as we break down the matchup, this was going to be a huge uphill battle for him, unfortunately. The reality of this matchup is it feels almost unwinnable, quite frankly, from Costa's side because of this Galarian Moltres specifically, right? So Dorian talked about it a little bit in that post-game interview, but Galarian Moltres, it is probably, with choice specs, it's probably the #1 Pokemon that you can have in order to counter both this, not the Okidogi, the NDD, as well as the Iron Crown here, right? Galarian Moltres is also scary because in addition to strong dark type damage, it actually gets good flying moves as well, right? So namely the Air Slash, and that Air Slash is really scary because you throw in super effective damage into Okidogi as well as the Urshifu here. So part of the problem in this matchup for Costa is that you basically can't really bring two of your Pokemon, right? Because they are a huge liability into Galarian Moltres, and so that's why Costa decided to just go with the same 4 both games. The problem is then with the 4 that you have remaining, they're really, really weak into a Terra Water Ogerpon, right? The reality is that Terra Water Ogerpon already is quite good in this matchup because there aren't that many ways to hit it for really just strong damage, right? No super effective damage, and it basically means that Terra Water is always really, really safe. Part of what Dorian has going for him is even if he does not defensively Terra Pokemon like Moltres or the Raging Bolt or the Flutter Mane, he's just got a lot of bulk across the board on this team, right? So Dorian recognized, look, I think Moltres is insanely good in this matchup. Flutter Mane is really scary to deal with, right? Because not only does it have the defensive capabilities, you've got Icy Wind into the Landorus, you've got Moonblast into the Urshifu. Part of what makes these Flutter Mane sets so powerful is that you still can 2-hit KO a lot of common Pokemon in the format, and you are able to survive a lot of common attacks, right? So Flutter Mane's really strong, Water Ogerpon's really strong, Galarian Moltres is really strong. And then I do think you can probably flex between the remaining picks, right? But if you are expecting, you know, Costa to not bring Indeedee or the Iron Crown, then suddenly Hisuian Arcanine doesn't really feel that good because you don't want to activate the Guard Dog here, and you certainly don't want to be up against the Urshifu as well. So then you can flex between Rillaboom and Raging Bolt. Rillaboom really bad into Tornadus as well as the Okidogi, and of course has to take super effective damage from the Landorus and Sludge Bomb. This is a clear Amulet Rillaboom as well. It's not Assault Vest, and so naturally it feels pretty clear which 4 Pokemon both trainers will go with in this matchup. And like, there's not that much room for mix-ups in my opinion. Like maybe if you think Costa actually will decide to go with Indeedee plus the Iron Crown at some point in the matchup, you can mix things up from Dorian's side. But for Costa, it's just really, really hard to execute that combination in a matchup like this. So let's get started with the first game here. The reality, once again, though, is that I think it is very heavily favored in Dorian's side should he execute properly. Turn 1 in game 1 actually starts off with a banger immediately. First of all, Costa goes for the Stellar Terra with this Urshifu, and that's not like super common normally, but the metagame has evolved to a point where these Flutter Mains are like max HP, max defense investment, right? So the theory behind this is if you don't go for that Terra, it actually should be able to survive the Surgeon Strikes. This isn't Mystic Water, this isn't something like Choice Band, right? So needs that extra damage output. Dorian baits it perfectly and brings out the Raging Bolt. Could have been an Ogerpon in that switch in as well, but the reality is either Pokemon can take a Surging Strikes, obviously, and you're probably not going to go for a close combat there. The upside of bringing the Raging Bolt over the Ogerpon here is then you are so well positioned going into turn 2, right? Because then you just pressure with Electro Web immediately, whereas Ogerpon can only target 1 slot. So switches in on the Surging Strikes perfectly. Tailwind goes up, but that speed not really crucial on turn 1 here, and so much damage coming out from Fiery Rat. So turn 1 alone was really explosive, and I want to pause and talk about it real quick here because there was actually another option for Costa to opt for, but it's one that feels really unintuitive and quite scary. And that option is actually just doubling up onto Moltres immediately with that Stellar Close Combat and Tornadus going for an Icy Wind or a Bleak Wind Storm. The reason why that doesn't feel super strong is because Flutter Mane is out on the field, or was out on the field. This Flutter Mane is bulky, and of course it carries moves like Moonblast, Thunder Wave, and Icy Wind. So what that means you are at risk of is Flutter Mane going for something like an Icy Wind into the Urshifu slot, breaks the Focus Sash, drops the speed, and then Moltres will be able to just outspeed both Pokemon, get an Air Slash off potentially, and then just knock out Urshifu. If Urshifu faints without getting an attack off, this game is actually probably just over because Costa already is really limited in terms of resources to deal damage in the course of this matchup. Urshifu needs to get multiple, you know, not Aqua Jets, multiple Surging Strikes or close combats off in order to really give him a chance, a fighting chance in this matchup, right? So there was one other play that Costa could have gone for, which is just aggressively targeting Moltres, but it's really scary to go for that when you are facing down a Flutter Mane, which poses, you know, Icy Wind, Moonblast, and Thunder Wave pressure, and you really don't want to just lose to like Icy Wind plus Air Slash immediately. But maybe there was the opportunity to go for it because Costa in this position, like, you know that you are exerting a lot of pressure with Urshifu. I think the other option he could have gone for was actually protecting with the Urshifu on turn 1, right? And just setting up Tailwind or Tornadus. This ensures that you have the speed advantage going into turn 2, and you see what Moltres locks into. And because it's Covert Cloak, you don't eat up an Icy Wind speed drop as well. So the only way to really punish it is something like Icy Wind plus, you know, Fiery Rat dealing enough damage to KO, or maybe a Thunder Wave. But I think, yeah, 2 other plays that Costa could have explored on turn 1. I, in retrospect, actually thinking about it, like probably Protect plus Tailwind on turn 1. Because then you have a lot of pressure going into turn 2. But with that Raging Bolt switch in, it's like Bolt is still so scary, and how do you deal with the combination of Fiery Wrath plus Thunderclap slash Electro Web? It's still a lot of pressure to deal with, right? Either way, turn 1, I would say, goes in Dorian's favor. Focus Sash now is broken. Terra has been committed on Costa's end as well, right? So what do you really do at this spot? The Tornadus right now and Raging Bolt are both facing the pressure of Thunderclap, right? And so Dorian in this position can make the choice, do I want to just go for the safe Thunderclap? Do I want to predict him to, you know, protect and switch out, in which then you could, you know, get a potential Dragon Pulse or Thunderbolt off? Really, either feels fine. The reality is, I think, like, Moltres is able to punish switch-ins really heavily. I think Costa goes for basically the one play that you can go for in a position like this, which is get the Okidogi in, of course, with the Assault Vest. Actually quite tanky here, can soak up damage, so I like this play a lot, but he's still definitely fighting from behind, right? And it ends up being Thunderclap here. So I like Dorian's decision to just play it safe here, recognizing there's not much need to like predict you and switching in Okidogi, because even if I call it right, yeah, maybe I get a Dragon Pulse and Thunderbolt, and that does like 30-40% at max, probably less, honestly. And if I don't get it right and Urshifu just straight up decides to click close combat, I could actually just lose Raging Bolt or take a ton of damage with Moltres, right? So it's saying, look, I know that you could obviously go for this Protect Switch play, but either way, I'd rather still make sure that I prevent you from attacking this turn. Okie Dokie now hits the field, and this is where things get interesting because, of course, it's running that upper hand. So you actually do have the priority to shut down Thunderclap from Raging Bull. What's also really interesting about this turn, though, is we end up not seeing either Thunderclap or the, as I pause real quick, Thunderclap or the upper hand, right? So part of it is the mind game of upper hand, and just your opponent knowing that you have it makes you not want to click that Thunderclap, right? And so Kosta decides to just go all in, try to close combat into the Moltres slot, almost gets that knockout, does a ton of damage, but it is just bulky enough to survive, probably trained to survive it because, of course, style close combat, one of the more common attacks in this format. Gunk Shot comes out, a little bit scary there because, of course, it could have missed. Knockoff probably would have done the job there as well, but, you know, you do cover for potential switch-ins with that double up. So it ends up being a really nice call here, and then Dragon Pulse just knocks out the Urshifu. So at the end of the day, I think Dorian's actually still probably pretty content with this trade. I think this turn, the damage probably needs to go out into the Raging Bolt slot, right? Because the reality is that it's Moltres going for Fiery Wrath here, whereas the Raging Bolt applies so much more offensive pressure, right? So even though Moltres goes down, like, if you ignore it for the turn, it gets a Fiery Wrath off, but it's not enough to knock out either Pokemon, whereas the Raging Bolt, it has the ability to get the knockout onto the Urshifu here. So had it been maybe something like Close Combat plus knockoff into the Bolt, Fiery Wrath comes out, but both Pokemon survive. Fundamental problem now is that Urshifu has fainted as well, but of course, really tough to make these calls. And once again, the matchup feels just so heavily skewed in Dorian's favor already, right? So Moltres is down, but it's not like you have Indeedee plus Iron Crown in the back, right? In a world where you have Indeedee and Iron Crown in the back, prioritizing Moltres is like a really big deal because then it opens the door for Iron Crown to come back in and then be able to start clicking Expanding Force. But Kosta decided not to bring either of those naturally because Moltres is such a hard Pokemon to deal with. So Landers now gets to come in, and obviously it's very good into Raging Bolt, but this is like the ticking time bomb of the set, right? It's a Ogerpon, and Water Ogerpon is just so ridiculously good in this matchup because you can Terra it, like I mentioned, safely, and you just don't take that much damage, right? Even a double up like Gunk Shot plus Earth Power once you Terra that Ogerpon won't necessarily get the knockout onto it. And so Dorian's found the perfect position for the Water Ogerpon. Ogerpon can now Terra and dish out massive amounts of damage. You've still got the Raging Bolt to deal with as well, right? And so it's a tough position for Kosta because you just like don't necessarily have enough damage output. And I think this turn he ends up going for a play that probably just really takes away all the offensive pressure he has, ends up switching out the Okie Dokie. I think one potential play there was to maybe double up into the Ogerpon, but I think Kosta may have also been anticipating a Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon this turn, saying, look, I want to get some offensive positioning, get the Tornadus back out on the field. But like, I think because this matchup is honestly not in his favor at all, like maybe you just have to fish for like a double up critical hit onto the Ogerpon, hope to get a knockout here, right? Instead, by going for that switch, Landers connects on the Sandsphere Storm. Another big survival here with the Raging Bolt. You can see how much the Bolt comes in handy. Even if it goes down there, I think Dorian's actually still in fine shape, but with it surviving there, right, it's just a knockout here onto the Landers. Landers would have fainted anyway, but then Thunderbolt crucially knocks out the Tornadus there, taking away really any chance, right? So clutch survival there. The main thing I was curious about is if Okie Dokie stays in here and you Earth Power plus, Gunk Shot double up into the Ogerpon, can you knock it out? It's probably close. My guess is Ogerpon should survive there, but if you get a crit on either of them, maybe you get the chance to knock out. But yeah, it's like Moltres got knocked out earlier. That wasn't a huge problem. Part of why Kosta probably also prioritized Moltres getting KO'd was because he knew he had Landers in the back. And Landers, of course, is one of the more effective Pokemon in dealing with Raging Bolt. So I think everything makes a lot of sense in the context of how Kosta played it. And then as we wrap up this analysis, the one quick thing I want to shout out in Game 2 is that the game kind of fell over on turn 1 with Kosta doubling up and not getting a knockout, unfortunately, onto the Raging Bolt that hit the field as a lead adjustment. With that, he just gave up way too many resources and lost, so much damage. And then Urshifu not having Aqua Jet in this matchup also ended up costing him a little bit. But the reality is, I think the matchup was really, really tough for him when you can't lean into one of your main offensive duos in Indeedee Iron Crown and you face an off-meta pick like Galarian Moltres. Sometimes that's just how the cards are. And in VGC, there's no perfect team. You can't have a perfect matchup into everything. Kosta ran what I think is a really cool anti-meta team, but also ran into another kind of anti-meta team running a very low usage rate Pokemon in the Galarian Moltres. So that's going to wrap it up here. Congratulations to Dorian for making it to top 16 and for Kosta for honestly having an amazing run, especially as he spends most of the time behind the desk. And so thank you as always for watching A to Zang. We'll now throw it to the lounge as we dive into some pre-top cut content.
Thank you so much, Aaron. We have ended your segment early because we got one of the competitors here joining us in the lounge. And of course, Ben Kiriakou is also here. And we have Gabby. But gentlemen, how are you doing?
You know what? I was doing great, Rose. I was doing really great for just a moment there.
Right.
And you know what?
Tried.
Fair play, because today has not gone well at all. This has not been my day 2 experience that I was coming to Toronto for. But hey, do you know what? We're here, so
do you think the North American competition was a little harder than you might have thought?
Definitely not. No, I got knocked out. I got knocked out by a European.
Oh.
Well played. That's pretty good.
But Costa Didymos,
Hello.
welcome back to our broadcast.
Hello.
We just saw you in that match, but
Get
how you
obliterated.
feeling?
Yes. Yeah. You know what? It was fun to see Dorian do, what he needed to do.
Okay, so how does it really feel?
Abysmal. It feels horrible. Why did you have to put me on stream with an auto loss? And then obviously Dorian being amazing and all that stuff, but it's fine. It happens. I started the tournament against my worst matchup. It's a beautiful, poetic way to end it against the exact same matchup. So
The exact same matchup?
Pretty much.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Wow, that is horrible for you. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. It's okay. It happens. I'm having a good time.
We're having a good time.
Others over here.
Look,
but,
I'm having it. I'm coming to the tournament to have fun, and I've succeeded.
I'm so glad to hear that for both of you. No, but genuinely, it's so great to have you here on our set with us to do our Top Cut preview. Gabby, we work alongside you both when we get to cross-pollinate for our international championships.
Yeah.
So it's very cool to see you here crashing our stream for the regionals. But what do you think of the set? What do you think of our backstage area?
Yeah, it's super comfy, I might stay here a little bit longer.
You're going to have to speak to your partner about
that. Maybe she is expecting me home. But no, this is great, and like you say, cross-pollinating across our teams, we don't get to interact so much. This is great, and of course we talk about all of the North American players that have been competing over here. We get to experience it as well.
Yes.
So this weekend has been great to be on the other side of things and then experience it. Then we go back to Birmingham next weekend, and it's back home. We'll see who comes across to us this time round.
I already know there's a couple of players from North America that will be making their way over to Birmingham. So
all right.
I think we will see even more cross-pollination across the pond. But Gabby, you've also been catching up with all of our Phase 2 Swiss action. So what have you thought so far about some of the teams we featured on broadcast?
There's been honestly a lot of offense in the field. It's been a lot more of one-sided games than I think I was expecting coming into this tournament. I thought that Bulk was going to be the name of the game with the Flutter Mains, with the Calm Mind Raging Bolts, but really it's been very decisive matchups left and right. And going into Top Cut, I can't help but think we're going to see more of that.
Has that been your experience for a lot of the weekend in terms of your prep going into the second part of Regulation F? Has the weekend actually played out to the expectations that you had for the meta?
Nope. I'm going to keep it short.
Beautiful analysis.
Oh, excellent.
Do you know what? So the thing that I was expecting is more of these balanced teams. I wasn't expecting the Calm Mind Raging Bolt that you mentioned, Gabby, so much, but I was expecting a lot of Bolt. I played in day 1 precisely 1 Rillaboom and 2 Incineroar.
That's it?
The whole day.
That doesn't make any sense.
And I played 4 or 5 Iron Crowns. So
what?
Yeah, I must have played most of the Iron Crowns in the field because there was a lot of them that I played in day 1. So it was nothing like what I expected.
Wow. I'm genuinely shocked that is the Pokemon count that you've just told us.
In fact, I don't know if I even played a Rillaboom in day 2. I think I played 1 this tournament.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know. I dodged.
What are you doing?
I was playing Okie Dokie like you, so I wanted to see the Rillabooms.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
And I did not.
All right, well, Costa.
Yes, I was actually one of the people with the Iron Crown that Ben did not run into. And that is really good because I've got a bad matchup against him. But I think I was generally anticipating more offensive sort of variants of the good stuff, so like the Harkonines, the Ogerpons, and Raging Bolts, etc. just because when it comes to like region-based competency, when it comes to the different sort of archetypes that are predominant to play styles, NA a bit more offensive versus, let's say, the European balance on average. Obviously, there are the additional exceptions, but yeah, I was sort of expecting that, so I thought, okay, I want to be able to counter more of the offensive stuff with my own, bringing Iron Crown and Female Indeedee, which I think, without the Regidrago actual variant, which has been running around, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Justin Tang was running it as well.
Yeah, Keanu and Asanto.
Yep.
Yeah, that big hyper-offensive core with the Golden Go and Regidrago.
Yeah.
We've seen it on stream a couple of times, but I think that is actually a team that's taken a lot of people by surprise. Just pumping out the damage.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of it as well, right? You've got different outlets in order for you to be able to reallocate your resources, and it matches up quite well into what is such a, I don't know, varied amount of format archetypes that exist. You've got like, what is it, the top 20 Pokemon, and they could easily individually be part of like 6 different variants of team compositions.
It's cool as well to see these like Iron Crown teams actually popping off. It's like, who knew that redirection plus strong attacker was pretty good in the format overall, right? But it's definitely found its form, and I'm excited to see if it carries on. Like, if we get this redefining of the Reg F meta like we did when we came back to Regulation H, like everything looked completely different, didn't it? And I think we're well on track to see a little bit more of that.
Well, it's so funny that you mentioned how many Iron Crown that you played, because I think there was one group of players in particular, and I'm thinking about Justin Karras and his team building group, that did play Iron Crown and was one of the dominant Iron Crown groups from the last time we played Regulation F, and they didn't play it this tournament. And so isn't that interesting that they had a completely different take on what that actually looked like? But instead, Justin Karras actually ended up playing more of just good stuff.
I mean, Justin is really scary with that kind of composition. I think because Justin's been playing so long, I remember working with him back in 2014, 2015 era, and he's just carried on improving as a player over the years. But he's so intelligent with the way that he approaches the games, and you give him good big walls of stats that he can use, good types, good offensive pressure, good defensive backbone. Scary combination.
I can see why he was possibly tempted to run a team like this that has more responsive, adaptation to teams in this tournament, as I don't think anybody really knew the call, if you will, coming into this tournament, where Iron Crown and Indeedee, I mean, I'm not an expert, so Costa, correct me if I'm wrong.
Me neither.
Okay, great. But that team does feel like you have to have some sort of confidence in the metagame coming into a tournament to make a deep run with it. So if you're unsure what to run, you just want to run big Pokemon with big stats. And that's exactly what this team is, and you stack that on top of your skill, your intelligence, your confidence, and you can just go far.
That's a good point. And I think Justin, you already spoke to his accolades as a player, as well as the ability to just pilot good teams. Justin is going to be one of the players we will see in our top cut later on today. And so that's why we go ahead and show you that team. But there are, of course, 13 other competitors that are going to be joining him as we get ready to see that single elimination top cut bracket. So there's a couple of other players I do want to talk about here. Of course, Justin Karras is one of a select team building group, but you also mentioned Justin Tang and that group. So let's go ahead and pull up his team once again, as we know there are a couple of different players that are running it, but I mean, just the Tornadus, the Tailwind, the Regidrago, the Golden Go, you just have so much spread damage. I feel like there are very few teams in this meta right now that can actually keep up with that onslaught.
Well, exactly, and I think one of the reasons why Iron Crown have been popping off to an extent as well is because you've got really good resistances going into this sort of archetype when it comes to the Golden Go as well as the Regidrago. Because of the steel typing, it's going to be able to, with the right redirection, Female Indeedee on the other side, essentially nullify all of that offensive danger that comes from both of those Pokemon, which it's so reliant on. So, for example, I went up against Kylan Asanto yesterday towards the end of Swiss, and he was rocking the same team. You also have different modes. You don't need to necessarily rely on Regidrago or the Golden Go. You can just go for the good old-fashioned Tornadus, Urshifu, get Rain Dance set up. It's a Scarf Urshifu from what I can remember as well. And then you just got the great sort of Ogerpon, Half Flame, and Rillaboom to be able to fall back on. So it's sort of check certain matchups, but it's not necessary to the team composition.
And even just talking about general matchups, we have this great synergy between the Regidrago and the Golden Go being able to cover for each other's weaknesses, with the steel types the steel attack going up against the fairy types, and the dragon type attack just basically obliterating everything on the field. Like, it's a very strong team, and again, in the hands of a very strong player, it's absolutely terrifying to go up against.
Well, Justin Tang was one of our players to watch this weekend, and so great to be able to see him live up to that expectation and make it to our top cut. Another one of our players to watch is a hometown favorite, and that is Kylan Van Severin. And this is, you know, very young, up-and-coming player. We remember him for that top 16 performance at the World Championships, but Kylan, of course, was able to make the top cut with the Dondozo Tatsugiri. There's like a visceral reaction here, Ben.
Okay,
What's going on?
I've played Kylan in some grassroots events back a couple of years ago, and I've been on the receiving end of Kylan with Dondozo Tatsugiri. So this
doesn't sound like a good memory.
I've got a twitching eye right now because this is like bringing back all of the memories. And again, this is dangerous. Kylan, like, as you say, up and coming player, but has been running this like 2-2-2 kind of composition where you've got at least two combinations of archetypes, and then you force your opponent to have to play the guessing games, like which one do I react to, because if I get it wrong, I lose. But even if you guess it right, Kylan's got so much experience being able to pilot those kind of compositions. It's like, well, still good luck, because you never know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to talk to him at Worlds this past year, and I asked him, why Dondozo Tatsugiri? And he's like, I just have so much comfort with these two Pokemon. At the end of the day, I can rely on these two Pokemon. I know what they can do, I know what they can't do, and that can just carry you through so many matchups where even if you are shaky, you can still just make it work.
That's true. I mean, I feel like one of the things about Dondozo Tatsugiri is that it's always falling in and out of favor, which means that it's not necessarily something that everybody is always prepping for. So if you've got the experience with it, that's just one less thing that, other people might be worrying about.
Well, that's it, because at some point when it starts falling out of favor in terms of the meta, that's the moment where people get comfortable and they're like, oh, okay, I don't need to prep as much into Dondozo because it's probably not going to pop up. And then it does. And then you're like, oh,
I'm silly.
I don't have a matchup into this.
Oops.
How did that feel in your last round of Swiss?
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Thank you for making me
This
is what friends are for.
Yeah, exactly.
To kick you when you're down.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna have such a lovely evening tonight.
We actually are going to have a really great dinner.
I'll make sure you guys aren't sitting next to each other. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll split them up. But you know what? Before that, we do have a couple of other players that have made it into the top cut, and I think one of them that I would love to be able to talk about is Emmanuel Bochter. I mean, Emmanuel was at the top of the tables all day long yesterday and today, and so let's take a look at his team. And I think we'll see some kind of familiar faces here, but I don't know, Blood Moon or Saluna, where are your stocks on that Pokemon?
So I was really sad we didn't get to see him on the mainstream because he did go undefeated yesterday even. So shout outs to Emmanuel for that. I personally think that Blood Moon or Saluna was very undervalued going into this tournament, as we've seen just how powerful Blood Moon as an attack continues to be. I mean, were you guys prepared for that coming into this weekend? Just how it can still seemingly delete Pokemon off the field?
I mean, I personally was, because I've got Iron Crown.
Okay,
so
fair.
I'm good. As long as I, don't allow it to get its ground types going, or I don't get caught out of position with the Terra Water onto the Iron Crown. But no, you're right. It's just one of those Pokemon, no matter what format it's available in, you really have to respect. And yeah, seeing this sort of team composition, I was sort of surprised when I was actually reviewing the stats before, but it makes sense because you've got different ways of being able to go with the Trick Room mode when necessary, have a Moongus, which is oppressive in terms of the disruption under Trick Room conditions, but then you don't necessarily have to, wager on speed control. And who knows, you may even be able to invest some more defensive or slower training onto like an Ogerpon or that Urshifu in order to capitalize off it.
I just want to give a big shout out as well to Emmanuel for, it was like you can see on their accolades there, top 32, top 64, 32, 32. They've been playing a few years, but this is like guaranteed top 16 at this point. probably getting, potentially getting the bye into the top 8 rounds, depending on how things work out with the pairings. And that's another big achievement on their roster. It's great to see that improvement and consistency over different formats.
Absolutely. So I'm hoping that Emmanuel can take it even further than that. Maybe it is going to be a top 4 or a second. Who knows? It would be so cool to be able to see that. Well, while Emmanuel has done a lot in the last couple of years to continue to improve, there is another player in our top cut. I feel like he's got nothing left to prove. That's Paul Chua, of course, an international champion, multi-time regional champion, and Paul Chua is also in the top cut here at Toronto.
Yeah, this is just another one of those examples where I feel like just like Justin Karras, like so much experience, so much knowledge, so much practice with so many different types of teams, and especially like we're sort of talking about before, you go into a new regulation set that you've played before. It doesn't start from scratch. You've kind of got something to build across, and again, putting Paul in a position where he's got those kind of teams, those kind of resources at his disposal. Again, I could have another visceral reaction here for all the times that I've played Paul over the years, because again, he's just like, he's always on the front foot. He's always willing to make that read, to make that call. He knows like 3 or 4 steps ahead, and he can capitalize on those things as it goes through the game.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, I think, is one of those players that year after year is honestly very good in formats where balanced teams thrive, because his play style isn't necessarily about the team building phase. It's about being able to out predict and just set up the field for his win conditions. And having also played him many times over the years, it is a very scary opponent to come up against, and I can see exactly why he's excelling with this team, and I would not want to be facing him in top cut again personally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally a bit not disappointed, but I'm missing the Roaring Moon that Paul brought in order to win EUIC back a couple of years ago. But then again, that's sort of the virtue of someone that's so talented. You don't need to necessarily hinge on just one signature Pokemon. You're just so well adept to be able to sort of capitalize off of all the good stuff going around.
Can confirm Roaring Moon was not the call.
Well, actually, you know what, Costa, I'll throw you a bone here.
Oh, please
There
do.
is a Roaring Moon in Top Cut.
Let's go.
And it was by Cary D'Ortona. And I got a chance to talk to Cary after his win on stream, and he was saying actually his group alongside Patrick Connors, and in fact, one of the seniors players that they ran the team with who won the Toronto Regional Championships in the seniors division, they all went 23-6 in phase 1.
That's insane.
So what would you like to say about Roaring Moon again?
Well, Roaring Moon was clearly the call. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I wasn't the call.
You definitely were, my friend.
Wait, did you have Roaring Moon on your team?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, you must have. That's sad. I'm
was
sorry.
it the acrobatics one?
Yeah, it was
acrobatics. Yeah, that was the problem.
Oh, see,
no, it's tried.
This Roaring Moon is not acrobatics.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Tell me more.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll go ahead and kind of let Cary's team sort of speak for itself. But when we got a chance to see it, like Roaring Moon, setting Tailwind, has Breaking Swipe as well as Knockoff. And so a lot of what you're looking at for the team and the way that our senior champion described it to me as well is that you have a lot of ways that you can just kind of shore up the good damage down with the Landers and the Golden Go.
And when we saw Cary on stream earlier, in the final game, the Roaring Moon terrestrialized into a poison type. It just stayed on the field and used Breaking Swipe, and that was it. It just was able to sort of manage the board state thanks to that and a couple of well-timed knockoffs. So very well played, very well positioned, and really I was so excited to see him go undefeated throughout the tournament. I don't know how the last round shook up for him, but it was just an incredible run from a trainer who really is having an insane, I would say, breakout performance, but he did get top 8 in Louisville. I would assume he's going to defeat that this weekend.
He did lose his last round to Aaron Brock.
Okay, still though, 11-1.
So
That's insane.
It is insane.
It truly is, and I think, like we said, we've seen Cary do so well, keeps on upping the level, Portland Regional top 4 as well, just previous season, so who knows, may be able to meet that and potentially go past it straight into the finals, but yeah.
Connor Petrosinski in the senior division. one with this team.
Well, here we go.
Running it with Cary
Foreshadow
and
much?
Patrick Connor. So maybe it is foreshadowing to what could happen here in the Masters division. Of course, only time will tell, but we do have a couple of other teams we get a chance to showcase before we get into our action as we get our players team checked and ready to go on stage. And so next up, I feel like we kind of need to talk about Eric Stewart. Eric Stewart, we didn't get a chance to see on stream yet, but Eric Stewart did do a phenomenal job in our phase 2 of Swiss. We'll be finishing with a record of 10-2, entering into our top cut.
This is a cool composition as well. Like normally, especially coming back into Reg F, we've seen a lot of regular Ursaluna as Eric's running here, but paired with the Cresselia combination, you get at the Trick Room, you get to go Helping Hand and Earthquakes and big damaging moves, but you get the Lunar Blessing to recover it. It's really interesting seeing that with the Farigiraf. It's like a little bit less of the ability to just do lots of spread damage, but instead your Ursaluna just gets to keep attacking in that Trick Room environment.
Well, it's interesting too because I saw a team floating around a couple days before this weekend where it was actually a tail room Ursaluna where it had some speed investment even.
Okay.
And I didn't have an opportunity to figure out where exactly it fell on the tail and the room side of things, but it looked like it was one of those teams that was built to respond where if your opponent also has Tailwind, you use Trick Room so that your Ursaluna is still the fastest thing, but if your opponent is using one of those like Icy Wind, Thunder Wave type speed control teams, Ursaluna can still be the fastest thing on the field thanks to the Tailwind. And last I checked, Tornadus is a flying type Pokemon, so then you can still go for those spread type moves. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what Eric is doing here. You know, like Rose said, we did not have him on stream, unfortunately. But if that is the thought behind this team, it's a really unique way to use a Pokemon that's kind of been shoehorned into a very strong Trick Room mode, and I really hope we get to see that shine.
Well, I will say, actually, that Fluttermane is choice specs. So it's
Oh,
only attacks. Does not actually have access to Icy Wind or Thunder Wave. And so I think that does make me even more curious to see how Eric has built this team, because I always look at teams like this and I freak out because I'm like, well, I don't actually know where the speed tiers fall, and do I have enough games to figure it out before you beat me?
And it could also be a case where the Tornadus might actually be leaning more into the Sunny Day.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
then you've got the
You would be
interaction.
right.
Hey,
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
I know something.
And it's great defensively for the Ursaluna as well.
That's a great call.
Exactly. And not only that, since it's a choice specs variant, you're able to capitalize off photosynthesis, maybe training it in order to get the speed boost.
Yep.
Unless you want to go full damage, you go special attack.
Do you know what? Like, whatever Eric's picked, it's
Go hard,
probably
go
the
hard.
right call.
Yeah, well, clearly.
But, I mean, it's a special thing when you get Sunny Day, Photosynthesis, special attack
truly
booster, Terra Fairy, Specs Fluttermane on board.
Oh my gosh, those
That's a
moon
lot of
blasts
multipliers,
are
but-
awesome.
That's a good feeling. I'm telling you now.
It is quite. I know. There are a few things that I enjoy more in this regulation than multiple modifiers on top of my Photosynthesis Pokemon and hitting Head Smash on my Hisuian Arcanine.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
was
Okay,
the
you're
choice
one of
band,
those
right?
players.
Of
Okay.
course I
All right,
am.
cool.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
Are you full committing? Are you rock heading it as well?
Of course I am.
Excellent.
Well, it depends. I have a version that has Intimidate on the Hisuian Arcanine instead. But yes, Rock Head Smash
With choice band.
with Choice Band.
Of course.
Okay.
Naturally.
Try it. Try it to see if it changes your mind about Regulation F. It's either going to make you feel really great about it or make you feel really bad about it, depending on if you hit those
It's really
moves.
great. Beautiful.
It's really great. I think it's really great. But of course, as we take a look at the remaining players in our top cut, we've got to talk about Aaron Brock. We saw Aaron Brock on stream yesterday, and so being able to get a chance to kind of revisit that team, and of course Aaron Brock as a player, I feel like Aaron Brock, like one of the first things that I remember about him is that in the early days of Scarlet and Violet, he ran a Dreadnought team, and I will never forget that Dreadnought team. But now he comes back into this regulation, I think with a Pokemon that a lot of people were saying, it can be good, but you know, is it falling out of favor with how the meta is developing ahead of returning to Regulation F? Cresselia, Ursaluna. This pair, I feel like if you do not have an answer to it, it will wreck your team.
Yeah, truly, and that's sort of why you need to be able to respect it. And similar to what Gabby and Ben were just talking about as well, you've just got such great synergy between the both of them. And that's not even talking about the other Pokemon on the other side of the field. You've got the Flutter Mains and the Amoonguss and Incineroar. They're just so reliable, and you're able to have a bit more room to train and invest more into your defense, your HP, and just take advantage of the slower speed tearing. Because we know that Harkonine and Fluttermane have been running around non-stop. You might as well not go on that side. And another great way to forego paralysis or whatever, you know, paraflinch, you've got Lunar Blessing. And you've got a great way to be able to support other Pokemon aside from Ursaluna.
Well, what I find interesting as well is that this team is very reminiscent of Nils Dunlop's team from when he won EUIC, but it is going to be that Cresselia as the Trick Room setter. And given that it can go for that Lunar Blessing to support the Ursaluna, like you were saying, if there is nothing to answer that, this team really can just go and let Ursaluna get all the knockouts that it wants to get in the matchup. And while I do think that a lot of trainers are starting to bring answers to this team, I've been running it. There's a lot of taunt out in the world right now, and that makes it very difficult, in my opinion, to use. If you just don't hit those matchups, or if you're a better player than I am, and you can just get through those matchups very well, I think this team would take you far. So definitely, I think one of the more difficult teams to run because of the emphasis on positioning and needing to get around all the taunt users, but definitely very powerful when you do find those opportunities.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, a lot of the Cresselia, I played a Cresselia Ursaluna yesterday, and it had Mental Herb for exactly that reason.
Exactly.
There's a lot of that going around at the moment on Fluttermanes, etc. But the thing I really like about this composition is that, yes, you've got the slow mode there. It's very well defined. If you get through the slow mode, good job, well done if you're playing it. But it's like, well, what if there's a Fluttermane or a Scarf Urshifu in the back? And it's like, it's actually a Trick Room team that has a defined fast mode as well, and I think that's really, really valuable in this sort of format.
And it's really hard to execute. When we saw Aaron Brock play on stream, there was no mistake. In any of the games that he was able to play, and especially against such a hard opponent like Paul Chua, I think you got to take a look at that and say, wow, like this is a player that can definitely go far, and especially when you have to balance going slow, using the fast mode, maybe thinking about whether or not you actually leave the Trick Room at home. There's definitely a lot to consider. This is only a very small snapshot of the trainers that we will be featuring in our top cut for the Toronto Regional Championships. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it all shakes out and who will be playing who. As we take a look at this, it will be Aaron Brock and Cary D'Ortona that do get the buys, but where are your eyes drawn to in terms of the rest of the matchups?
I mean, I'm just looking at the first couple of names there, Paul versus Justin. That is going to be an absolutely insane match.
Yeah. Nail biter. But then it's not the only one. We've got quite a few. We already covered Eric Stewart versus now Brendan Zhang, who has been absolutely on fire throughout the entire weekend. So it'll be really interesting to actually see how that matchup in particular pans out.
Also, shout outs to your fellow European out down there, Jack Clark.
Yes!
Jack made it. I know you guys were asking about that earlier, so I had to shout him out for you.
Yes.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, well, you at least get to root for someone.
Definitely.
Yes. Hey, we root for everybody, Rose. We're fans of everyone.
Well, I mean, since you're not technically officially working on the broadcast, I mean, have you here as
Brilliant.
guests?
Okay, yeah, right, Jack. You can do it, mate.
Do it. You got it. Go on,
You
son.
can be as biased as you want. That's
Okay.
kind of how this works.
Jack has absolutely got the. Jack has been on an absolute tear, and especially because I'm rooming with Jack this weekend, and he's been like, he was struggling on the last little decisions on his team. He wasn't super confident. It's been a little while since he's made a really deep run, and he was really excited to like have a chance at it. Wasn't thinking it was going to go too far, and then 7-1 yesterday, coming all the way, going 3-1 today overall in his Swiss rounds is like really, really nice to see. He's such a creative player, and it's not Toxtricity Hydreigon from back in the day.
Not this time.
With Driftballin, but it's you know, it's a great team.
So what is he running?
He's running Okidogi.
Hey,
big shout out. Okidogi, Entei, Grimmsnarl.
Screens, yeah.
Screens.
Very cool.
There's 3 other Pokemon, and the Pokemon are escaping me at the moment, but I do know most of his team.
But it's not Toxtricity Drifblim, which
It's
is
not
actually
Toxtricity
like
Drifblim.
very different. So
Yeah.
Did y'all coordinate this okie dokie thing, by the way?
Oh my god.
No.
Should we tell them the story? No, we
Yes.
won't now, but...
Yeah. No, yeah.
Okay, all right, that's it. We're doing it. Okay,
Story
so
time.
the story is...
Story time.
There was no coordination on any side of anything to do with participating at Toronto. And we only found out 2 weeks ago that not only are we participating at Toronto Going, we're also running Okie Dokie.
We literally found out. So we were chatting at dinner
Honestly.
on Friday.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
literally,
It was
literally,
on
yeah, yeah,
Friday, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm running Okie Dokie," and I was like, "What? What? I'm running Okie Dokie as well."
Verbatim.
the meme pointing at each other.
Yeah, it's
No,
like
literally, yeah.
so.
Jack was on the other side, so...
Yeah, so there were 3 of you. That's
3
perfect.
Okie Dokies pointing at each other.
there was quite a few. We had of the 6 people that are rooming together for us. There were 3 Okie Dokies playing.
The loyal 3.
Okay,
So
yeah,
good.
really
Well
nice.
played.
Okay,
Well played.
touche.
Wow, that's a very great story, actually. That's so funny. but you two didn't even know that you were coming to Toronto until like a couple days before the event either.
Yeah.
How did you not talk about that?
I don't know. No
Like,
idea.
I was like, Gabby and I talk all the time. It's like, oh, what's the next regional you're going to? You want to coordinate flights, make sure that we're like going at the same time.
Do you want to crash in the same hotel room for Go Tour? Great, let's do that.
Absolutely, and we
Why are you
are doing that.
Yeah.
You're just showing us up now, but...
So
Okay.
we're
We
just
are
showing you how
actually,
it's
yeah.
done on this
Oh,
side of the
yeah,
pond.
Here we go. Okay. Jack's still in it. Don't worry. That's good. Turns to be Europe.
Well, Ben Costa, thank you so much for sharing your time with us today and for helping us with our Top Cup preview and sharing your experiences in Toronto. Hopefully you guys will have a great rest of your day, and we will see you later. Don't know if the stream will, but we're very excited to spend time with you later. Now, though, it is time to get going with our Top Cut bracket. So for that, we send it over to our casters for the first match of our phase.
The first match of what really matters, Rose. That's what you're trying to say there. It is time to get started with the top cut here at the Toronto Regional Championships. The trainers have fought so hard to get to this point, but only a few can make it to the point where everything is on the line. One little mess up and you are done, but in just a few matches, we'll get to determine a champion.
No more leeway. You know, in the Swiss phase, the nice part about the Swiss style of competition is that if you lose a match, you're not out yet. In fact, in our phases of tournaments, you can lose 2 matches and still qualify for Top Cut. However, now you lose, you are done. Your tournament run ends. And there's only 14 players left that can become the Toronto Regional Champion, and only one of them will.
Yeah, and of those 14 players as well, we only have 3 Canadians left and only 3 previous regional champions. And as it's going to be, there'll only be potentially 2, maybe even 1 after this round, as 2 of those regional champions are competing up against each other. It is Justin Karras going up against Paul Chua. A crazy match to see in our Top Cut, because this could easily be a regional finals, if not an international finals.
Yeah, I mean, between these 2 players, there are 7 regional championships. 6 of them belong to Paul, but of course, Justin with the 1 is a lot more than most of us have. So obviously going to be a very, very good match between these 2 trainers. Even just seeing their teams, it's a mirror match. They're the same 6 Pokemon between the 2 of them.
It'll be a really fun one. Justin going into this event, though, this was really funny. Of course, in Canada, there's a lot to do, snowboarding amongst them. And I talked to him Friday, and he's like, well, if I don't really do too well, I can just go back out on the slopes. And as soon as you make plans for what you're going to do at a regional weekend that isn't playing Pokemon, you are guaranteed to pop off. So really showing up strong here, Justin Karras. And I mean, makes a lot of sense. Really exceptionally skilled trainer. But looking at the team as well, this is a really strong coordinated team of Pokemon, but a couple of little variations in Pokemon that we've really gotten to see a certain trend of towards this weekend.
Conveniently, the 3 on the right half and the right column there are the 3 that are going to be a little bit different than Paul's. The Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Rillaboom, and Incineroar, all pretty standard sets. It is the Grassy Glide Sword Stance Ogerpon, which slightly differs from the Woodhammer Follow Me version of it. The high horsepower on Rillaboom is that coverage option instead of U-turn. The Urshifu Rapid Strike for Justin here is going to be holding the Mystic Water for a little bit more of a power boost on Surging Strikes on Aqua Jet, and does have that defensive Steel type Terra. The Raging Bolt is much more offensive. It's Terra Electric with Life Orb to boost up the power of those Burst, Thunderbolts, and Thunderclaps. And the Flutter main is the Pain Split set. This is kind of one of the most recent developments in the Flutter main metagame. The Pain Split allows it to kind of share some of its HP with opposing Pokemon, but usually that means taking away from the opposing Pokemon instead.
Yeah, the Thunder Wave variant that Paul has been running is the one that people have thought has particularly been painful throughout the weekend, but the Pain Split on Karis' side is quite interesting. Looking at Paul's team, we did get a chance to feature him yesterday, and we talked a lot about this balancey team in the hands of a player that is so good with balance like Paul. Maybe the team didn't fare too well then, but has obviously really popped off since. Going with an older take on this Raging Bolt when you're looking at this Leftovers Calm Mind variant. Boost up that special defense, special attack, have the Leftovers for the recovery combined with that Grassy Terrain from the Rillaboom.
The other difference being the Focus Sash on the Urshifu, it is Terra Water for that extra power boost. Both of them have a way to boost up the power of those attacks, just one in the form of an item, one in the form of the terrestrialization. I do want to say, Paul, in one of his 6 regional championship wins, in 2016 in Virginia, there was a regional championship. If you remember the 2016 metagame, there was something we referred to as the Big Six. It was like the most common set of Pokemon, the Groudon, Xerneas combinations with Smeargle and whatnot. That top 8 of that event, 6 of the teams were Big Six. Paul Chua played a 6 Pokemon Mirror in the finals of that tournament and won. So if you were playing against Paul Chua with a standard team in a mirror match, if that was me, I would need my handheld. I would be very, very scared of going up into Paul Chua because he is just so good at using the best team in the format. Someone that could do it, Justin Karas, of course, a regional champion in his own right, and I think he will put up a really good fight here. But Paul with a good team against another good player is a really scary sight.
Again, a match of 2 top quality trainers. Justin Karas going for another regional title, and Paul Chua trying to go from 6 to 7 regional championship titles of his own. Getting into this match, I mean, Raging Bolt has been all the rage here in Regulation F and right away won a piece. Incineroar for Paul, though, for the Intimidate on the Rillaboom that Justin brought.
The Rillaboom will be faster than Incineroar. We see the Grassy Terrain go up before the Intimidate comes through. Sometimes people train their Incineroar to be really, really speedy, and that can make them outspeed Rillaboom, but good for both players to know this Rillaboom is indeed faster. The Intimidate immediately on Rillaboom will take away some of that offensive threat. High horsepower actually super effective into both of Paul's Pokemon here, so it's a nice tool to have, but you might want to go for that Fake Out immediately just to have some of that utility. Of course, Justin's Raging Bolt immediately threatens a lot of damage. Something like a Life Orb Draco Meteor into this Incineroar could be a big threat.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that either the Incineroar or whatever comes into its place really has to worry about. But a Rillaboom is definitely going to be one of those Pokemon that can take the hit a lot better. Protect from the Raging Bolt from Paul's end. Of course, you do have a defensive terrestrialization in that Fairy type, but as well, going for the Protect, make sure that you're not getting hit by a Fake Out or a Draco Meteor is super nice. So now, you have now gotten in your own Fake Out for the next turn and have a little bit more information about how Karas wants to play this.
The Raging Bolt on Paul's side in a bit of a tough spot here. Of course, you might want to go for that Fairy Terrestrialization to make sure you're not taking that super effective Draco Meteor. But if you do that, you are removing your resistance to Rillaboom's Grass-type attacks, and that could open up a way for Justin to make some more headway against that Raging Bolt.
Definitely have to prioritize, but if it was a terrestrialization, one may be done in vain as Raging Bolt from Justin doesn't want to stick around and Flutter Mane to hit the field instead. As well, going to be a great defensive pivot for something if that Raging Bolt does target a Dragon type move, but as well be able to offput some pressure down the line. But it's a double pivot out. It's not just the Flutter Mane. Justin does not like his current board state, and a double switcheroo. Incineroar coming onto the field as well. If you are worried about an attack going into the Flutter Mane, great way to just drop the attack on the opposing end. It's only going to be able to be Paul to move this turn, but Fake Out not really good for anything either. At least though, taking advantage of a more chill turn from Karas, Paul can get this first Calm Mind set up to try and have this Raging Bolt try and take away the game.
The nice thing for Justin here is that the Pain Split Flutter Mane set is kind of handcrafted to be able to take on this Raging Bolt, the Calm Mind Raging Bolt. What you can do is, the Raging Bolt cannot damage you if you're not going for an attacking move. So you can kind of let it get it boosted up as much as you want and then just Pain Split it for all of its health later on.
We don't even want to get it set up. Taunt is going to be a way to shut down not just that Calm Mind, but the Protect's going on forward. But it's not going to be an attacking move. Instead, trying to take advantage of that special attack boost you just got into that Incineroar. Citrus Berry is going to help it get up to a reasonable amount, but it does look like it will maybe drop to another hit. Not one we'll get to find out sooner rather than later, though, as Incineroar will switch out.
The parting shot here, lowering Rillaboom's attack down to -2 after that Intimidate. really nice for this Flutter Mane here because one more Grassy Glide will likely not be able to knock it out. It is, of course, that bulky set, so it's probably trained pretty defensively and, of course, has the benefit of the Rillaboom being at -2. And if you do opt to Grassy Glide it, the lower HP your Flutter Mane has, the more effective Pain Split is. Because you do just add up the totals of both Pokemon's HP and then split them between them. So if your Flutter Mane has 1 HP, for example, you essentially just cut your opponent's Pokemon's HP in half if it's up at full. So Flutter Mane taking Grassy Glide here may kind of be exactly what Justin wants. Of course, Flutter Mane with the taunt into the Raging Bolt. I really like that play because that will prevent this Raging Bolt from either setting up more with Calm Mind or protecting itself. The leftovers and Grassy Terrain recovery combination is really, really powerful, but if you can't protect, it's a lot easier to overcome that HP recovery.
And especially, too, if you're looking at a Raging Bolt that you're trying to get these boosts with, you kind of want it to stick around. No Grassy Glide, though, but Flutter Mane still get a lot of health that split. Wood Hammer, though, and another attempt to try and take it down, but still, you're basically back at where you started there.
I mean, really great plane split there. Like you said, the Flutter Mane probably came out net positive in HP that turn, and the Rillaboom certainly did not. Just a great way to not only get some damage onto your opponent's side of the field, but recover some HP on a Pokemon like Flutter Mane that you're really not used to seeing recovery on. You know, most of the time when you damage Flutter Mane, that damage will stick, and you can eventually take it out later on. But again, we're in a spot where Grassy Glide certainly won't KO this Flutter Mane. If it gets another Pain Split off, another Wood Hammer may not even do the job, and this Raging Bolt, again, cannot damage Flutter Mane without a Thunderclap.
Grassy Glide into the Flutter Mane, but it's going to be a Thunderclap as no attacking move has been picked. Instead, Pain Split instead. You're still doing damage, but not going to get hit by that. Double up, though, not quite enough going up against this bulky Raging Bolt, but definitely with range to be able to take it down next turn.
Just a great Pain Split there. Even though Pain Split, quote-unquote, does damage, it's listed as a status move, and it's not necessarily dealing damage. It's just kind of adjusting your remaining HP stats. That's why Thunderclap will fail into it. Just a perfect example of how this Flutter Mane set is set up to succeed. Grassy Terrain also runs out, so this Raging Bolt is still taunted, cannot protect. If it wants to not get knocked out this turn, it most likely has to swap out, even Terrastalize, but at this low HP, I don't think a Terrastalization will even save you.
This Flutter Mane has been so annoying. It has done the most without actually doing a quote-unquote attacking move. Almost back up to full, and now a switch out Incineroar to hit the field instead. Another round of Intimidate for this Rillaboom on the opposing end. And again, this Raging Bolt is not on the most health and can't go for a protector, the Calm Mind either. Now, though, Rillaboom not really adding much to the field is going to be switching out and make sure that the damage from this Rillaboom is limited to maybe try and have this Raging Bolt stick around. Okay, I can't count my taunt turns, friends. Protect, we're good. Raging Bolt is fine. And with that Incineroar swap in from Paul, you now have the fake out on the next turn to make sure the Rillaboom cannot land its target with something like that high horsepower.
Paul's got a fake out, but Justin does too, and I don't know if we've seen these two Incineroar act at the same turn yet. Yeah, if Justin's Incineroar has the faster fake out, you can go straight for that fake out into the Incineroar, go for another high horsepower into the Raging Bolt, and maybe knock it out that way with a little bit more recovery and the Intimidate on the Rillaboom. Potentially not enough for a KO, but now I think we're still in a spot where Justin is threatening this Raging Bolt pretty heavily. He's done a great job managing the threat of this Raging Bolt. Got a Calm Mind up pretty early, essentially for free, but hasn't let it take a KO yet, and is in a position to be able to knock it out now.
With Terrastalization, though, a lot of turns where this could have been spent, but waiting until now. If you're a little bit worried about that high horsepower, maybe in combination with a hit from the Incineroar, this is a great way to make sure you're not taking that super effective hit any longer. Fake out. It's going to be Karis' first. Not even having to worry about the hit, though, with just a miss instead. No damage done from Justin, and instead this Raging Bolt to take care of the Incineroar. High horsepower is fairly accurate, just not 100%, and that's not great for Karis.
Not great at all. This Raging Bolt now, because it got that knockout and didn't take that high horsepower, is in another spot where you can protect it, swap it into Rillaboom, get another leftovers and Grassy Terrain recovery going. And what was a pretty good early game for Justin with that high horsepower miss might get a little bit more difficult. Of course, his Raging Bolt With the way that these sets are set up, I would expect like an offensive Life Orb Terra Electric Raging Bolt set to be faster than this Calm Mind Terra Fairy Leftovers set. If you go for something like that Electric Terra, that might still be enough damage to overcome the Calm Mind here because you do have Thunderbolt. It is an advantage in this mirror because a lot of times Raging Bolts will have Dragon Pulse and Thunderclap, and that's it. And if you don't go for an attacking move, you cannot damage the opposing Raging Bolt.
Ooh, we're talking about the Raging Bolts and the damage, though, but not enough into the Incineroar on Paul's end, even when you're having that Life Orb Draco Meteor. Now a little bit of recovery thanks to that Citrus Berry, and now you're at a -2 special attack. Woodhammer, though, with no Terastallization, but again, that Leftovers has really just stacked up. This Raging Bolt from Paul just won't drop, and with no Terastallization on Karis's Raging Bolt, the Dragon Pulse, this Raging Bolt from Paul has taken a second KO.
Really falling apart here for Justin, unfortunately. I think he played the start of this game very, very well, but just being unable to KO this Raging Bolt when it really mattered meant that that Draco Meteor just barely KOing Incineroar has even further lasting effects. Now Paul is up to a 2 to 4 Pokemon advantage. The Fluttermane and Rillaboom left for Justin are the only Pokemon left. And this Rillaboom now is susceptible to just getting Intimidate cycled. If this Incineroar wants to swap out, for something like this Rillaboom on Paul's side, we'll get some recovery going. We'll reset the Fake Outs. We'll give Paul another chance at Intimidate. The Fluttermane being the bulky set, even if it gets another Pain Split off, this Raging Bolt's already low enough that a Pain Split won't be too effective. With another set of recovery, maybe even a Moonblast won't be able to KO. Really tough spot for Justin to be in now, unfortunately.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt, it's on the lowest of health, but it's just stuck around too long. And Rillaboom hitting the field for Paul. That's going to bring the grassy terrain back. And of course, just another option, but a little bit more defensive from the Raging Bolt. Thunderclap into the opposing Rillaboom. Moonblast, such a great swap from Paul, though. The Assault Vest will take it so well. And the Woodhammer still not enough. The Pokemon, the health bars on Paul's side are so low, but with no KOs claimed, it's still such a strong spot for him.
It is. This Raging Bolt was able to get a lot of good damage into that Rillaboom with the Thunderclap. A much more offensive turn from Paul than I would have expected there, just because the swap into Rillaboom and Protect was a really safe play. But I think Justin's in such a bad position now that Paul maybe recognizes, okay, Justin probably is going to try and read this Protect. I'm going to get more damage with this Thunderclap, and now Rillaboom is certainly in range for pretty much any other attack. And you still have your own Fake Out available if you are Paul with your own Rillaboom here.
And that Fake Out coming into the field, Rillaboom on 8 HP. Fluttermane finally to attack, but it's actually still not enough. This Raging Bolt, it has to be 1 HP. Dragon Pulse, a third KO claim from this monstrous Raging Bolt from Paul, and only Fluttermane left. It has been crazy. This Raging Bolt, no matter what, has not been taken down. I thought that Moonblast, I know it's at a +1 special defense, but I thought that would have been enough.
I would have bet that too, but this Raging Bolt is not wanting to go down. Now being down to 1 to 4, this Fluttermane, despite being pretty much tailor-made to beat Calm Mind Raging Bolts, I do think it's going to be a little bit too late here. If you were to Pain Split the Raging Bolt right now, you would actually just be healing it. So Thunderclap into the Moonblast is kind of your only damage option here. Critical hit for good measure, but a Moonblast here is able to take a Rillaboom, so Justin gets 1 KO. That's some progress at least.
I mean, considering how many times this Raging Bolt should have theoretically been KO'd within this match, that's hardly a consolation prize at this point. Now, I mean, Paul can bring in another Pokemon. This Fluttermane can really just not do too much. The only spread damage move that it has is this Icy Wind, which certainly isn't really going to do anything into this Incineroar, and certainly at this point, you just ready up a Thunderclap for Paul's end of the board. He has the priority. He still has another Pokemon after this Incineroar is done. That's Raging Bolt with a 4th KO within this match to put Paul Chua up 1 in the set. I mean, Raging Bolt is a terrifying Pokemon for a reason. There is a reason this Calm Mind set was to be feared, and it was just a tough time for Justin.
Just showing a complete mastery of these Pokemon, this matchup, how to play a mirror when you know your opponent has some slightly different tools than you do. I really do think Justin played the start of this game very well. He didn't let Paul gain too much ground right off the bat, but it all just kind of slipped away really quick. And against Paul Chua, you can't let that happen.
I mean, I think the moment that it really slipped is not even Justin's fault. When you look at that high horsepower miss, that was just, I mean, that even if that wasn't enough quite for the KO, considering the Terastallization, it would have been in range for next turn when it was one of the few times that you missed the KO on this Raging Bolt. And that has to feel bad, but then also you know that it is winnable, right? I think Justin played it exceptionally well. Paul, obviously, too. There's never really anything felt too unsafe. So I think, too, looking at this game, too, you know that you did a lot of good. That's just kind of a little unfortunate, but it's how the cookie crumbles.
Absolutely is winnable for Justin here. Whether it's running back the same Pokemon with a similar game plan and just trying to make some slightly different micro decisions, or even switching up the Pokemon that you bring, I think Justin is far beyond the level needed to make an adjustment here and make a return to like contention in this match. But Paul being up 1-0 in this kind of matchup, I think he now has kind of a little bit more leeway to go a little bit more offensive. He is known for having like a very safe play style that's just really hard to break, but I've also seen him make some huge reads in moments that you really don't expect it. So if we see a bit of a more offensive switch up from Paul here, I wouldn't be too surprised, because especially how he played that first game, Justin might be a little bit conditioned into thinking Paul's going to make some kind of safer defensive swaps and protects, and if you can catch Justin off guard, that'll get you ahead really early.
I mean, there's definitely some tools here for Justin, but heading into this game number 2, switching it up a little bit. The Raging Bolt stuck around for the entirety of the match, but Paul's going to leave it, whether at home or in the final 2 Pokemon, needs to be seen. It's the Ogerpon instead for a really offensive start up against this Fluttermane.
I think the Fluttermane on Paul's side is showing that it's either tying with Justin's or going to be faster here, because its booster energy does activate first. If Paul's is just straight up faster, he does have the Thunder Wave and will be able to paralyze Justin's Fluttermane before it can do something like a taunt or an Icy Wind for some speed control.
And that's going to be exceptionally tough, too. Justin does have some speed control on his own end with the Fluttermane, but it is with this Icy Wind instead. And, of course, the switch out, switch in can be a little bit tough there. There is going to be the fake-out pressure from Justin as well when you are eyeing up that Hearthflame Ogerpon, which is already going to be doing less damage with that Intimidate.
The Intimidate is nice, but you do have the Swords Dance available to you. This Ogerpon Hearthflame, on top of the Swords Dance, does have the option for that Embody Aspect attack boost when it Terastallizes. If it starts getting a Swords Dance or 2 up and Paul's able to get some damage across the board, it could be a huge offensive threat.
No longer a potential speed tie for these Fluttermanes. Paul's going to win that one out. Thunder Wave will find its mark. And looking to regain a little bit of that attack it lost from the Intimidate, we will see that Swords Dance. +1 now, but losing was 1 speed with the Icy Wind in retaliation from Justin. It's going to make sure you have a little bit more leverage over that side of the field and try to boost up the attack. Incineroar is going to keep you in check instantly with that parting shot.
This is a really smart parting shot. And if Paul does go for the Swords Dance there, the combination of Intimidate and parting shot gets the Ogerpon back down to neutral. We've now reached a spot where Ogerpon could try and go for another setup with the Swords Dance, but I like bringing in Raging Bolt here. It is not threatened at all by damage from this Ogerpon just yet, and does threaten a huge Life Orb Draco Meteor into it. These more offensive Ogerpon sets may not be trained to be as defensive, so a Life Orb Draco Meteor could potentially threaten a 1-hit KO right off the bat. The option for the Fluttermane on Paul's side now does have, of course, Moonblast for some bit of damage into Raging Bolt. Justin, knowing that, though, with the maybe less bulky Life Orb Raging Bolt set, doesn't want to let that happen just yet.
As well, too, you would not appreciate a double hit from this Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Fluttermane. Even with a Terastallization, it would really then still hurt from that Hearthflame. So a switch out, you get another round of Intimidate and be able to tank this hit as well. Moonblast, the first into Incineroar so well. And Karis, again, gonna go for this Icy Wind to just try and make sure his own Pokemon will have that speed advantage going down the line. Ivy Cudgel, what target? Into the Fluttermane, but look how well it takes that hit.
Takes the hit pretty well, but now Paul's starting to get some important damage out. The Incineroar on Justin's side being just over half HP means it crucially did not eat its Citrus Berry just yet. So if you have a Pokemon that can do, maybe just over half to Incineroar, that would be a nice way to knock it out while not allowing it to get that HP recovery. Justin doing what he can here. The Icy Winds on the Fluttermane are coming in handy already. We saw that even the Paralyzed Fluttermane on Justin's side outspeed the -1 Hearthflame Ogerpon. So that's a really good thing to know for Justin here. Even though you are paralyzed, if you are able to force this Ogerpon to take another speed drop later on in the game after it swaps out potentially, you can still attack it first.
Not wanting any more noticeable damage to go out on the field, a fake out into the Ogerpon as Fluttermane just gonna spread the Thunder Wave love around and drop the Incineroar into that as well. Karis, the more times we try and move while paralyzed, the higher chances to not be able to move. And Fluttermane will not be able to do anything. It's not just the speed drop with paralysis, but that chance you just don't do anything at all.
Yeah, especially in these longer games, the number of chances you have to not attack Sierra, like you said, starts climbing and climbing. Of course, Thunderwave, the primary use for it is that speed control. It's nice to have your Pokemon attacking first. But if there are turns like this one where your other Pokemon gets faked out, you're not doing any damage, having that nice little chance for your opponent to not do any damage either is always great. Still in kind of a similar spot here. Neither of Justin's Pokemon have Protect. A combination of attacks from Paul's two Pokemon may be able to knock out Fluttermane here.
Yeah, I mean, an Icy Wind to start. Just a little bit of chip on both of these Pokemon. We've had quite a few attack drops from the Ivy Cudgel. Of course, the crit chance is boosted. No crit, and Fluttermane still survives. Icy Winds, these Fluttermanes are really just making sure they're matching the cold snow out in Toronto. really ambient here. Parting Shot as well. Really just this Ogerpon, this attack just keeps getting lower and lower.
Justin's Fluttermane now very low on HP. If it is able to use Pain Split at some point during this game, that would be a huge swing of momentum here, would heal the Fluttermane up very well, and most likely take one of Paul's Pokemon pretty low. Unfortunately, being paralyzed and now at least -1 speed, I think it took at least 1 or 2 Icy Winds there, you're now probably very unlikely to get that Pain Split off, unfortunately. One more Icy Wind will easily finish it off. A Moonblast, clearly. Any attack from Ogerpon. Now that Ogerpon has taken a couple speed drops of its own, the Raging Bolt on Justin's side probably will be able to attack it first. It's been taking enough damage that a threat of Swords Dance is not necessarily as scary, because even if it gets 1 Swords Dance up, it likely only gets 1 more attack for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, the constant Intimidates and Parting Shots, we're not even in neutral, we're about -2 onto that Ogerpon, so it still would only just put it neutral instead. So many stat drops across the board. Fluttermane with so many speed drops, finally just gonna let it go and switch out into the Raging Bolt, something a little bit better position going on into this match, as Fluttermane for Karis is also switching out, bringing his own Incineroar out onto this field. Again, you talk about the constant Intimidates and attack drops onto this Ogerpon. That is gonna be another one, when already it's not gonna be doing too much damage, even with the type coverage, and even less so with the Raging Bolt going for a Protect. Ivy Cudgel now about -3 attack into an Incineroar. Yeah, it's enough to put it into Citrus Berry range. Incineroar is ending up with more health than it started the turn with.
Great turn for Justin. Getting that last Intimidate onto the Ogerpon meant that the Ivy Cudgel was not going to do too much damage, but you crucially get to eat that Citrus Berry, making sure that Incineroar is at least a little bit more healthy than it started last game. The multiple Icy Winds on Ogerpon mean that Justin's Raging Bolt should certainly be attacking it first. Paul's Raging Bolt still is a little bit threatened by something like the Slife Orb Draco Meteor, so there's a chance we see a Terrestrialization immediately, but this Fluttermane coming in will be able to take any Fairy type, or Dragon type attacks rather, thrown into that Ogerpon very well.
Especially too when it was just an electric move into that slot, which wouldn't be too effective. Could have been tempting for the Draco Meteor, but Terrestrialization, not just good for the defensive and not taking a Dragon hit into that slot, but also is going to be boosting the electric type attacks. It's going to be a Terrestrialization match, though, Raging Bolt against Raging Bolt, and you definitely have to make sure a Draco Meteor is not going into your own. So Paul going into that Terrestrialization very. But eyeing this up, it is just a Thunderbolt. Now could be neutral into the Raging Bolt and into the Fluttermane, enough to take it down.
Great play from Justin there. The Terra Electric would have been enough to make up for the resistance on the Grass-type Ogerpon, but the Fluttermane coming in, trying to catch something like a Draco Meteor instead, is immediately knocked out. A Dragon Pulse still does a good chunk of damage to Justin's Raging Bolt, but Parting Shot comes through. The Incineroar is not paralyzed, and so this Raging Bolt from Paul is now going to be at -1 special attack. If he wants to get a boosted special attack again, he's either got to use 2 Calm Minds or swap out and then use 1. Justin still, I don't know if I want to say he's in a great spot here. This Fluttermane still being very low means that it's likely to just be kind of a switch fodder later on in this game. And if you do bring in Rillaboom here, you are starting to get that recovery going for Paul's Pokemon alongside your own. Your own Raging Bolt, you know, took a decent amount of damage from that Dragon Pulse, and you probably want it to be a little bit healthier with that grassy terrain. But if you set up grassy terrain, I think it's often more impactful for Paul. So you have to be very careful about when you bring this Rillaboom out.
it's tough too because the Rillaboom, the grassy terrain for Paul's leftover Raging Bolt, for once you start dealing the damage, it's full now, is a scary prospect. But as well, I feel like a way to maintain the control over the match is just that constant fake out pressure, especially being up. And bringing the Rillaboom in is really going to help deliver that. Ogerpon on the opposing end is a Pokemon that you would really love to be able to shut down. Of course, does have access to just Spiky Shield on this turn, but then you can slow down the Raging Bolt in kind. But does Paul call that out?
I don't know, it's gonna be tough. By terrestrializing your Raging Bolt, Justin has removed the fire resistance and the grass resistance from his own Raging Bolt. So especially if this Ogerpon gets a Sword Stance up, but even without, it's gonna take a lot more damage from these Ivy Cudgels. The Rillaboom and Raging Bolt, without the Dragon typing, pretty susceptible to attacks from this Ogerpon. Ivy Cudgel, I mean, certainly knocks out Rillaboom here, maybe knocks out Raging Bolt. The Incineroar is the only swap, but if you bring in the Incineroar, you're bringing in that fully paralyzed Pokemon, you're kind of opening yourself up to those chances for it to be fully paralyzed, and more importantly, you're not making offensive progress here. And against a Calm Mind Raging Bolt, I think you kind of need to be prioritizing getting damage out.
At least bringing in the Incineroar, you're accomplishing two things here. First, another Intimidate. That Heart Flame, having just swapped in, has its full attack, so you want to make sure you drop that so it's being less impactful going on forward. As well, if it does go for the Spiky Shield, you would have the fake out, but no Spiky Shield. Just all-out offense coming out from Paul. Ivy Cudgel is going to do a lot. The follow-up, though, Raging Bolt can respawn in turn and take it down going on forward. Critical hit, even if it wasn't the most effective. Now, the Raging Bolt from Karis is exceptionally low. Have to see if Paul, this was a -1 Raging Bolt due to that parting shot, but the Raging Bolt was so low thanks to the Ivy Cudgel that it will drop it.
I think a smart turn from both trainers there. Going for the Thunderbolt into the Ogerpon, again, removes the chance of a Drake Meteor miss. With the Terra Electric and the Life Orb, I think the critical hit probably didn't matter too much there. That is a lot of power coming out from this Raging Bolt. And of course, Paul going for the Ivy Cudgel and the Dragon Pulse into Raging Bolt means that you're most likely not getting out this turn unless it protects. And if the Raging Bolt on Justin's side protects, he's probably not making much progress elsewhere. So you're willing to make that gambit with the double targeting. Paul is now down to his final 2 Pokemon, but getting rid of Raging Bolt is really nice for this Urshifu. Urshifu with the Focus Sash does have to worry about the Grassy Glide from Rillaboom, but with Incineroar being paralyzed, Fluttermane being paralyzed, both of them easily being knocked out by a Surging Strikes, Paul's put this Urshifu in a very strong position where it likely takes a KO without being threatened by the other Pokemon.
What I'd be eyeing up is what this Rillaboom can still accomplish in the match, because there's not one but 2 different obstacles to get through. But as of this board state, this Urshifu is just so well positioned. This Raging Bolt as well, if nothing's really threatening it in the short time, well, the Urshifu is dealing right here, right now damage. It could try and set up, but no, just instead a Thunderclap to try and take a little bit more offensive pressure.
Ooh.
Urshifu is stopped with that Flutter Mane. You had called out that it could have been very difficult with that speed tiering to get that health recovery with this Pain Split, but the fake out and seeing a full health Urshifu on the other side, so tempting, and Fluttermane now back to over half its health.
Really smart play from Justin. That guaranteed that Fluttermane could not possibly take damage this turn. Of course, the Urshifu, if it gets faked out, of course, you are somewhat relying on the not being fully paralyzed there, but at this point you kind of have to. If Urshifu gets faked out, it flinches, it's not attacking. If Raging Bolt goes for Thunderclap, Pain Split is a status move, so it doesn't get hit. Dragon Pulse obviously immune into Fluttermane, and now you're able to recover some of that HP, which could be crucial later on in this game.
And a little bit of a swap out as Rillaboom full health hits the field.
Oh.
And Surging Strikes into it. Yeah, that is, could have done a lot into the Fluttermane, but instead trying to take down what previously was that Incineroar. And look how well Rillaboom takes the hit. As well, if it is a follow-up from the Raging Bolt, we have the Assault Vest. And again, -1 for the Raging Bolt. It's going to be at neutral now, but it's going to be Karis with another opportunity to respond with this Fluttermane that has definitely overstayed its welcome within this match. And Moonblast into the Urshifu is enough to make it just a solo Raging Bolt journey.
Justin Karis making all the right plays here in the latter stages of this second game. Bit of a gambit again, going for that Moonblast into the Urshifu. If the Urshifu targeted the Fluttermane with Surging Strikes, I think that might have just been game over in Paul's favor. But Justin making that Moonblast call, knowing that you need to get rid of this Urshifu, you need to get this Raging Bolt down to a 1v3, and eventually this Pain Split taunt Fluttermane can outlast the Raging Bolt. You can guarantee that Raging Bolt never does damage for the rest of the game into that Fluttermane. Paul recognizes that, knows that I'd rather just get on to game 3 instead of playing another 15 minutes of the second game here.
And we had said after game 1 that it's definitely a winnable set of Pokemon for Justin when you're looking back at the match. And he did such a good job within that second match. Even if the beginning maybe looked really scary of being able to leverage the Pokemon, I think being able to take care of the Fluttermane sooner rather than later was definitely a welcome bonus, but also his own Pokemon overstaying their welcome. Sure, the Incineroar was paralyzed, the Fluttermane was paralyzed, but then Justin did a really good job of pivoting out, keeping the Pokemon around until the pivotal turn that, yeah, Fluttermane gets its health back, and just, I mean, from there, it's done for Paul.
Two Pokemon we didn't get to see from Paul in that first game were the Ogerpon and the Urshifu. I think those were like nice mix-ups for Paul. They were really threatening in certain scenarios, but what Justin did quite well was making sure that that Ogerpon was never in a position to take over the game. The Swords Dance or Hearth Flame Ogerpon set can be very, very scary. If it gets a Swords Dance boost without having any kind of Intimidate or Parting Shot lowering that attack back down, it can start one-hit killing resistances very, very fast. But Justin never let it get, I don't think it was ever ending a turn at more than neutral attack. Even in the very first turn it got that Swords Dance up, the combination of Intimidate and Parting Shot brought it back down to neutral. And so what Justin did is make sure that Ogerpon never had free reign. He was targeting it pretty aggressively with that Raging Bolt, making sure that it's not going to be able to fire off these very powerful Ivy Cudgels. And after that, Paul lost a lot of his offense. The Urshifu would have been in a really good spot later on, but again, Justin just made some really heads-up plays, going for that fake-out Pain Split, targeting it with that Moonblast, even though the Fluttermane was pretty susceptible to damage, making sure that Paul wasn't going to be able to stall out the rest of the game with that Raging Bolt.
And even too, with so much respect for this Hearthflame Ogerpon and not letting it get set up, even just that one key turn of the Parting Shot into the Raging Bolt to make sure that you did kind of have that leeway to focus down this other slot was really nice. We saw that even when Raging Bolt was kind of left unchecked, it wasn't really doing too much damage. You try and set up a Calm Mind, and then it's a little too late. So a lot of things for both trainers to consider with only one final game to determine who gets to keep moving along within Top Cut. Again, it's going to be that Hearthflame Ogerpon and Fluttermane for Paul, but for Justin, Raging Bolt and Incineroar to lead the charge.
I like this for Justin a lot. You're threatening really heavy damage with this Raging Bolt right off the bat. You also know that your Fluttermane is slower than Paul's, so if you lead it in a mirror again, it probably just gets immediately paralyzed once again. So by doing this, you get the Intimidate immediately, you have the Fake Out Pressure immediately into that Ogerpon, and you have this Raging Bolt that might be wanting to just fire off these very powerful Terra Electric Thunderbolts immediately. Fluttermane is a very bulky Pokemon, and it does have the Terra Grass available to it that can maybe mitigate some of that damage, but if you're committing that Terra Grass to the Fluttermane, your own Raging Bolt is very vulnerable to Justin's later on in this game. So Justin's created a very offensive start for him in this third game, which I think he's lacked in the first two.
Yeah, and considering how not so aggressive the start was in game 2 and still being able to come out on top, having a little bit more of that pressure, I think is so welcome. And right away we get to see the Terastallization clicked on the Raging Bolt. Justin really wanting to take advantage of this lead he's found himself with. Terastallization makes a lot of sense. It's great for a defensive going up against something like this Fluttermane, but when you want that really strong Thunderbolt attack, this is what's gonna really help it out. But Fluttermane wants none of that. Protect instead. And with the Terastallization, you can now take a little bit more damage from the Hearth Flame, but making sure that option is also covered, Fake Out directed towards that. So sure, Karis hasn't really accomplished too much this turn, but hasn't really lost anything except for that Fake Out pressure.
And giving up his Terra. You know, the Raging Bolt is now neutral to Ivy Cudgels. At -1, I think it would need something like the Terra attack boost and critical hit to get a knockout onto this Raging Bolt here. Not gonna let that happen though, immediately going for Protect to make sure you preserve that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, now that you can take a lot more damage, you don't want any of that. And a wise Protect already from the get-go as Fluttermane tries to go for a Moonblast there. The double up as well. What a great Protect. So now Justin, with this Incineroar, just gets a free Parting Shot. With that previous Intimidate, it was at -1, now a -2, and can bring in something like the Rillaboom to have that Fake Out pressure on the next turn, assuming it is Rillaboom, of course. We haven't seen him leave it behind. Or it can even bring in the Fluttermane to really put off some more pressure.
Bringing in Fluttermane here I think is a great idea. You kind of force Paul to either paralyze your Fluttermane immediately and lose your own Fluttermane, or swap your Fluttermane out. If you do swap it out, then Justin's becomes faster until it leaves the field because it will have the booster energy and Paul's will not. Thunderbolt here still exerting so much pressure, and I really like the parting shot into the Ogerpon instead of the Flutter Mane. Again, it punishes a potential Sword Stance. You keep it back at neutral attack. If it doesn't Sword Stance and you get the double into the Protect here that Justin did, you're now seeing this Ogerpon at -2 attack. Really does not want to be on the field here, and you're making great use of this Electric Terra. You've removed the Fairy weakness from Raging Bolt, and even though you added the the neutrality to fire, the -2 attack on the Ogerpon is essentially the same thing as you resisting that Ivy Cudgel. It's a really smart early game here from Justin, threatening a lot of damage while also not letting Paul make any progress himself.
Really trying to figure out what to target down, though. A lot of eyes on the Flutter Mane, but opting to go into the Ogerpon instead. And Flutter Mane, no Protect, Thunderwave. Make sure that Karis' Flutter Mane is slowed down. Ivy Cudgel, it is at -2, but there's always that potential for a critical hit, and it's going to deliver 1/3 of the health back on the Raging Bolt. Will be able to get a Draco Meteor KO in response, but that is not what you want to see on your own Raging Bolt at all, especially too with that Life Orb. You're down to very, very little health. Icy Wind to slow down the Flutter going on forward, but still, that Ogerpon put in work.
Starting to look a little bit like game one, where Justin had a strong early game, and then one unfortunate turn started to turn the tides in Paul's favor. You have to wonder if that's going to be the case again here. There's a nice KO into the Hearthflame Ogerpon. Of course, that's a big threat to your Raging Bolt and Flutter Mane that's now been eliminated, but the Urshifu does get to come in. It is the choice, or not the choice, the Focus Sash Urshifu, which will protect it from being KO'd by one Thunderclap or one Moonblast. And the combination of a Moonblast from Paul's Flutter Mane and a Surging Strikes into Justin's Flutter Mane might be enough for 2 KOs here. You don't really have great swaps. Of course, Rillaboom is good, but you can only swap it into one of these slots. You might have to give up a Pokemon here if you're Justin after that really strong start.
And that one really, really hurts, especially too, looking how low the health is on the Raging Bolt. Again, if you're keeping it around to try and attack, you need to be making so much momentum with it. Looking to just preserve it. For the meantime, though, maybe soak up a hit. It's going to be the Rillaboom to come out instead. This is going to be nice because you do put pressure into either of these Pokemon going on forward and don't have to worry about the Hearthflame on the opposing end for any foreseeable future, right? Detect 2 on the Urshifu, so really taking advantage of this turn. It's just going to be the Flutter Mane, Moonblast into the opposing one. Not even enough to bring it down to less than half.
Not less than half is almost certainly, not almost certainly, is certainly in Surging Strikes range now, which is nice for Paul. Unfortunately for Paul, that's a nice play from Justin there, swapping in the Rillaboom for the Raging Bolt, preserving it to threaten Thunderclaps later on in this game. And more importantly, Paul detecting the Urshifu on that turn means it's now vulnerable to being faked out, having its Focus Sash broken on this coming turn. Whereas if you had attacked with the Urshifu last turn, maybe gotten a knockout, you could have protected it from the fake out on this turn.
Since the Detect was already burnt and knowing there's an active fake out on the board, a switch out into something else to tank the hit works out really, really well. Another Thunder Wave. I mean, if you have the status, might as well spread them around. Make sure that there's always going to be the potential chance for Karis unable to move. Delivering in full, Flutter Mane does nothing. Rillaboom will be able to get the Wood Hammer, though, enough to put a stop to the rain of Thunder Waves from the Flutter Mane, but still.
Justin very excited about that KO. Finally, the Thunder Waves are over. Unfortunately, you still do have to deal with the Thunder Waves it has been able to use so far. And now you have gotten Paul down to his final 2 Pokemon. It is this Raging Bolt and Urshifu. Importantly, the Focus Sash is intact. And of course, the only Surging Strikes swap you have in that Rillaboom is already on the field. So if you go for Surging Strikes into Flutter Mane, that's almost certainly a KO. But can you afford to not target Rillaboom here? I think Rillaboom is the main way that Justin has to deal with this Urshifu. Plus, I guess you still do have the Thunderclap as well from the Raging Bolt, but you need that Focus Sash broken. If the Focus Sash is still intact, the Raging Bolt will be able to, or won't be able to rather, KO this Urshifu before it can attack.
And it's also really terrifying because you don't want this Urshifu to be able to pop off. You need the Focus Sash broken. And then there's also the Raging Bolt that is full HP and you really don't want to set up because it can do so much as well. Looking at this one, though, the Urshifu with the Terrestrialization tells a little tale of what's to come. And nothing from this Rillaboom. This paralysis has wreaked havoc on Karis' game plan. No Focus Sash broken. A Surging Strikes boosted by the Terrestrialization into the Flutter Mane to take it down. And Karis' team is slowly but surely falling apart. Sure, he had the Pokemon advantage, but those paralysis have really stacked up so far.
This is a huge turn for Paul there. You do have you got the KO on Flutter Mane. You keep your Focus Sash. This Urshifu and Raging Bolt are now in such a strong position. You have the boost in the water type attacks from the Terra Water. You've got the Calm Mind. I love the choice to Terastallize the Urshifu in this situation. Looking at Justin's remaining Pokemon, you really want that Raging Bolt to keep its Dragon typing to face this Incineroar and Rillaboom. Of course, the Raging Bolt from Justin would be able to KO it with something like a Draco Meteor now, but it being so low and the Terra Water on Paul's Urshifu probably let that Urshifu KO it with Aqua Jet, which means it can even attack before that Thunderclap, and you don't necessarily have to worry about that Raging Bolt doing any more damage from Justin for the rest of the game. Really strong position from Paul here now.
Yeah, and the Raging Bolt with that Calm Mind, so you have +1 to the special defense for if it does come down to trying to take a hit from the Raging Bolt, still at full HP when it has the leftovers in the terrain, and an Urshifu that still has the Focus Sash intact. There is so much here for Justin to deal with, and if you try and target down that Urshifu, then there's always just that possibility of a Protect, a double 2. Paul, again, we have called him out for being able to make these safe plays that are sometimes really hard to punish. And when there's a fake out here, yeah, not giving any room for Karis to find an opening within this match. And I mean, it didn't matter because of double protect, but it's still just a little extra salt in the wound with yet another paralysis.
Add 1 to the tally. That double protect was really, really good though. A lot of times the ways that you can punish double protect in the face of a fake out is swapping in your other fake out user. If Paul's Pokemon both go for protect there, that means you have another protect or fake out live. In this case though, if Justin wanted to swap out either of his Pokemon, the only thing you can bring in is that Raging Bolt at low HP, and there's not really a way you can punish it from there.
At least you got the bad luck with paralysis out last turn. Now you get this Grassy Glide, a lot of damage, and break the Focus Sash. But with no fake out, of course, Incineroar would not appreciate even just a regular Surging Strikes, and certainly not with the Terastallization. Sure, we can take a moment for a quick little snack break, but it's still not going to be a great time when this third hit comes on through. Now only 2 Pokemon left for Karis in this match to try and keep his run alive here in a top cut. But again, this Raging Bolt is a terrifying prospect over on Paul's end of the board. Dragon Pulse +1. It's Assault Vest, but Rillaboom still down to yellow health.
And again, Justin's Raging Bolt is very, very low on HP. Paul's Urshifu is at -1 attack thanks to the Intimidate, but the combination of the Terra Water and Unseen Fist means you don't have the time to protect your Raging Bolt, try and knock it out with Rillaboom. You have the Aqua Jet immediately there to KO Raging Bolt. You can attack before either priority attack from Justin's Pokemon, and then you just have your own Raging Bolt against Justin's Rillaboom. And without that Terastallization, you still have your Dragon typing, you resist Grass. This is a really good spot for this Paul Pokemon.
As well, you look at the health bars, Raging Bolt is on just a sliver, and the Rillaboom again with the paralysis, so might not even hit. As well, you look the last turn, the terrain gone, so you don't even get a priority. Rillaboom doesn't get to go too quickly, and Raging Bolt, it's only going to be 1 Surging Strikes to take it down. Now only 1 Pokemon, but it looks like already the writing on the wall. Paul Chua just has 1 Pokemon in his way to being 1 step closer to a potential 7-time regional champion. 5 HP, we'll get to play it out a smidge longer, but it's going to be a tough one, especially to having just that priority to be able to close it out.
Really well played by both players. Of course, Justin on the bad end of a bit of bad luck in that match, but Paul, I mean, really doing what he should, right? The point of using this bulky Thunderwave Flutter Mane is getting some speed control, but also giving yourself the chance to get some free turns, have the chance to capitalize on those full paralyses, and Paul did that very well.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at his team, you look at the meta adaptation into this Thunderwave Flutter Mane, getting that speed control is so nice. Being able to get the paralysis as well, definitely an extra boon. Definitely a really frustrating one for Justin. Thunderwave is inherently such a frustrating move in general, no matter what Pokemon it's on. But we called out going into this, Paul is an exceptionally skilled trainer. This balance score is just his bread and butter. And taking the loss there, it was a great 3-game set.
Paul's secretly been having a very, very good season so far. You know, he has won 6 regionals in his career, and he hasn't been, winning regionals in the last couple of years. However, he's gotten top 32 at his last 3 events this season: Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, and Las Vegas, making it all the way to top 32. Already going at least 2 stages further here in top 8. But after such consistent performances, seeing another big breakthrough for him could have another chance to add to that regional championship tally.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really strong event so far, and there's only one, maybe two. There's only two people. I got a live update. Only two previous regional champions that have an opportunity to add another title to their collection, Paul Chua and Justin Tang. And I think too that we've gotten to see both trainers really pop off in their accomplishments. And for Paul, I mean, this is a tough team to take down. I really loved a lot of the ideas that Karis had. The pain split Fluttermane was something that actually was really difficult to play around, but still being able to fall in a way I think was really nice. And Raging Bolt too, just a perfect little checkmate piece at the end. Like, people need to have an answer to that, or Paul's going to run away with this tournament.
I think when Paul is picking teams to use at tournaments, I think what he can do pretty simply is just say, I'm going to pick the best team and force people to outplay me. And it's very, very hard to outplay Paul Chua. Very few people can do it. Justin almost did. He was very, very close. But at the end of the day, Paul moves on to top 8. And he just shows why he's never to be counted out. Even if you're not seeing him at the very, very top tables at the very, very end of a tournament, nothing says he can't come back and do it immediately.
I mean, looking at this was such an equally skilled matchup, but Pokemon loved Paul more this day, so sometimes it's like that. But for Paul, cannot wait to see where his journey is going to end up taking him today, if it's going to end up being a regional champion. But it's not just the Masters division where we're crowning champions today, the juniors and seniors as well, and we had an opportunity to catch up with those matches.
At the Toronto Regional Championships in 2026, we had 26 junior competitors start off their competition, and we only have 2 remaining. We've got Cameron and Zane, who are going to battle it out in a best of 3 to see who will take the Toronto Regional Championship title. For both of them, they are roughly in 2 years of playing VGC. For Cameron, this would be his 2nd regional title, just after winning Las Vegas a couple months ago, and Zane is looking for his first. They apparently had a little bit of help from some of their friends. Cameron got a chance to talk to his friend Brantley, who played Zane in round 1 of today's competition for phase 2. So maybe Cameron's feeling a little more confident about this matchup, but only time will tell as they get playing. After an incredible grand finals, we do have a winner in our juniors division for the Toronto Regional Championships, and that is Cameron. How you feeling?
Really great.
Well, tell me about that match. It was a pretty quick 2-0 victory. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling like really fast. Ow!
All right, we gotta get the Chien-Pao in there.
Okay, let's go see what Chien-Pao felt like.
What do you think, Chien-Pao?
I kind of think it went really smoothly. I think Cameron played well with that Glamora. The Glamora was actually kind of the MVP that match. I have to say those media reads are really helpful.
Wow, Chien-Pao, that was very informative. You agree with what your Chien-Pao said?
Yeah, he was kind of the MVP. I'm sorry, Chien-Pao, but I kind of media reamed you.
It's okay.
All right, well, it was a great 2-0 victory for you. And now this is your 3rd regional championship title. So what's next for you? You thinking of Worlds?
Yeah, I'm thinking of going to Worlds. Yeah, he really is. And I'm really, how do I say it? Excited.
Yes.
I'm really excited because, I could actually win the thing because I already got 2 regionals wins, but I'm actually kind of familiar with the format right now, and I might be, and there's not a lot of hyper offensive, so yeah.
Well, I just found out today that you have a great coach, Marco Silva, and he helped you build your team for this event. And you think this is something that you could rock for the next couple of regionals?
Yeah, I could rock this for some of the regionals, but I could. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Okay, it depends on the regional, right?
Yeah, it depends on the regional. I don't know if I'm doing this for Seattle. I might change it up or switch it, but I can't. But I don't know what to choose.
Well, so I'm hearing we'll see you in Seattle, though, right?
Yeah, it's actually my hometown.
Oh, wow. And you have a bunch of family that competes with you, too, right? A couple brothers?
Yeah, my brother Corey won Worlds 2016. I think it was in San Francisco. And my brother Calvin, fun fact, my brother Calvin actually won Canada last year.
So it runs in the family.
Yeah. it's kind of like a dynasty.
I love that. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you celebrate, but are there any shout outs that you'd like to make before we let you go?
I would like to shout out to my coach Marco Silva, my dad, my mom, my family, Corey and Calvin, my brothers, and also a new one, Carson, one of my brothers, Corey's friends. They used to compete together when Corey was a kid. He was a senior.
Oh, wow. Well, it sounds like you've got some great help in your corner, and we're looking forward to seeing you in Seattle. Great job.
Okay, see ya.
Hey guys, Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and we are back for some more A to Z as we break down the most recent top 16 game between Justin Karras and Paul Chua, two titans of North American VGC in an exact 6-mon mirror match. I think coming into this event, these Pokemon specifically were expected to be at the top, so no surprise to see two incredible players pilot them. And that set was definitely a doozy. It's one of those sets that goes on for a really long time. We saw a lot of Thunder Waves happen left and right, so there's a lot to break down, but let's start down with the team breakdown as always. And hey, you know, both players are using the exact same 6 Pokemon. So the thing about mirror matches is that they are a lot more intricate than I think the average person would assume, because there's actually so much nuance in team building, especially with compositions like this, right? The way that you train your Pokemon in terms of speed investment alone, for example, can be a really big deal. And other things to pay attention to are what are the different Terra types? What are the different sets? For example, from Justin's end, he had a much more offensive Raging Bolt. This is a Life Orb Electric Terra set, whereas Paul had a Calm Mind set, right? So what this means is Justin can likely push the tempo with this Raging Bolt, but often you want to click that Draco Meteor, and once you click that, you're at -2 special attack. It puts you in a pretty compromising position. You might have to switch out afterwards. Whereas for Paul, his Raging Bolt can stay on the field for a really long time, as we saw in the first game. It has double Fake Out to help sustain. Grassy terrain leftovers means that it can be a huge problem. Now, Justin's running one of the most interesting techs that we've seen in this tournament in Flutter Mane. Well, you know, when Flutter Mane was first introduced to VGC, people ran it super offensively, Focus Sash, Choice Specs. This Flutter Mane is using a very peculiar move in Pain Split. Pain Split plus Taunt, though, is genius because it essentially creates this win condition against Raging Bolt, right? Raging Bolt only has 2 attacks. It's Thunderclap and Dragon Pulse. Well, Flutter Mane is Fairy type. It's completely immune to the Dragon type attacks, meaning that you only have Thunderclap as a way to hit Flutter Mane. What this means is that Flutter Mane in itself is a win condition against the Raging Bolt, right? If you are able to get to an end game where it's just your Flutter Mane against the Raging Bolt has no way to actually touch Flutter Mane because the Dragon Pulse immune, Thunderclap, you can just stall out its PP, right? You can taunt the Raging Bolt. And so it puts Raging Bolt in a really compromising position, but what it means is you have to somehow get to an end game where it is Flutter Mane staring down Raging Bolt, and Flutter Mane does have enough utility that you often want it out on the field a little bit sooner, right? The other thing to call out, of course, is that Paul crucially does have the Thunder Wave on his Flutter Mane. You know, it's very reminiscent for those of you that played VGC or watched way back in 2013. You may remember Thundurus. This Flutter Mane feels so similar. Thundurus also, when it was first introduced to VGC, was like a super offensive Pokemon. Then Ray Rizzo won the World Championships with it in 2011 using a super bulky, charty set. And no one expected, you know, Thundurus to be used that way. And similarly, now Flutter Mane is being used in a similar manner, right? So all of this is to say is this matchup is super nuanced, right? And at the end of the day, it's about figuring out, how do I get my burst damage? How do I stop Paul from setting up this Raging Bolt? If I'm Justin, if I'm Paul, I'm thinking about how do I deal with this Flutter Mane, right? Because if I don't deal with Flutter Mane, it really just invalidates my Raging Bolt. So those are a couple of initial thoughts as we get into the games. There's a lot of different turns to break down here. And so we start off with the first game where we end up seeing Rillaboom and Raging Bolt against Instant and Raging Bolt. And what ends up happening is turn 1, right? Like, Justin tries to target down the Raging Bolt just protects, Flutter Mane then hits the field. So this is a really interesting dynamic, right? Because like you ideally would want to conserve the Flutter Mane for a little bit longer, right? Partially because you want to have it for the end game against Raging Bolt. But then if you don't bring Flutter Mane on the field quick enough, then Raging Bolt can just start Calm Minding and run you over, right? So Justin decides, look, I know I'm bulky. I can switch in my Flutter Mane, and now I can Taunt. Taunt is going to be one of the best tools you have against this Raging Bolt. But Raging Bolt crucially does get this initial Calm Mind, right? As a reminder, on turn 1, Paul just protects his Raging Bolt as it's Fake Out and Draco Meteor into it. One of the things that Justin wants to look for in this matchup is to bait out that Terra as well. Once you get the Fairy Terra committed, it means that Rillaboom can go for Wood Hammer, and you can Flare Blitz with Incineroar as well. But Paul kind of plays cautiously in the early game, gets taunted here, but at this point, it is at +1 special attack, which means it will do meaningful damage, right? Woodhammer from Rillaboom, as you can see, does a lot to Flutter Mane, but to see it survive with so much HP is once again a testament to how people are training these Flutter Manes. Dragon Pulse comes out into the Incineroar here, and it does a lot of damage. It goes to show once you're at just that +1, this Raging Bolt is a huge, huge threat, right? So it is taunted now, but the main tough thing is, yes, you're denying it from setting up, but how are you going to actually KO it, right? Justin now pivots out, goes for Parting Shot, brings in his Rillaboom, and Flutter Mane heals back a little bit. The main thing is that this Raging Bolt is at full HP, right? So the Flutter Mane does have the Pain Split, but the Pain Split will bring it low. The problem is that no other Pokemon really has enough firepower to get the knockout onto the Bolt. Maybe Raging Bolt here could have come out for Justin's end first instead of the Rillaboom, right? Because then you just pressure damage and then try to force out a Terra, right? If you could Draco into it, and if it Terras, then you at least can use Rillaboom and Instant to hit it. But I think this play also makes sense. You bring out the Rillaboom, start healing back a little bit with that Pain Split. One of the things that Justin would like is for Flutter to get really low but not get knocked out, so then you can eventually go for a Pain Split onto the Raging Bolt slot here. These games are super, super grindy, right? There's so much to think about, and it's really tough because it feels like if you let the Raging Bolt kind of walk away with one big knockout, it can start snowballing the game really quickly. So Justin's trying to play cautiously right now, right? Utilizing that Pain Split. Ultimately, we end up seeing the situation where, the Bolt ends up getting quite low. This turn is a huge turn where Paul decides to try to knock out the Flutter Mane, but Justin goes for a Pain Split, which is beautiful, right? And the Pain Split not being an attacking move, it just ignores the Thunderclap, heals all the way back up. So at this point, it feels like Justin's in really good shape, but the high horsepower just misses out on the knockout. And one of the key things about these Calm Mind Raging Bolt sets are that they just sustain for so long, right? There's a reason why this set dominated VGC last time we had this regulation. So even though the Raging Bolt is so low, it's not low enough for a Moonblast to get a knockout, and of course it can just protect now that Taunt has worn off, right? So this is partially what makes fighting against these Calm Mind Raging Bolts so difficult. Justin feels like he should be in a pretty good position right now, right? But the thing is, do you have enough damage to actually knock out the Bolt? It feels hard, right? At this point, Bolt could obviously protect as well, get some more sustain. And so Justin tries to capitalize off that, switches in the Incineroar to be able to potentially fake out, right, the next turn. But then we see an instant switch in here. Bolt ends up protecting, high horsepower into the protect, and it heals back a little bit more, right? So it's scary because now you're intimidated and the Raging Bolt is picking up the leftovers recovery. So Paul's doing a good job of maintaining the Bolt, not giving Justin too many opportunities to knock it out. And then this turn is crucial. He actually goes for the Fairy Terra here, saying, look, I know you have high horsepower, but you're intimidated right now, so you won't be able to knock me out. And the high horsepower crucially actually misses the Raging Bolt. It would have not knocked out the Raging Bolt, but it would have gotten chip damage onto it. And that chip damage, every little bit of chip damage that you get onto Bolt is important because Paul then gets a free knockout. And this is what I was saying earlier, you get to snowball the knockouts really quickly, right? And so I think going for the high horsepower there makes sense. Even if Fairy Terra comes out, then you can at least punish it afterwards with, say, your Wood Hammer or your electric type attacks from Raging Bolt. But with that miss, it's a little bit more difficult to knock out the Raging Bolt, right? So Raging Bolt has sustained this game for the entirety of the battle, and Draco Meteor, this is a really crucial turn as well, right? We end up seeing Draco Meteor into Incineroar. Of course, the Bolt here can target Raging Bolt, but Justin may have been anticipating a Protect from this, right? Because if you're a Paul, you could easily Protect the Raging Bolt and then pivot your Incineroar back out into Rillaboom, then Grassy Terrain is active again, and then you have Fake Out. So Justin's trying to push the tempo a little bit and goes for Wood Hammer, but as you see, it hangs on with just a sliver of HP there. Had the high horsepower connected earlier, that would have been enough for it to get it knocked out. Now, if had the high horsepower connected, Paul probably would have played a little bit differently as well, right? Maybe he does just go for the Protect, switch into Rillaboom. But the key thing is that Raging Bolt hangs on and then knocks out the Raging Bolt here in one hit, right? And so Bolt hung on for the entirety of this battle. And there are a couple key reasons for it. Obviously, the high horsepower miss, super impactful, but also, Flutter Mane was able to neutralize it, but then there wasn't enough damage really on the other side to be able to neutralize the rest of Paul's field. And Raging Bolt specifically is this super offensive nuke on Justin's team, but it just goes down after getting one big Draco off into Instant, right? So Justin, of course, can defensively Terra with the Raging Bolt as well. At this point, it feels like there's not really too much he can do. And even though this Flutter Mane is in this endgame against Raging Bolt, Justin's lost too many resources, right? And so the key thing here is how Paul played with this Raging Bolt. He got that one Calm Mind off and was able to sustain with it throughout the entirety of the battle. A few turns ago, high horsepower, so close to getting that knockout with Pain Split and high horsepower, but this is partially what makes the double Fake Out plus Raging Bolt core so threatening, right? You get to constantly cycle Fake Out, you've got leftovers, you've got recovery, and with Fake Out and Protect, the Raging Bolt can just, stick on the field for such a long time. So if you're in Justin's shoes, a couple things you're probably thinking about is I need more damage output against what's not the Raging Bolt, right? Because in this game, I focused a lot of attention onto Raging Bolt. Fortunately, there was that high horsepower miss, but at the end of the day, just wasn't able to get a knockout onto it, right? One of the other approaches you can take in a matchup like this is target down the partner and just like keep knocking it out. Then you eventually get to an end game where maybe you have Flutter Mane against the Raging Bolt, for example. But Bolt being able to survive for as long as it did is a testament to why this Pokemon has dominated in this format. Most people these days are now using instead of using Calm Mind, using sets like Assault Vest or even Life Orb, but Paul's kind of sticking to the basics of what worked previously when we saw this format. So at this end game is, there's not really much that Justin can do, especially with the inability to protect his Pokemon. So as we jump into the subsequent game, I think one of the things that you have to think about if you're Justin is, like, I probably want a little bit more offense going my way, and I also want to shut down Bolt a little bit sooner, right? So we see the instant Flutter Mane lead here. Flutter Mane, of course, super good against the Raging Bolt early because it can shut it down. And then now it's like the Thunder Waves start coming out from Paul's end, right? He does not go with that Raging Bolt. Justin tries to get some speed control here with Icy Wind. Ogerpon does Sword Stance, which normally would be pretty scary, but it was at -1 attack thanks to Intimidate, then +1, then Parting Shot comes out. So you're back to neutral, right? So this early game is kind of back and forth, and I would say actually it felt very much in Paul's favor, and so I want to skip a couple of turns. We get to this end game basically. So first of all, Bolt does end up doing really meaningful damage in this game compared to the previous one, right, where it only had gotten a Draco Meteor off. Here, Paul decides to swap out, and Justin decides to swap out his Flutter Mane as well into the Incineroar. Bolt protects. Cudgel comes out, does a good bit of damage, but crucially, Bolt is now positioned where it can actually start dealing a lot of damage, and that's really important because part of the problem in the last game was that, like, Paul's Raging Bolt was on the field, and Justin is not able to do a lot of damage to its partner. Now Bolt's out on the field, you've chipped away at things. That Electric Terra allows you to just start Thunderbolting, right, which is really powerful. So it gets the knockout on the Flutter Mane here. Dragon Pulse comes out, doesn't really do a ton of damage. Parting Shot comes out as well. So, Justin this time around is at least able to start picking up some knockouts, which is really crucial. Also, baiting out that Terra, really important, right, because it means now your grass type attacks from the Rillaboom are doing more damage, and there's no ability to defensively Terra afterwards, right? So Ivy Cudgel comes out. As you see, Thunderbolt gets another knockout. Justin recognized, like I need to push the tempo. I want to get to this end game against the Raging Bolt, and so knocks out 2 Pokemon. Dragon Pulse does knock out Raging Bolt in return. And so this end game is still a little bit scary, and this is where the game gets really interesting in my opinion, right? Because Flutter Mane hits the field, Instant hits the field. It's also quite scary because everything is paralyzed at this point, and so you are flipping coins a little bit, right, or rolling some dice to see whether or not you'll attack through. Fake Out is active right now in Incineroar, so of course you can Fake Out here. And this is what I mean by Flutter Mane being a counter to the Raging Bolt. Thunderclap is not going to work against you if you click that Pain Split. You can't Dragon Pulses, right? And so even though Flutter Mane was at 4 HP, Justin conserves it and is able to get a really huge turn here where you don't get knocked out, you Pain Split, and you heal all the way back up. Pain Split, targeting Urshifu, the idea is Justin knows if I knock out the Urshifu here, then my Flutter Mane will just win the 1v1 against Raging Bolt, right? So I think this next turn still feels really, really scary. Justin decides to pivot out into a Rillaboom, right? And then decides to just go for the knockout onto Urshifu. And in this position, I was thinking if you're Paul, you've got the speed advantage going for you because the Flutter Mane is paralyzed. So one play that I had thought about in my head was actually Surging Strikes into the slot and Dragon Pulse into the slot. The idea is that your Urshifu is faster, right? Flutter Mane can't protect, even if it could, obviously, it doesn't work against Surging Strikes. And so the main thing you have to worry about is obviously Rillaboom switching in, but if Rillaboom switches in, right, for this slot, you still get Surging and Dragon Pulse into it. If Flutter Mane stays in, Surging KOs, Dragon Pulse gets redirected into a partner slot. And the main thing here is because Paul ends up Surging Strikes into the Incin trying to knock it out, well, Rillaboom replaces it, and Calm Mind comes out here, and it's actually just Moonblast to knock out the Urshifu. So this turn I was a little bit surprised by because I thought Paul was actually still in a pretty okay position, but as soon as you lose that Urshifu, Raging Bolt just single-handedly wins against the Flutter Mane because once again, that's like the primary win condition of this Flutter Mane. So Justin really completely turned it around, really good Pain Split into the Moonblast, and for Flutter Mane to have been paralyzed but still get so much value is a testament to its strength here, right? And so I think, Urshifu just did not really accomplish enough, even though it was pressuring with Surging Strikes. The other question I had was whether or not how much the damage the Surging Strikes actually would have done into the Flutter Mane. Like perhaps it would have been bulky enough to survive anyway. Actually scrolling back a little bit to check. Since these Flutter Manes normally, of course, are super, super bulky, and this Urshifu isn't Mystic Water. It's at 88 HP, so hard to say for sure. But either way, with Paul losing his Urshifu, this game is just immediately over, right? So we jump into the third game, and the third game is very, very back and forth as well. want to basically dive down to like what ultimately happened, right? Which is that Fluttermane's able to once again spread a bunch of paralysis. Justin, once again, maintains the tempo well in the early game, gets some quick knockouts. But the Rillaboom now is paralyzed, and it's scary because grassy terrain is ending as well, right? So with everything paralyzed, the Raging Bolt is quite low on Justin's end as well. It comes down to whether or not you are able to, of course, knock out the Urshifu quickly enough, right? Because the paralysis has been spread. In this position, Justin has the Pokemon advantage, but things are paralyzed. He can't protect right now. And the main thing is there are not that many turns of grassy terrain left, right? What Justin wants to do is bring this thing down to Focus Sash and then KO it with one more move, but it means that you have to avoid getting paralyzed. And the key thing is if you get paralyzed at any point, it takes away a turn from attacking. A grassy terrain turn expires as well. Urshifu decides to Terra here just to maximize damage output. And crucially, Rillaboom does get paralyzed that turn. So it does not get the Surging Strikes off, and it's a complete disaster as Fluttermane faints as well. Maybe there was the position to like switch Fluttermane out this specific turn, because once again, you want to like conserve it potentially as a win con against the Raging Bolt. But the para is kind of a nightmare, right? If you don't get paralyzed there, you bring Urshifu down super low, and there's enough turns of grassy terrain where this next turn, right, you probably have to double protect to get around Fake Out, but then there's still one more turn to work with. However, in this position, because the paralysis came out, as we scroll back, yeah, 2 turns of grassy terrain. Because the paralysis happened, it means now you can protect, and then there's only one more turn of grassy terrain, and then the Urshifu can just one-shot instant, right? So Urshifu was like really, really well conserved throughout the course of it, and not too much that Justin unfortunately could do. But had that first grassy glide gone off, then you'd be in the same position, but with this at around 30%. Then there's one more turn of grassy terrain, so it's basically like, can I get 2 grassy glides in 2 attempts essentially? Paul could obviously go for a double protect with Urshifu in the end game as well, but it was super, super close. And mirror matches like this, the margins feel really slim. High horsepower if it connects in game 1. If Rillaboom doesn't get paralyzed in game 3, could look quite different. But at the end of the day, the reality of these Fluttermanes with the Thunder Waves is that they try to spread a lot of paras, right? And you're attacking for a lot of turns, and these teams are really bulky, right? So even one para can really mess things up, and you do often have to get multiple attacks off throughout the course of a game. And so it's part of what makes these Fluttermanes, I think, really hard and frustrating to fight against. But Paul defeats Justin, moves on to the top 8. He's hunting for yet another regional championship title, and he's only a few sets away from doing it. So we'll see if he's going to be able to accomplish it. But I believe we're ready to get started with our top 8. So thanks as always for joining A to Z, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Congratulations to Chua on the victory in the battle for Jersey over Karis. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and there are 8 trainers remaining, Gabby. One of these final 8 will be the Toronto Regional Champion.
I forgot you were talking about the state for a second there, and I thought there was actually a shirt up for grabs.
Like clothing on the line?
Yeah. Maybe another time, but you're absolutely right. We have gone through our round of asymmetrical top cut, and there are only 8 trainers remaining, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you all 4 top 8 matches here on the main stream. So no more side stream, no more feature matches, but they still are available to you over at youtube.com/@playpokemon at your convenience.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting top 8 here to kick off the calendar year of 2026. Our first matchup will be Justin Tang and Eric Stewart. As Gabby said, we're going to get through all 4 of these awesome matches, but we're starting big with Justin versus Eric. This should be really exciting. Justin, one of the favorites coming into this, pretty much any event he signs up for, he'll be a favorite for. And Eric has been a really consistent VGC trainer throughout many different regulations in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, Rosemary was talking to Justin Tang earlier. This is his 5th consecutive top cut, which is absolutely insane to think about. And I mean, to be going up against such an accomplished trainer in this round of top 8 is definitely intimidating. And on top of that, not only do you have the threat of your opponent, you have the threat of 2 of the most powerful Pokemon in the metagame on Justin's side of the field, with the combination of the Regidrago and the Golden Go. And that's going to be a combination that's
Justin, you better make that plush stand up or you're not going to have good luck. That's what
Oh, we heard it here first. Did you?
He gave up.
He gave up.
He gave up. I'm not sure. Listen, I don't want to jinx it, but if he was so focused on making the Torn stand up straight, It didn't work out.
Well, honestly, I'm glad you brought up the Tornadus because it's going to be interesting how it factors into this matchup. So I do want people at home to focus in on the Regidrago and the Golden Go as the two main damage dealers in this matchup, as Regidrago is going to be able to knock out pretty much anything that isn't a fairy type on Eric's side of the field. If not in one hit, then definitely two. And then Golden Go will be able to cover the Flutter Mane and the possible Terra Fairy on the Farigiraf. So I would be very surprised to see Justin lead anything but the Regidrago and the Golden Go as a result. I think Tornadus would be an interesting option for the lead if he's anticipating a Tornadus lead on Eric's side of the field, so that not only can you respond with the Tailwind, you can then use Icy Wind to move the speed more in your favor. But those two attacking Pokemon are so strong, they're so powerful. We've seen it throughout the tournament. It's something your opponent has to immediately answer.
Yeah, Eric absolutely needs an answer into that Regidrago. So let's take a look at what options Eric has available to take down this matchup and move on to the top four here in Toronto. He does have some similar Pokemon, right? There is a Hearthflame Ogerpon as well as a Tornadus, but this is a little slower variant, an option for Trick Room with Farigiraf and Ursaluna.
You say it's a little bit slower, but then you also have a Protosynthesis on that Flutter Mane, could be a speed boost. You know, Choice Specs would love the natural synergy of a speed boost so that you can make up for the lack of investment there. You know, having Flutter Mane be very fast and powerful would be great once Golden Go is gone. So I do think that Eric's best bet here would be to try and knock out the Golden Go off the bat, maybe with an Incineroar Ogerpon lead, or, you know, any fire type really in the lead. Make sure that you can move faster than the Golden Go, get that early knockout, and then let Flutter Mane clean up.
All right, the excitement's about to get started here in top 8 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Eric Stewart with Flutter Mane Tornadus on the top of your screen, Regidrago Ogerpon Hearthflame on the bottom of your screen for Justin Tang.
So not a lot of pressure here for Eric to set up the Tailwind that first turn, as Flutter Mane should be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And I think this is a great opportunity for Eric, honestly, to consider going straight for a Bleak Wind Storm here. You don't really want to go for Sunny Day, as you're just going to be boosting the firepower of the opposing Ogerpon. And honestly, this Ogerpon is very incentivized to go on the offense here, as that should be a pretty clean KO into the opposing Tornadus if you land that Ivy Cudgel. And once you get that Tornadus out of the way, we do have the benefit of seeing Justin's back party, and we know that he can match that speed control.
And you talked about how great Regidrago looked as a lead in this matchup. It did come onto the field, but as Eric swaps his Flutter Mane into the Incineroar to intimidate Ogerpon Hearthflame, we also saw Justin deciding to swap out the Regidrago, so wants to save that potentially for later on in the matchup. And of course, when there wasn't a fairy type on the field, because Flutter Mane wouldn't take any damage from those dragon attacks. They're both making one switch, and then we're going for the Terastallization. Ogerpon Hearthflame negating Incineroar's Intimidate, the Embody Aspect ability, increasing Hearthflame's attack by one stage, so it goes back to neutral, is now a pure fire type as well, so resisting a Flare Blitz on the other end. Eric doesn't even go for a Tailwind, just wants to stay safe with a Protect. So the only damage this turn is from Justin's Hot Ivy Cudgel into the resisted Incineroar.
Both trainers playing it super safe that turn, and I really love that switch from Justin, as he was preventing the possibility of a power gem, not going for the follow me, they're just going straight on the offense, just not having to worry about that Flutter Mane going on the offense there. So overall, worked out very well for him. I think he's in a decent position. Still has to worry about the opportunity of that Incineroar flinching the Ogerpon this turn, but it can always go for a Spiky Shield and just avoid damage here. The Golden Go, on the other hand, it is holding Choice Spec, so it will be dealing damage this turn, assuming it can move.
Tornadus with the Tailwind now secured for Eric, doubling his team's speed for the next 4 turns, and that means Incineroar is faster than Golden Go, but it's not enough for a one-hit KO. Golden Go barely hanging on in the red. Now Ogerpon gets a chance to respond. Ivy Cudgel into Torn. Is there a crit? No, looks like Tornadus is able to hang on, making the Make It Rain still a spread attack, lowering the special attack, but finally Tornadus is knocked out, but that might be good news for Eric.
But I think what's key here is the fact that the Golden Go's attack was still a spread attack meant that the Tornadus could hold on, or the Incineroar could hold on that turn. So the Incineroar will have one opportunity now to move first. We saw it is the fastest Pokemon on the field, and it can now pivot out either via U-turn or a hard switch to come back and intimidate again. And while it does appear that the Ogerpon, it hasn't taken any damage, so it probably won't switch out this turn. It's not necessarily threatened by the Incineroar and the Flutter Mane. You know, it is nice to consider saving that fake out for later on when you know the Regidrago could make another appearance.
Right, you have to be aware of not just what the two threats on Justin's end of the field are, but also that Regidrago in the back. And is it worth, I understand Incineroar is low HP, but the value that an Intimidate and the value that a Fake Out in a future turn could provide could be massive. But the Power Gem from Flutter Mane brings Ogerpon down very low. Follow-up does not go towards Ogerpon. Instead, it's into the Golden Go. It does 9 damage, doesn't pick up a KO, meaning that whatever Incineroar is, or whatever Eric is switching into the Incineroar slot, I should say, which is revealing his own Ogerpon Heartflame, is going to take some damage here from this -1 on the Make It Rain from Golden Go. But first has to be Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel. This is a neutral hit, but he gets the crit this time. Didn't get it against Tornadus, and it's way better into Flutter Mane.
Now Golden Go with the single target Make It Rain, it's gonna be resisted by the Ogerpon, so that's good. You know, you're not gonna be doing as much damage there, but that U-turn into the Golden Go, just not quite the damage you want out of that turn. You can come back now and re-intimidate the opposing Ogerpon, which, you know, will help this go around, but it's also at such low health, you have to wonder if that U-turn would have been better targeted into the Ogerpon for a potential KO.
It's almost as if Justin is content right now just clicking the attacks with these two low health Pokemon for as long as they stay on the field.
Exactly.
Right? And then you move on to, you're not really gonna, he's not gonna flex around the low health Golden Go or anything like that. Tailwind is making Eric faster anyway, so don't waste any of your other Pokemon's HP.
Not only that, Regidrago is better off coming in later on because Dragon Energy does damage based off of how full your health bar is.
Right, so now Eric will say, hey, this Ogerpon Heartflame seems to do a lot of damage when it's terrestrialized. I think I will match. This is now a +1 attack since it has not had its attack lowered, meaning Ivy Cudgels are going to be doing even more damage on Eric's side of the field. But does the Ivy Cudgel go into Spiky Shield? Yes, Justin makes that call, keeping his Ogerpon healthy there. Knockoff finally takes down this pesky Golden Go.
Golden Go did its job really well this match with those Make It Rains, and now it's getting out of the way, and Justin has a great choice to make here. You either send in the Regidrago, who enters the field at full health, ready to go on full offense against the opposing Pokemon once the Tailwind has expired, or you could have sent in your own Tornadus if you wanted to try and match the Tailwinds after the Tailwind expired.
And now Justin has not revealed that 4th Pokemon yet. We do have the low health Ogerpon, but at some point, you know when Ogerpon goes down, you'll have more help in the back, and this should be the last turn of Tailwind, right? So even with Eric's attack boost in the Ogerpon Heartflame, it's still going to be tough to get the attacks off in general.
Yeah, and trying to keep the Ogerpon safe here for one more turn just ensures that the Regidrago is absolutely safe. I mean, you know, Protect, you're not going to be taking any damage regardless, but we could have potentially seen a Follow Me plus a Dragon Energy this turn too. So just keeping every single option open so that when the Dragon Energy happens, it's going to be at full health.
Ogerpon Heartflame finally getting knocked out on Justin's end, but it did a great job here in Game 1. Knockoff goes to the Regidrago Protect, so now Justin is down to his last 2 Pokemon as Tailwind expires. We're back to our neutral speed here, meaning Ogerpon Heartflame should be the fastest Pokemon until Tornadus clicks Tailwind.
Exactly, and I just want to call out how Justin approached this matchup, as we're probably on the last turn at this point in time. He was able to keep that Tornadus in the back of his party until the final turn, whereas Eric started the game off with his own Tornadus and with his own Tailwind. And the fact that Eric approached the game with so many passive turns with the Ogerpon and the Golden Go stuck on the field really opened up the opportunity for Justin for this.
And there's the double knockout. Justin winning game 1 here. You really highlighted how strong Regidrago was as a Pokemon, but also specifically in this matchup. And even though it waited till the last turn, it proved why the whole game revolved around Regidrago.
Exactly. I mean, Eric was just pinned from turn number 1. You have to bring the Flutter Mane, as that's your best answer to that Pokemon. You have to keep Flutter Mane safe because that's your best answer to that Pokemon. But then Flutter Mane was in this tough spot where it had to contend with the Golden Go. It had to lock into Power Gem so it could take down the Ogerpon. And it just never found the alignment that it needed to pressure the Regidrago with the super effective damage.
As we take a look at these replays, we see how much damage the neutral Ivy Cudgel did into Tornadus, and we talked about because it wasn't, or still a spread attack, did less into the Incineroar, but the critical hit into Flutter Mane, absolutely massive. That's really what you're going for, though. When you're clicking Ivy Cudgel multiple turns in a row, eventually you're going to get that crit.
Exactly, and that's the unfortunate thing too about Eric keeping those Pokemon around for so many turns, is that you're opening yourself up to more random chance. So going into this game number 2, I don't think that Eric can necessarily make a Pokemon adjustment here. I think that Farigiraf is going to be knocked out very easily by the Pokemon on Justin's side of the field, so Trick Room's kind of not an option here, but I think you just have to find a way to get the Pokemon off the field faster and not give Justin all of those opportunities for those critical hits.
And I do like the idea of potentially leading your own Ogerpon Hearthflame to try to redirect some things around, but we'll see what happens here in this game 2. Justin leading Ogerpon Hearthflame and Regidrago yet again versus Eric's Tornadus and Incineroar. You can't, this is not a situation where you can just freely fake out, right? Because remember, Justin has Terra Ghost on Regidrago.
Yes, but on the other hand, though, your Flutter Mane is presumably safe in the back of your party, so you can start whittling away at the Regidrago to weaken its overall attacking power.
Right now, Justin does not have a way to match speed tiers if Eric decides to Tailwind on his Tornadus. Justin will Terrastalize yet again, just like he did in game 1, bringing Ogerpon's attack back to a neutral state, and a critical hit would be absolutely devastating.
Whoa.
Does not Terra, so Eric makes the call. He will not sacrifice his Terra on the Ghost typing, and now Regidrago does not get to attack this turn. Huge play of momentum for Eric. Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon into Tornadus. We saw without a crit, it did not KO last game, but it gets the crit this time!
But that's okay, because Tailwind was set up and now Tornadus is gone. So if the Flutter Mane is in the back of Eric's party, this is your best opportunity to send it out and lock into Dazzling Gleam. And then honestly, you can target that Regidrago with a Flare Blitz if the Golden Go comes in.
Right, so you're essentially pinning the right slot on Justin's end. Either Regidrago stays in and eats a Fairy attack, or if you wanted to switch Golden Go to resist Moonblast, then you can eat a Flare Blitz.
I mean, Regidrago does know Earth Power, so like, I guess you could try and like, I don't know, do something with that.
But the Incineroar's faster right now because of Tailwind.
Exactly, like you would be reading like 10 levels deep at that point in time, and I don't think Justin's gonna take that risk.
Regidrago does swap out here, expecting a lot of damage going into that slot. It is the Golden Go. Eric has it. He has one game down. He has to make big plays to force a game 3 to get back in this set. Does he make that call? Power Gem into Ogerpon, though. Instead, doesn't do any damage. It's up to the Incineroar and get some momentum by being able to swap the Incineroar out with U-turn and bring in maybe another attacker that would appreciate the Tailwind more.
Well, there's 2 Fire-type Pokemon on Eric's team, and if you don't land the Flare Blitz into the Golden Go, how about you consider landing a Fire-type Ivy Cudgel?
I love that play from Eric to be able to anticipate your opponent's swap, so you use the U-turn to put your Ogerpon, and remember last game, there's no Intimidate there to stop Eric's Ogerpon from boosting its attack. That Ivy Cudgel's gonna be really scary into whatever Pokemon Justin puts in the right slot.
The one downside to this position is that Flutter Mane is going to have to switch out eventually to unlock itself from Power Gem. it is unfortunate that it's choosing now to do so because you'd really want to knock out the opposing Ogerpon first to ensure that you can connect an attack with the opposing Golden Go.
Another Intimidate here as Eric swaps the Incineroar into that slot. Now the Ogerpon Heartflame on Justin's end is -1 attack. Eric is going to terrestrialize Ogerpon yet again and going to be way stronger than Justin's. However, Justin could opt, since his attack has been neutered so much here in this game, could opt for a more supportive way, like redirecting with Follow Me right here. Perfectly timed. Don't want to go for a weak Ivy Cudgel into 2 fire types, so you'll just redirect this Ivy Cudgel away, keep your Golden Go safe, and not even take half of your health in response. Now to make it rain into 2 fire types, that's still pretty solid damage into the Ogerpon at least.
And really risky as well because the Golden Go on Justin's side of the field also has a power gem of its own. So it worked out very well for Eric in this turn, but I would have loved to see Eric just swing a little bit harder there, go for the KO on the opposing Ogerpon Heartflame just to ensure that the Ivy Cudgel hit its mark.
As long as Golden Go stays on the field, though, it's going to continue lowering its special attack. So even if he gets to -2, -3, maybe that is a point where Eric would feel comfortable to bring Fluttermane back out and not worry about Make It Rain.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's one nice thing about Golden Go's Make It Rain is that, like you said, it's diminishing returns. But at the end of the day, with Justin's 4 Pokemon around, he will have the opportunity to switch it out eventually, unless Eric starts getting knockouts.
Ogerpon swapping out for Justin. We saw him debating between his 2 Pokemon in the back, and instead say, hey, I'm gonna go for a double swap. This is Eric's last turn of Tailwind, so I'm gonna play passively. Maybe he's anticipating Protects or different things there. The fake out into a Pokemon that just swapped in means nothing happens. Where does Ivy Cudgel target down? It's into the Dragon type, so it's not a knockout. And now Justin, just like in game 1, can click Tailwind and outspeed for the rest of this match.
But unlike in game 1, Reggie Drago's best opportunity to go on the offense is either going to be that Earth Power or Draco Meteor, which is not accurate. So it's risky.
And it'd be lowering your special attack.
Exactly.
Justin would find himself in the same spot, right? Just like with his Golden Go, the diminishing returns of clicking Make It Rain or Draco Meteor. So Eric has found a pretty solid spot here in a way to come back his last 3 Pokemon in this match. He does not have Tornadus anymore, so is not able to match the speeds. But if these 2 fire types can withstand the damage output that Reggie Drago is going to bring out this turn, then there is a chance. Earth Power into Ogerpon, no, super effective. Ogerpon goes down.
And now it's just going to be the Incineroar and the Fluttermane's permanently slower than the Pokemon on Justin's side of the field, trying to find a way through. Oh, but the U-turn was enough to take Reggie Drago out.
Different this time around. Last time did 9 damage to a Golden Go. This time for Eric, the U-turn was enough for a knockout. So he does get momentum. He's able to bring the Fluttermane onto the field safely, as well as regain access to Fake Out next turn if we when he brings his Incineroar back on.
With Golden Go on the field, though, you have to assume that the Fluttermane's going to be immediately switched out, though, for that Ogerpon. So that is something that Justin can use to his advantage this turn. I mean, yes, Eric could just make a very big play here, but Justin is so far ahead right now, he can play it safe. You could go for Bleak Wind and make it rain, or maybe even Icy Wind and make it rain, and just hope for the best.
Bleak Wind Storm does connect onto both of Eric's Pokemon. The speed drops don't really matter since Tornadus had already made Golden Go faster thanks to the Tailwind. Knockout onto the Fluttermane there. Eric down to the Incineroar here. Takes that very well by both resisting and holding its Assault Vest. But what can Incineroar do? Eric is in such a difficult spot. The more damage you do with Flare Blitz means the more recoil you're going to take. Golden Go goes down, but Incineroar takes so much health, or loses so much health in response to that. It's in the red. Oh, it's so tough for Eric.
Unfortunately for that Incineroar, one more Bleak Wind Storm should be enough to take it out. It can miss, but then you have to wonder at what point will that help you? You know, you can try and do more damage with another one, but that recoil.
It's too much speed, it's too accurate. The Bleak Wind Storm gets the last hit, and Justin Tang moves on to top 4 here in Toronto. Plushie's falling ended up not mattering.
Yeah, all those Bleak Winds hit, surprisingly enough, after that.
He has to feel so good right now with the momentum in this match against Eric, because there's so many scary things, especially that turn 1 in game 2 when Reggie Drago did get faked out to end up winning this game. Justin's got to feel on top of the world.
For sure. And I mean, I think that was a great use of terrestrialization, just recognizing that the long-term value of the Terra Fire attack boost on that Ogerpon was way more important than dodging the fake out that turn. And I think that's just what makes Reggie Drago such an impressive Pokemon right now in Regulation F, is that you have to respect it. But by respecting it and making those great calls, as we saw Justin celebrate right there, you're opening up the opportunity for the other Pokemon on your team to sort of take care of things. Reggie Drago was more than happy to take that fake out because it just meant that the rest of the team could do its stuff.
Yeah, definitely interesting dynamics in this matchup where, you know, a lot of times where people used to say, you know, back in Sword and Shield, like the person who Dynamaxes first loses, right? And now it's Scarlet and Violet. The person who Terrestrializes first loses. And now we have it with the Tornadus. The person who clicks Tailwind first loses. Both of those games, Justin was preserving his Tornadus in the back, which is a different, you know, team play style than Eric's version, where he was starting the game with Tailwind, but once it goes down, if Tornadus is knocked out so early, there's no way to have any more speed control.
Yeah, and normally when you're playing a team like Eric's, having the Tornadus go down early is good because the Choice Specs Flutter Mane comes in and cleans up. But with being unable to stop that Golden Go from getting the KO on that Flutter Mane, and of course the crit on the Ivy Cudgel as well in that game number 1 to knock out that Flutter Mane too, that just meant that Justin was so far ahead that that strategy unfortunately did not work out for Eric in this matchup. But overall, I do love this team that Eric's bringing. I think showing that Tail Room is still viable in Regulation F is really important. I almost said Regulation H for a second there. And it just goes to show that you can look at Pokemon like Ursaluna, who are typecast a lot of times in Pokemon to certain roles, and say, I'm going to do something different.
Yeah,
I
think so. I really enjoyed Eric's team. I think he's a great trainer, as we were talking about, really consistent, a lot of multiple top 8s throughout the last couple of formats here in Scarlet and Violet, and definitely always a threat out there in Swiss, and congratulations making it to top 8. But for Justin Tang, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, Gabby, but this could be a big run he's on right now.
I mean, it's Justin Tang. I feel like he's always on a big run, but yes.
5 straight top cuts of top 8s.
I want to know what the secret sauce is. Honestly, like, it's just absolutely incredible. Like, I remember his first tournament, because I think I was hosting that event, and just talking to him, like, how?
Yeah, right?
And it's just, he's just been consistently good ever since. And, you know, being able to see him celebrate these wins with his friends and just be one of the genuinely nicest people in the community as well is just, you kind of want to celebrate along with him, you know?
Yeah, you feel like you're along the ride for the success. And let's have a little conversation with Justin Tang, our top 8 winner. Rosemary, take it away.
Thank you, Gabby and Joe. I'm here with Justin Tang, one of our first competitors to move forward in our Top Cut bracket. Justin, first off, congratulations. 5 consecutive top 8s in a row. And after, when we were speaking before Toronto, you were like, you know, kind of excited, but like kind of not really. So now how are you feeling?
Feels great, honestly. A lot of people online and my friends are calling me out top 8 merchant, hard stuck there. I mean, to be fair, I did top 4 Monterey, but since then it's just been top 8 on top 8. Since I'm always losing at the first stage of cut. But you know, last time I won a top 8 game, I was able to make it all the way in San Antonio, and honestly, it kind of feels like similar to that tournament. I feel like the play is good, the team was great, and it's just nice also winning a stream.
Yes.
I feel like my stream win rate has been very weird recently. So yeah, there's that.
Well, I mean, okay, yesterday, in all fairness, you were playing one of your best friends, Marcus Dion, and yeah, I mean, you had to let him get a win at some point, right?
Yeah, after after getting eliminated by Wolf and then Shoma, he's had a rough break. He deserved it. He played well. Honestly, he played well. It's messing around. Marcus has also a pretty kind of weird stream rate as well, but he's a great player. It was a pleasure playing him. That match was also like really volatile on both sides. He just made the right calls, and yeah, it's always great to play a friend, of course. So yeah.
But I mean, Justin, that actually kind of did put you into sort of unfamiliar territory in terms of this season. Heading into Phase 2 today, this was the first time that we actually saw you sort of playing from behind. You had to win all of your matches today. So what was the pressure feeling like starting the day off?
It felt awful, I'm not gonna lie. I was looking at the day 2 teams and I'm like, wow, I don't really have any great matchups. I felt like everything with this team has felt 50-50 at best, but I think that the thing with the format is that having a 50 matchup is more than plenty if you know how the team works. And I've been piloting this team for a long time now. Since Reg F came back, I used this, and this is actually just one-off. It is the exact same 6 Pokemon I ran at 24 San Antonio in Reg E, of all things. Stats are all mixed up and stuff, but I saw some people, some of the Italian players were using this online. I'm like, wow, I like this team back then. I'm gonna try it on Reg F. Worked really well, and you know, it was just really cool to make it work here, and I'm really happy to give Reggie Drago its top 4 here.
Well, you played this in the Grand Challenge too, didn't you?
Oh yeah, that too, yeah.
But you called Reggie Drago mid. What's going on? Are your thoughts different now?
Thoughts are definitely different now. Dragon Energy, it's either getting a knockout or I'm leaving something in 1 or I'm missing Draco. He's been really good today, though. I don't think I missed a single Draco this weekend.
Okay, knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Torin has kind of taken all the accuracy for me.
Oh.
So going back to how I felt going from X1, X1 this whole season until I guess day 1 to this today's tournament, Toronto. I lost in a very close set. It came down to a game 3, where if I landed Bleakwind Storm, I would have been X1. I unfortunately missed. So, you know, starting off day 2 as X2 is really unfortunate. Also off a really unfortunate miss. It felt really bad because I'm like, oh wow, if I just miss any important moves, I feel like this is going to be similar to my Charlotte run from 24. At Charlotte, I ran Tornadus, and I started off 8-1, and I finished off 9-6. So there were some flashbacks after the round 8, but you know, we locked in. We did it. We're back with top cut, back with another medal, so I'm pretty happy.
I mean, part of the butterfly effect, right? Imagine even going back and saying you start X1 today, who knows if you would be in the same position now that you're advancing through the top cut.
That's true,
It's always hard to keep that in mind. But Justin, I know you were prepping with a couple of your friends prior to top cut starting, so what was kind of some of the encouragement or some of the game plan you ran through with them?
So this matchup was gonna be awkward because my team building partner, Keanu, he ran this, he also day 2 this tournament. He faced Lorsi in day 1 actually, and Eric and Lorsi, they worked together. Same 6, same spreads, and we knew that he would definitely adjust to how Keanu beat Lorsi. I don't believe Heartflame Flutter was brought as an adjustment in their original set, and I was like, okay, Keanu at 1 Wolf, I think Reggie Drago, Goldango Leaf. I'm like, if he just leads Heartflame or has Heartflame Flutter, am I kind of not in a good spot? And we're like, yeah, probably. So then we came up with a more mid-ground lane because I think Reggie Drago, Goldango, I showed it off in my stream set of day 1. It was a very volatile lead. Of course, a lot of 50-50s, and if he leads something responds really well to it, I can't protect 1, and Fluttermane is really bad. Well, Drago is really bad to Fluttermane. So I was like, okay, if I can at least have Fire Palm where I can protect the Drago enough, and I have Terra Cudgel to get rid of Flutter, and then Drago do Drago things. And it felt really important to have my own Tornadus because this is a Tail Room team. I felt that I had to compete with Tail in here, and even if he wasn't going to Tail and Moat, I felt the combination with free protects, Reggie Drago just clicking buttons, Trickle Dango, I could still beat the instant Photograph mode. But I honestly called out that he would just go Torin because I felt that his Tornadus was really oppressive. Unfortunately, I did get a crit that game 2. I think that would have been a much closer set otherwise there. But yeah, it was a really tricky matchup. We just kind of came up with the best line with some help, and yeah, that's really it.
Well, that's great. I mean, Justin, you're moving on, thinking ahead to the other teams that are in top cut. Do you feel any better about some of the matchups that you have?
Slightly, maybe.
Sort of.
I know Paul Chua was in his top 8. He knocked me out in my very first Toronto Regionals in top 8 there, and back in 23. He's also running the same team I lost to in round 8. So I would probably avoid facing something like that, just because it's a really volatile matchup, and it's just like, I don't know. I feel like at this point, I'll take whatever at this point. Hopefully I land my Bleaklands and my Dracos in this top 8 here, or top 4 now. But yeah, I haven't really checked a whole lot of top cut. I'm just feeling good with my play. Just as long as I know what I'm doing, I feel like I can go further, but we'll see.
Well, that's great. I mean, Justin, we're going to go ahead and let you just kind of go back to prep and just kind of relax a little bit before your next match. But before you go, any final thoughts, shout-outs?
Yeah, shout-outs. Shout-outs to Areku, Keanu, Alessio, and I'm missing one more. I'm blanking right now. I'm so sorry. There's one more.
I bet we'll talk to you later, too.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I missed out. But shout out to everyone who brought the team with me. It's been a long day. I've been running on no coffee, no food, really. I'm running fumes right now. Even on stream, my hands are shaking. Everything is kind of going blur right now. But shout out to them. Shout out to Ethan for bringing my mons. Shout out to Chunjun and Louis for also helping me test as well. And yeah, shout out to Elimination. That's really it.
All right, well, Justin, thank you so much for your time. Go get some food and hydration, and we will see you back here for your next Top Cut match. Now, I got a chance to sit down with the winner of our seniors division here at the Toronto Regional Championships. So let's see how that went. We had 44 players enter into our competition here at the Toronto Regional Championships in the seniors division. But after a tough 2 days of competition, we have only the 2 best remaining to battle it out for the title of regional champion. We have Connor Petrozinski versus Alex Madera, and they will be playing out one final best of 3 to see who will be the regional champion. For Connor, this could be his 2nd regional championship title after winning Charlotte in 2024. And for Alex, he is hoping that this will be his 1st regional championship title. They both have roughly 2 years of experience playing competitive Pokemon, so hopefully that will fare them well in this final best of 3. At the end of it all, your winner of the Toronto Regional Championships in the seniors division is Connor Petrozinski. Congratulations on your 3-game victory. How did that match go for you?
The match, I played him yesterday in Swiss, and I won game 1 pretty cleanly. Made an adjustment, called him out, but then at the end of game 2, he got a double protect, which let him be able to win game 2, and I was super stressed. I thought I was just going to lose the set, which I just came off of getting finals in Las Vegas. I did not want to lose again, so I went on, played finals, thought I was going to lose, but then made a couple really good calls and won the set finally.
Well, that's awesome, because this is also basically the 2-year anniversary of your 1st regional championship win in Charlotte, and it was the same regulation. So did you run back a similar team?
Not even close. The only mon that like shared was a Moongus, which I ran at Charlotte and here, but one was like Pow Knight with like Heat Ran and stuff. This one was more Golden Go and Cineroar, Roaring Moon kind of stuff.
So Roaring Moon, talk to me a little bit about that Pokemon choice, because I think there are a lot of people that look at that Pokemon and consider it to be quite unique or very difficult to play in this format. So why did you decide to bring it to this event?
So I wanted a mon that's really good with Golden Go, because if you know Dragon and Dark and Fairy and Steel, not Fairy and Steel, Steel and Ghost have the like perfect defensive coverage. So I wanted something with Tailwind, so I went Roaring Moon. And it's also able to lower my opponent's attack with Breaking Swipe, get rid of items like Assault Vest, so I can go knock off and the Shadow Ball, do big damage. And it's also, people call it Roaring, I think it's Roaring like all right.
Well, it's Roaring Champion now, because you were able to get it to a regional championship win, and now you've qualified for the World Championship. So are you planning on going?
I am planning on going to the World Championships. I was actually already qualified for the World Championships because I got top 4 worlds, but now I have 2, so.
Oh my gosh, wow. So you get a chance to run it back, and this is your final year in the seniors division. So what are you looking forward to for the rest of the season?
Looking forward to UIC and Worlds. That's pretty much the main events I'm looking forward to. Want to have a good run at UIC. Went 3-3 last year, so I want to have get a little bit of a get back.
Well, I think you're off to a pretty great start in this format. So once again, congratulations, Connor. Before we let you go celebrate, are there any shout outs that you'd like to make?
I want to give a shout out to Patrick Connors, Landon, and Carrie for all running this team with me. I also want to give a shout out to my best friend Issa and Charlie, and Collier as well. And then I also want to shout out Franny VGC, Franny, and Juice Lowell VGC.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations once again. Now back to more Pokemon action.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory there in the seniors division. Definitely a bright future ahead for Connor. But we are here. Our future is now. We're continuing the top 8 coverage of the Toronto Regional Championships. Joe Brown, Gabby Snyder. Our next matchup, Dorian Kang and Jack Clark, should be hopefully just as exciting as that last one.
Yeah, I mean, Jack coming all the way over from across the pond, if you will, to compete here in Toronto. And Dorian, one of our Canadian players, still in contention here at the event. So I'm very excited to see how this matchup is going to shake out. The winner of this matchup will not be playing Justin Tang. We'll have to wait to figure out who he's going to be playing a little bit later on, but still an exciting matchup nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, we are streaming all 4 top 8 matches. So we still got a lot of great VGC on the way here today. So let's take a look as these two get prepared for this top 8 matchup. Dorian Kang, we already saw him with a win earlier in the final round of Swiss against our good friend Costa, right? So he has good momentum and a really solid team with a lot of practice.
A lot of practice indeed. And what I love about this team in particular is the effective use of choice items, because similar to the Regidragos and the Golden Goes of the world, this Hisuian Arcanine and this Galarian Moltres can do so much damage. These other Pokemon on the team are really just there to support them and let them shine.
There could be some fun interactions in this matchup, as there is access to Thunderwave on both of these teams. We see Jack with a lot of great performances there over in Europe, like we were talking about, top 8 at Dortmund in 2025, and the second time in the last couple rounds that Dorian's going to be facing an Okidogi, and it worked out pretty well for him last time.
Yeah, it did, but unlike the past time with Okidogi, a little bit of a different team. But let's go ahead and lock in on Dorian's Pokemon here, as I really do think it's going to be this contention between the Flutter Mane, the Hisuian Arcanine, and the Galarian Moltres that's going to define this matchup for him. Having the ability to control the speed on the field with Thunder Wave and Icy Wind, being able to shut down the Grimmsnarl with Taunt, as Flutter Mane doesn't have Prankster, so it can still taunt Dark-type Pokemon, and then just letting Hisuian Arcanine and Galarian Moltres do what they do best is going to put a ton of pressure down onto the board. And the Rillaboom, the Raging Bolt, the Ogerpon Wellspring, all of them are going to do very well into the other Pokemon that Jack has. I think it's going to be more of a responsive thing to see which one is going to fit into Jack's approach to this matchup the best. So it's really what Dorian's feeling in that regard.
Yeah, this is a team that was one of the heavy favorites coming into Toronto, and Dorian is proving why. And we take a look at Jack Clark's team in this matchup. A couple more unconventional Pokemon here. And the Entei we saw on stream yesterday is a really strong Pokemon in this format, immune to Intimidate thanks to its Inner Focus ability, and Choice Band with either Sacred Fire for some burns or Extreme Speed for getting an attack off faster than anyone else. Entei could put in some work.
It can, but it's gonna struggle against the Hisuian Arcanine, and that's really the problem that Jack has to solve in this matchup. How do I break through the Arcanine and the Moltres? Grimmsnarl's screens are going to be really important here, as Light Clay will ensure they will both be up for 8 turns, which on average, Regulation F matches are less than 8 turns, and Okidogi's Assault Vest in combination with those screens is going to give him a lot of natural bulk that I think will be key in this battle. But then you do have to wonder about how the paralysis and speed control can potentially mess things up here. I do like how Jack has some options to at least make that work for him. You know, being able to slow the game down, maybe you can get some Swords Dances in on that Ogerpon. But overall, the longer the game goes, the more option there is for shenanigans.
That's what I was going to mention. There are multiple ways to get status conditions or inflict status conditions on Jack's end, with the Sacred Fire burns, with the Thunder Waves from Grimmsnarl. So with Hex, it doubles its base power if it's targeting into a status Pokemon. And Golden Go having Nasty Plot and Ogerpon having Swords Dance means that Jack is really heavily focused on set-up sweepers, where he uses the rest of the team to get them in position to win.
And normally you do not have time for that, but again, because of the Grimmsnarl, the Light Clay, and access to both Reflect and Light Screen, that does give him the option to go for it.
Top 8 here in Toronto. Dorian Kang versus Jack Clark. Game 1 underway. Galarian, Moltres, and Rillaboom is the lead for Dorian versus Okidogi and Grimmsnarl for Jack.
But that Okidogi is not Okidoki, as it cannot terrestrialize away from weaknesses this turn. It's a Water Terra type Pokemon, so it's either going to be taking super effective Grass type damage or potentially super effective Flying type damage from that Moltres if it chooses to lock into Air Slash. So maybe the screens can help cover for it on Grimmsnarl, and certainly you can go for an upper hand to stop a fake out here, but overall you're going to be taking a lot of damage for that trouble.
And we saw Dorian actually hovering, and I do believe locked in Terra Ground on Rillaboom, saying, I don't want to deal with any flinch shenanigans. I want to be flinching you. If Rillaboom becomes a ground type, it is then now immune to Thunder Wave.
there's that as well. So this is going to be a pretty decisive turn 1, and the first Pokemon to terrestrialize will indeed be that Rillaboom.
Yes, now a ground type, so as you mentioned, immune to a Thunder Wave, but also, you know, potentially changing your matchups with the rest of Jack's team. Fake out into the Grimmsnarl. It does get the flinch, so no screens will be set this turn. And an Air Slash into Okidogi. Dorian calls that he would not terrestrialize, so he gets super effective damage there. Gunk shot into the Rillaboom. There's just some solid amount, but I think that was a really bold play of Dorian to essentially call that, no, you're not going to terrestrialize Okidogi.
I was 100% a read, and he got it 100% correct. You do ultimately have to worry now about how Jack responds to it, but Okidogi has taken enough damage that another hit should be enough to knock it out, regardless if it's from the Rillaboom or from that Moltres.
So now what does Jack do? He's got his Okidogi down already, very low HP. Jack can click one of his 2 screens here on this turn, either the light screen or the reflect, and that will help to mitigate a lot of damage from one of Dorian's 2 Pokemon here. Jack will swap Roaring Moon onto the field now in place of Okidogi with its photosynthesis and booster energy boosting its attack. This is not a speed boosting Roaring Moon that we've seen so much throughout Scarlet and Violet, and now deciding to mitigate damage from physical attacks like this Wood Hammer by setting up the Reflect for the next 8 turns. Air Slash into Roaring Moon does some solid damage, and his choice specs locked into Air Slash to remember that he has to click it every turn with Moltres, but Grimmsnarl surviving that turn means now it can click Light Screen.
It can click Light Screen, or it could honestly go on the offense with a Spirit Break against the opposing Moltres, as Roaring Moon is now there to provide some Tailwind support. And admittedly, Grimmsnarl is not typically a speedy Pokemon, so to see it outspeed the Moltres would be sort of interesting, but on the other hand, we've already seen Jack make some pretty unique adaptations. A attack boost off of photosynthesis on Roaring Moon is something that is very unique to this team. It's possible there are other unique things here.
The Reflect is so clutch. Grimmsnarl hangs on through the Grassy Glide and sets up the Light Screen. Now for the next 8 turns, gonna be taking less damage from special attacks. The knockoff thanks to the attack boost. Roaring Moon coming in and getting rid of Dorian's terrestrialized Pokemon. Now we know Galarian Moltres has to click the Air Slash on this turn because of its choice specs, and it goes into the low health Grimmsnarl, finally knocking it out.
But Grimmsnarl did everything it needed to do in this matchup. It got Reflect and Light Screen active on the field. It helped burn the Fake Out in that first turn of the match. You know, it just had so much pressure in that position, and honestly, it probably wasn't going to be able to Thunder Wave anyways because of the ground-type terrestrialization, like you mentioned, and the fact that Moltres is a Dark-type Pokemon, and the Prankster ability would not activate in that situation.
So every turn that Galarian Moltres stays on the field, it eventually feels like those Air Slash flinches are potentially something you have to worry about, right?
Exactly.
So Jack will bring his Ogerpon, Wellspring, now revealing his 4th Pokemon, and Dorian showing off the Raging Bolt.
It's still a tough spot now for Jack, as this Raging Bolt can hit both that Roaring Moon and the Ogerpon with super effective damage. It is also going to be holding an Assault Vest, so it's going to be one of those more bulky Raging Bolts, and I have to wonder how Jack is going to be able to get out of this position, knowing that the Ogerpon, if it terrestrializes into a water type and it gets the special defense boost, it might have time to go for a single sword stance, but it's going to struggle to deal damage to that Raging Bolt, as it's just going to naturally resist both of its attacks.
And we always have to keep in mind that Jack has Light Screen and Reflect
That too.
up. So no matter which type of damage Dorian's going to be throwing his way, it will be mitigated in some sense thanks to the Grimmsnarl in this matchup. Now it's time for Jack to finally terrestrialize here on this turn with the Ogerpon Wellspring, becoming a pure water type, and with that Embody aspect ability boosting its special defense by 1 stage. That's going to help you a little bit into Raging Bolt because he is a special attacker. However, you've now become weak to Thunderbolt and Thunderclap, as those are electric attacks. Swords Dance boosting the Ogerpon's attack by 2 stages. So if it can make it through this turn, it's going to be doing massive damage. Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt goes towards Roaring Moon's Protect. So that's actually a pretty solid turn. Jack gets a boost and takes no damage.
That was a free sword stance on that Ogerpon Wellspring, which is something I did not expect to say this weekend, Joe.
Yeah, you would think maybe Ogerpon Hearthflame would be more likely to use the sword dance, but I do like the versatility of Jack's team where you have Roaring Moon who can either do a lot of damage with attack booster or can use Tailwind. Ogerpon can either follow me or it can sword dance.
That being said, though, I do think that the momentum is in Dorian's favor as his Ogerpon can redirect any water-type attacks. You know, you'd have to imagine a +2 critical hit. Ivy Cudgel is your best bet against that opposing Raging Bolt right now. And on top of that, you also have to worry about the Ogerpon on the other side of the field doing some damage.
Safe turn yet again from Jack. Is Dorian going to be able to punish Jack's passive play over the last couple of turns? No, Horn Leech goes into that spiky shield, so no damage, and just a little bit in recoil from hitting into the spiky shield. But now a Dragon Pulse into the Roaring Moon. Because of the light screen, it hangs on through the turn.
Roaring Moon will have one more opportunity to attack, assuming it's not caught off guard by a Thunderclap, of course. It potentially could also just go for a Protect to try to get a little bit more grassy terrain recovery before it takes that attack as well, as there is no risk of those screens running out this turn. Ogerpon probably forced to go on the offense, though, as it did just go for Spiky Shield. You're not going to want to switch it out with those boosts. I would love to see Ogerpon return the Horn Leech into the opposing Ogerpon in this position, because, again, you can't risk the Ivy Cudgel into the opposing Water Absorb. Dorian can easily go for a redirection there if that's something he's worried about. And even if he's not worried about it, I think the threat is just too much in and of itself.
Thunderclap into Ogerpon because of that special defense boost and the light screen. It doesn't even do 50% of his HP. Roaring Moon knocks off the Assault Vest.
Oh my
there,
God, he called it!
The Ivy Cudgel. Dorian is going to take a +2 sword stance to the face on the Raging Bolt, and he cannot endure that hit. So much damage from this sword dance on the Ogerpon. Horn Leech does not get it. That's a super effective hit. Every single turn, the light screen and reflect that Grimsnarl set up earlier become more and more crucial.
And now there's no more priority moves on the field either, so that Ogerpon can heal right back up with a Horn Leech of its own. Maybe play a little bit careful here, use your Spiky Shield to make sure that you're not attacking into the opposing Spiky Shield, but what an incredible read there from Jack. That was absolutely insane.
You said he needed to make an aggressive play,
Yeah,
and sometimes when your back's against the wall, you have to go for an off-the-wall strategy.
I mean, your back is still against the wall, unfortunately, here with Roaring Moon and Ogerpon down to their final hit points, and the Okie Dokie in the back as well. Going to struggle in this position, given that Moltres is still at full health, but Jack is finding his way back into this game.
He does still have to worry about a follow me, right?
Exactly.
So he's not out of the woods yet. Protect from Roaring Moon on this turn to just stick around. Wants to wait and see with the Spiky Shield as well. Jack wants the information of what Galarian Moltres is locking into. Ogerpon from Dorian's end goes for the Horn Leech into Roaring Moon, protecting there. And now Moltres very much makes sense with the spread attack of Fire Wrath. You get the same type of attack bonus, and it's a multi-target attack.
You know, I wonder if it's possible that you make the Ivy Cudgel fall a second time into that Moltres.
And this is 2 turns in a row. Dorian did not click follow me.
I know, and you know Moltres can't protect because it's holding that choice specs. And I mean, it looks like Dorian has made his decision on how he's going to approach this turn. If Jack calls this right, I think it's Jack's game. We'll see if he made it.
Finally, Dorian clicks follow me with his Water Absorb Ogerpon, immune to water attacks. The acrobatics, even with the attack boost, it's not enough. But Jack clicks Ivy Cudgel, essentially healing off some of that acrobatics damage, and Moltres with the spread Fiery Wrath takes out Ogerpon, but not the Roaring Moon.
All right, all right. I mean, I love how Jack approached that turn, because if acrobatics had picked up that knockout there, then the Ivy Cudgel automatically retargets into the Moltres.
Right.
And realistically speaking, that recovery wasn't as dramatic as I thought it would be. Another acrobatics will be enough to pick up that KO. Unfortunately, though, the Roaring Moon is absolutely hanging on by a thread, and this Okie Dokie as well is not in a great position.
And you can't click Tailwind and Acrobatics at the same time on this Roaring mode.
You absolutely cannot. Now, Okie Dokie is still going to be holding an Assault Vest of its own, and there are still Light Screen in play, so hypothetically speaking, Roaring Moon should be trained faster than the opposing Ogerpon and the opposing Moltres. If you think that's true, and if you think the Ogerpon isn't going to Spiky Shield this turn, you throw the Acrobatics into that spot, you follow up with an attack on Okie Dokie, and you just pray that the bulk is there for you once again.
This has come down to the last two Pokemon on each side. Remember, VGC matches don't go for this long, so the Light Clay is still active. That has been so crucial for the Roaring Moon surviving its attacks, as well as the Ogerpon Wellspring against the Raging Bolt. Does Jack have one more trick up his sleeve here at the end of game one to come out on top? It will be the Tailwind to make sure Okie Dokie is faster. Ghost Shot's not 100% accurate, so that was a risk too, but it does secure the knockout into Ogerpon here. Now with the choice specs, Fiery Wrath, gonna be obviously enough for the Roaring Moon, but not enough for the Okie Dokie. Now it's in the red. It's not gonna be able to take another hit, but the question is, can Okie Dokie knock out the Moltres somehow?
Well, Okie Dokie has access to recovery that Moltres does not have in Drain Punch, and that's going to be a neutral attack into the opposing Flying and Dark-type Pokemon. How much health will it actually recover, though, and will it outpace the damage?
That's a pretty solid damage into it. You do have an Assault Vest as well, and I believe one last turn of Light Screen helping mitigate some of this special attack, but it is a single target damage. That is ineffective, and it looks like the Okie Dokie can definitely take another one.
But Berserk is going to activate after this next hit. I think you have to go for the Gunk Shot for the extra damage.
Oh, this is looking really scary. Drain Punch brings Moltres down into the red, activating its Berserk ability. When it goes below 50% HP, it will increase Galarian Moltres' special attack by one stage. This is a single target, same type attack boosted, +1 fire up, and it's not enough! Jack hangs on, and there's one last turn of Tailwind to let this Drain Punch steal game one!
Okie Dokie was Okie Dokie after all, just locking in that game for Jack. What an incredible use of the Light Screen from that Grimmsnarl and that Tailwind in that last turn, allowing Okie Dokie to find its way to that win condition.
We said Roaring Moon couldn't attack and Tailwind at the same time. He didn't need to. He just needed to give a helping hand with the speed boost for Okie Dokie to do his Drain Punch there. Wow, that was insane. It felt for so much of that match, Gabby, that Dorian was in the driver's seat, but Jack comes away with the victory.
Well, here's the thing though, Jack was able to stick around on the back foot for all of those turns in the red because of the Grimmsnarl. So it felt like he was, behind because we didn't really know how much of a big difference the screens made at the end of the day. And now that we've seen how much of a big difference those screens made, I think that's really going to change how Dorian approaches this matchup. Moltres was a great choice, just looking at the types and the Pokemon that Jack has on his side of the field. But overall, I think Dorian just needs more firepower to approach his matchup.
But not just that, I do wonder what access Dorian has to speed control to negate the Tailwind, say, Thunder Waves to match those Fiery Wraths.
I mean, where there's a Thunder Wave and a potential Rock Slide, there is always a way. But do you want to bet your entire tournament life on the Fluttermane and the Arcanine at this point in time?
That's what you have to call, but I mean, it feels like it could help, and I think now you have the worrisome aspect of the Swords Dance Ogerpon Wellspring. That's something that maybe Dorian wasn't expecting Jack to commit to when he has so many other really strong attackers on his team.
Yep. I mean, I think it's ultimately because of the Swords Dance Ogerpon that we will not be seeing that Choice Band Arcanine, because it's just too big of a threat to that Pokemon. It's going to be naturally faster. It's going to threaten a one-hit KO if it's ever sitting across from it. And if Dorian does decide to bring that Pokemon, he would have to play it so safe, and he would just have to narrow in on that Ogerpon the second it makes an appearance so that Arcanine can just come in and clean up at the end of the day.
So now Dorian, who felt like he played so well in game 1, has to adjust somehow to force a game 3, or he'll be eliminated from the tournament. Entei Grimmsnarl for Jack, and Galarian Moltres Rillaboom for Dorian.
So we talked about fake out last time into that Grimmsnarl, right? Entei can't be stopped here.
Right.
It has that inner focus ability, which means it cannot be flinched. And it's holding a choice band of its own with Stone Edge or Sacred Fire. Both of them here would be great attacks. You do have to worry about that Rillaboom terrestrializing once again, like we saw in game number 1, but honestly, landing a Sacred Fire into a Pokemon that's using those physical attacks that carries with it a coin flip's chance to burn, that's not a bad move to miss the super effective damage on.
And if this is a turn that Dorian goes for Stomping Tantrum,
did you see that?
If he goes for Stomping Tantrum on this turn, that means there's no fake out to stop the Grimmsnarl setting up the screen. So let's see what happens here. Ogerpon Wellspring swapping onto the field and will terrestrialize the Rillaboom 2 games in a row on turn 1.
I think some eagle-eyed viewers also saw something in the back of Dorian's party that's going to make this game very interesting, Joe. But let's focus on this turn for now.
Let's see when it happens, when that information gets revealed. Light screen from the Rillaboom is going to mitigate the, from the Grimmsnarl. The Sacred Fire does so much damage. It would fine into its grass typing, right? So obviously, it's just a great play in general. But in response, Dorian one-hit KOs the Entei.
Unfortunately for Jack, he just picked the wrong type of attack to use the screen for. Opted for Light Screen, thinking that it was Moltres that was going to stick around. Instead, it was the Rillaboom going on the offense with the physical attack. At the end of the day, though, that Rillaboom is within KO range from any attack at this point in time, and the Roaring Moon is able to come back out on the field, get that attack boost opposite the opposing Ogerpon Wellspring, who cannot terrestrialize away from that weakness like we saw in game number 1. So not the worst spot for Jack to be in for now. That all being said, this Grimmsnarl really needs to set up Reflect right now. Really, really, really does, because this Roaring Moon is going to need that support.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if you could just help me take the physical attacks a little bit better, Grimmsnarl.
Yeah.
And then once you get the 2 screens up, then the rest you can go for Thunder Waves or you just go for Spirit Breaks. Like, the Grimmsnarl has done its job at them.
I think that overall you get more return out of Thunder Wave in this particular board position only because of the presence of the Ogerpon and just seeing how Dorian was playing in game number 1. That being said, with the reveal of a interesting piece of information, the Pokemon that we did not expect to see in this game number 2, you probably still want to Thunder Wave that thing.
Hisuian Arcanine is revealed, so Dorian showing off all 4 of his Pokemon here in game 2. Grimmsnarl has to go for the Reflect. You don't want to take a lot of damage here on this team. Knock off into that slot. Really smart, really safe play because either you knock out Rillaboom or you crucially take off a held item of whatever Pokemon switches in. So a very safe play from Jack and gets rewarded for it. Now the Arcanine is going to be doing a lot less damage without its choice band.
Will be able to switch moves, so you have to play around Extreme Speed a little bit more than you would have to otherwise, but I think this is more than a fair trade for Jack as Arcanine's ability to just use Head Smash. What was Rosemary saying earlier?
Yeah, how many times you clicked Head Smash?
You're either going to be really happy or really sad by the end of it. I mean, that was basically the one thing that you needed to Reflect for here, as Head Smash was the biggest threat, I think, physically looking at the Pokemon that Dorian brought to this battle. And without Choice Band and with the Reflect up on the field, I think Roaring Moon can stick around and start threatening the opposing Ogerpon and is not forced to switch out. And then, of course, you can just go for your chance to just not attack as well.
Yeah, sometimes you won't even be able to click Head Smash if you're going to get paralyzed, like the Thunder Wave there. Acrobatic into Ogerpon does just over 50%, so it is a 2-hit KO. Ivy Cudgel in response, though, into the Grimmsnarl. No critical hit. Means Grimmsnarl gets to stick around. And there's the Head Smash into Roaring Moon, but Reflect is so clutch, it does not KO Roaring Moon.
That would have been a one-hit knockout, I think, without the Choice Band, without the Reflect. So
right, yeah.
that is, again, you're either going to be really happy or really sad. So it's something to be very afraid of. Yeah, at least it landed. But now that that it has done so much damage, Dorian could just opt to switch into extreme speed for something a little bit more consistent. But like we were saying about Jack in game number 1, when you are on the back foot like this, you have to consider making those big swings. So I would like to see Dorian go for a second head smash, honestly, into the Roaring Moon, seeing how annoying it was for him in that game 1, being able to just stay on the field, go for those couple of big knockoffs that made such a huge difference, then set up the tailwind for the Okie Dokie end game like we saw. If you're able to land another head smash, that's a guaranteed KO on either of these two Pokemon at this point.
And Jack has not revealed his 4th Pokemon yet. He is now, as he is going to swap Grimmsnarl out into the Okie Dokie. So there was some question. Was it Okie Dokie? Was it Ogerpon Wellspring? That now has been revealed. Roaring Moon clicks Tailwind on this turn to double Jack's Pokemon speed for the next 4 turns. Ivy Cudgel into the Okie Dokie and takes that really, really well. Head Smash breaks through the paralysis again, and that is not enough, or is enough for the knockout into Roaring Moon. However, now Jack can bring the Grimmsnarl back onto the field.
Critically, though, the Grimmsnarl is not going to be able to do much damage in this position with Spirit Break. Its best opportunity is going to be to support with Thunder Wave and to potentially reset screens if we get to that point in the game. And I like Okie Dokie being the end game here, just given what we saw from it in game number 1. But unlike game number 1, Dorian still has all 4 of his Pokemon in play. And yeah, sure, you can paralyze 3 of those Pokemon, but that's still a lot of Pokemon that Okie Dokie has to power through.
It's also good information for Dorian that Jack did not bring his own Wellspring, because now you can be a little more active with your own Ogerpon, because you don't have to worry about keeping that water absorbability safe.
For sure, and that honestly was a great team preview call from Dorian, bringing the Arcanine, anticipating the lack of the Ogerpon on Jack's side.
No swap for Arcanine here, but he does get paralyzed finally. This does happen. There's always that chance, and on the 3rd turn, does finally get paralyzed. Gunk Shot goes into the Spiky Shield, so doesn't take any damage. And the Spirit Break from Grimmsnarl, instead of setting up screens, he's going to be claiming KOs here.
That critical hit was enough to knock out that Arcanine, so Dorian is down to his final 3 Pokemon versus the Okie Dokie and the Grimmsnarl now on Jack's side of the field. And we saw Okie Dokie go for the Gunk Shot into the opposing Ogerpon, which I think is a very good play for this Okie Dokie. You want to be doing big hits, you want to be threatening those big KOs into the opposing side of the field. It's a tough choice for Dorian now, as you want to send in the Moltres, most likely when Tailwind expires, because like we saw in game number 1, letting the Okie Dokie be faster than the Moltres does mean that there's a potential for the Drain Punch to heal up all those hits. And really, the longer you wait to send in the Moltres, the better opportunity you have to pick the better attack for the situation. It's possible that the Rillaboom can take the field, maybe just try and pressure a KO onto the Grimmsnarl this turn, and then you just have all this focus in on the one Pokemon that was the huge problem from the first game.
Dorian has been taking his time these last couple of turns. He does not want to make any misplays here. Your back's against the wall. You're 1 loss away from being eliminated from the tournament. And by bringing Rillaboom back in on this turn, Gabby, you have access to Fake Out again, as well as resetting up the Grassy Terrain to continue to heal this Ogerpon.
I think the worst case scenario for Dorian here is that we see another Spirit Break knockout onto that Rillaboom, but you could stop Okie Dokie from attacking again, and you could go for an Ivy Cudgel or a Horn Leech onto either of these Pokemon. Maybe try to go for the Ivy Cudgel crit into the Grimmsnarl and hope that because of the crit you go through the screens and that picks up the KO, but it's still, you're still sort of fighting uphill here.
Fake Out into the Okie Dokie, so no damage from Jack's biggest attacker remaining here in this game. But the Spirit Break does go towards Rillaboom for the knockout. So the supportive King Grimmsnarl is getting back-to-back knockouts, because once you set up Light Screen and Reflect, you don't really need to do anything else. Now you can start clicking that Spirit Break. So Dorian down to his last 2 Pokemon. Horn Leech into the Grimmsnarl will heal Ogerpon a lot as well, in combination with the Grassy Terrain, going to bring it to pretty close to full HP. And now Dorian, you gotta lock into something with Galarian Moltres, but what is it?
If you go for Fiery Wrath, you have the ability to hit both Pokemon on the field, but I don't think that's as valuable as it was in previous games, seeing how low Grimmsnarl is and seeing how much damage Ogerpon does. I think you have to consider locking into that Air Slash so that you can be dealing super effective damage to Okidogi and just rely on your Ogerpon for the 1v1. Or to make it down to the 1v1 at the end of the day. Now, that does run the risk of Ogerpon taking the Gunk Shot and just being knocked out by it. But Gunk Shot is not accurate. And at the end of the day, that's essentially your win con at this point in time. Like, you have to hope that Gunk Shot misses, that Ogerpon brings it down, and that Air Slash can help clean up. It's a tough spot to be in, and I like how Dorian is allowing Air Slash to sort of get that final KO for him, as this is the safest approach to that endgame. But Jack could always call him on this.
There's a Drain Punch into Moltres, so it does some really solid damage, about 40% towards the Moltres. Does not activate Berserk, which is very important.
But
and the Spirit Break follow-up is super effective, but it doesn't hang on! Moltres needed to endure to get +1 to have Air Slash into Okidogi, but Grimmsnarl is 3 for 3 on knockouts in this game.
And depending on how much damage Skunk Shot does to this Ogerpon, it could potentially be 4 for 4.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Okidogi gets it down to in the red and lets it go. An absolutely massive last turn of Tailwind for Jack for his Pokemon to outspeed and get rid of Galarian Moltres. Now the Wellspring Ogerpon's in such a... He wishes he stole Swords Dance from Jack.
It's been such an incredible game for Jack here. Just being able to call out Dorian on these big plays. And not only that, going for a defensive terrestrialization to wrap things up.
Either way, if it's Ivy Cudgel or if it's Hornleech, it's going to be resisted. So really smart play of Jack to delay his terrestrialization till this turn in the game. You're going to Thunder Wave Okidogi. Gunk Shot does land, super effective. And Jack Clark moving on to top 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships.
Flying all the way over from the United Kingdom just to make it to top 4 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. One of his best performances in the season so far, with a Pokemon that has just been doing wonders for the British community, apparently.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe him and Kafta were in a group chat or something like that.
They weren't. That's the funny thing.
Let's take a look at this replay here. Jack starts off what we thought was strong, really solid Sacred Fire damage, but the one-hit KO into the Entei. We thought so much would be focused on Entei, but really it was Grimmsnarl that was the MVP.
And that's the funny thing about Grimmsnarl, is that a lot of people will overlook it as you set up screens and you set aside, and it's when you overlook it that it sets up these situations for Spirit Break to do damage. And it is a nice attack to have because you can drop the special attack of Pokemon that are those special attackers. But critically, when you are facing off against a Pokemon like Moltres that takes so much big damage from that Fairy type, sometimes that's all you need.
That really, I do wonder how Dorian's Moltres was trained in that spot, and of course how Jack's Grimmsnarl, if it has any attack investment, right? Because I wonder what happens in that game if Moltres hangs on, gets a Berserk boost, and goes for the Air Slash into Okidogi. Absolutely. So, such a scary battle there. Congratulations to Jack. One of the other things that was really cool about why screens helps so much of Jack's team that we didn't get to talk about is because you have the defense and the utility from Grimmsnarl, you can now use attack booster on Roaring Moon because you don't have to worry about outspeeding because you know you're going to survive a hit.
Exactly, and honestly, even if you are, if you're in a position where you're not sure about surviving the hit, I think that's just when you don't bring Roaring Moon and you start relying on Thunder Wave. You have different options on how to approach the speed control in the matchup, and the fact that Jack was always keeping Roaring Moon in the back, I think just gave him the opportunity to sort of scout that out a little bit first. A lot of times when trainers run unique takes on Pokemon like Roaring Moon with the attack boost rather than the speed boost, you can sort of figure out, well, if this Pokemon outspeeds this Pokemon, then chances are it's trained like this, which means odds are this Pokemon is naturally faster because I trained it like this, and just knowing those interactions is so key.
Yeah, and then from Dorian's perspective, you know, hold your head high, be proud because you represented your home region, your hometown, regional as well. Incredibly great with this great team that you've had so much practice on, influencing the meta and getting a top cut in your hometown. That's got to be a cool feeling.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Every single trainer who made Top Cut here this weekend is incredible, and I'm so happy that we get to feature every single match of the Top Cut as a result. Like, this has just been 2 incredible games so far, and they're only going to get better, honestly.
It's only going to get more and more stressful as we go along. Exactly. What would it mean, Gabby, if we're potentially 2 victories away from an Okie Dokie regional champion?
I think that means Scott Glass is going to be very happy, first of all. that was honestly the first thing I thought when I saw people running Okie Dokie yesterday was, oh, I wish Scott was here.
Yeah, Scott, never wrong, just early, Scott.
Yeah.
That's the prediction there.
No, I think it just means that the metagame is wide open. At the end of the day, coming into Regulation F, a lot of people made the assumption that we all always do, that, oh, this metagame is solved. It's not solved. And I would love to hear from Jack himself just how he built this incredibly unique team. So why don't we go ahead over to the lounge to talk to him.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe. I am here with Jack Clark, who has also made his way into the top 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships. So, like, what's going through your head?
Huh?
Like, what?
I mean, so Reg F was kind of the reason I'm here, because this is not my usual kind of event I attend. You know, I stick to Europe in general, but there was enough factors that kind of made me want to make a bit more of an overseas trip. And yeah, I mean, this is my best result. Yeah, I cannot believe I'm so chuffed.
I mean, we are so excited to have you here. I heard and saw the pretty large crowd of also UK friends you had supporting you out there. So
yeah.
What did it kind of feel like to play in front of them and to know that they were out there supporting you?
I mean, it's so fun being able to actually play on stream and show, especially, I'll be honest, I kind of have quite a spicy tendency when it comes to team building, so I always get particularly excited to get to try and show off the spice that I try and run and such. So yeah, it's so great to have people supporting. You know, it's the reason half the reason I was here. You know, the fact that there's so many. Well, I say there's a bunch of a UK crowd here that have been amazing this whole trip. So yeah, love you guys. They're the Dogi squad to me. So
yeah. Okay. Speaking of Okie Dokie squad,
yes.
We had Ben Kiriakou and Costa Didymos joining us in the lounge actually to do a Top Cut preview, and they were singing your praises. They were very excited to cheer for you in the Top Cut, and did give us a little bit of insight that you were all running Okie Dokie, but I think you have a bit more experience, because as I looked back on some of your history, Jack, you actually got top 32 in Liverpool the first time we played Regulation F. It was a quite similar team, but I did notice those little differences there, like the hex on the Golden Go, that I think really make your team building quite special.
Yeah.
So talk me through that a little bit. You had the backbone of this Liverpool team. What made you decide to revisit that for this event, and how did you improve upon it with what you learned from the meta?
So essentially, I stuck with the same Reg F team 2 years back when we were planning it back in the 2024 season. So it was exactly the same 6 actually. There's been changes over different events and such, but I figured when Reg F returned, you know, I love this team to bits. I miss it. I miss Dogi feeling good. You know, Reg G I tried. I did some like screens for right on back then, but it just doesn't have the stats, you know, to keep up with some of the restricted. So yeah, this was like a return to form for me, I guess. I feel like I haven't had such a consistent result since the Reg F days, to be honest. I had quite a few day 2s back then from Reggie, and then I had Liverpool, like you say. I also top cut the, day 2, the Dortmund event, which was February 24, and then had a middling at UIC. But I stuck with it, and I figured Reg F is returning. Why learn something new? Let's go back to the roots and give it a go. See if I can make a couple of adaptations to the meta, and yeah, I mean, like you touched on the Hex Dengo, you know, I've got enough status stuff going on the team. You've got the Thunder Wave, Brimsnarl, which has been the MVP of the weekend, to be honest. Like,
I mean, it looked great in that last match.
For sure, yeah. There's the gunk shot potential with the Dogi. I've got Sacred Fire, Entei. So even though I do miss Shadow Ball in some situations, Hex has honestly been a game changer for some of the tougher matchups. Gouging Fire being a big one. The fact that you can nasty plot with Dengo, and Shadow Ball doesn't usually get the bulky variants which they tend to run, but Hex does that. So it's fun to kind of double combo with that kind of stuff going on.
So cool. I mean, in that game too, if I can just go back to your set that you just played on stream. I mean, I was watching backstage, watching your game 2 play out. We see the terrestrialization on the Rillaboom and an immediate knockout onto your Entei. And then how'd you claw your way back from that?
So I wasn't too bad at that trade, because I had a feeling that the Moltres might play defensive and such, so I felt like the light screen was probably not the priority there, and I figured if anything came in turn, it's going to be a high power from a Terra Grand Rilla, so Reflect might have been the correct play there, but I kind of figured if I just split both ends, light screen, pray for the Sacred Fiber, you know, it didn't come through that time, but he's come through plenty other times this weekend, you know, I can't be mad at the good boys, so yeah, I think it gave me positioning, to be honest. Like, the Roaring Moon was very good just defensively into a lot of the teams that my opponent's team just had a lot of things that couldn't hit it for massive damage. And I just felt that if I can get the screens up, I can get Roaring Moon in position, and Dogi can just clean up in the end game, then I should have enough tools to get me through the match. So that was the full process there.
Well, I love it. I mean, Jack, thank you so much for your time and also for sharing your amazing team with us there on stream. We're really looking forward to seeing you play out your next match a little bit later. But before we let you go, any final shout-outs, thoughts?
Well, I feel like I'll be doing a disservice. Mum and Dad, if you're watching, thank you so much for all the support. You know, may not understand much about the game, but you love me all the same. So as for more VGC peeps, like I said, the Okie Dokie gang, you are all amazing. Oh God, I can say so many people. I'm going to feel bad for the people I don't shout out, you know? Like, just there are so many people that are always so kind and supportive of the VGC journey that I have. Just thanks to all you guys. You know who you are.
Thank you so much, Jack. Make sure you give your Pokemon some sandwiches for us while you are in your break. And now we're going to go back over to our casters for our next Top Cut match.
So wholesome, and we'll have an opportunity to celebrate and chill with a couple of those individuals that he said mean so much to him as they've been cheering him on in the field. We're halfway through our top 8 portion here at the Toronto Regional Championships and cannot wait to get started with these next couple of matches. Jake, this top cut bracket has been an absolute treat. These matches have been amazing. 2 out of 4 decided.
Those were both so fun. I really liked both of those matches. I really like Jack's team too. I'm really excited we get to see more of it later on in the top 4. But who will Jack be playing against? It's either going to be Kylan Van Severin, the very strong Canadian, I think the last Canadian left in the bracket, facing off against Cary D'Ortona.
Yeah, I mean, both of these trainers have been really ramping up. So to see who is going to be coming out on top, oh, this is going to be a treat. As you said, Kylan is the last remaining Canadian out in the field trying to bring home that title. But Cary has had such an impressive season and has been really ramping up. When you look at those accomplishments, like a regional top 4, a top 16 last year here at Toronto, I mean, everything seems to have been building up to this.
It really has. Kylan has been someone that's been in the later stages of the tournament for the past couple years. You see even a top 16 at Worlds a couple years ago, the highest placing North American, I want to say, at that Worlds Championships. So someone that can very, very likely break through and have another monster performance here. But you could say the same about Cary. He had a lot of very strong finishes as well. Made it to a top 4 at a regional in Portland last season, and looking to equate that with this match. But again, last season in Toronto made the top 16, Louisville made top 8. Good friends with Patrick Connors, who won NAIC a couple years ago, and I believe was using the same team this week that we've kind of hinted at on the broadcast. So someone that's surrounded by other people that are able to support him and encourage him on, both when practicing and in team building.
Looking over at these teams as well, you talk about team building, and I want to talk about Kylan's first, especially too, for the runs that Kylan has had and the amount of effort that he has put in. All of it has been into this Dondozo Tatsugiri. If there is anyone out there to take a win with this duo, it is going to be Kylan, and rounded out with some really, really strong options. I mean, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu is another really feared duo, and Raging Bolt and Glamora to really round out this roster makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of really strong threats on this team. The Fluttermane is the booster energy set with Icy Wind, so presumably that speed boosting set, but the Terra Fairy and the Chi-Yu kind of allow it to be a hybrid between damage dealing and support. Of course, the Chi-Yu itself loves having the Icy Wind partnership, so it can attack before some of the more fast threats. Of course, we can't ignore that Dondozo. Of course, the Unaware ability allows it to ignore opposing stat boosts, while the Tatsugiri and its Commander ability give it a +2 boost to every stat. The combination of those two things makes it very difficult to take down, but also very difficult to withstand.
For Dondozo Tatsugiri as well, even if it's not necessarily broadcasted the most, it is a duo that has never really gone away. The popularity maybe has phased in and out, but it has always been around.
Yeah.
There's always that potential. You always have to respect it so much in team building, and there is just sometimes teams that just don't necessarily respect it enough. So for Cary, I'm curious to see where we can see some winning options here. But this has been a team that has been so strong. We got to see it win in the seniors division with honor, and now putting up a really impressive run here in the masters division as well.
Cary's team is really cool. This Choice Specs Terra Fairy Golden Go with Dazzling Gleam offers another look at spread damage. It's a very good defensive typing as well. Golden Go often is targeted with dark type attacks, so a Terra Fairy can help you withstand those pretty well.
Getting into the match, we're not wasting any time. Two really strong picks coming out from Cary, Incineroar and Urshifu, but two really strong ones in their own right for Kylan, this Fluttermane and Chi-Yu, one part of the 2-2-2 duo that some people fear.
Of course, a very strong combination, but the Incineroar is a really good Pokemon to go up against it. Chi-Yu only having access to fire and dark type attacks means Incineroar is very well positioned to shrug off some attacks, maybe get a good parting shot in here, get some lowered special attack on Kylan's Pokemon to let Cary kind of stomach some attacks better later on.
Especially too, looking at the Urshifu, this is going to be a defensive Terastallization with that fire type, which also matches up so well against both this Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu. So not really being able to take advantage with a powerful duo to start, a Chi-Yu to swap out Dondozo to hit the field instead. Urshifu, no Terastallization instead of Protect also just makes a lot of sense, but Moonblast targeting into the Incineroar instead, taking about a third of health. Going to be taking a lot more from Recoil though, as Flare Blitz to deal a lot into the Fluttermane, get a cheeky little burn as well, and do some damage.
The burn, decently important there, because this Fluttermane, though it doesn't really mind its attack being halved, this little bit of chip damage might put it in range for something like an Aqua Jet from this Urshifu later on. Whereas before, especially in a couple turns from now, it would have been a lot healthier, maybe able to withstand an Aqua Jet. And now you have to worry about your Fluttermane being picked off before it can attack one more time.
Yeah, so that's going to be one you got to really decide if you want to switch it out or if it is something that you want to try and get a good, honest hit at something like that Urshifu while it is still around. Again, with the Terastallization on the Urshifu, you would have to go into the fire type to make sure the Moonblast doesn't do a lot, but then you are going to be weak to that Dondozo down the line. Kylan, though, wants to preserve this Fluttermane and Tatsugiri instead. With Dondozo being on the field, this does make a lot of sense, because not only do you get the defensive pivot, you get the extra defensive. Nothing's in that slot. We now get Commander going. Tatsugiri is hidden. Dondozo is about to get activated, and these two Pokemon are going to be stuck on the field for the inevitable future.
This Dondozo is probably not getting knocked out anytime soon, especially against these two physical attackers. Cary, knowing this might have been an option, wants to swap out this Incineroar, save that Intimidate for later on. Brings in Landorus. I believe Earthquake was the move of choice here, so a great swap. Landorus will take no damage from its flying typing. And of course, this Urshifu will have to take the attack, but thanks to its normally pretty high defense, not even takes half.
It's not going to appreciate well, it'll chug off the hit pretty well.
Yeah.
Dondozo is going to be fine as well. Obviously, not really taking much. What the Urshifu won't appreciate is the Rocky Helmet damage, but that's going to be where the close combat's really smart into as well, because you're only taking one tick of that as opposed to the 3.
And the Unaware on Dondozo means the Dondozo actually ignores Urshifu's defense drop as well, so the attacks will be doing the same amount of damage. But with that Rocky Helmet chip, though, likely would have been enough for a KO, so Urshifu does opt to swap out for Incineroar to get an Intimidate on the Dondozo.
Yeah, a little bit of pivoting around as well. When Dondozo has a lot of stat boosts, you want to make sure those are mitigated as much as possible. Landorus having hit the field, you don't want to be getting hit with Powerful Wave Crash, but instead an order up into this Incineroar. So the Intimidate was there, but this is going to be bringing that attack back up.
Unfortunately for Cary, this Landorus does not have Substitute. If it did, this would be a great scenario to go for a Fake Gun into Dondozo, prevent it from attacking, and then get a Substitute up with that Landorus. Instead, this Landorus does have Sandsear Storm. If Dondozo is able to knock out this Landorus before it attacks, it doesn't really have to mind those powerful special attacks, but I think Cary, knowing that, opting to remove the Landorus, bringing a Moongus, a great Pokemon to deal with Dondozo.
Especially, too, when you look at a lot of Dondozos, sometimes they'll have the terrestrialization into the grass type to make sure that a Spore Rage Powder, nothing is going to really affect it. But Kylan instead going for the Fairy terrestrialization. So this Amoonguss definitely a lot better posed. And it's not going to be taking a lot of damage from a Wave Crash or an Earthquake anyways, regardless of what attack boost this Dondozo has.
It did get an extra attack boost with the Order Up, but even then this Amoonguss will be nowhere near knocked out this turn. There's no Terra Grass, there's no substitute. You will have to let Dondozo get put to sleep this turn, and then Cary can bring something like that Landorus back in, threaten the Dondozo on its much weaker special defense side with some powerful Earth powers.
So you take your 1 KO while you can, no more Intimidates or Fake Outs. But when you see this Amoonguss, what it's known for best is those spores, and Dondozo is going to be sleeping. Something where Kylan can maybe find a little relief. Obviously, you have to take the 1 mandatory turn, but if you wake up sooner rather than later before the Landorus can take too much momentum, but again, that's a if you can wake up.
It is. I think what Cary should try to do here is try to time the knockout on Dondozo such that you can knock it out with Landorus and then put the Tatsugiri to sleep on the same turn. Depending on how much this Earth Power does, that may be pretty simple. It looks like 1 more Earth Power should be able to knock it out. Sludge Bomb will put it even lower, but I think that's perfect. You didn't really want the Dondozo to get knocked out this turn. You want it to stay asleep for 1 more turn. It did take its 1 mandatory turn. So now if it is asleep, you can knock it out, use the Sport immediately on Tatsugiri.
And Dondozo caught snooze, and another turn of sleep means it's not waking up at all. Earth Power, more than enough to take down this big Pokemon. And as you called out, when you get to have this little bit of a chain, Tatsugiri hops out of Dondozo's mouth, and now onto the field. Amoonguss gets to move, and it has been spored. So where you would normally want to be able to take some momentum with the Tatsugiri, it being the Choice Scarf variety, it has now been completely shut down.
I don't think Cary's used his Terrestrialization just yet either, so he does have the option to protect this Amoonguss from any Fire-type attacks from this Chi-Yu. It is a Water Terra, a great option to have in this scenario. Flutter Mane hits the field instead, and with the damage it took from Flare Blitz on top of that burn, it's in a pretty vulnerable position. Of course, Tatsugiri being put to sleep after it popped out of Dondozo does have to stay asleep this turn, and if Landorus is able to hit it with an Earth Power, it might just be enough for a one-hit KO.
Looking at the Pokemon too, I mean, Chi-Yu wouldn't necessarily, does have Focus Sash, but it wouldn't necessarily appreciate a hit from this Landorus. First mandatory turn to sleep from the Tatsugiri, but an Icy Wind is a great way to slow things down. And considering the time for weakness, a lot of damage into this Landorus on the opposing end. Earth Power now into the sleeping Tatsugiri, enough to just take it down. Only 2 Pokemon left for Kylan.
2 and maybe even 1 after this turn if Sludge Bomb comes through from Amoonguss. That extra damage from Flare Blitz and the burn is enough to put it in range for this last tick of burn damage. That's where that Flare Blitz burn was huge. If it didn't take, I believe, 1 or 2 more of those burn ticks, would have stuck around and threatened some more damage coming out from that Flutter Mane. But now this Chi-Yu is all on its own. It does have its Focus Sash intact, likely is faster than this Landorus. I don't know how it's going to be able to deal with this Terra Water Amoonguss. Doesn't even have Dark Pulse, you can't try to flinch it. If Amoonguss does Terrestrialize, this Chi-Yu gets put to sleep immediately.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially too, as you called out, if you just go for Heat Wave and the Amoonguss goes ahead and Terra Waters, well, you haven't really made much momentum there, but you can't fully focus down this Amoonguss because then this Landorus can just pop off. You have the Focus Sash to be able to tank 1 hit, but that's kind of about it. So of course, Terrestrialization, the Amoonguss, you do not want to get cooked on this turn and let this Chi-Yu try and run away with the game. Heat Wave will double connect, Landorus goes down, but again, the damage is just not there into the Amoonguss, and we'll get to see the Chi-Yu presumably go to sleep this turn if we did go ahead and click into the Spore, which is exactly what we see Cary do.
Now that this Chi-Yu is asleep, this Urshifu can come back in, hit the Chi-Yu with a a Mystic Water, Surging Strikes. I'm getting my TCG sets and my VGC attacks mixed up here. The Surging Strikes, even with the Focus Sash, able to one-hit KO this Chi-Yu thanks to the 3-hit properties. Even if it comes just short, this Amoonguss will be here to finish off with a Sludge Bomb here. So really well done by Cary to weather the storm of that Dondozo. The leftovers set on Dondozo being a little bit more common. Without that leftovers, Rocky Helmet is your move of choice, your item of choice. To get some little bit of chip damage on the Urshifu, it did come in very handy. Just unfortunately didn't allow Kylan to kind of take a couple more turns, maybe get some leftovers recovery, get a little bit more damage out on the field while that Dondozo was still activated. And the timing of that Earth Power and Spore turn, I think, was when Cary made his biggest leap forward.
I mean, when you look at Dondozo and Tatsugiri teams, especially when you bring the duo, it kind of gets a little bit weird sometimes to be pivoting around, because as we called out, the Chi-Yu led early on just wasn't in that safe of a position. So you either have to bring in the Dondozo or the Tatsugiri. If it's Tatsugiri and you lose it, well, then you just kind of lost a piece of the puzzle. But Dondozo, then you kind of want to bring in the Tatsugiri sooner rather than later. And it allowed Cary to really just be able to pivot around, get the Amoonguss in a great spot to go for the spores, and just take the KOs from there. Kylan didn't really gain anything before having to set up this Dondozo, and was really, really quickly shut down. So I'm curious where we can get an adjustment with maybe this lead to take a little bit of momentum before trying to set up that Dondozo.
I don't mind the Flutter main Chi-Yu lead. It is a lot of offensive pressure right off the bat, but something like Incineroar shutting that down so hard makes it a little bit difficult to pivot through those first few turns. The Glamora is an immediate adjustment from Kylan. Will very heavily threaten this Incineroar immediately with that Power Herb Meteor Beam. Of course, does have to worry about the Chi-Yu, the Urshifu Surging Strikes, I keep saying Surging Sparks, but you have the Terra Grass immediately to prevent it from taking that much damage.
Especially, too, looking at the Terastallization in the match, there wasn't really anything else you needed it for. Maybe the Chi-Yu at the end, but you're still just taking a lot of damage that isn't really going to help you out anyways. Looking at this, though, the Dondozo and Tatsugiri has been completely left at home. Raging Bolt and Chi-Yu instead. So a lot of really strong offensive options. Just got to decide how we want to be using them here. And if we want to reveal our hand this early on, and sure enough, Fluttermane is out. And instead, Raging Bolt is going to hit the field.
Raging Bolt here trying to soak up some of the damage from that Surging Strikes. Of course, one of the best Pokemon you can swap into that attack. We will see the Terra Grass immediately, again, wanting to not take super effective damage from that Urshifu. And we will have the option to go straight for that Power Herb Meteor Beam. The Power Herb allows the Meteor Beam, which is normally a 2-turn attack, to activate immediately. You see it with the Electroshot on Archelodon a lot as well. But that special attack boost and a very, very powerful attack might come in handy here.
It's not just one Terastallization, but two, though, as Urshifu is going to Terastallize into the Fire type. Reminder, it was a Fluttermane out on the field, and you don't want to be taking a super effective Moonblast. Fake out into the Glamora, so no Superpower Meteor Beam this turn. Instead, just a layer of Toxic Debris on Cary's side of the board. Glamora does nothing. Urshifu is going to close the combat. Not enough to be picking up the KO, though. Glamora is down to just a little bit of health. But again, more spikes. So anything that switches in is going to be badly poisoned and is not going to have that great of a time, though. The Pokemon on the field for now are safe.
Great play from Cary there, knowing that Glamora is likely going to go for that Grass Terra. It really can't stay on the field against Urshifu unless it does. That close combat guarantees a lot of damage into Glamora. You don't necessarily mind the double layer of Toxic Spikes going up, because as soon as Amoonguss hits the field, it clears them off immediately.
And for now, it's going to be a Protect from this Urshifu, a Glamora that finally gets to move, and a Meteor being boosted up. Special attack boost to try and do as much damage as possible, targeting down into this Incineroar. Not always the most accurate, but will find its mark, and the KO to follow.
Big KO for Kylan. The protecting Urshifu there was a kind of a juicy target, especially with that Terra Fire. It went from resisting that Meteor Beam to being weak to it. Certainly would have one-hit KO'd, especially after that close combat special defense drop. But now we get to see Landorus come in. The Sandsear Storm now going to be very, very threatening. Glamora, despite resisting it, is at very low HP, and this Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest likely is able to survive it, but will take a lot of damage in the process.
Cary just has the perfect Pokemon to match up against this Glamora. The Landorus being a flying type, there's no poison or anything else, and this can all put so much pressure. The Raging Bolt, it is the Assault Vest, so it will take the hits a smidge better, but the Terastallization now has already been used with this Glamora that's just barely holding on, and we do have an Urshifu with some priority and just speed in general. Not wanting to stick around, though, just a little bit of a switch out, and instead Amoonguss to hit the field. Again, just not worried about this Glamora at all.
Soaking those Toxic Spikes right back up. If Urshifu does come back onto the field, it will not be poisoned, and Thunderclap into the swapped out Urshifu will fail. Sandsear Storm connects with both targets.
Glamora goes down, Raging Bolt to a third of its health, and Cary popping off. Sandsear Storm just does the most damage, not the most accurate, but really coming through when it matters the most. Now, we get the chance to bring in something else, but again, Chi-Yu, not necessarily something that likes going up against the Landorus.
Doesn't love going up against Landorus, but also this Amoonguss cannot Terastallize anymore. One of the ways that Cary closed out that first game was with that Terra Water Amoonguss. And with Chi-Yu still having its Focus Sash intact and being faster than both Landorus and Amoonguss, I think Overheat will score you a one-hit KO no matter which target it hits. if you're Cary, you maybe want to try and swap that fire-type Urshifu back in. Make sure that you're taking resisted damage here, but no attack from Chi Yu this turn, actually.
Instead, just trying to soften up these Pokemon just a little bit. Landorus gets to move first, though. Nothing into the Chi Yu. Will connect into the Raging Bolt. Only 2 Pokemon left for Kylan in this match. The Mungas will not get to do much, but it's going to be just down to Fluttermane in Chi Yu to try and close this out. Again, no Terastallization, but the Raging Bolt going down, you get this Fluttermane in and can try and go for the Icy Wind, try and fish for this double KO on this turn.
That's a really important knockout for Cary because the only thing that was going to be able to hit this Urshifu with the fire-type Terastallization left was that Raging Bolt. Now that it's gone, Surging Strikes will be able to do big damage to both of these Pokemon, if not just knock them out outright.
Amoonguss is gonna stay safe, protect Icy Wind. Landorus, again, is gonna be 4 times super effective to this hit and doing so much damage, down to about 1/3 of its health and dropping the speed. We've gotten to see how fast the Landorus is, but it's gonna be Chi Yu to outspeed now, targeting a Heat Wave into the Pokemon to bring Cary down to 2 Pokemon. But as you called out, this Terra Fire Urshifu is set up to be in such a strong position because that damage is just not going to be there from Kylan's end.
The only neutral attack left for Kylan into that Urshifu is Snarl on this Chi Yu. That will not be doing nearly enough damage. Surging Strikes will again hit through that Focus Sash because it does have 3 hits and knock out this Chi with 1 hit, and then Fluttermane with just the Moonblast and Icy Wind doesn't have enough offense.
Now gonna play it out, going to try Icy Wind on both of its marks. Amoonguss did try to Rage Powder, but we are going for those spread damage attacks at this point. Try and see if you can fish for anything, get rid of the Amoonguss and try and target down. You get rid of 1, but the Urshifu sitting at around half of its health. And after assumingly what is going to be a Surging Strikes into that Chi Yu, the 1v1, you're just not doing the damage and Chi Yu is gone.
Now it will just be Fluttermane against Urshifu, and with only access to Moonblast and Icy Wind, even if Surging Strikes just barely fails to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane, you have Aqua Jet to finish it off. Cary's positioned this Fire-type Urshifu very well to close out this game.
And Moonblast, Urshifu takes the hit so well. Sure, it's down to 1/3, but it's going to do so much. Fluttermane doesn't even look like it'll make it past the 3rd to try again. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 hits, and Cary D'Ortona 2-0 to be moving on into top 4.
Such a good performance for Cary there. In both games, expertly using his Terastallization to pick up some key resistances to those late game threats. In particular, that Chi Yu was really never able to accomplish that much because the Fire-type and Water-type Terastallizations were just too much to overcome.
I mean, looking at Cary, and again, what season he's had both this year and last. This has been a player that has been scaling up. You can see the effort and the work that he has been putting into the game and how it's been rewarded with a top cut, get a top 16, get a top 4, and to be able to then secure his spot in top 4 with such a commanding win is really rewarding. I think this was so well played. He showed up with such a strong team that has really pulled its weight in every division here. Cary played that so well. I mean, that was just a phenomenal match. He really just had everything covered at any point.
Really did. I think the Urshifu specifically, Terra Fire, is not the most common Terra type on it. We'll often see Water for some offense, maybe Steel or Poison for defense. But the Fire came in so handy here. Fire Urshifu specifically is just very good against this type of Chi Yu Fluttermane composition, especially after seeing the Dondozo did not come to game 2. You can take that Fire typing. You don't have to worry about taking a super effective Earthquake or Wave Crash. Just a really smart identification that instead of Amoonguss being your Terra target in that second game, Urshifu is so much better.
It seems a little scary from the get-go as well when you have the Urshifu into the Fire type, especially seeing how Kylan's Pokemon mashed up into the rest of the team. But sure enough, being able to take down key threats, have it just be a Chi Yu and a Fluttermane, and knowing that you have this Fire Terastallization, it was just so well played. So really big congratulations. I mean, got to hear a crowd popping off, get to see his run continue on. And yeah, we'll have to see if it's going to be Cary to take down the event. Kylan, I mean, as well, such a strong player. We've really gotten to see so much out of this Dondozo and Tatsugiri. And again, maybe the run ends here in top 8, but should be really proud of himself. There's not many people that have managed to accomplish the achievements that he has been able to with this Dondozo Tatsugiri, and really just showing like the comfort and like sticking with this archetype has really proved.
he and Dorian get to share the title of the best Canadian at the Canadian Regional too. So that's a fun little takeaway. But of course, top 8 at any regional, especially one as stacked as this one was, with players from all across North America, even some coming over from Europe. Really, really difficult field to play in. So congrats to Kylan on a great tournament. But of course, Cary D'Ortona going to be the one moving forward.
And that's 3 of our top 4 determined now here at Toronto.
Almost done.
It's almost done.
Woo. It's
Wow.
gonna be so good. So good.
It's so good. These matches have been amazing so far, and I cannot wait to see who else is going to be moving on here. I mean, looking at the matches in this regulation as well, it's been really intriguing to see that there has been kind of a little bit of a different take from everyone and how they want to approach it. Some people are trying to make these new teams and break the meta, bring these new adaptations, and then people that have been running teams that they ran the first time around, going for this comfort, or kind of just tweaking things a little bit. But you can tell that this regulation is going to be fruitful. We've gotten to see a lot of really top play from the trainers so far, and this has been a great way to be kicking off for 2026.
That's what I love about coming back to a regulation like we are with F right now, like we did with H last year. You know, with the current setup of how our regulations move forward, we often get 3 to 4 months or so in one metagame. But now that we get to go back to one, we get to kind of take some of that development from the first time and start new, but also take those old ideas and see how we can improve on them.
Yeah, and it'll be really exciting to see what team and who is going to be coming out on top. Congratulations against Cary, who's sitting by now for an interview to talk a little bit more about the match.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. I am here with the winner of that last round on stream, Cary D'Ortona. Congratulations to making it to top 4. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to match the best result you have had so far,
Yes,
Scarlet and
Portland.
Violet. So how's it feel?
It feels great. It's also kind of funny because I went undefeated and top 4, both with niche Paradox Dark type Tailwind users. So I just think that's kind of funny.
That's your specialty now.
I guess so.
But tell me a little bit more about that match, especially because we saw the intense reaction. You had just won, and especially against a pretty unique team, I would say, in terms of what is in the meta right now, 2-2-2.
I would agree. So that team recently started popping up more. I know it was probably used a bit earlier, but Elizabeth used it in the Spain versus Japan summit. So I was knowledgeable of the team, and I was like, it looks scary, but like it should be somewhat fine. So I was known of it. I played a different variant of it in day 1 that had the Galar wheezing over the Glamora. So that was like an interesting little difference in interaction. But I was looking at the matchup and I'm like, I think the matchup I think is favored for me as long as I just play good balance. And so that's what I was focusing on, playing good balance and just trying to get the correct calls right, especially with Terra, because I didn't want to burn Terra too early, because game 1 I was worried about Terra firing Ursh too early and then not having like Terra Water Gust for the end game. So it was just about managing resources and trying to make sure I'm doing effective trades.
Well, I mean, game 2, I feel like the Terrifier for the Urshifu came at the perfect time for you to be able to seal up that game.
It did.
But those last couple of turns were still quite intense.
It was. A lot of calls. I had like a feeling that Kylan was eventually going to, if we went to a game 3 or in game 2, I figured he was going to pivot to the 4 Mons outside of Dozo Tatsu. And I figured the 4 that I brought into Dozo also worked into non-Dozo Tatsu, so I just had to play good from there. It was mostly just about getting the turns right. I had like a sneaking suspicion that Kylan would swap out the Flutter Mane for either, if he had Dozo, for the Rocky Helmet chip, or Raging Bolt or something like that. So I just wanted to gun down the Glamora. And then it was all about a matter of positioning Urshifu next to Amoonguss. The crucial turn was when he had Chiyu next to Raging Bolt, though, because I had to call whether the Chiyu was going to protect or not, because if I protect Gus and then remove Bolt, then I'm liable to getting overheated on my Urshifu and possibly dying to like Moonblast plus overheat. So I had a feeling that Kylan was going to protect his fish, and then I was thinking through the pluses and minuses, and I was like, well, if I click Sanseer, I double connect, he's at 1 HP on Chiyu, I could just Aqua Jet it later, so that was like the main thing
That's so scary.
It
You
was
have to
scary.
connect Sandsear Storm.
Sandsear was not friendly to me day one. It was not friendly to me day one. Day two, though, it's been pretty good. I can't lie.
Hey, I mean, you're in top 4 now, and if you take a look at who you'll be playing across the way, you're going to be up against Jack Clark. So
yeah.
how are you feeling about that matchup?
I'm excited. I've always been like a big fan of his teams and stuff, especially the Toxtricity one from Reg H. So
Me
I'm
too.
excited to play the matchup because we're both on Roaring Moon, but very different sets, but both Talon. So I think it's going to be a fun match. There's a lot of ways that it can go based on the way I'm looking at it. So.
Well, I mean, your team has already found success, though. I think we should give a little congratulations there to Connor Petrosinski, who actually won in the senior division with his team as well. So that's exciting.
Yeah, so I was very happy for him. I was glad to see him take it to a finish. And like, when he joined on with us, it was like probably like 2 weeks ago, and I was like the one that was like, we got to get him on here to get him on Build It. So it was. I don't know, it's just been a great experience working on the team, building it, and interacting with everyone and playing today. So.
I love that. Well, Cary, any final thoughts or shout-outs before we let you go get ready for your next match?
Well, same shout-outs to the people I said before, team building group, Pat, Landon, Connor, my prep buddies, Chris, Caden, Stefano, Carson St. Dinas, and then, of course, thank you to my parents. And I'm excited to keep playing and see where it goes next.
We're excited to watch you. Cary, thank you so much again for your time, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're going to go ahead and send it back over to our casters to get ready for our next match in our top cut.
3 out of 4 of our top 4 has been decided. 1 more left to determine here at the Toronto Regional Championships. I mean, we are just talking about how it can really go either way. We talked about the caliber of talent out in the field, and we get to see that delivered on one more time. Aaron Brock going against Paul Chua for our final one of the day, 6-time regional champion, against someone who is definitely no stranger to these runs at the event, and I also believe the #1 seed heading into our top cut.
I think you're right. I believe that he was one of the only, I think there were 3 maybe players that were 11-1, and he was one of them. Really impressive run so far from Aaron, but he will have to go through Paul Chua, who is a very formidable opponent. Again, winning 6 regionals, he's done this so many times, winning an international, making top 4 at Worlds. One of the best players in the history of VGC, and it's always fun to get to see him show up and run through a tournament again.
Especially, too, that you highlighted so much about this balance he play and just how safe Paul can play and how difficult it can be to punish him. So Aaron definitely has his work cut out for him. But again, the #1 seed heading into top cut, Aaron has had a super impressive tournament so far with a really strong team looking ahead at this regulation. This Cresselia and this Ursaluna. This is a duo that can really wreak havoc of its own if it's not respected.
Also, it's the Choice Specs version of Fluttermane as well, something that is capable of doing some huge damage immediately. And when you go up against a team like Paul's that likes to take a little bit slower and maybe get some setup moves going, something that gives you immediate offense can be your way to kind of start poking some holes in that kind of team.
And for Aaron, you know that this win, this tournament run that he has, it's got to feel good, and the win would feel even better, being able to get top 16 at the World Championship this year, and of course, other top cuts as well, looking to try and push past that just a little bit. And again, this team is something that I think can do really well in this regulation and has been showing up. The Ursaluna with the Earthquake and the Headlong Rush, I think is just really strong type-wise into a lot of these different Pokemon. And even just having the Headlong Rush so you're not caught off guard by something like the grassy terrain. But really other powerful options as well, the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, to get a lot of damage out, especially since this is the Choice Specs variant that we've not really seen quite as much this weekend.
The Headlong Rush and the Facade, especially on this Ursaluna, are liable to start doing some huge damage after that Guts boost pops up. You have to worry about the Intimidate from Paul's Incineroar, but after that, you know, if Ursaluna is in Trick Room and able to start firing off these very powerful attacks, that's one way you can break through a Raging Bolt that has gotten a Calm Mind or 2 up. Of course, physical damage ignores those special defense boosts, and especially if the Raging Bolt isn't able to terastallize, one Headlong Rush could be all you need to take down the Giant.
And that's going to be something you really want to watch out for if that's a game mode that Aaron wants to be playing towards. Of course, there is a couple of ways to be able to punish it, do a lot of damage before, not let it get a free switch. But if this Cresselia is allowed to be setting up this Trick Room, the Ursaluna might just be able to run wild. And Amoonguss in a Trick Room situation, too, is so deadly to go up against. And Rocky Helmet can make sure it's a real pain to try and take out. But again, this is not Paul's first time on broadcast this weekend. We've gotten to see a lot of this team. Reminder, going for more of that setup, Calm Mind Raging Bolt.
and the Swords Dance Hearthflame Ogerpon could be another big deal here. In Trick Room, most of Aaron's Pokemon will be attacking first, but if you have the grassy terrain up and you have that grassy glide, that is a priority attack. You might get the chance to take a hit at this Ursaluna before it gets the chance to go for something like that huge headlong rush. And when you have the grassy glide priority up, that also means you have grassy terrain. That means you're lowering the damage from the Earthquake on Ursaluna, so you're kind of forcing it to only target one Pokemon at a time. So many tools here at Paul's disposal to try and mitigate, some of the more defensive options from Aaron, like the Trick Room. Even the Amogus with the Spore, you've got 2 grass types, you've got ways to get around the Spore being thrown out in Trick Room. You also have the Terra Grass on Fluttermane, a bit more of a defensive option there, and if you really need to prevent your Fluttermane from getting put to sleep by that Amogus, that's available to you.
Yeah, so a couple of ways here to be able to try and shut down, but I'd love to see what these trainers want to be going towards, especially too, since this is a matchup that is familiar. It has been played, and it was Aaron with the winning ways, so time to see if Paul has learned how to take down this opponent as we head into the match. Top 8 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. For Paul, Urshifu, and this Ogerpon to start, and an Intimidate from this Incineroar from Aaron, pair it up to the Urshifu.
Very offensive start from Paul here. These are probably his 2 strongest Pokemon offensively right off the bat. This Urshifu and Hearthflame Ogerpon able to pump out some huge damage, especially if either they go for a Terastallization, maybe a Swords Dance. The Incineroar here already lowering the attack of both of these Pokemon, gives Aaron some room to slow down the game right off the bat. Maybe create some space for his own Urshifu to start firing.
Paul with the swap, bringing in this Rillaboom instead, something that would be able to take a hit from these Pokemon and having a little bit more of that fake out on the next turn. Not going to soak up a fake out, that's going to be targeted into the Urshifu on Paul's end instead. Surging Strikes though, that is just not going to be the damage you necessarily want into the Rillaboom. Look how little these hits are doing.
Not much at all. That's one of Rillaboom's best qualities, is being able to swap in on that Surging Strikes. The Focus Sash on Paul's Urshifu is broken, so that is a nice bit of momentum there for Aaron. But we did see Paul's Urshifu attack, or flinch rather, before Aaron's attacked. Given how the items are shaking out, the Focus Sash Urshifu often trained to be, max HP, not max HP, max attack and max speed, whereas the Mystic Water sets are often a little bit slower and bulkier. Kind of confirmed by that first sequence there, but if this Urshifu on Paul's side is able to attack first, the Incineroar might already find itself in a rough spot.
So what we've talked about with this Cresselia and this Ursaluna has been left at home, instead going for a couple more Manticores of Aaron's own team to try and take down Paul. It's going to be Incineroar swapping out and Amoonguss to hit the field instead. Again, a Pokemon that staring down these 2 Pokemon on the opposing end is going to fare quite well. Detect from Urshifu is not going to take any hits, and Amoonguss, again, is not going to take much damage at all. That's going to be a defense and this special defense drop on the opposing end now, as well as a little bit of damage thanks to that Rocky Helmet. High horsepower, again, not necessarily the damage you want. Damage just done in return. Amoonguss just takes these hits so well.
Not the most productive turn for Paul, but the choice to use Close Combat there instead of Surging Strikes was a very smart one. If the Incineroar doesn't Terastallize, then either of those 2 attacks will be probably knocking it out. In fact, Close Combat is slightly stronger than Surging Strikes, even with their critical hit damage. But by going for Close Combat, you are making sure you're not taking 3 hits of Rocky Helmet damage if this Amoonguss swaps in, which is exactly what happened. Amoonguss is a very good swap into this Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Rillaboom. Maybe a somewhat readable play there, which is kind of why Paul went for those 2 attacks, specifically the high horsepower. Maybe get some better chip damage. But by going for Close Combat, you do limit the damage you're taking on the swap yourself.
Now to figure out with these Pokemon how Paul wants to be playing about this, because again, these Pokemon aren't necessarily doing the most damage on the opposing end, and the Surging Strikes is going to be proving that, targeting down into the Urshifu on Aaron's end. Looking to just do good and honest damage. One thing though, with no Terastallization or anything else, and the Urshifu sticking around, the Rillaboom, if it does try and target into that slot, can do so much in return. Aaron's going to get the damage. Close combat into the -1 defense. Urshifu on Paul's end is going to be taking the very first KO of the match. Time to see, though, if it's going to be returned here with the Rillaboom sticking around. But instead, the high horsepower, and that's not enough for the KO. Sludge Bomb brings it down to just a sliver of health thanks to that critical hit.
The critical hit Sludge Bomb would have been enough for the KO if the Sludge Bomb had also poisoned. Thankfully for Paul, that's not the case, and Rillaboom does stick around. Paul went for a pretty big read there. That was a somewhat easy KO into the Urshifu on Aaron's side. If he went for a Grass-type attack there, but by going for that high horsepower, trying to cover for the Steel Terra or a possible swap into the Incineroar, Paul gave up a little bit of momentum there as Aaron still has all of his Pokemon healthy, and Paul is now down to 3, with this Rillaboom being very low. Again, Rillaboom being a fantastic swap into Urshifu. Its capability of taking hits is pretty much gone now. One more will be able to knock it out.
The Urshifu doesn't have the most amount of health, and you do have to be worried about the potential of that priority Grassy Glide from the opposing end. But if the Urshifu went for a Detect, and I mean the Amoonguss just went on the offensive, then you would lose that piece for free. So instead, Paul is going to switch that Rillaboom out and Flutter Mane to hit the field instead. Booster energy for the photosynthesis, get a speed boost going on into the next turn. Amoonguss also switching out though to make use of this regenerator. You do want to switch out and in, and bringing in the Incineroar means you can try and slow down this Hearthflame Ogerpon over on Paul's side of the board, not let it get set up, and make sure this attack is lowered. Aqua Jet trying to go for the priority to be picking off that Pokemon, but Flutter Mane's just going to be taking a little bit of damage, and Ogerpon now at +1 going into this next turn.
Nice Swords Dance there. You know you're not heavily threatened by either of these two Pokemon. Of course, the Amoonguss, I guess you are kind of heavily threatened, but both of them also don't really want to be on the field anymore. Amoonguss, especially into that Hearthflame Ogerpon, switching into Incineroar is a great defensive swap from Aaron there. Incineroar swaps very well into both the Hearthflame and the Rillaboom. And the Urshifu trying to get a little bit of damage off with that Aqua Jet before a potential Grassy Glide knocks it out. But Paul takes advantage of a lower damage turn from Aaron, gets the Swords Dance up, and despite the Intimidate is still at +1 attack, is able to start threatening some very heavy damage into all of Aaron's Pokemon, even with resistances, even with possible Terastallizations.
And that's a scary thing too, because if you do want to try and bring in something like the Amoonguss for a hit, I mean, that is just going to drop to an Ivy Cudgel. So we're going to be keeping the Pokemon around as they are, but instead, look at how else we can be switching things up, and that is going to be with the Terastallization. Sure, that's not necessarily going to fare well up against the Hearthflame Ogerpon, but can get you past the turn of whatever this Flutter Mane has to offer. And Incineroar is enough to stop the Ogerpon in its tracks. Thunder Wave, though, not going offensive with this Flutter Mane. This is the bulky set for a reason, slowing the Incineroar down, and now the opportunity to just not move going on forward. Surging Strikes in response. You use the Terastallization. You want to get the damage you can. 1, 2, 3 into the Ogerpon will be enough to take it down.
Aaron is playing fearlessly in this first game. Another bit of a risky turn there. The Terra Steel to resist the possible Moonblast coming out from the Flutter Mane. With the special defense drop from close combat earlier on, may still have been able to knock out this Urshifu, but because Paul went for the Thunder Wave into the Incineroar, tried to punish another defensive play from Aaron, tried to kind of set himself up for later on in this game, this Urshifu now is able to take another huge KO into that +1 Hearthflame Ogerpon. The Rillaboom does have Fake Out pressure on this turn, but an Aqua Jet from Urshifu, if it's able to attack, will likely pick up the KO here. And of course, Incineroar is able to take a knockout on probably either of these two Pokemon.
I mean, Paul has been so good at throwing in the towel when he knows the game can't get one, and recognizing this board state is going to hit the run button and give Aaron this first game. I mean, there's a reason that Aaron won before. He's such a strong trainer, but seeing how he played that matchup was so nice. Talked about Paul being a very safe player and someone that's hard to punish, but the way Aaron played that was phenomenal. I feel like there was just no fear in any of these plays. There was a couple opportunities that Paul had if he tried to make that read or just try and play for a safe play, but Aaron just took advantage of every moment. That was so well played.
It really was. Kind of gave Paul a taste of his own medicine and didn't show his fourth Pokemon either. That's exactly how Paul progressed through that first round of the asymmetrical top cut against Justin Karras, and now Aaron's put himself in a really good spot, making some very, very offensive plays into a team that, like Paul's, that can be very defensive in nature. The Pokemon he opted to leave behind, that Raging Bolt, that Incineroar, are some of the best defensive options Paul has, but by not bringing them, he had to try and keep up with offense as best he could. Just not that easy against a Choice Specs Flutter Mane, the Mystic Water Urshifu, and this Amoonguss that was able to kind of control some of the pace of the match.
What I'm looking at with Aaron's team is even if we have a couple of the bulkier options and things like the Amoonguss, is we still had so much immediate damage with things like the Urshifu. So when Paul had to try and take a second to be setting up something like that Ogerpon, Aaron was very quick to shut it down, not just with Intimidate, but a Fake Out, and then take it off the field the next turn. Where Paul really needed that setup for the damage, Aaron was never given over for free, right? But Paul doesn't really have that immediate damage with the Ogerpon when there is just this constant threat of Incineroar bringing in that Intimidate. So I'm curious where we can kind of switch things up to try and take this into a game 3 for Paul. Is it going to be with the leads starting off Urshifu and Fluttermane? Again, a lot of offensive pressure here up against, again, the Urshifu and Incineroar for Aaron.
So immediately the Fluttermane hits the field, we'll have that booster energy activate, raise its speed, and be the fastest thing on the field, most likely until it swaps out, but even then, after it comes back in, gonna be a really speedy Pokemon there. Has the option to immediately start throwing out some Thunder Waves. We saw that do very well for Paul earlier on the stream. Of course, lower speeds, but also just give yourself the chance for some free turns. The Incineroar immediately getting the Intimidate down onto Paul's Urshifu is nice because the close combat is your best damaging option into Aaron's Urshifu, either before or after it potentially Terastallizes. And the Surging Strikes here, not as useful into something like Incineroar, especially when this Amoonguss is already lurking in the back.
We're just going to go for a switch here. Paul, the Urshifu is getting out of there, and the Heart Flame is making an appearance a little sooner rather than later to try and maybe put some offensive pressure on. And that can work quite well with what Aaron has brought out onto the field, which is his own Amoonguss. Maybe a little bit scary to be, you know, bringing in that Ogerpon in front of the Urshifu, but going to go unpunished as it is just a Detect. Fluttermane as well to try and keep it honest. Now just a Moonblast won't do much. Now for Aaron, where are you going to spend this Terastallization? Because the Urshifu won't appreciate a hit. You can swap, but you wouldn't appreciate a hit from that Ogerpon into your Moongus anyways.
Yeah, this combination of Fluttermane and Ogerpon Hearthflame pins this Urshifu very well. If you Moonblast and Ivy Cudgel it, you know, if it doesn't Terastallize, Moonblast is super effective. If it does Terastallize, and Ivy Cudgel is super effective. This Urshifu is not in as strong a spot as it might have been in Game 1, for example. I love the Amoonguss swap there. Again, a great option to bring into that Urshifu and Fluttermane, but a proactive swap by Paul with that Hearthflame makes this Amoonguss much less safe. You can possibly force a Fire Terra out of the Amoonguss, but if you do, it becomes much more vulnerable to that Surging Strikes in the back for Paul.
We're just going all out offensive here for Aaron's side of the board with Terastallization, but it's going to be matched Paul as well with the Grass type for the Fluttermane. This means moves cannot be redirected by something like a Rage Powder on the opposing end and cannot get spored. Now, Aaron, we got to see this Terastallization click. This mushroom into this fire type. When you're staring down an Ogerpon on the opposing end, you want to make sure you can be tanking this hit, especially too if you're looking for that big damage yourself down the line. Aqua Jet to do as much damage as you can with the Urshifu before assumingly being sent back to your Pokeball.
Oh.
Burst it though, it's going to be 1 HP survival instead. It's going to be a follow-up, but Urshifu gets taken down. Amoonguss is left alone and can now try and go on the offensive itself. We got to see that these Sludge Bombs can stack up. Some damage already done, and it's enough for a 1-for-1 trade.
Nice turn for both players. I think the Moonblast plus Ivy Cudgel covers whatever that Urshifu does. The Aqua Jet into the Hearthflame primes it for that Sludge Bomb KO. I think the Terra Grass on Fluttermane was very smart for Paul. If Aaron opted to try and go for a Surging Strikes into that slot, it would have been able to tank that hit very well. And this Fluttermane on Paul's side is kind of the only thing that's preventing Aaron's Fluttermane from taking over the game. Of course, those Thunder Waves coming out from Paul's Fluttermane will lower the speed of Aaron's Fluttermane, and you really can't have that. I think you really need your Fluttermane to be able to knock out Paul's Urshifu at this point in the game, especially because your Amoonguss is now weak to those Surging Strikes.
That's the thing. It was a nice last turn, but when it did have to be a double up into that Urshifu, it's kind of Terastallization that's not working out too well this turn. At least for this turn, it won't go quite so punished with the Urshifu needing to just Detect. You don't want this Fluttermane to get a free Moonblast into it. And Paul looking to try and shut it down, not just with the speed, but of course an opportunity to maybe just not move at all. Dazzling Gleam, again, we had called out that this is more of an offensive Fluttermane, and this is going to be good spread damage, just a bit into the 1 for now, but for next turn.
Even though your Amoonguss is weak to Surging Strikes, the bonus is that it does still have the Rocky Helmet. If you are able to Rage Powder away a Surging Strikes, protect your own Fluttermane from being KO'd. This Rocky Helmet will break the Focus Sash, and as long as Fluttermane is able to attack through this paralysis, it should still be able to knock out the Urshifu. Paul not willing to give it up just yet, though.
not wanting to get redirected, not wanting to take all of that extra recoil, bringing in the Rillaboom onto the field instead. And of course, if it is just this Dazzling Gleam again from Aaron, then it's going to be taking this hit quite well with the Assault Vest. Rage Powder not going to be doing much right now, considering the Flutter Mane is that grass type, but it's going to be the target anyways. We're trying to shut down everything here. Another paralysis on the board. Now for Aaron, it will be a breakthrough, but again, Flutter Mane will survive through the turn, and Rillaboom just soaks up the hit.
Interesting spot here. This Amoonguss now is in a position where it's, again, really not heavily threatened. The Rillaboom on Paul's side, I believe, does have the high horsepower, so it still does have the option for that super effective damage. But Amoonguss being so bulky, it should be able to survive at least one, especially when you consider the Incineroar in the back will be able to intimidate it. But you really need this Amoonguss around to be able to redirect something away from this Flutter Mane. I think the only way Aaron is able to knock out this Urshifu in this game is if Amoonguss and Flutter Mane are on this field at the same time, and Amoonguss is able to Rage Powder while Flutter Mane goes for that Dazzling Gleam.
Well, Flutter Mane's not going to be sticking around for right now as Incineroar instead. As you called out, this Rillaboom needs to be doing that damage, looking to try and lower that a little bit with that Intimidate. Moonblast as well, so good to just take this hit and make sure that you can preserve your pieces. High horsepower though, the follow-up, Incineroar drops to about third of its health, but Spore, again, not really going to be able to do much. Good if you were able to call a swap, but again, nothing else for right here.
Spore not putting anything to sleep. I'm trying to figure out whether or not you want to be taking KOs here if you're Aaron. A Sludge Bomb into Flutter Mane certainly would have knocked it out, but then you have the Urshifu on the field against the Incineroar and Amoonguss, and again, your one win condition here is having Amoonguss and Flutter Mane out together, being able to break that Focus Sash with the Rocky Helmet. And if you take a knockout with a Sludge Bomb here with Amoonguss, this Urshifu immediately comes in. You really don't have a way to force that position anymore. So the Spore kind of just buying you some time, right? Maybe trying to call an Urshifu swap, but at the same time, you know, maybe it needs more damage into the Rillaboom. Maybe the Sludge Bomb was the right call there. I think this is just really tough for Aaron. You have to have the perfect positioning for the rest of this game.
Can at least start chipping away. Flutter Mane is left alone. Fake out into this Rillaboom. And Amoonguss that's going to be taking this hit. Special attack drop, though. When these Sludge Bombs have been really doing the damage, that one does hurt. Into the Rillaboom. It wouldn't have been enough for a KO in any range, but it definitely is out of range for another Sludge Bomb.
This is getting tough. Man, Amoonguss is trying to get some damage out with these Sludge Bombs. I think maybe there's a world where if you KO both Rillaboom and Flutter Mane at the same time, maybe you can then break through the Urshifu, but even then it might be kind of difficult. You really just have to time your next few turns very, very carefully. If you're taking one knockout, you probably need to take both. If you don't take one, then you're just taking extra damage yourself and not gaining the board ground that you need to. I think Surging Strikes is likely a KO into all of Aaron's remaining Pokemon. So if this Urshifu hits the field in a position where it's able to fire freely into kind of whatever target it wants, it's going to be pretty difficult for Aaron to win. I'm struggling to find how you get to that position at this point.
It's a little bit of a weird one, especially too, you got to consider for other things that could go wrong for Aaron. The 2 out of 3 Pokemon still being paralyzed. Even if you can get the positioning that you want, there is still just this opportunity that anything goes wrong. Incineroar is going to be swapping out, and Flutter Mane will hit the field instead, but it's going to be a Flutter Mane that takes a lot of damage on the swap in. Critical hit's going to start, special attack drop to follow, and the high horsepower, it survives on 2 HP, and it's going to be returned. Both of the Flutter Manes are sticking around.
Major special attack drops there. The Flutter Mane barely able to hang on from that Sludge Bomb thanks to that Moonblast drop. Often not as relevant into Amoonguss, but proving very relevant here. That was, I think, a chance for Aaron to kind of force that position where, again, the Urshifu was on the field against both Amoonguss and Flutter Mane, just barely missing the KO into that Flutter Mane and also taking so much damage on the swap. I don't know if it's possible anymore just because this Flutter Mane now is able to be picked off by an Icy Wind, by a Grassy Glide, by really anything that Paul has to throw at it. Incineroar still is around to maybe try and swap in, get another Intimidate down, maybe soak up some damage, but I don't know. This Flutter Mane on Aaron's side, again, is like the only thing that can damage Paul's Urshifu, and it's just gotten way too weak.
And when you're talking about needing to have that board state of that Flutter Mane and the Amoonguss, if you swap into the Incineroar now and try and pick something off, that's just not going to be possible. Flutter Mane's going to stick on the field. The faster Flutter Mane from Paul is going to just take this KO, and high horsepower to finally target down into the Fire-type Amoonguss. It has been intimidated, so you know you're not necessarily doing the most damage, but options have been taken away. Sludge Bomb, again, not enough for the KO, but the health bars on Paul's end are disastrously low. Can something be put together here, or is it just a matter of time till Urshifu comes in and wrecks everything?
I fear it's the latter. That Focus Sash is still intact for the Urshifu. There are no more swaps available for Aaron. If there was ever a question whether or not Amoonguss could survive a Surging Strikes, the high horsepower damage has answered that question for us. One Surging Strikes will certainly be able to knock it out. It's not even to mention you still got to get through the Rillaboom and the Fluttermane as well. You know, you have these damage dealers. The Fluttermane's Moonblast has been a very significant portion of this battle. I think there was 3 special attack drops into all of the Amoonguss and Fluttermane and Incineroar, coming in very handy here. The Amoonguss getting some weak Sludge Bombs off, none of which are getting any poisons. This endgame is shaping up very well for Paul here to try and clean it up with Urshifu, you know, after you force Aaron to finally take a knockout here.
Yeah, especially too, you never want to see that special attack drop on a Fluttermane or the Amoonguss. That was so pivotal, not being able to pick up that Fluttermane. And at the point at which it's just getting the special attack drop on the Incineroar, I mean, you're just laughing at that point.
Yeah.
This Fluttermane's been so incredibly lucky. Sticking around on the field, it doesn't have that ghost typing anymore, so just to protect to get around this fake out from the Incineroar. But of course, you can only pick one thing to target down, and so Rillaboom gets to stay there. Sludge Bomb, it's been so low at this point, you're finally able to take a KO with this Pokemon. But again, now both your Pokemon so low, and the Urshifu is gonna hit the field.
Urshifu comes back fully healthy, even if it does Surging Strikes into this Amoonguss. Maybe take 1 or even 2 hits of that Rocky Helmet chip damage. Unfortunately, Incineroar just doesn't have a great damage option into it. This is finally going to be the end of this second game here when Urshifu comes in to just clean up. Paul did a very good job managing this end game. I think it was pretty clear 6 or 7 turns ago that as long as Paul can get this Urshifu in safely and have it able to Surging Strikes without worrying about this Fluttermane hitting it with a Dazzling Gleam, it was going to be a win for Paul. But being very patient, not forcing the issue, not letting himself get caught out by anything, you know, like a Spore on a Switch or anything like that.
A Rage Powder to just make sure anything is targeted towards the Amoonguss on this turn. The first hit, a Moonblast, is just not quite the damage. The Surging Strikes the follow-up though, but again, it now being a Fire type, it's gonna be taking a lot of damage, so it's only 2 hits to take down this Pokemon, which means only 2 ticks of that Rocky Helmet damage in return. If it wasn't for the Terastallization, Amoonguss could have stuck around, could have tried to cause a little bit more havoc, but it's gonna drop, and it's just Incineroar now in this impossible 1v2. It's on just a little bit of health here. You can try and pick off one of these Pokemon, but it doesn't really have the damage, and you can't go for something a little bit more powerful in either Pokemon.
At least the Focus Sash got broken, right? You can knock it out now, but unfortunately for Aaron, that's going to be game 2, going to Paul after a really, really strong showing in managing his time very well, managing the resources he had available to him, making sure he wasn't making rash switches, and I could also just not being caught off guard by Aaron's, you know, very offensive play in that first game. Aaron wasn't able to make those same kinds of aggressive plays in the second game, just because Paul was always in a position to punish anything Aaron could go for.
Yeah, looking back at this match, I mean, something that was called out was the setups that maybe Paul had to go for, and maybe just losing a smidge of momentum, but being able to put a little bit more pressure out onto the field right away was really nice. The Fluttermane from Paul getting the 2 Thunder Waves was really, really nice. A clutch survival is amazing. And of course, those special attack drops. The longer the game goes on, the more opportunities for those little things to be able to stack up. And of course, we got to an end game where Paul was able to take the game slow, take the game steady, get the Urshifu in the proper position, and take the game from there. Maybe if Terastallization wasn't on the Amoonguss, but it made so much sense on the turn that it was used, right? You're staring down this Hearthflame Ogerpon. It would surely take down this Amoonguss.
I was about to say exactly that. You know, if this Amoonguss had been able to stay a Grass Poison type, it can very likely 1v3 the endgame against this Rillaboom and Fluttermane and Urshifu, just on the merit of taking resisted damage from almost every attack they can use and being able to throw out those powerful Sludge Bombs and Spores. Like you said, Sierra, really important Terastallization on that turn. I think it made sense to make sure this Amoonguss didn't get knocked out by the Hearthflame Ogerpon, but you ended up not needing it. Of course, the Ogerpon was finishing off the Urshifu instead of the Amoonguss. If you're Aaron, maybe you're thinking back to that turn. You know, can I maybe play that differently? Can I preserve the Amoonguss without having to Terastallize it? Then I can save my Terra for something like my Urshifu. That Terra Steel came in pretty handy in that first game. Even Incineroar or Fluttermane, if they get the chance to Terastallize, could be pretty important here as well.
I mean, this has been such a back and forth set between these two trainers. Again, Aaron, the #1 seed going into top cut, going up against a 6-time regional champion. One more game between these two to determine who's moving on to top 4 here at Toronto. Such a slower start here from Aaron, though. Incineroar and the Amoonguss to face off against the Rillaboom and the Urshifu from Paul.
I like the Amoonguss lead a lot. Paul has not been leading that Hearthflame Ogerpon, so Amoonguss is probably not going to be very heavily threatened at the very start of this game. Now it's in a position where it can throw a Sludge Bomb at this Rillaboom. It can possibly put this Urshifu to sleep. The Hearthflame Ogerpon, if it wants to swap in to absorb a possible Spore, could get punished by a Sludge Bomb. So Paul has to be a lot more careful on this turn, especially because of Urshifu attacks. It might get redirected into that Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, so there's anything, there could be that Spore potential. Even just those Sludge Bombs have been doing a lot of damage from that Amoonguss. And of course, the Incineroar can do some damage in its own right with something like that Flare Blitz. So there's a bunch of different options that you really have to respect going on into this turn. Incineroar, though, just having the Intimidate on the very first turn was enough, and switching out into the Urshifu instead. Considering that you're not anticipating a Rillaboom to hit into the slot that turn, that seems like a fairly safe swap. A fake out into the Amoonguss, the Surging Strikes into the opposing end, and again, a hit that's just soaked up so well by this Pokemon.
That's a very fair switch as well. If you're Aaron, your Urshifu is not holding the Focus Sash, you don't mind it taking a little bit of chip damage. It is most likely your best option to swap into the Surging Strikes, as it's, again, most likely that Flutter Mane in the back for Aaron once again. Now Amoonguss still in a position where it's really not threatened at all. Paul, again, has got to be very careful about attacking with this Urshifu. If you do attack and Amoonguss redirects with the Rage Powder, your Focus Sash is broken by the Rocky Helmet. If you want to detect it, then you risk an Urshifu going for a close combat into that slot and possibly hitting through that Protect anyway. Of course, Amoonguss most likely want to be going for Sludge Bomb again here just to guarantee that you're getting damage out. If you Spore into a Hearthflame swap, you lose so much momentum. If you're Sludge Bombing for some damage, maybe some poison to get that chip damage going, you're in a much better spot here.
The one thing to be scared of is the Urshifu. Obviously, you do not want to take a hit from the Rillaboom on the opposing end, so it either has to be that Detect or that Terrestrialization to get around and let the Amoonguss do the heavy lifting for now. So Urshifu, it stays safe. We're going to let someone else do the work. Surging Strikes, of course, since it does hit through Protect or Detect, is still going to be doing damage, but again, heavily reduced with how well the Urshifu was taking the hits. It's going to be still the Rillaboom to respawn, though, but if it's into the Urshifu, it does nothing, and we know that it's not really doing anything into the Amoonguss at all. Only the Mushroom to still go on this turn, and that's going to be a Sludge Bomb into the opposing Urshifu, deal some damage, and break that Focus Sash.
I love the respect that Paul is giving to Aaron's Urshifu. It's a huge threat. That Mystic Water Surging Strikes is no joke, and close combat can do a lot of damage as well. So by going for both the Surging Strikes and the Wood Hammer into Urshifu, if Urshifu decided to attack that turn, whether it terrestrialized or didn't, it would have been knocked out. You're doing this at the expense of kind of letting Amoonguss have free reign to an extent. But at that same time, like, the best Amoonguss can do here is Sludge Bomb, maybe get a poison. I think Aaron's a little bit too worried about sporing into an immunity to try and go for that. So that's a really respectable play from Paul. The more damage you get into Aaron's Urshifu, the less of a threat it becomes.
On this turn, the Urshifu, again, it's not a safe hit from Paul with this Urshifu in case this Amoonguss redirects. So Incineroar is going to come out onto the field instead to bring an Intimidate and a Fake Out on this next turn. Of course, Incineroar is not a Pokemon that naturally matches up into something like an Urshifu very well, and it's an Urshifu from Aaron forced into a Terrestrialization to not take a super effective Grass type from this Rillaboom. This Steel Terrestrialization is going to do so well in tanking this first hit and make sure you can deal the damage in response. Of course, Amoonguss with the Rage Powder, that would have been if the Urshifu stuck around. It's not going to redirect anything from the Rillaboom. A lot of damage, though, with the close combat, but with that Intimidate, not nearly enough to try and take this Pokemon out. And of course, we're going to get a Citrus Berry recovery now, too, so Incineroar, it's not looking too bad. Now just for the Rillaboom, Wood Hammer, but the Steel Terrestrialization, that's not enough to take it down.
Not enough to take it down, but is now in range from Grassy Glide thanks to that defense drop from close combat. Also notably, Paul brought the Incineroar this game. We won't see one of either Flutter Mane or Hearthflame Ogerpon, and especially if the Hearthflame is in the back, that's a really good adjustment from Paul, making sure that he has those two fire types to always be threatening that Amoonguss. And if it terrestrializes, you still got those Surging Strikes to try and hit through it. Urshifu getting a lot of damage into Incineroar. That's a nice chunk of damage, but the Citrus Berry and the grassy terrain able to bring Incineroar back up to a very healthy state, and now it threatens a Fake Out to disrupt this Amoonguss. Again, Grassy Glide is able to threaten this Urshifu with a knockout. Aaron's own Incineroar could be a great swap here just to get an Intimidate on both these physical attackers, resist whatever you could throw their way, but you're starting to lose some of this offensive momentum. The offensive threats you have now, Urshifu is very low. Incineroar coming in, you're not pressuring Paul's Incineroar at all.
That's the thing. Do you want to try and play this a little bit more defensively and a little bit more telegraphed to swap out to not take that priority attack and get that defense and special attack cleared? Or do you want to go on the offensive and try and catch Paul sleeping? Amoonguss is going to be the swap of choice instead of that Urshifu as Incineroar to hit the field. Again, this is Intimidate on the opposing end, but it's not going to be a Rillaboom from Paul to attack as it's swapped out, and it will catch the Fake Out. Urshifu now to be able to punish Paul for this turn. Aaron throwing everything at the board, and that is going to be a big KO to take in the match.
Huge turn for Aaron there. Getting rid of Incineroar is one of those fire types gone that is threatening that Amoonguss, and importantly, very, very bold to attack with that Urshifu when something like the Grassy Glide would have knocked it out. You get a huge swing in momentum here. This Incineroar is gone. One of the Fake Out users is gone. One of Paul's Pokemon is gone. You've given yourself the Pokemon advantage here, and it is going to be that Hearthflame Ogerpon. If you find a way to deal with this Hearthflame Ogerpon, Amoonguss is looking so, so good.
The one thing, though, is Incineroar is already out on the field. You do have the active Fake Out to try and slow down the Hearthflame Ogerpon for now, but then something like the Urshifu over on Paul's end can deal so much damage. Or if you try and swap out into something like that Amoonguss to get that Intimidate for the next turn around, Paul can either fire off a super effective attack into the Incineroar or go ahead and get set up to try and carry through the rest of the game. Going into it, though, Pokemon stay the same, but the Fake Out into this Urshifu instead. Ivy Cudgel in response does mean that Aaron's Urshifu is finally out of the game.
Paul stops letting this Urshifu get away with it. Knows that if a Surging Strikes hits that Hearthflame Ogerpon, you might be in a really rough spot. The Fake Out into the Urshifu protects the Incineroar from getting knocked out by an attack from the Urshifu this turn. But now you have to wonder, do you bring in this Amoonguss, try and redirect something away from your Urshifu while making it vulnerable to that Ivy Cudgel, or do you bring in Fluttermane, which similarly struggles into Hearthflame Ogerpon a bit? It does resist those powerful Fairy-type attacks. It might not be able to take a Shadow Ball, but I think a lot of the time Hearthflame Ogerpon can stomach one. If you're taking an Ivy Cudgel with this Fluttermane, and you're losing a lot of your offense, this Hearthflame Ogerpon is very, very strong, and this Incineroar cannot fake it out anymore. You got used it on the Urshifu on the last turn.
It's kind of the thing with the Urshifu being gone from Aaron's side of the field, the options to deal with this Ogerpon have been greatly reduced, and I mean, the Pokemon that can deal with it, this Fluttermane, would not appreciate whatever's in return if you do miss out on that KO. Terastallization being spent as well means that Amoonguss hitting the Ivy Cudgel is also not going to survive. So this swap could be super, super disastrous if Paul does just go ahead and attack into that slot. Amoonguss comes on out. Spiky Shield and set, though, so maybe being able to get this Pokemon in relatively for free. Urshifu still gets to attack another Detect, so now Amoonguss hits the field and no punishment.
Nice play from Paul there. You're able to figure out what Aaron wants to do on this turn. Either the Fluttermane, stays on the field and locks into an attack with those choice specs, or the Fluttermane swaps out into the Amoonguss, and by going for that double protect, you're making sure that your Urshifu does not take Rocky Helmet damage. Now you know this Amoonguss is on the field, and now you know that Rage Powder is in play. If you don't want to take all that damage with your own Urshifu, you always have the option to swap out into your Rillaboom. And now this Hearthflame Ogerpon, sitting in front of this Amoonguss and Incineroar, wants to be doing as much damage as possible with these Ivy Cudgels. I think it came in after Aaron's Incineroar, if I'm not mistaken, so it doesn't have an Intimidate on it. It is that neutral attack, and Paul has not yet Terastallized either.
Where this is kind of awkward with that double protect coming out from Paul, Aaron didn't get to switch out into the Fluttermane. The U-turn didn't do anything, right? So that's going to be, again, a lot of offensive pressure gone, and a speed control that's entirely in Paul's favor with these two speedier Pokemon. It's up against this Incineroar and this Amoonguss. Terastallization now in body aspect. You're getting a boost to this attack to try and just take this full momentum. into the Amoonguss, though, won't do anything. Again, trying to get this Flutter Mane in safely and making sure it's up with a full health Amoonguss. Protect, Incineroar, whether it's going to be a U-turn or whether it's going to get KO'd, it is getting off the field either way. Double Surging Strikes, the third takes it down. Flutter Mane will get in safely, but at what cost?
Great turn from Paul there. The terrestrialization boosting your attack by 1 stage with Embody Aspect, and also boosting the power of that Fire-type Ivy Cudgel. And Aaron already having spent the terrestrialization meant that Ivy Cudgel would attack before the Urshifu. If Amoonguss didn't protect itself, if it went for Rage Powder, you knock it out cleanly with that Ivy Cudgel and then allow your Urshifu to get that powerful Surging Strikes off. Really smart play from Paul to ensure that your Urshifu is not taking all of that Rocky Helmet damage. And now that this Earthflame Ogerpon has terrestrialized, it cleanly one-hit KOs either of Aaron's 2 remaining Pokemon. Again, the Choice Specs Flutter Mane is very powerful, and you do have the option to lock into that Power Gem if you really want to try to find a way to knock out this Ogerpon immediately. But if you're locking into Power Gem, you're no longer able to hit that Urshifu for neutral damage.
And even that Rillaboom that's still hidden away in the back with the Assault Vest. So you have to pick what move you're locking into now, and that is it. You gotta just do whatever you can. It does look like we're going for it though. Relying on the Sludge Bomb to do enough, but the Spiky Shield throwing everything at this Ogerpon, and it's a Power Gem that does nothing. That is your one move for the match, your one opportunity to try and get rid of that powerhouse, and you do nothing, and in response, Urshifu, Surging Strikes to pop off. Flutter Mane is gonna go down, and Amoonguss can do a lot, but with that Hearthflame Ogerpon on the opposing end, won't be able to do anything for this match. One Pokemon in Paul's way before getting to top 4.
Now it's Paul's turn to play fearlessly. Aaron was showing him how in those first couple games, but knowing exactly that Aaron kind of had one option to one-hit KO this Hearthflame Ogerpon, almost had to log into that Power Gem there.
It was a great move, but Paul played so safely, and he's going to be moving on to top 4 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. 6 regional championship titles under his belt, and only a couple matches away from securing a 7th. This is a feared player for a reason, Paul and his balanced teams. And it was just such a great match. I mean, at the end, there was just no options there for Aaron. It was just incredible. What a match.
I mean, Paul just showing us all how it's done, right? After taking a bit of a hard loss in game 1, Aaron played super well in that first game, making sure that he kind of stuffed out all of Paul's options. Paul pivoted very, very well. I loved the choice to bring both the Incineroar and the Hearthflame Ogerpon in that third game. The extra offense, the extra threat into Amoonguss, especially once the Urshifu had taken the terrestrialization, meant that there were very few scenarios where Amoonguss was safe to just sit on the field, throw out some Sludge Bombs and Spores uninhibited.
I mean, even that earlier KO with the Urshifu, you're just so safe at that end game to terrestrialize into the terrestrialize this Hearthflame Ogerpon. I mean, you drop the grass typing, so you're not taking as much damage from the Amoonguss. Maybe you get redirected. At that point, you just OHKO it. It doesn't really matter. And then even that Protect, not getting greedy at the end, make sure you can take care of the Flutter Mane. I mean, I feel like it was just so meticulous, like off a list, right?
Yeah.
And it was just really well played Pokemon. Really well done here by Paul.
That's just what he does. Paul takes away your options so well. He covers for everything you can do so well that you often find yourself thinking, what can I even do right now? And often the answer is just nothing. If you're asking that question, Paul's already won. He's well on his way to a 7th regional championship, all the way into top 4 here in Toronto. So exciting to see him doing so well again.
And again, maybe it's not a finals or win that Aaron would have liked, but he has been doing it so well. To get top 8 is incredible. Like top 16 again at Worlds. He's no stranger getting these top 4s. A matter of time. #1 seed heading into Top Cut, which is so impressive considering how many strong players were here at this event. And yeah, I mean, he's got to be proud of that.
Absolutely. You know, great showing. Top 4 at any regional, always a huge accomplishment. Top 8, rather. At a regional, always a huge accomplishment. But I'm really excited about our top 4 here. We have some really strong players left, especially Paul versus Justin Tang. That's going to be such a great top 4 match.
Yeah, now it's the question of, are we going to have a brand new regional champion or a repeat champion? Paul Chua has so many titles. That is all we've been talking about.
Yeah.
And Justin Tang as well. I mean, likening this to his San Antonio run where he was able to take down this title.
Yeah.
It could be one of them, but also Cary has been playing so incredibly well. Like, It's just incredible. I don't know which way it's going to go.
And the way the bracket shakes out, too, we have Paul versus Justin and Jack versus Cary in top 4. So we're going to have a repeat champion versus a possible first-time champion in the finals. How exciting is that going to be?
That is just amazing. It's really just all these storylines coming together. I cannot wait to see. And especially, too, when you liken for those non-regional title holders already, how well they've been playing, not just at this event, but throughout the seasons. I think it's just so well-deserved. And it's one of those, to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Absolutely.
And going up against a multi-time regional champion in the finals, whether that is Justin Tang or Paul Chua, you'll know that it's just a title so worthy if you're able to take it down.
For sure. What a great tournament so far here in Toronto. What a fun way to start off this return to Regulation F, this new calendar year of Pokemon that we get to play leading up to the culmination of it all at the World Championships. At least one more trainer is going to lock their spot at the World Championships with a direct invitation from winning this tournament, alongside all the different prizes as well.
That's another thing we haven't necessarily talked about. We're about the halfway, but just about the halfway point of the 2026 Pokemon season, and whoever wins gets that direct invitation to Worlds. We've talked so much about the point thresholds, we've talked about the travel awards, but the invitation to the World Championships, I mean, for any trainer that's trying to really prove their worth to be the best, that is the first step to being able to do that. And I mean, to get that Worlds, like, to get that direct invite, that's such a weight off your shoulders for the rest of the season.
Not to mention this short qualification period for the NAIC Travel Award as well. All these trainers are getting themselves in positions to make it to these bigger events and get even closer to Worlds.
I mean, our top 4 is set. We have a treat ahead of us, but also a treat right now is standing by for an interview. We have Paul.
That's right. I'm here with Paul Chua, the winner of our last round on stream. Paul, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And congratulations, you're in the top 4 of another regional championship. How's it feeling?
It feels really good. Yesterday, I played Aaron on stream. It didn't go so well, so I didn't really have high hopes for this because I felt like his team was really good against mine, and I didn't really know if I had enough ways to stop Amoonguss. So I'm really happy that I was able to win this time.
Yeah, so talk me through that a little bit. You had that experience from playing against him yesterday. So what was the thought process heading into the match today? Was there anything that you learned from the last time that you played him that you thought would be better off for you this time around?
Yeah, so yesterday, I was playing with the Raging Bolt and Incineroar kind of mode just because I kind of thought he'd go the Ursaluna Cresselia mode. But I noticed in both games he never did it. He just did Incineroar, Amoonguss, Urshifu, Water Main. So I realized for my prep for the rematch, I needed to find a good way around it. And I felt like Terra Grass Flutter Mane kind of helped because it'd be able to get through Amoonguss's Rage Powder. Also being able to try and force him to Terra one thing, because one thing that gave me a problem yesterday was the Terra Fire Amoonguss. So if I'm able to get something else to Terra, that's good. So this way my Ogerpon could just Ivy Cudgel it. But if not, even if you Terra Fires, I brought Urshifu, so I could Surging Strikes it. So.
Well, it worked out beautifully for you, especially being able to take it into such a close 3-game set as well. I mean, what was the feeling after you had finally bested this team that you got bested by yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, after the first game where I lost, I was because I was preparing a bit before this of different ways to handle it, and it didn't work, so I was just oh man, well, I tried my best. So at that point, I kind of just free float it, had to counter the Incineroar Urshifu lead, so that's why I did Flutter Mane Urshifu. So there, but the match was still hard, so I still had to get a lot of turns right to even be in a good spot. So
yeah, I mean, but I think it's tough, and I think one of the reasons why we love being able to watch you play is because the way that you approach the game is so clinical. It's why you are a multi-time regional champion. And so what would it mean to you though to add another one to the list, and how would it feel for it to be in this regulation?
So, I mean, I'd be really happy if I'm able to win again, because the past few times I've made it to this far in regional, I've always lost in the finals from Toronto, a few years ago, and Baltimore. I always kept getting second place, so I really would like to win a regional again. It would feel really nice to win, because I also haven't won an event since EYC in 2023, so a while. But for Regulation F, I'm really happy that I'm doing really well. Because last time when it came around, I struggled to make day 2 at any of the Regulation F events. So I was happy in the first place to make it to day 2 of this one. But obviously being in top 4 is a lot better, and hopefully I can go farther.
Speaking of your top 4, though, you are going to be playing against Justin Tang. Have you had any thoughts ahead of that match, knowing that there have been a couple of players on that team?
Like, it was like one of the teams that like I knew was something to look out for going into this, but obviously my team's also really standard, so Justin probably has like ways into mine. So I think it could go either way. Matchups, like, yeah, it's like even, I feel. It just depends on a
I'm
lot of
so
things.
excited. Yeah, I'm excited to watch it, and I'm excited for you, Paul, because hopefully we get a chance to talk to you again a little bit later. But we're going to let you go get ready for your match. But before that, any final words, shout-outs?
Yeah, sure. So the important shout-outs, I guess, are for Yuzhang Wang and Long Yulin. They helped a lot with the team to discuss different versions of it. So obviously without them, I wouldn't be here. My family and my friends for supporting me. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Paul, you know what? I actually have one more question to ask you. Okay, so I just, sorry, this came to me so randomly, but I know this was a different regulation, but when you won EUIC, you had that Roaring Moon on your team, and I've got to ask you, as a Roaring Moon expert, where do you feel like it fits in this Regulation F meta?
I think it could, I feel like the Tailwind ones are the way to go, because I feel like it's a little hard for you to get the Dragon Dance version going, just because Raging Bull's like the most popular Pokemon, and like the typing kind of checks both of like its normal non-Terra type, and then when you Terra flying, so it's like, I feel like it's better to just go like a more supportive set, so that's how I feel about Roaring Moon. I haven't had much success with it, that's why I didn't bring it to this event.
Okay, fair enough, but you're still an expert in my book. But Paul, thank you so much for your time and for your insight. Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go back to our casters to get ready for the next match in our Top Cut here at Toronto.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. Congratulations to Paul. We'll see him in a little bit, but it's time to get started. Hundreds of trainers from across the globe came to Toronto, and 4 remain. One of them will be our Toronto Regional Champion. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. And Gabby, whoever wins, this is going to be a well-deserved victory.
It's been a long road to get here, and for Jack Clark or Cary D'Ortona, this is going to be one of their opportunities, first opportunity really, to be in the finals of a regional championship. Whereas on the other side of the bracket, Paul Chua and Justin Tang are no strangers to the finals. So we're going to give those 2 trainers a little bit of a break here while we get Jack and Cary set up to be our first top 4 match of the day.
Yeah, you can't get ahead of yourself. Obviously, you have to focus on your top 4 opponent, but whoever is waiting for them in the finals, it is definitely going to be a difficult matchup there. But we have now seen all of these trainers on stream today, so we've seen a lot of different strategies, and potentially Jack having one of the most unique versions of as we head on over to the stage for this top 4 matchup with that Grim Snarl team.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and take a look at these trainers' accomplishments as they give a quick wave to the camera. Always love to see it. Jack only really getting accomplishments overseas as he primarily competes in the European region, top 8 in Dortmund in the 2025 season. Cary got top 4 in Portland last year, top 8 in Louisville as well, and both of them with their own unique takes on teams in Regulation F. Cary, more of a common team, Jack more of a what he wanted to bring to the tournament team, and we've seen these teams work out very well for the both of them.
Absolutely. Jack had a really fascinating top 8 matchup where Grim Snarl went from supporter to attacker, claiming 3 of the 4 knockouts in the decisive game 3. So let's take a deeper dive into Jack's team of 6 with Entei, Roaring Moon, Golden Go, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Okidogi, and Grim Snarl.
So I'm really glad you started talking about that Grim Snarl, because the one thing that trips people up about this team is the fact that Reflect and Light Screen really messes up the damage calcs, the amount of damage you expect your Pokemon to do throughout the matchup. But looking at Cary's team, he has a lot of Pokemon that can check the Grim Snarl at the end of the day. The Golden Go with the Choice Specs, the Landorus Incarnate with the Life Orb. It's going to take multiple hits to take that Pokemon down, but those Pokemon are so powerful that you can take those 2 hits and be all right. So at the end of the day, what Jack has to think about is how can you maneuver around those powerful hitters? And looking at the Ogerpon in particular, it has a really nice matchup into a lot of Cary's Pokemon, and I think that has to be the center of Jack's strategy for this top 4 match.
Cary certainly has to be prepared for the Swords Dance Ogerpon Wellspring that put in so much work in the previous set. Taking a look at Cary's team of 6, Golden Go, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Roaring Moon, Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Landers, as you mentioned, a little more conventional than Jack's team.
I think saying a little is doing it not enough of justice, honestly, but Cary does have a few tricks up his own sleeve, one of those being the Roaring Moon with the Poison Terra typing and Breaking Swipe that we saw do him well earlier on in the tournament, and it is going to be the speed boost for that booster energy that will give him a huge leg up in this matchup, as Jack's own Roaring Moon is going to get a boost in its attack. Cary will be able to make the speed in his favor very easily in this matchup, meaning the Golden Go, the Landorus will be able to attack whenever they want to, and Jack's gonna have to withstand those hits.
And you bring up the trick up his sleeve. He does actually have the move trick on Golden Go, right? Which, of course, Grimmsnarl is not going to be choice locked into clicking light screen or reflect or something like that. So it's something Jack has to be prepared for. Game 1 of top 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships. One of these 2 trainers will be in the finals. Cary D'Ortona, Roaring Moon, and Landers Incarnate versus Jack Clark, Grimmsnarl's Golden Go.
To Golden Go's credit, it can terrestrialize into a dragon type, and Breaking Swipe is not the most powerful move in the metagame in terms of dragon type attacks. It's certainly no Regidrago, so it's possible it can take a hit or 2 from that, and it will then be able to resist Landorus's attacks a little bit better, but already Jack is off on the back foot here. Grimmsnarl can opt to set up light screen here to make it able to take those hits from the Landorus a little bit better, but still, he's in a responsive position, whereas Cary is able to set the pace immediately, like I was saying. Grimmsnarl immediately threatened by Sludge Wave. Roaring Moon immediately able to get the speed in his favor. So Cary already going to go right on the offense.
Golden Go swapping out here on turn 1 for Jack. Going to bring the Roaring Moon to match. Now remember, as Gabby said, these 2 Roaring Moons have different boosts on their booster energy. Cary having the speed boost and Jack having the attack boost. Going to be doing more damage if it's given that chance. First terrestrialization of this top 4 matchup, and is Cary opting out of that Dragon Dark type to become a Terra Poison in this matchup. Now resisting the Spirit Break, but before he was 4 times weak to Fairy, now you resist Fairy attacks here. Reflect getting set up for the Grimmsnarl there, and then hit on the switch in is going to be resisted. So really nice defensive switch. Roaring Moon sticking on the field at around half HP, but now Grimmsnarl was able to freely click the other screen if you would like.
But also can just paralyze the Roaring Moon as it's no longer a dark type Pokemon. So that is a big risk for Cary. It could be an opportunity for Jack to remove the Tailwind pressure from the field. It's a big risk for Cary. You remove the opportunity for Spirit Break to deal a lot of damage to that Pokemon at the potential cost of your speed control.
Now the Landers on the other end still fully healthy, and we've seen so much damage from Landers Incarnate this week, and we'll see how it works out. Jack clicking the other screen, so now for the next 8 turns, going to be taking half damage from Cary's Pokemon. Tailwind on his end, doubling Cary's Pokemon's speeds in the next 4 turns. Roaring Moon does hang on, and Grimmsnarl doesn't take any damage. You don't need screens if you're just going to dodge the Sandstorm anyway.
Exactly, and now Grimmsnarl has its 2 screens up. It can start going on the, I'm going to say on the offense with the Thunder Wave or possibly the Spirit Break, but realistically speaking here, it still is going to be in a bit of a defensive position. The Roaring Moon is the primary attacker for Jack here. If he wants to go on the offense with it, knowing that Tailwind is set up on the field, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jack go for a Protect this turn, as it is available to him. You can just get through that first Tailwind turn. Let Grimmsnarl maybe try to get a KO onto the opposing Landorus with Spirit Break. We saw how much damage it did in previous games. It's possible it could just get a knockout here.
Yeah, definitely with that last game when it was getting really big big hits into his opponent, but now we'll see if Jack can make it through these tailwind turns for Cary. Protecting Roaring Moon, doesn't want to take a super effective breaking a swipe and also lowering his attack, so he can keep itself healthy. Grimmsnarl obviously immune to the dragon attack, but the earth power into Grimmsnarl, you wonder how, if it would have knocked out if the Sandseer Storm connected on the last turn. But another one added to the list. That's now 4 KOs we've seen on stream for Jack's Grimmsnarl.
Cary could have also been anticipating a return of the Golden Go there. You know, maybe you switch out the Grimmsnarl, try and save it for later on in the matchup when it could reset the screens if the game goes that long. But overall, we've seen how Jack likes to keep his Pokemon on the field and just let them get KO'd so that he can bring his other Pokemon in safely. I think keeping the Grimmsnarl in there was a great choice for him. Now, I think you still are in that same position, knowing what Pokemon you have in the back. You do still have a couple of turns of Tailwind to get through. If you let your Pokemon get knocked out, that's just one less turn of Tailwind that they have to deal with moving forwards.
Right, 2 turns of Tailwind remaining on Cary's end. Roaring Moon, any type of attack will knock it out. Grimmsnarl is also very low and threatened from a potential Make It Rain on the other end from Cary's Golden Go. Jack going for the double protect, only 30% chance and does not get it. But Grimmsnarl with a Thunder Wave into the now Poison type on Roaring Moon means it's no longer immune to that and has the chance to get paralyzed every single turn. It does break through, but the knockoff being resisted means it does really hardly any damage to that Dark type Grimmsnarl. But it doesn't matter as long as Golden Go can get a double KO.
Exactly, and once again, Cary covering for a possible switch in that Grimmsnarl spot. If you catch the Pokemon on the switch, you get rid of its item, and then already that's something that Jack has less of to, you know, help him win through this end game. And it's a very tough end game for Jack, knowing that both the Roaring Moon and the Golden Go are at full health in this position. He does have 2 Pokemon that are able to protect themselves this turn, so there is that. Knowing that the Roaring Moon is paralyzed is certainly going to help, but I think the big question on my mind is how is this Ogerpon going to find an opportunity to go for a Swords Dance, because you really want that offensive pressure in this position to start gaining your momentum back.
And there is the worry that if you do double protect this turn with both of your Pokemon, Roaring Moon still is around the next turn to, if it breaks through paralysis, reset up the Tailwind.
Exactly, and that Golden Go as well, if you do go for the double protect, it could switch out so it can come back later without its special attack dropped and go for a different powerful attack thanks to those choice specs.
So we'll see what Jack can do, down 2 Pokemon to 3 here in Game 1. Cary will reveal that 4th Pokemon in the back by swapping Golden Go out, wanting to reset the special attack drop as well here. And Amoon gets a very bulky Pokemon, does not mind switching onto the field in this spot. Jack going to protect the Golden Go, and now Breaking Swipe from Roaring Moon is only going to hit into the Ogerpon Wellspring here. Not doing too much damage, but does crucially get an attack drop. Right now, Ogerpon Wellspring is immune to any redirection from Amoonguss or a Spore, since it is a grass type, and it's going to be a +1 on the Wellspring because of that attack drop from Breaking Swipe.
Exactly, so the big question here is, can Ivy Cudgel plus an attack from this Golden Go pick up the KO on Roaring Moon before it can potentially reset Tailwind, as Ogerpon should naturally be faster than the opposing Golden Go while Tailwind is not in play. The Amoonguss is a nice Pokemon to have for Cary for that redirection factor. It's really forcing Jack's Golden Go to opt for either the Nasty Plot or the Make It Rain here, depending on how confident he is in damage. But with this very passive play from Jack, I'm wondering if this is just, wow, okay.
Never punished. Roaring Moon can't click Tailwind if it gets paralyzed, and you get to Nasty Plot for free as well. Double, or adding onto your special attack there by 2 stages. Now you have a boosted Ogerpon, you have a boosted Golden Go as well.
And Cary trying to call the Terastallization on the Ogerpon by going for the Spore in that slot. So Cary just not getting anything he wanted that turn. But we're still in a tough spot because the Roaring Moon can still go for a Tailwind or a Breaking Swipe to bring the Ogerpon back down to neutral attack.
That is true. You do also have to wonder, since Ogerpon only has water and grass attacks, how many Swords Dance boosts are you actually going to need to start doing, you know, manageable damage to the Amoonguss?
Well, I don't think the Ogerpon is here for the Amoonguss at this point in time. I think the Amoonguss and the Golden Go are really the two Pokemon that are going to be facing down against each other.
Protect from the Roaring Moon here, gonna keep it safe from the Make It Rain. This is a spread attack, no choice specs boost, right? This is a Citrus Berry, but you do have the Nasty Plot, means it is not enough for a one-hit KO, but that is a lot into the Amoonguss. It will activate its Citrus Berry, recovering 25% HP, so going back to just roughly a little under half HP. And the Sludge Bomb into Ogerpon is super effective and does land the poison here. Now Ogerpon is on a timer over the next few turns, going to be ticking down from the poison.
It's on a little bit of a timer, as it does have Horn Leech, which, if it can connect with a Pokemon that it doesn't resist a grass type attack, which is kind of impossible at this point in time, it might be able to buy an extra turn for it. So it's going to put a little bit more pressure on the board, but overall, I do think that the Nasty Plot on the Golden Go was the key turn for Jack to get back into this game.
And Amoonguss will swap out into the Golden Go on the other end, one to resist and Make It Rain, but also to give more Regenerator health recovery to the Amoonguss thanks to its ability. Goes for the Protect, but will fail, and now a Ivy Cudgel into Roaring Moon brings it down very low, and certainly low enough for Make It Rain to finish off the Roaring Moon.
Going for the Protect there, probably hoping that one more tick of poison damage onto that Ogerpon would put it into range from a knockout from Breaking Swipe, or possibly even a knockoff at that point. So overall, a very safe play from Cary there, just trying to position the Golden Go so...
Light Screen wearing off on this turn. At this current moment, Amoonguss will swap back onto the field. There are two Golden Goes, and one of them's holding a Choice Specs, and there's no Light Screen remaining.
That is very true. That is very true, Joe, and it's going to be knocking out the Ogerpon regardless. I think more critical is what move is it going to be locking into, because if it locks into Make It Rain, I don't think it's going to have enough firepower to outpace the Nasty Plot on Jack's own Golden Go. But then if you look at the other attacks it has, Shadow Ball or Trick is probably very tempting here, as you could potentially trap it into a move on Jack's side of the field. If you could trap it into Nasty Plot, possibly, that would be incredible. And it's honestly possible, depending on how this Golden Go is trained and what typing it remains into, Shadow Ball could pick up a one-hit knockout.
And this is one of the few Ogerpon Wellsprings in the tournament that don't have redirection, right? It's Swords Dance as the fourth attack instead of Follow Me. So now Jack decides to terrestrialize Terra Dragon on this Golden Go. It's already gotten one Nasty Plot boost and doing so much damage here in this game. Cary will redirect any single target attacks towards the Amoonguss, but because it's a grass type, it won't be redirected, and the critical hit on Ivy Cudgel takes down Golden Go.
It is now just Jack's own Golden Go left to target down the opposing Amoonguss with that single target Make It Rain.
And with only Sludge Bomb as an attack, it's not going to be doing too much damage into this Golden Go. That will certainly be able to take it down there. Reflect wearing off. We don't see VGC matches going 7, 8, 9 turns too often, but Jack seems to consistently make it happen.
But Cary was able to bring him down to this point, and I think that's something that Jack has to be very careful about going into game number 2. Cary will forfeit this game number 1 to give Jack the win, but overall, Cary was able to stay in the game for a very long time. It really was those couple of calls that Jack made that gave him the advantage in the end.
Jack Clark coming from across the pond and is one game away from making the finals of the Toronto Regional Championship. I think Grimmsnarls continues to be an absolute menace in this top cut. It's getting knockout after knockout, and we even had that crucial paralysis when presumably Cary went for a tailwind.
And even if he didn't go for a Tailwind, that little bit of extra damage onto the Ogerpon that turn could have been the difference from it getting KO'd, so it could not crit the Golden Go in that endgame.
Seeing in the replays here, clicking Swords Dance and Nasty Plot, it's something that we talked about in his prior stream match. that having access to boosting your damage output while you are also simultaneously mitigating your opponent's damage with Light Screen and Reflect, it's a real devious combination.
It is, but Cary now has some information about what kind of difference those screens make overall. And going into this game number 2, I would be very careful if I were Jack, because the surprise is gone. You know just how much damage to expect from your Choice Specs Golden Go. You know how much damage to expect from the Landorus. You know the difference between Earth Power and Sanseer Storm, like you called out in one of those turns. That's going to be very important as we start this game too.
Let's see if Cary can force a game 3 or if Jack will be in the finals after this match. Roaring Moon Grimmsnarl for Jack and a Roaring Moon of Cary's own next to the Golden Go.
But critically here, the Golden Go after a Tailwind boost should be able to outspeed that Grimmsnarl if it decides to go for an attack. So Grimmsnarl will have the opportunity to utilize that Prankster ability to set up some defenses for itself, but as a result of that, when it decides to go for an attack, eventually the Golden Go will be able to connect a Make It Rain first. So Jack has to be very careful about how he approaches the speed control in this matchup to sort of match the Tailwind that Cary is probably very tempted to go for right off the bat.
Right, and Jack's Roaring Moon more offensively minded with an attack boost compared to Cary, more utility with a speed boost there. They both do have access to Tailwind, but because of dynamic speed, if Roaring Moon on Cary's end goes first, that will boost Golden Go speed as well.
And one other thing to keep an eye out for here is the fact that Golden Go on Cary's side of the field has Dazzling Gleam. That's going to do so much damage to the opposing Roaring Moon. Jack has to respect it.
You have to get out of that Dragon typing if you're threatened by either 1, the Breaking Swipes, or 2, the Dazzling Gleams from Cary's Golden Go. And Cary will match the Terrestrialization as well. So we have a Terra Flying on Roaring Moon and Terra Fairy Golden Go. Choice Specs and Dazzling Gleam being boosted from the Fairy typing as well should do a lot of damage. Some of that will be mitigated thanks to the Light Screen for the next 8 turns on Jack's end. And there is the Tailwind from Cary. So because of the speed, now his team is going to be faster for the next 4 turns, including right here and now. Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam into super effective on Grimmsnarl, just pretty much half, but because of the Terrestrialization, eats that like a champ and responds by knocking off the Choice Specs.
But look at how critical those Terrestrializations were. The Roaring Moon on Jack's side and the Golden Go on Cary's side were able to stick around as a result. Now, Grimmsnarl is in a position for Jack where I think it has to go for the Reflect this turn. There is no opportunity to connect a Thunder Wave with the opposing Roaring Moon, and if you do try and go for a Spirit Break, I think the amount of damage you're going to be taking from that Dazzling Gleam and a possible double up from the opposing Roaring Moon, that's just too risky. You're probably going to get knocked out at that point in time. And just, again, how valuable the Reflect was in the long game, time and time again. You cannot take that risk. Whereas now Cary can just keep going on the offense. There's nothing stopping you from going for just another attack.
We know Grimmsnarl was definitely going to go for the Reflect that turn because you want to set it up. You want to mitigate physical and special damage. Breaking Swipe doesn't affect Grimmsnarl. It does hit the Roaring Moon, but really for not a lot of damage thanks to the Reflect being set up. Make It Rain is a spread attack into both, getting the knockout into Grimmsnarl. We're not going to see a 5th KO, unfortunately, this game for the Grimmsnarl, but instead, now Jack can bring something else in as Roaring Moon goes for Tailwind. The next 3 turns, it's going to have his speed doubled on his side, either the Golden Go or Ogerpon Wellspring.
And the speeds are now at least matched for a couple of turns, and Jack will have the opportunity to have one critical turn where his Pokemon are guaranteed to be faster, but you have to time that turn really well. Ogerpon taking the field here is great if it's able to get that Sword Stance up, but it's going to be taking a lot of damage potentially in response. The Roaring Moon on Cary's side of the field can also just start removing those attack boosts with Breaking Swipe like we saw in game number 1. And honestly, the Golden Go on his side of the field as well is probably free to keep attacking and to take out that Roaring Moon at this point. Yes, it has taken the attack drop from Make It Rain, but given how low health that Roaring Moon is, I wouldn't be surprised if it's able to pick up the KO.
Roaring Moon on Cary's end is going to get the Breaking Swipe, bringing it down into the red, but not enough for a knockout. into Roaring Moon. Gonna be able to stick around and go for a Terraflying Acrobatics in the other end, but because of the Breaking Swipe, it does not do enough. Ogerpon doesn't care about Breaking Swipe when you can click Swords Dance and boost your attack by 2 stages. Now Cary will be able to Shadow Ball into the Ogerpon, but that is really not too much. It does get a special defense drop though.
It does, and that will be important for Cary later on in the match. But for now, though, you're still in a position where you really want to just keep putting the damage pressure down on Jack so that when your Tailwind expires, you are in a spot where that one turn when the Ogerpon will be faster than your Pokemon isn't as detrimental as it could be.
See, the Roaring Moon is -2 attack on Jack's end. Currently, Ogerpon Wellspring is +1 from 1 Breaking Swipe, and then combined with the +2 on Swords Dance. So you're really going to be relying a lot on Ogerpon right now to do most of your damage.
Exactly, and I think what Jack is struggling with right now is trying to figure out if it's better to let the Roaring Moon go down and get the Pokemon in the back of his party in without taking damage, or if it's better to just wait and see what happens. For sure, take the Protects while you have them, but a switch would be a really tough call to make.
This is the last turn of Tailwind on Cary's end, so he will go for a Protect and a Spiky Shield. The Breaking Swipe not going to do any damage, as well as we see the Shadow Ball targeting down the Ogerpon spot yet again. But now, since Roaring Moon's still on the field, nothing really stopping Cary from trying to reset up the Tailwind.
And we saw the knockoff going into the Roaring Moon as well. Cary just covering, again, that potential switch into the Roaring Moon spot, knowing that if a Pokemon were to come into that spot, removing that item would be super important. So Jack is still on the back foot right now, and I would love to see him just try and double into the opposing Roaring Moon and hope that you can catch it without a Protect. Maybe your opponent gets a little bit greedy, but the Protect is such a safe play here. I really respect that Cary went for it.
Acrobatics into that Protect on Cary's end, wants to keep the Roaring Moon as healthy as he can. So now Horn Leech from Ogerpon. Oh, it was a double target into the Protect. No damage from Jack's Pokemon on this turn. And now Cary can go for the Shadow Ball into the low health Roaring Moon for the knockout.
Exactly. Like, you have to hope that your opponent just makes a little bit of a trip up there and decides to try and just go on the offense anyways. Maybe anticipating that you're anticipating the Protect. You go for a Swords Dance on the Ogerpon or something similar, and then you're able to, you know, go for big damage. And unfortunately, though, Cary just making the very safe play here is now free to reset up Tailwind. I think Golden Go probably needs to consider switching out at some point, given how many special attack drops it has. But overall, knowing that it does have that Shadow Ball and is going to be in a very good position relative to Jack's own Golden Go right now, depending on what Pokemon Cary has in the back, I don't think you necessarily have to risk that switch right now. You can wait to see how Jack's approaching this end game before you make that call.
And that's the thing, I mean, the information advantage is so massive on Cary's end right now because he hasn't even revealed his 2 Pokemon in the back compared to Jack being down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Exactly, and the fact that Cary was able to identify this lead and just how oppressive it is has completely turned this set on its head.
Golden Go will Protect on this turn for Jack, but of course Cary clicking Tailwind. Now that Jack cannot match the speeds, that means Cary's Pokemon will be faster. Here's another Shadow Ball into the -1 special defense on the Ogerpon, and it will go for the Horn Leech. That does pretty solid damage because of a critical hit for your Roaring Moon down into the red, and very important healing to the point where I definitely not, bar your critical hit, a Shadow Ball into Ogerpon would not be enough.
And that's going to be important too, as Terrestrialization is still on the board for Jack. And if you want to assume that there's more special attackers in the back of Cary's party, you know, getting that health back and then being able to boost your special defense 1 stage to offset that drop could be an important endgame position, but you do have to find your way there. I think the thing that Jack's struggling with right now is the fact that the Roaring Moon on Cary's side of the field has knockoff and is guaranteed to be faster. And this, if it wasn't for this double Protect on Golden Go, it was probably going to go down this turn.
Oh, the frustration on Cary's end, seeing that double Protect working 30% of the time. That takes the knockoff, not doing any damage here. Now Golden Go with the Shadow Ball into the Protect as well. Cary gets no damage. Now Ogerpon can heal up even more, bringing Golden Go down to a sliver of HP. That one Swords Dance so many turns ago has been so massive for Jack.
And Jack targeting based off of who would give him more health rather than which KO was more important. And I love that because this, again, is more ways to stall through Tailwind. I don't think you can count on the triple protect. I feel like that is a little bit risky, even for my taste personally, but you never know. It worked twice, and you are still in the same position you are the previous turn, where a double up into this Golden Go should be enough to pick up the knockout, but we'll have to see how the damage rolls.
Knockoff into Golden Go does over 50% and gets rid of the Citrus Berry. No recovery for Jack's Golden Go here. But he doesn't double into the Golden Go, instead spreading his 2 attacks around, and the Horn Leech finally knocks out this Roaring Moon, as there will be one more turn of Tailwind remaining. But now Cary can switch one of his 2 Pokemon from the back in the next turn. Here is a Make It Rain to finally get rid of Cary's Golden Go.
You said one of the 2. We're gonna get down to 2v2 here as Cary's forced to reveal his final 2 Pokemon.
Ogerpon has just been so crucial in this matchup now. Again, even if he loses this, even if Jack loses this game 2, he's gained so much information by getting those 2 knockouts, forcing Cary to reveal the last 2. It is Landorus Incarnate in the back and Urshifu, as the light screen did expire too, which is pretty huge, because remember, Ogerpon still has that special defense drop.
It still has that special defense drop, and while it is not terrestrialized, the Urshifu cannot use water-type attacks against it, but I think unfortunately here, the downside to this position is that without redirection, the Urshifu can still go for the Surging Strikes into the Golden Go. That being said, though, Golden Go is safe to protect this turn if it wants to, and if the Golden Go protects and the Urshifu attacks into it, yes, it'll break through, but it will leave the Urshifu susceptible to another Horn Leech to heal the Ogerpon back up to full.
Right, which would be super effective, and that +1 attack going to be doing a lot of damage. We'll see how the speeds break out if Jack can get through the Tailwind, but for now, Cary is faster, so that means Jack is going to go for a protect onto each of his Pokemon here. The only one that can break through, obviously, is Urshifu's Unseen Fist, but the Sandsear Storm is a spread attack, so we know that that is what Cary is prioritizing, spread damage onto these 2 Pokemon. And then it's close combat into Ogerpon, and it brings it down to 19 HP.
All right, big question now here is, now that Tailwind is gone, how much training in speed is there on that Landorus? Because depending on how these Pokemon are trained, there is a world where this Ogerpon is naturally faster than that Landorus, and it can just take it down with an Ivy Cudgel.
Right, and with this Ogerpon having Swords Dance compared to Follow Me, you could presume that Jack has a little more speed invested than the normal Wellspring.
Exactly, and the Golden Go still is a piece in play here as well. And
45 seconds left on your time as well.
Oh my goodness.
Jack said there's not going to be many turns left in this game. This might be the final turn.
Here we go.
Ogerpon's faster! Horn Leech into the drop defenses, and that is going to be so much health recovery for this Ogerpon Wellspring. Now it is just Landorus Incarnate remaining. It went for a Sincere Storm on the prior turn. Is it going to go for that? No, it's Sludge Bomb! Instead, getting rid of Ogerpon. Finally, Jack down to just his Golden Go. A 1v1, one knockout away from the finals. Single target Make It Rain does 50%, but the diminishing returns means that even if he did get a chance to attack next turn, it wouldn't get the knockout.
Landorus now free to go for an Earth Power to connect with this Golden Go for the knockout. I think we're getting a game number 3.
Oh, this is so stressful. Even though Cary is getting this knockout, you can see on his face just how nervous he is. He knows he's forced to game 3, and now one of these 2 incredible trainers is gonna have to win the most stressful match of their career.
What a tough call to make at that end game as well, right? Because you know that the Ogerpon, if it is faster, which we did get confirmation of, it was more than capable of picking up the knockout on the Urshifu or the Landorus. And I love how Cary just went on the offense with both of those Pokemon. It's possible we saw a close combat and a Sludge Bomb into that Pokemon just to ensure it's knocked out, as if you do get it down to the 1v1 versus the Golden Go, go, I think the Urshifu and the Landorus are more than capable of outpacing damage.
What, you know, and just seeing how important one Swords Dance is. A move that can really flip the script in this matchup, even with Breaking Swipe, even with getting hit through your spiky shield because of Unseen Fist. As long as the Horned Leech can do so much, that's something that Cary, even though he won the game, it got really dicey. So I would love to see what Cary's adjustment is into this Wellspring.
Well, if you think about it though, Cary's adjustment in game number 2 for the lead was perfect. You know, he put so much board pressure down with the Terra Fairy Golden Go that Jack was forced to terrestrialize his Roaring Moon into a flying type Pokemon and honestly never really got payoff from it. You know, it was able to stick around for a couple of turns, but it just didn't really feel like that was what he was hoping for. It kept the Ogerpon from terrestrializing as well. It kept the Golden Go from terrestrializing into a Dragon Pokemon in that end game. And overall, I think just forced a board state that Jack really was not happy with.
Let's see what happens here. Game 3 between Jack Clark and Cary D'Ortona. One of these two will be in the finals of the Toronto Regional Championships. Cary leading with his Roaring Moon and Golden Go, and a Roaring Moon on Jack's end as well with the Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl literally only made it through 2 turns last game. Yeah, it was just for Light Screen, just for Reflect, and then it gets knocked out, gets out of the way to let Ogerpon Wellspring deal with the rest.
Yeah, but now we're running back what we saw in game number 2, and it just didn't quite work out for Jack. He needs to find another way through this lead that doesn't involve using his terrestrialization. You could certainly try and switch in a Pokemon that can take a Fairy type attack a little bit better. You can use your Protect the Scout here, but you're still gonna have to worry about the next turn.
And you also currently can't Thunder Wave either of Cary's Pokemon, right? Because the Dark type immune to Prankster, and then Golden Go's ability cannot be status. Protect from Jack's Roaring Moon, and now Cary will Tailwind on his end, doubling the team's speed.
Oh no!
This is super effective with the Make It Rain Choice Specs boosted as well.
Oh!
Almost enough for a one-hit KO, but not enough. That means with Grimmsnarl's Prankster, he can set up his other screen next turn before it gets knocked out.
So once again, we're in a position where this Grimmsnarl is going to be able to get 2 attacks and then be knocked out. But Golden Go is not locked into a Fairy type attack, which means Roaring Moon is no longer pressured to terrestrialize. And this will open up the opportunity for Jack's Roaring Moon to at least do something. It can try and match the Tailwinds if that's something that Jack wants to prioritize, knowing the Pokemon in the back of his party really need that speed, I guess, match into the advantage. Or he could go straight for a knockoff into the Golden Go to try to remove it.
Right, to get rid of, do massive damage and get rid of the Choice Specs, which is really doing a lot. But the Breaking Swipe here is not going to be hit by Grimmsnarl. It's a Fairy type, and it does some solid damage into Roaring Moon and also crucially lowering its attack. Here is the Make It Rain follow-up, taking out Grimmsnarl and bringing down Roaring Moon to under 50%, but crucially, it does hang on through this turn to respond with an attack of his own, and Jack has not used the terrestrialization yet, just like you were talking about. But it's just an acrobatics into the Roaring Moon. Just wanted some chip damage.
I think also just afraid of the Golden Go switching out or possibly terrestrializing, because once you remove the Choice Specs, Golden Go can switch its attack. And then once it can switch its attack, it can go for the Dazzling Gleam and deal big damage. As long as it's locked into Make It Rain, that's dropping its special attack, Ogerpon can go for a Swords Dance relatively unthreatened.
And now in this game, difference, no Shadow Ball special defense drop, and terrestrialization is still available. So it feels like Jack is very well primed at some point to terrestrialize Wellspring in this game, get a special defense boost, and get rid of your Sludge Bomb weakness to Landorus as well.
Exactly.
So let's see what happens here. Breaking Swipe on the switch in, but not going to matter onto the Golden Go as it's a special attacker. And Ogerpon has its own way of boosting its attack with a Swords Dance eventually. And the Make It Rain is just such little damage, even with a Choice Spec, when you click it 3 turns in a row. And there is Jack clicking the Swords Dance to bring his attack back up to +1.
And great positioning there as well, because the Ogerpon on the field meant that Cary had to respect the Swords Dance and could not risk going for a knockoff into the Roaring Moon like we saw him do in previous games, allowing the Golden Go to take the field perfectly safe. Now you do have to worry about this position because you will be taking super effective damage from a knockoff, and if you don't terrestrialize or protect, that's probably going to result in a KO from that Roaring Moon, but you're at least on the field and you have the choice to make make that play optimal.
Cary finally swaps the Golden Go out as his -3 special attack. You want to reset that, have your choice specs Pokemon do way more damage, and he will protect his Roaring Moon on this turn from an attack. Urshifu, Rapid Strike getting onto the field. That could have been scary if the Horn Leech went into the Urshifu, but fortunately for Cary, it went towards the protect. Now make it rain into a resisted water Pokemon on the other end. Means that Urshifu's going to take that really well.
But it could honestly be in knockout range from a Horn Leech now, as we saw just how much damage it did in game number 1. And with Tailwind expiring, Cary has to make a very tough call here. Do you set up Tailwind again, or do you try and knock out the Golden Go?
And could Cary be baiting a potential Horn Leech into that slot right by Golden Go re-switching back in? Here's a nice juicy water type here for you, Ogerpon, and actually it gets going to be resisted on the switch.
Exactly. So Cary really has a nice mind game set up here for Jack to try and call. Let's see what happens.
Urshifu will terrestrialize into the fire typing, now resisting a Horn Leech into this position here. Terra Fire Urshifu on that end. Tailwind from Roaring Moon setting it up yet again. Count how many Tailwinds we've seen from Roaring Moons in this set as a whole. And the Surging Strikes into Golden Go. It's going to be 3 straight critical hits, but looking like how the first 2 did, and especially obviously after its Citrus Berry recovery, will not be enough for a knockout. You're not too worried about Golden Go's damage, especially if it goes for a Make It Rain as a fire type here, but you did get it low enough. And the Horn Leech was the call, so Cary knew Terra Fire, don't give him that much recovery.
Yeah, and now the recovery is nice on this on this Ogerpon. The Nasty Plot is nice on this Golden Go. I just don't necessarily see a world where you can use it because exactly, you're so slow, and the Urshifu will break through any attempt to protect. And you could try and just switch out the Golden Go, but then you're going to lose the special attack boost first of all, and second of all, you're going to have to come back on the field and try and find positioning again later, which is just a very tough spot to be in.
Such a difficult position when 2 players here in top 4. This is one of the most stressful environments they've ever seen. The furthest either of these 2 have made it in the Masters Division. They know one turn could be the difference between celebration and disaster. Breaking Swipe hitting both of the Pokemon, but hardly for any damage. Ogerpon Wellspring going back down to neutral attack. There is the Surging Strike, which obviously will be enough to follow it up. So the question on Jack's end is, what can Ogerpon Wellspring do at this point? It really has not felt too pressured from any of Cary's Pokemon so far in this matchup. It's been just sticking on the field the whole time. But it's Ivy Cudgel into the Fire type Urshifu for the KO.
All right, that's one more Pokemon down for each of these trainers, and while Jack is down to his final 2 Pokemon, Cary still does have the ability to switch Pokemon around, which is absolutely key, knowing that one of his final Pokemon is that Golden Go, which is still holding the choice specs and is still at full health. Cary can take an opportunity to lock into a move, see if it works out, and if it doesn't, you are more than free to switch that Pokemon out and have it come back in later in a more optimal position. That being said though, now that the Urshifu is gone, Ogerpon is more than free to terrestrialize to get that special defense boost, which might honestly be Jack's best opportunity to get back into this game.
Waiting for the right time for Ogerpon Wellspring to terrestrialize, becoming a pure water type, and with that Embody aspect ability, boosting its special defense by 1 stage, effectively countering out the choice specs on Cary's Golden Go there. Roaring Moon for Jack will protect, want to stay healthy, want to be able to try to match the Tailwinds once it expires on Cary's end. Breaking Swipe is going to hit into the Ogerpon. That's the 3rd time it'll have its attack drop, so it's currently -1 because of that Swords Dance from earlier. So at some point, Jack is going to have to boost its damage back up. And the Shadow Ball does get another special defense drop, 2 games in a row. Swords Dance to counteract the Breaking Swipes. I really thought it made a lot of sense for the Ogerpon to go for Swords Dance. Again, you're +1, but the special defense is really negating the terrestrialization.
It's negating the terrestrialization. This is the final turn of Light Screen, and Tailwind is still active on the opposing side of the field. Ogerpon is going to have to take an attack or two before it's able to return an attack on its own. Cary has found this perfect combination of the Golden Go and the Roaring Moon to break through Jack's incredible defenses.
It's almost as if Cary is the one playing the slower matchup because of the Light Screen and Reflect wanting to wait for it. Breaking Swipe brings both of Jack's Pokemon into the red. Anything into those slots will be more than enough for the knockout, and Cary decides Shadow Ball into Roaring Moon. Now you can never set up the Tailwind to match my speed. Cary also has one Pokemon still in the bag, so it's 3-1. Ogerpon versus the world, but no Hornleech recovery, just an Ivy Cudgel into the Roaring Moon. No critical hit means no knockout, and Cary's one turn away from the finals.
That Ogerpon really needed to recover some health there, but unfortunately, it's time for Tailwind to be set up once again.
Tailwind boosting the speed and carrying Cary D'Ortona into the finals of the Toronto Regional Championship.
Cary just giving an absolute masterclass on how to respond to what your opponent brings to the table. Golden Go and Roaring Moon. You know, Roaring Moon, one of the most underestimated Pokemon coming into the tournament this weekend, just absolutely shining in that matchup, being able to stay on the field. Those breaking swipes were absolutely critical in that matchup, and really just showcasing why it is a Pokemon you cannot count out in Regulation F.
It felt like for so much of Game 3 there, Gabby, that Ogerpon really was completely unbothered by the breaking swipes, right? But it was just so much, it was the tick over time, the amount of continual breaking swipes that was just too big for Ogerpon to break through.
Well, it wasn't just the fact that it was the little bit of damage over time. I think it was the fact that the breaking swipes stopped Sword Stance. Because Ogerpon and really Jack's entire team is built around Sword Dance or Nasty Plot, being able to boost those two Pokemon so then they can go do what they do best and get those big hits, do that big damage. And because Breaking Swipe was able to really shut down the Ogerpon, and there was no opportunity for Golden Go, just given the Pokemon that Cary had in that matchup, unfortunately, Ogerpon just did not find the openings it needed.
Yeah, really impressive gameplay, though, that we saw from Jack on his multiple matches here this weekend. But Cary D'Ortona absolutely masterfully played with his team there. That was so much fun. Shout outs to also adjusting to Urshifu with Terra Fire, right? That was something that you would be very brave to turn into a fire type in front of a water Ogerpon like that, but it worked out.
I know, that was such an incredible read. There were some incredible reads from both those trainers in that matchup. It was so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see who is going to be facing Cary in the finals. But before then, let's get a little recap from A to Zhang.
Thank you very much. Cary has now advanced to the finals. If you've heard me on cast throughout this season, last season, I've always said I think Cary's basically win at regionals feels inevitable, and he is now just one game away from doing it, having played against him before. Super, super impressive, and Jack put up an amazing fight in that one. I don't have that much time, so let's just break things down for you. Let's talk about this matchup. Jack, I think one of the most unique team builders to come out from Europe. He has top cut events with all kinds of different really, really unique Pokemon, whether it be things like Drifblim or Toxtricity, and of course running one of the most unique teams in this tournament, the Okidogi, which was so clutch in his previous set. Of course, also running Pokemon like Entei, which are not very common. So I want to talk a little bit mainly about the big picture of the matchup, because there were, of course, a lot of different individual turns. So what is the kind of dynamic of this, right? For Jack's team, he really likes getting a lot of setup off with the Ogerpon and the Golden Go, and it's about saying, look, I don't care that you're faster than me because I can set up screens with Grimmsnarl. Now, one of the best approaches in beating Grimmsnarl often is to use opposing Golden Go, right? Because first of all, you've got that super effective Make It Rain, you've also got that Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam, and so Cary in games 2 and 3 basically adjusts by bringing the Roaring Moon and the Golden Go, which is super nice in shutting down Grimmsnarl. I think as we dive into the game a little bit, the main thing to call out here is, you know, at end of game 1, I think, or game 1 in general, Jack has like pretty good control and manages to position his Ogerpon super nicely. To me, Ogerpon kind of feels like the main primary win condition in this set. The Golden Go, of course, can set up that Nasty Plot as well, but Ogerpon, as we saw, is very speedy, right? Can outpace the Landorus and the Urshifu to outside of Tailwind. So if you're able to get the Ogre Pawn out, it can ignore this redirection support from the Amoonguss as well, and just dish out massive amounts of damage. You know, the Amoonguss here just showcases how it can't really offer too much in the matchup, depending on the positioning, right? And with Jack consistently, I think, depending on both the Ogre Pawn and the Golden Go, ends up actually getting dropped in the subsequent games. But the end of game 1 to me highlighted, hey, Ogre Pawn is a really, really big threat, and if you're Cary, you got to find ways to, you know, shut it down, right? So we end up seeing kind of the adaptation to Breaking Swipe with the Roaring Moon in the subsequent games. I want to talk about turn 1 from both games 2 and 3, because we saw the exact same leads in games 2 and 3, but it played out very differently. And I would say that Cary got the better end of it both times, giving him a really major advantage. One of the awkward things about this matchup is even if Jack manages to set up Tailwind, like Cary's got a faster Tailwind, right? And I think partially what worked against Jack is throughout the course of this, the Roaring Moon was able to get multiple Tailwinds off throughout the course of the game rather than just one Tailwind. Jack aggressively targeted into the Roaring Moon slot, doubling into it on the last turn of Tailwind, but Cary would just play safe, protect it, and then be able to set up a subsequent Tailwind. So Cary had the speed advantage basically throughout the entire course of this battle, and that's a really big deal because in game 1, Ogre Pawn was able to outspeed the opposing Pokemon towards the end game. So this is turn 1 of game 2, and we see the light screen. You know, light screen I think always kind of just a safe option to click here because otherwise you might just faint. This turn is actually really interesting though, right? Because it ends up being the Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam lock rather than the Make It Rain, and so Grimmsnarl might actually be bulky enough to survive that even without light screen. Then if you get a Spirit Break into the slot, knock out the Roaring Moon, suddenly you then potentially could set up the speed advantage later on in the game. So Cary makes a really nice play, goes for the Fairy Terra, which is both great offensively and defensively, right? And then resists this knockoff as well. Jack was hoping to just get an immediate knockout, push the tempo of the game, but this turn 1 works so well in Cary's favor. Then the other awkward thing, as Gabby mentioned on the broadcast, is when you knock off the Golden Go, you get rid of its items, so now it can, you know, switch its moves, click that Make It Rain as well. And the main thing that's like kind of awkward for Jack is, yeah, you can set up Tailwind, but are you really able to leverage that and get a major speed advantage, right? The key problem now is you need to knock out this Roaring Moon to prevent it from setting up a second Tailwind later on in the battle, but not very easy to do that, right? Because it can, of course, protect. It can also decrease your damage output with Breaking Swipe. Grimmsnarl, of course, pressures with Spirit Break, but now that you've removed the choice specs on the Golden Go, Golden Go has the ability to go for that Make It Rain, right? So Grimmsnarl here decides to just set up a second screen, say, look, I'm gonna have my defenses set up for my team, right? Breaking Swipe comes out, but then the Make It Rain does get the knockout. So I can't stress enough, like the turn 1 by Cary to go for Fairy Terra and go for the Dazzling Gleam was really smart. And then he was actually probably pretty happy losing his choice specs there, being able to switch up the move, have that super effective Make It Rain, and also just dish out a lot of damage into the Roaring Moon, which now no longer is weak to the Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam, right? So the awkward thing here basically for Jack is that he's already given up a lot of resources, and the speed is not working in his favor, right? Yes, he has matched the Tailwind, but you still don't have enough damage pressure onto the Roaring Moon. Like, the main thing here is out of Grimmsnarl, Roaring Moon, Water Ogre Pawn, and Golden Go, if you want to knock out the Roaring Moon, you either have to go for a Spirit Break onto it, right? But that's the beautiful thing about leading Grimmsnarl plus the Roaring Moon. The Golden Go covers for the weakness, right? And so Grimmsnarl doesn't really get the chance to click that Spirit Break. Maybe could have gone for it if you want a hard read on turn 1 and say, I don't think you're going to click the Make It Rain, but it seems kind of wild to click Spirit Break in the front, in face of Make It Rain, right? So Breaking Swipe, such an incredible move throughout the course of this set because it not only, you know, distributes damage, but also is able to weaken the Ogre Pawn to make sure like can't Sword Stance. And you can see that after that, Acrobatics, you know, just not a very powerful move, right? And Roaring Moon isn't typically seen as like the absolute bulkiest of Pokemon, but on these teams, you know, the combination of being really fast plus being able to drop your opponent's attack can be really, really difficult to deal with. So I think basically what ends up happening in this second game is that Jack kind of just keeps giving up resources, tries to get setup going, but doesn't end up really working out super well, right? And the main thing is ultimately does not have the speed advantage. So opposing Tailwind gets stalled out here, but don't get the knockout. And so Roaring Moon protects, crucially making sure like, hey, I know you have the extra turn of Tailwind right now, let me try to stall it out. Stalls out that Tailwind. I think Jack here tries to catch Cary off guard and say, well, if you for some reason give up your Roaring Moon, then I'll get a really big advantage, but ultimately doesn't work out. And then the last thing I want to call out before we jump to our final top 4 game is the beginning of game 3, where it's kind of the same run back with the leads, but instead it's no longer the Fairy Terra, it's just straight up going for the Make It Rain and the Tailwind, right? So once again, I think Cary gets a pretty big advantage after the beginning of the game, and the same fundamental problem exists where the Roaring Moon just hangs on for a little bit too long. And so Carrie's able to set up multiple Tailwinds with it, and it just takes too long for the remainder of Jack's team to deal with the Roaring Moon. So it's tough because I think the Roaring Moon Golden Gold lead was kind of the adjustment and fix things out. But, you know, Jack, I was thinking maybe Okidogi would be pretty cool because you can force, you know, the Terra out of one of the two, and then, for example, Drain Punch into Roaring Moon or Gunk Shot into the Golden Go. So Okidogi in the back, I think, could have been one potential adjustment throughout the course of this set. But ultimately, Carrie played phenomenally, adjusted, and I thought Jack really fought his heart out, and he's been one of the coolest team builders to follow in this game right now. So amazing set, but that's going to be it from me here as we jump into our final top 4 set to see who will be joining Carrie in the finals.
Thank you very much, Aaron. One more match here in top 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships, and quite the match it will be. Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call for one of the biggest potential matches you can have. I think we have a combined 9 regional championships in this top 4 battle.
Yeah, that sounds right. I didn't do the math, but honestly, yeah. I believe the number's higher though, so you can just, you know, increase it by like 10.
Well, it might be if one of these two wins the finals. Let's take a look at the bracket. Paul Chua versus Justin Tang. One of these two facing off against Cary D'Ortona in the finals next.
And what an incredible matchup this is about to be, as both Justin Tang and Paul Chua are some of the most decorated Pokemon trainers of all time.
He added some plushes, and Tornadus is still falling. I'm just throwing it out there.
And he has a Hearthflame mask now too. Okay.
Imagine what he'll have in the finals if he makes it there. But one step at a time, Justin.
One step at a time indeed. And I mean, talking about those accomplishments, 6-time regional champion Paul Chua. We know Justin Tang won the first regional championship that he attended. Most notably, I don't even know what to pick most notably, honestly. I'll give you something that's not on the slide. This is his BFL for championship points this year. If he wants to get any more points, he needs to finish top 4 at a regional again or get top 16 at an international championship.
Yeah,
so that's crazy.
That's your best finish limit, so you can only get your certain amount of points from continuing to do well, and you can only increase it on those certain amount of regionals, right? So he's gonna have to get top 4 or better at the rest of the events for the rest of the season in order to increase his championship points. And when you see how Paul Chua is obviously a great player, but Justin is currently on such an incredible run, 5 consecutive top 8 performances here. And the Regidrago, where he started this weekend, Gabby, as a kind of a Regidrago denier, right? Him and Shiliang Tang, they use it in the GC. Shiliang's all about it. And Justin calls it it's not the greatest Pokemon. He doesn't believe, but now in top 4, we heard him in his interview with Rosemary, Justin Tang's all in on Regidrago.
I think a lot of people are coming around to the Regidrago train, and you can absolutely see why. It's that pairing with the Golden Go in particular. They cover each other so well. They force your opponents to answer them every single game. Gives you the freedom to decide if you want to bring them or not. And if you're in a situation like a game number 1 when you're not sure how your opponent is going to approach the game, I think you're more than free to just bring them both with some speed control, maybe a fake out support Pokemon, and just sort of see how the game is going to play out from there. They have so much offensive pressure they can cover for a less than ideal start to a game.
And now on Paul Chua's team, one of the best trainers of all time, always renowned for his ability to use balance to the best of his abilities, and Calm Mind Raging Bolt screams balance like anything else.
It does, but it screams in the face of a Regidrago, and that's going to be a very difficult Pokemon to stare down. It could always Terrastalize into a Fairy type, but if it gets caught by that Choice Specs Golden Go on just inside of the field, that's going to be a very tough matchup for Paul to power through. I think that's exactly why Paul needs to really consider leaning heavily on his own Ogerpon Hearthflame to counter that Pokemon, and just hope that you can position your Pokemon properly. But that's basically how Paul always plays this game.
It's time to get into this battle, potentially the most anticipated battle of the entire weekend. Paul Chua, one of the greatest trainers of all time, versus Justin Tang, one of the greatest trainers in the Scarlet and Violet era. Justin, Reggie Drago, Rillaboom versus Paul's Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Hearthflame.
And already calling the lead so well on Paul's side of the field, leading the Fluttermane to deal super effective damage to that Reggie Drago, and then leading the Ogerpon, Hearthflame to threaten down that Rillaboom. Now, of course, Justin can go for a fake out into the opposing Hearthflame and buy himself a little bit of time, but this Fluttermane on Paul's side of the field has an opportunity to go for some speed control here, could just try and fire off a Moonblast into that Reggie Drago. Paul has the opportunity to start this game off the way he wants to.
Ogerpon Hearthflame will be the switch in for Justin, so wanting to match fire with fire here. Fake out into Paul's Hearthflame, and a Moonblast will be resisted into the fire typing, so great defensive switch for Justin, hardly taking any damage and stopping Paul from clicking any attacks with fake out.
Exactly, and I love that play from Paul only because you want to try and catch Justin thinking that Paul would not make that play, you know, thinking that, oh, well, maybe I'll go for Icy Wind, maybe I'll do something different there. But instead, Reggie Drago just keeping it safe in the back of your party, sending in the Ogerpon, who not only is going to be able to deal a lot more damage in this position, can also take advantage of the grassy terrain to deal lots of damage to that Fluttermane in a priority tier, ensuring that it'll move first.
Fluttermane from Paul's end will switch out. That means he does lose the speed boost that it got at the beginning of this game. The next time we will see Fluttermane on the field. One of Paul's patented Pokemon, Incineroar, loves using this ever since 2018 when Intimidate Incineroar first came out. Will get the Intimidate, but fortunately Justin is one step ahead by switching his Rillaboom out into Tornadus, and there will be a Terastallization from one of these Ogerpons.
Exactly, and it's actually going to be Justin's Ogerpon, so the Intimidate is negated for now.
Right back to a neutral attack here by the Embody aspect, boosting Ogerpon's attack by one stage, but it is into two fire types on the other end. Paul's Ogerpon goes for an Ivy Cudgel into Tornadus. No crit means no one-hit KO, and now Ogerpon with an Ivy Cudgel in response, but that is resisted. If you can believe it, that's still a lot of really good damage thanks to the crit.
But again, a great switch there from Paul, sending in the Incineroar to take that hit in place of Fluttermane. Had that connected with the Fluttermane, especially knowing it ended up critical hitting, that probably would have been a KO there. So still playing very safe, playing very defensively, and now can go for an attack into this Tornadus as Terastallization was just used up, and Justin's Tornadus is holding a Focus Sash, so you can flinch it this turn. And you could also then use your Ogerpon to try and start whittling down the damage on the opposing Ogerpon. This is also a great opportunity for Paul to consider going for a Sword Stance if he wants to try and get his own offensive power starting to build on his side of the field. He has a couple of options here. You do have to worry about, you know, maybe another Ivy Cudgel going into that spot, but overall, Paul is in the lead.
Reggie Drago swapping onto the field into that Tornadus spot. So you got to remember, Tornadus is very low HP for the rest of this game and wants to preserve it later for potential tailwind. And now Paul swapping Incineroar into the Raging Bolt there. Grassy Glide has priority, but into a Dragon type does not do a lot of damage. And now Justin Tang with the Ivy Cudgel into Ogerpon on the other end. That's a one-hit KO.
And that wasn't even a crit.
No, that was just a regular club bonk.
Oh yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing about the neutral typing of that Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon is that if you do not match the Terastallization there, you will be knocked out. But knowing that Paul decided to bring the Raging Bolt to this battle, this is exactly why you do not match the Terastallization. You need to ensure that your Raging Bolt can Terastallize into a Fairy type Pokemon, so it is not an immediate auto loss against this Reggie Drago.
And now Justin's Ogerpon's in a tough spot since it's been intimidated 2 times, that almost forcing it to switch out this turn. Paul can take advantage of that knowledge, knowing that Justin wanted to reset those attack drops into Rillaboom, who doesn't want to see a Incineroar on the other end. Reggie Drago gets faked out this turn by Incineroar, so will not be an attack, which means Paul is absolutely free to click Calm Mind, boosting his special defense and special attack by by 1 stage.
And playing it super safe as well, knowing that the Regidrago is either going to flinch, protect, or switch, so that the Raging Bolt does not have to lock in Terra that turn. Now, obviously, you are in a position where you're probably going to want to protect or terrestrialize yourself, but still, giving yourself the option to switch your game plan up if something unexpected happened.
At some point, Justin has to expect that terrestrialization to come out, but it's not this turn. Regidrago misses the Draco Meteor when Paul does not Terra. So now the one hammer goes into Incineroar, but it's resisted, hardly doing any damage, and Raging Bolt is still sitting pretty at full HP. Citrus Berry actually means Incineroar will end up the turn healthier than it started with that recovery, and the Dragon Pulse into Regidrago for knockout.
I believe that was also the Draco Meteor into the Incineroar. So Paul making a call there that Justin would not risk attacking with a Dragon type attack into this Raging Bolt.
Now Incineroar will switch out thanks to the parting shot, lowering a Rillaboom's attack and special attack and getting the Fluttermane onto the field for free.
What an incredible play there from Paul. Just again, one step ahead. Certainly a risky play. That could have been a Dragon Energy instead of a Draco Meteor, but it wasn't. And now the Raging Bolt is free to go on the offense and does not have the pressure to terrestrialize and still resists the grass fire attacks that the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom have to bring to the battle. Fluttermane is free to use that terrestrialization if Paul wants. It is a grass type terrestrialization, so we probably won't be seeing that in this exact board position, but it's a tool that Paul still has available.
If we know anything about Paul, he's not going to let that attack boost stand, and he will switch Incineroar back onto the field for another Intimidate, bringing Ogerpon back down to neutral, and that's something Justin definitely can expect. So if you're hoping Rillaboom does not get targeted this turn, if you believe Raging Bolt will target the Ogerpon, Tornadus at low HP can still make it through the turn. Here is the neutral Ivy Cudgel, but now it's resisted into the fire typing. No critical hit either, means it does not do a lot of damage. But yes, Justin does get to get Tornadus on the field without taking damage because that Dragon Pulse went towards Hearthflame.
And Tornadus can give Justin's Pokemon the opportunity to be a little bit speedier with an Icy Wind or a Bleak Wind Storm here. And I would almost say the Icy Wind is the better move, just so that you can deal a little bit of damage to that Raging Bolt in response, as it's still sitting on the field pretty healthy and has that special defense boost to boot.
Incineroar switched in, gets the Intimidate, and switches out so you can Intimidate Ogerpon yet again later on. So that means Fluttermane will swap into that position. Ogerpon spiky shielding in this spot, hoping Dragon Pulse goes into there so he takes no damage. Here's the Bleak Wind Storm connecting onto both of Paul's Pokemon. Can it get a speed drop? The answer is no, but fortunately for Justin, Dragon Pulse gets denied by Spiky Shield.
And I think Paul is just absolutely unconcerned with this Tornadus right now. The Ogerpon is certainly the bigger threat damage-wise, being able to deal damage on the physical side of things in addition to the threat of those critical hits. But at the end of the day, this Tornadus might just be free to sit around on the field and let these Bleak Wind Storms adding up, and Justin going for the more powerful attack to try and take advantage of that.
And Justin trying to be proactive here with a Rillaboom switch in, because you know that Paul is so likely to continually intimidate this Ogerpon that, hey, get it off the field. I need to be in a spot where my Ogerpon can do the most damage.
Exactly. But as long as that Incineroar is sitting around in the back of Paul's party, you have to wonder if that's even going to come to play.
And now Tornadus, who has Prankster, is going to be faster than the super speedy Fluttermane if it wants for the Tailwind to double Justin's speed. Rillaboom does come back out, resetting up the grassy terrain for the next 5 turns. No, Fluttermane does not go for an attack. Will just protect itself on this turn, and there's the Tornadus with the Tailwind. I think unless the Raging Bolt goes for an attack into it, no, it will target down into the Rillaboom. I think Justin really wanted Tornadus to get knocked out there, so you have 3 turns of speed boost.
Exactly, and Paul's just not letting him get that. And again, that's because this Tornadus really is not that big of a threat at the end of the day. The Rillaboom and the Ogerpon have so much more damage potential for Justin with those physical attacks, with the Grassy Glide priority now back in play. Not as important, of course, now that Tailwind is on the field, but still, that That Raging Bolt with the special defenses, not worried about the Tornadus at all.
Bleakwind Storm does hit onto both of Paul's Pokemon, gets a speed drop onto both of them, but remember, Tailwind's up anyway, so currently it's going to be really fast, and the high horsepower is enough for the knockout. Fluttermane really did not do too much here in this game, just kept switching out and then protecting and switching and protecting. Dragon Pulse into the Rillaboom, takes it down. That's a 2-hit KO, and now Justin and Paul both forced down to their final 2 Pokemon, but importantly for Paul, one last Intimidate.
I was going to say, Fluttermane didn't attack in this game, but it certainly let the Incineroar get all the Intimidates that it wanted to at the end of the day, and I think that's the most important thing here, as knowing that Ogerpon has taken so much damage and knowing that it's going to be intimidated as well, so it doesn't have the damage boost here, I think that this there's a win condition for Paul thanks to Thunderclap. You can easily Thunderclap the Tornadus for a knockout. The Ogerpon as well might be in range for a Thunderclap after the +1 from the Calm Mind earlier on. If Paul can make the correct calls here and connect those Thunderclaps, that would be the game.
Yeah, because you know, you with Fake Out this turn, even if you protect, eventually Thunderclap is going to get the knockout there. So Paul Chua winning game 1, slow and steady, wins the race there. Just wanted to keep his Raging Bolt staying at full HP the entire game.
It did, but remember that Raging Bolt stayed on the field as a Dragon-type Pokemon in front of the Regidrago, which targeted down the Incineroar. That was the key turn of this game at the end of the day.
Yes, and then this Draco Meteor miss, as we're saying, into the Incineroar. Even if it didn't get the KO on its own, it obviously would have got it so low to the double target, probably, presumably, getting the knockout. Regidrago gets KO'd in response, and you do wonder how the game changes off the Draco Meteor miss, but also at the same time, you wonder on Justin's end, are you willing to just allow Raging Bolt to stay on the field again in game 2?
Exactly, like that would have been a trade of the Intimidates for the Regidrago, and just looking at how comfortable that Raging Bolt was, it's hard to say whether or not it would have made a difference. Going into this game number 2, I'm more curious if Justin is going to try and call the Terrestrialization or not a second time.
Paul Chua 1 game away from reaching the Toronto Regional Championship Finals, but Justin Tang certainly has something to say about that. Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Regidrago versus Raging Bolt and Incineroar.
There is Fake Out in play this turn for Paul, so once again, we saw the Regidrago previously just, play it very safe in this position, switching out and, just saving itself for a little bit later. I like the early reveal of the Raging Bolt from Paul here, as it really puts a nice little treat, a tempting treat, if you will, for Justin, knowing just how much of a problem that Pokemon was for him in game number 1. Yes, you still have to worry about the Fake Out this turn, but what if you just stay in on the field? What if you don't get flinched and you're able to just pick up an early knockout?
And there is no Fake Out coming in, so Paul trying to take advantage of the pressure that Fake Out provides by getting a switch into the Fluttermane here. Remember, he led Fluttermane in game 1, so that was an adjustment to swap it in now on this turn to get the speed boost. But now there is a Terra!
There's not only a Terra, there's 2 Fairy-type Pokemon on the field.
Oh, the Dragons. For those who don't know, Dragons, they used to be pretty strong until the Fairy typing came around, and now they do 0 damage from this Dragon Energy into both of Paul's Pokemon. But at least you do have an Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane, switch in for half of its HP.
What an amazing call there from Paul. Second game in a row, effectively utilizing that Raging Bolt, sneaking in a Calm Mind, and ensuring that your Fairy-type Pokemon are sitting in front of that Regidrago. I think correctly identifying that Justin did not bring the Golden Go in game number 1 and was very unlikely to bring the Golden Go in game number 2. So there really is no reason not to terrestrialize your Raging Bolt.
Yeah, because at this point, you know that, especially because of all the Intimidates, right, that the Ogerpon's not going to be able to do too much damage to your Fairy typing on the Raging Bolt, and you can just continually click Calm Mind and eventually get the Raging Ball into a spot where it's too tough to deal with. Let's see what Justin is going for, swapping the Ogerpon out, potentially anticipating an Incineroar switch in here, so you don't want to have your Ogerpon intimidated yet again. We'll set up the grassy terrain. Thunder Wave into the Rillaboom, and he's smiling there. Said, I'd rather Rillaboom get paralyzed than the Ogerpon, and Paul smiling in
Draco
response.
Meteor!
And Draco Meteor into 2 fairy types. Not gonna do any damage. Dragon Pulse brings Rillaboom down half HP. I think Justin, he's just so far behind from that turn 1 play that you gotta hope that Paul swapped Incineroar on that turn.
Exactly, and that was going to be a Draco Meteor into the Flutter Mane, identifying that Paul was more happy to give up the booster energy boost than give away the Calm Mind boost on the Raging Bolt, which does make a lot of sense based off the playstyle that we saw from him in game number 1, but Paul is just so far ahead, I don't think there's any pressure for him to switch. Certainly have to worry about the opportunity to flinch your Raging Bolt this turn or the Flutter Mane, now that it is a pure Fairy type Pokemon, but still, overall, in a very, very comfortable position to just keep on the offense.
Regidrago saying, I've done my part, and then swapping out after clicking 2 dragon attacks in front of fairies for the last 2 turns, saying, I'm not going to really be able to handle these. I need the Ogerpon to handle it there. Fake out into the Raging Bolt, stops a Calm Mind, or it stops a potential Dragon Pulse as well on this turn. So at least Justin does get it onto the field safely.
He does, and with Grassy Terrain active and with Flutter Mane having taken so much damage already in this matchup, it's possible that a Grassy Glide from this Ogerpon will be enough to pick up the KO. Alternatively, this could also draw out the Incineroar in that Flutter Mane spot, and if Justin calls this in high horsepower there, could do a lot of damage and start to get him back into the game.
Yes, you will have the Intimidate, but at least it will be super effective to try to break into this Incineroar. It's just such an incredible Pokemon in a vacuum. In general, Incineroar, absolutely great. But when it's in the hands of an elite trainer like Paul Chua, he uses it better than almost anyone else can. Justin anticipates that switch in, so he will Terrasilize Ogerpon Hearthflame yet again, boosting its attack with its Embody aspect, bringing it back down or up to neutral attack because of the Intimidate. Protect from Raging Bolt means even the Ivy Cudgel's not going to do any damage. Raging Bolt continues to not get hit in this entire set as Woodhammer goes into Protect as well.
Raging Bolt was such a problem for Justin in game number 1. You can see exactly why he was tempted to double into it in that previous turn. Just find a way to get it off the field. But Paul, knowing that it was likely to be a target, a very safe Protect there.
Finally, Raging Bolt will take some damage in this set, and that is a lot, bringing it down to under 50%. You'll have a +1 Dragon Pulse in response there, but the Flare Blitz goes towards the Grass-type Rillaboom, knocking it out.
So it's nice that the Dragon Pulse was able to connect to that Ogerpon and bring it down to below half its health, but we're once again in this position where you have to wonder how much damage Thunderclap will do. Paul could certainly go for another Protect this turn to get 1 more turn of Leftovers recovery and 1 more turn of the Grassy Terrain recovery as well, which, you know, barring a critical hit, it almost looks like Raging Bolt could take another Ivy Cudgel after all that.
Yeah, certainly after another turn of recovery, but this is something. At any point, Paul could switch the Flutter Mane back in as you try to go for a Dragon Energy.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Regidrago also knows Earth Power, so I think in this position, you go for the Earth Power. You're either doing damage, which is always great, or you're doing super effective damage against the Incineroar, which is also pretty great.
Justin in such a difficult spot. Paul is just not letting him have any easy access to this Raging Bolt. Certainly one of the most important Pokemon in the entire regulation, and Paul is proving why. Grassy Glide goes into the Protect. Another turn, another double target into Raging Bolt's Protect.
And now this Incineroar is free to go for a parting shot to lower the special attack of this Regidrago. Send in the Flutter Mane, which is now going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field to help deal with the Ogerpon and open up the opportunity for this Raging Bolt to finally connect the Dragon Pulse with the Regidrago.
Now Fluttermane coming back onto the field, no longer has its booster energy to it, but it doesn't need
matter.
it since it is so fast. Anyway, you're going to be moving first. Reggie cannot terrestrialize out of its fairy weakness, right? Because Ogerpon has already terrored this turn. Grassy terrain does end, so now Paul can only get one form of recovery every turn, no longer doubling up.
I mean, that'll help for sure, but again, Paul just has such a commanding lead here. The fact that Justin just kept doubling into that Raging Bolt these past couple of turns allowed Paul to reposition and get the Fluttermane back on the field completely unpunished.
And it's at this point, for Justin, it's time to crit with Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah,
That's really what your biggest bet is, as even if Paul comes back to intimidate you or not, you need these Ivy Cudgels to start really doing massive damage into the Raging Bolt, because if it's just going to recover, it's not even going to get the chance thanks to Thunderclap priority, taking out Ogerpon, and he's down to just a Dragon type in front, and his Tornadus in front of two fairies. And this is really going in the favor of Paul. The more and more this matchup is being played out, Tornadus will take that icy win. You have Prankster as well, but the Regidrago cannot hit these Pokemon too strongly because it can't hit it with a dragon attack.
Exactly, and Paul is just showcasing the years upon years of experience he has in competitive Pokemon in what has been an incredible match.
I'm pretty sure when I just saw Justin click there, he knew this one's over. He Draco Meteors his own Tornadus, going out with style, just like the Tang Gang likes to do. And Paul Chua will be moving on to the finals of the Toronto Regional Championship.
What an incredible end to the game. I love how Justin's able to keep smiling throughout this entire match, and a masterclass from Paul there on how to just really keep a very offensive stance on a very defensive team. The Raging Bolt, once it hit the field, it just never left. Paul was very confident.
Either game, literally either game.
Paul was just very confident after that one Calm Mind. It had the defenses it needed. He had the skill and the confidence he needed to keep it there. And when it counted, the damage was there. And honestly, the fairy typing
it wasn't for Justin.
Yeah, it just wasn't for Justin.
Oh, this is such a rock, paper, scissors difficult spot, right? Because you want to, especially by not bringing the Golden Go, as we mentioned, you really don't have great answers into the double fairy on the other end. And Paul, even with how strong Ogerpon is, because you can continually intimidate it, it's just going to mitigate so much. And unfortunately for Justin, the only time he lands a Draco Meteor the whole set is into his own Tornadus.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, you go out on your own terms, Joe. That's all we can hope for.
But obviously, it's sad to be in top four when you want to continue to get finals and to try to get to the level that Paul Chua is currently at, 6 regional titles compared to your 3, right? Justin wants to be the best player in the world. He wants to continually add on to those accolades there. But you still have to be happy with top 4, knowing that you have made top 8 in 5 consecutive tournaments.
And not only that, I mean, I want someone to run the numbers on this. Maybe that's something we can do later on. But I think Justin Tang has had one of the most accomplished seasons as a result in Pokemon history, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. You know, yes, didn't quite make it past top 4 here this weekend, but you know we're going to be seeing him at a future event, and you know he's going to be just as big of a threat as he was here. So an amazing match. I would love to see Aaron break it down for us. So why don't we go ahead and check out A to Zang.
Hey guys, Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and for the last time today and for the last time this tournament, I'm here with A to Zhang to break down everything that happened in that last match. Justin Tang versus Paul Chua, if you stack their resumes next to each other, it is just one of the most stacked resumes really in the history of the game, both having won so many tournaments, you know, multi-time regional champion. There are very few people in this game that have won one regional championship, let alone multiple. Justin's already won 3 in his Scarlet and Violet career. Paul Chua has won 6 throughout the course of his career. He's been playing for, you know, at this point, like 15 years or so. And so, want to talk a little bit about the dynamic of the matchup and what we ended up seeing happening. the main thing here is, of course, Paul is running Raging Bolt Balance, right? Raging Bolt Balance has been a really powerful concept throughout the course of this regulation, especially the last time that we had it. And the main thing here is, of course, it wants to set up Calm Mind, but it's also got that defensive Terra, right? Key thing here is normally against these, Fairy Terras, you can kind of expose it with Golden Go here from the Regidrago side, but Golden Go is not necessarily the easiest Pokemon to bring into this matchup when you've got things like the Incineroar as well as the Fire Ogerpon here, right? So basically, it's all about kind of how can you maintain the Raging Bolt throughout the course of this matchup, and are you able to set up a Calm Mind with it? Because even just with one Calm Mind boost, this Pokemon can absolutely run away with the game, right? For Justin, what he might want to do then is either, catch the Raging Bolt off guard, KO it before it gets, if it, for some reason Paul's Terra'd another Pokemon or gets greedy and doesn't Terra, if you manage to secure a knockout onto this, that's absolutely huge. Or if you bait out the Terra and you do position your Golden Go in the back, you can potentially punish it. Part of what makes this matchup really scary though is that even with Fairy Terra, if this Raging Bolt gets a Calm Mind off, it can really just go hard throughout the match. And so we obviously saw a lot happen throughout the course of that, but of course we have to talk about game one. I thought that Justin was in a really good position here, and of course he crucially misses that Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt. And I think he cursed himself a little bit, but because before this, we had him on an interview, and he said, Regidrago's been good today. It hasn't really missed, but unfortunately that 90% accuracy, just one of the biggest downfalls of these really powerful Dragon-type Pokemon. And I mean, just an absolutely game-defining miss there, right? Regidrago here maybe could have actually opted for the Dragon Energy as well, so that would have gotten around the potential of the accuracy, obviously. But yeah, Draco Meteor in that position, the Regidrago had taken a little bit of chip damage, and so that was a way to potentially still get the one-hit knockout onto this, and unfortunately it misses. And honestly, the game just felt like over from this position, right? Because so much about this dynamic of this matchup, especially with Justin not bringing the Golden Go, is that you can't really punish. And in this game, Paul didn't even need to Terra, right? Like, one of the other ways you can approach this game is instead of going with Golden Go, this is what Justin did. He brought the Fire Ogerpon, saying, look, if you go for Terra with your Raging Bolt, I can go for Fire Terra with my Ogerpon and then do a lot of damage to you here. But fundamentally, missing that Draco kind of just immediately wraps up the game there. There's, it's always a question to ask, like, was it worth considering maybe going for a Dragon Energy in that position? Because one of the other things you do have to be careful about is like a Thunderclap potentially to chip you even more. And the main thing here is that Paul did not, end up opting going for the Terra there on the Raging Bolt, and so the Draco was like perfectly positioned, but unfortunately for Justin, he ends up missing. And so, yeah, big downside of running that Draco Meteor. And in the second game, it felt like Paul honestly just had full control. Like, I really like the Incineroar plus Raging Bolt lead because you get the Intimidate here specifically on the Fire Ogerpon. Fire Ogerpon, as mentioned, is one of the ways that you can deal with the Raging Bolt after it Terras. And so in this position, right, like, beautiful switch in with the Flutter Mane. One of the biggest nightmares for Regidrago to go up against in this format is Fairy types, and that's normally why you compensate by running like Golden Go here. And so, had Justin brought Golden Go into this matchup turn one, like if you're able to bait the switch and you hard switch into Golden Go in the back, like that could be really clutch. But the reality is, like, Golden Go does not feel like a very easy Pokemon to bring into this matchup because you're staring down Incineroar and Fire Ogerpon from the opposing side. So Ivy Cudgel ends up landing into the Flutter Mane, but at this point, once again, it's all about can you get a single Calm Mind boost with the Raging Bolt. The other thing that's really crucial for Paul throughout the course of the set is can you conserve your Incineroar, right? Because Incineroar is so important in being able to intimidate the Fire Ogerpon. One of the things that Paul's probably a little bit worried about is Fire Ogerpon terroring and then getting like a critical hit onto the Raging Bolt. But ultimately, after this turn one, Paul's already in like phenomenal shape, right? You've gotten the boost. The Regidrago now is completely useless, and the best it can really do is launch an Earth Power into either slot, which doesn't really do a lot of damage. Otherwise, you could switch. And we actually see Justin trying to go for a read here and just saying, you know what, I'm already really behind in the game. And you can certainly respect it, right? I think throughout the course of this, when you're really, really behind in VGC matches, sometimes you have to be like, look, the only way I can really win this is if my opponent makes a big crucial mistake. And I think what Justin might be thinking at this point is, hey, if for some reason you decide to bring your Incineroar back in, try to intimidate my Ogerpon again, and I can actually Draco your Incineroar, if I eliminate Incineroar, suddenly Fire Ogerpon actually can be a pretty big win condition once again. And so I think that explains the Draco Meteor into the Flutter Mane slot, right? It's saying, look, I already know I'm really behind, but I can get myself back into this if for some reason you make a switch. However, no switch ends up happening. It's Thunder Wave and Dragon Pulse into Rillaboom, and you can see just how much of a difference that Calm Mind boost makes, right? It turns these moves that normally are a 3-hit knockout into a 2-hit knockout. And at this point, the Regidrago is like taking up pressure on the field, right? Where it's like not even really accomplishing anything. Justin kind of feels forced to switch, but if you switch, then you can just target that slot, and there's nothing that can switch into the Dragon Pulse either. So I think Golden Go probably could have played a pivotal role here, especially with how turn 1 played out, but once again, not the easiest Pokemon to bring. So ultimately, you know, feels classic to see these dragon types go up against each other, but really, really fun to watch. Would have been awesome to see that Draco Meteor connect in game 1, but of course that is the downside of running a move like Draco. But an amazing run by Justin. Like Gabby said, he's having one of the best VGC seasons we've ever seen. And so I can't wait to get started with this finals. We're gonna see if Paul can win his 7th regional championship or if Cary can claim his very first regionals after coming so close so many times. So thank you for watching the A to Zeng segments throughout the course of this weekend. It's been a blast analyzing these games with all of you, and let's get ready for the finals.
The grand finals of the Toronto Regional Championships is all that remains. 2 trainers out of hundreds left. It's David versus Goliath. Is it going to be a player who has not claimed a title for themselves yet, or someone going for their 7th? I cannot wait to find out. What a match we have ahead of us.
Paul and Cary looking to seal the deal here in Toronto. They've had such a tough road to get here, both having to fight through a very, very tough field, but ultimately they're the final 2 standing. One of them will be the Toronto Regional Champion.
Cary D'Ortona, I mean, he has been leveling up event after event. And top 4 was the previous top finish, already one-upping that to find himself into the grand finals. But of course, when you're this close to the gold, why not try and take it all the way? On the opposing end, Paul Chua, one of the most feared players, and for good reason. The titles that he's got, the list goes on, and the opportunity to add to it today, it would just be incredible, the cherry on top.
Talk about a final test to win your first regional championship. Paul Chua is a formidable opponent in every sense of the word. 6-time regional champion, looking to make it a 7th. I think there's only one person that's ever done that, and that is Wolf. So being up in that level, it's just really impressive from Paul, and he's shown it so far this weekend.
And will history repeat itself here in Toronto? Last year, it was Wolf to claim his historic 10th win, and now Paul's sitting here in the finals going for the 7th. Toronto, we always talk about a competition that delivers. Will it today? Regardless, with this David versus Goliath, Cary has been putting on a run and masterclass in these matches with a really strong team. We've gotten to see the work that Roaring Moon has put in this format. This is a winning team as well. It won in the seniors division, and talking about all of these pieces, a lot of offense.
That Terrifier Urshifu has put in so much work for him. It's looked so powerful with that Mystic Water Surging Strikes, but that added defense of the fire typing could come in handy against Paul as well with that very powerful Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask. Of course, the Landorus incarnate form, one of the best Pokemon you can use when going up against a Raging Bolt, because it does have that super effective Earth Power and Sandsear Storm. That might be a really important piece for Cary to try and break through that Calm Mind.
Looking at pieces like the Roaring Moon too to try and slow down pieces from Paul's team that would like to get setting up, something like that Ogerpon Breaking Swipe to kind of drop that, and a Tailwind to make sure these offensive Pokemon on your team are just that little bit faster. On the opposing end though, we've talked a lot about Paul's balance team, and we've really gotten to see it grind down and wear out his opponents throughout the day. Because sure, Cary does have a lot of damage, but Paul has a lot of great ways to kind of stop it in its tracks.
He really does. Paul is looking to make these games last as long as possible. I think if Paul's able to elongate these games, make sure that Cary can't make too much headway, prevent a lot of damage with these Intimidates, with these Calm Minds, with the recovery from grassy terrain, he's got a really good shot at being able to withstand the offense that Cary has at his disposal.
The amount of different setup options too that Paul has, it's really cool to see, because you kind of can go on a little bit more of the offensive with the Urshifu, or even right away with an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, or you can take an advantage of an opponent that maybe tries to play a little bit more passively to try and wait something out. And if you can get a Swords Dance or a Calm Mind underway with these Pokemon, you can start to run away with the game. 2 trainers that have really showed up here in the competition, and now only one more set to determine who is about to be our next regional champion. Hopping into the game, Urshifu and the Moongus on the side of Cary, going up against a really aggressive lead in this Fluttermane and Ogerpon for Paul.
Really aggressive lead from Paul, but 2 Pokemon in Cary's side that have the ability to terrestrialize into some very beneficial types right here. The Terra Fire Urshifu especially will make it resist every single damaging attack that is available to Paul on this turn. Of course, a Moongus with the Terra Water could also be very useful to not take super effective damage from Ivy Cudgel and potentially be able to get off a Spore. But seeing that Incineroar in the back for Cary, also a fantastic swap here to start getting some Intimidates down.
It's kind of a little bit of a pick your poison as well, because a lot of these terrestrializations for Cary can be really pivotal in this match and is what it's going to be most beneficial in this moment. And as determined, Amoonguss has other ways to stay safe. You want to make sure that Urshifu can go ahead and get the most attacks out as possible and not take a super effective hit from this Flutter Mane. The Fire Terrestrialization, a great way to do that. Amoonguss protect, so any sort of Ivy Cudgel is going to just completely be stopped in its tracks. Moonblast the first hit, but look how well this Urshifu is going to take that, and any sort of follow-up, not even directed into that slot, instead into the Amoonguss. So very little damage done from Paul's side of the board, and in return, Cary's doing a lot. Going into this, though, it's going to be close if it's going to be for 3. I think it will, and sure enough, Ogerpon goes down on the very first turn of the match.
Huge start for Cary. Getting rid of that Fire-type Ogerpon means that Amoonguss is so much safer for the rest of this match. Incineroar is still left, but isn't necessarily as big of an offensive powerhouse as the Hearthflame Ogerpon. It looks so close that Surging Strikes may have just missed the KO on another day, but Cary's Urshifu is ready to take a huge turn 1 in this finals.
And that Hearthflame Ogerpon being gone is so nice. As you called out, the Amoonguss is in such a better spot, and with that terrestrialization for the Urshifu, you'd even fare against, pretty good against the Rillaboom. The one thing that this Rillaboom does have is a ground type attack. So regardless if it was the Urshifu or the Incineroar, wouldn't be appreciated, but Incineroar coming in, this will get the attack drop over on the opposing end. Thunder Wave, though, we've seen Paul use this throughout the day to not just slow down the opponent, but to completely stop them in their tracks. So now an opportunity for Amoonguss to not be able to maybe do anything down the line. It's going to be whether it can break through. That is the question. This time it will. Offensive Amoonguss. Sludge Bomb to bring Rillaboom down to half.
Great Sludge Bomb there. Getting Rillaboom and as much damage into Rillaboom as possible is going to be crucial for Cary here. One of the very few things that can comfortably take his Surging Strikes. And of course, not getting baited by a possible Terra Grass on the Flutter Mane with a Spore. Getting that damage out, very important to keep this momentum going forward.
Just slowly but surely trying to chip away at this Incineroar, though, Flutter Mane with the Protect. Rillaboom has been taking damage after damage, though, with that Rocky Helmet. And of course, there is always just the super effective fire move from the Incineroar. So a second KO now in Cary's favor. Only 2 Pokemon left for Paul. This Flutter Mane that hasn't gotten to do too much in the match, but Amoonguss is paralyzed on this turn, so that is going to be a start.
Hey, I mean, if you got to be fully paralyzed on any turn, it may as well be the turn where the Flutter Mane protected itself already. In 2-3 turns, Paul already down 2 Pokemon, and now it's just the Raging Bolt and the Flutter Mane. What can take down this Amoonguss? You need a few Calm Minds, maybe some Icy Winds to help out, but Amoonguss is looking so good, especially when that Hearthflame Ogerpon went down. Knowing Paul's remaining Pokemon, Amoonguss is going to be a big hill to climb.
And I mean, the Amoonguss now, and even information that we have is the Lander is still in the bag. The other of these Pokemon from Paul are quite safe, but Flutter Mane going to try at least to make it through right now and not get spored or Rage Powdered away. And Incineroar, having taken so much damage previously from the Rillaboom, can go down to a Moonblast. So Paul trying to equalize the score, and a Calm Mind from the Raging Bolt as well. If you're looking at a Raging Bolt that really has to take a lot of upward momentum, getting a special defense and a special attack boost is a great way to start, but Spore, Flutter Mane was never the target. Instead, Raging Bolt gets the boost and instantly gets put to sleep.
Crucial Spore there for Cary. Raging Bolt going to sleep means that it isn't threatening any damage next turn. Urshifu can come in, safely go for an attack into this Flutter Mane. Because it terrestrialized into the Grass type already, close combat will be neutral. If this Urshifu breaks through Paralysis, this could be a huge KO.
So many times throughout the day, we've seen Pokemon stopped in their tracks with the Paralysis. Raging Bolt, of course, this is the first mandatory turn of sleep, but can the Pokemon break through? They will! Close combat, critical hit into the Flutter Mane. 1 Pokemon left for Paul, and it's just a sleeping Raging Bolt. Cary has had all of the momentum in this Game 1.
Explosive Game 1 for Cary D'Ortona here, really wanting to take home this first game, get himself so much closer to winning that first regional championship. Sludge Bomb will come through into the Raging Bolt, get a little bit of chip damage while this Raging Bolt is still asleep. It is now able to wake up on any given turn, but once this grassy terrain expires, the recovery will be just limited to that leftovers. And when you're facing down 3 Pokemon, I think we saw that Landorus in the back for Cary. It's going to be really tough for Paul to claw the back into this game.
And Cary can just play this so safe from here on out. You knowing that there's a chance for the Raging Bolt to wake up, still just target a Spore into it just in case. Sure, you're not doing the most amount of damage with this close combat, but you just have so much momentum going on forward. You're covered. Even if the Raging Bolt wakes up next turn, you put it right back to sleep. It's still going to be taking a big hit from the Urshifu, and there is still that Landorus in the back. I mean, at this point, the Raging Bolt, there's just nothing it can do.
Not to mention the Amoonguss just going straight for these spores. Really smart here for Cary, because as soon as Raging Bolt wakes up, it will just go right back to sleep as long as Amoonguss doesn't get fully paralyzed. Dragon Pulse comes out at +1 special attack, does a good chunk of damage to the Amoonguss, but Citrus Berry is there to keep it healthy.
As well at this point, the Amoonguss, there's always opportunity for it not to hit, but still, oh, we got to break, okay. Urshifu gets paralyzed, so that is going to be no damage. A second paralysis though, so Raging Bolt, it just gets away with a lot of damage, and those Thunder Waves coming up huge.
Well, I mean, step one, right? If you're Paul, that's exactly what you need. I think you got to come out of this exchange with the Urshifu and Amoonguss with Raging Bolt at a pretty high HP count if you want it to be able to survive an Earth Power.
I mean, you're not going to be taking damage from the Urshifu, that's for sure. The +1 Dragon Pulse, enough to take it down. And the Amoonguss still has to act. It was paralyzed last turn, but it will get the Spore. Landorus on the field next will be able to come in safely and hopefully be able to chip away the last little bit of the Raging Bolt.
It will guaranteed have 2 turns to fire off Earth Powers into this Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt has to stay asleep on this coming turn, and even if it wakes up on the next turn, Landorus is immune to that Thunderclap. Cary's done a very good job managing the threat level of this Calm Mind Raging Bolt with a team that often can struggle into it.
So much momentum from the get-go in that match and carrying it through to the very first victory. Cary is 1 game away from being a regional champion. And what a match that was. We had talked about all the ways that Paul can reduce that damage to slow the game down, and Cary didn't care about that at all. He just powered through Paul's entire team.
That lead especially was really good for Cary. This Terrifier Urshifu is so strong into the Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Fluttermane. Paul perhaps thinking he might have been able to survive that Surging Strikes, but the Terrifier kept that Urshifu so safe, and as soon as the Hearthflame Ogerpon went down, that was the entirety of Paul's threatening damage into Amoonguss. Amoonguss was able to stick around, fire off some Sludge Bombs for support, and crucially put that Raging Bolt to sleep so Cary could deal with it.
And something we talked about at the beginning of the match was where Cary was going to use the Terastallization. It was so well pinpointed onto the Urshifu. On the opposing end, the Terra Grass from Paul onto that Fluttermane didn't really get to do anything, and that's a Terastallization in that endgame with that Raging Bolt. Maybe could have paid off quite a bit more to at least get past 1 turn, make it a mind game, try and go for something. It would have been close, not very likely, but still an opportunity here. But where will Paul change things up? He has been a 6-time regional champion for a reason. Heading into game number 2, Can Cary close this out? We'll have to see, but the leads.
Fantastic lead for Cary once again. This Landorus immediately threatening huge damage into both the Incineroar and the Raging Bolt. Incineroar is there for a fake out. You can only stop 1 of a ground type attack, and Spore. Will this Landorus be able to attack this turn, or will the Amoonguss get to put something to sleep?
And that's the scary part of it, because neither option seems too good within this match. And the amount of offensive pressure this Landorus can have, I don't know. Paul's going to stop neither of them, though, with this Incineroar. Switching out instead and onto the field, Rillaboom. So at least if it is a ground-type attack, the Rillaboom will be able to take the hit, or a potential Spore, and Raging Bolt will get to protect. So great little pivot, but you still find yourself in a situation where Raging Bolt doesn't switch. That could, the next turn, that could still be a lot of damage or that Spore.
That's so true. The Sandstorm Storm will connect with the Rillaboom. Does a little bit of damage here. Amoonguss gets the chance to move, but the Spore into the protecting Raging Bolt will do nothing. Nice safe switch from Paul there. This Rillaboom able to get on the field, reestablish your fake out pressure if Cary did decide to protect either of his Pokemon. But more importantly, you now have a Pokemon that will resist that Sandstorm Storm. If you Terastallize your Raging Bolt like it looks like Paul is doing, you've no longer any Pokemon that are weak to ground.
You're not weak to ground, but a lot of these not very effective hits that you would like the Raging Bolt to keep is now kind of gone, right? So a little bit of a trade there. Fake out into the Amoonguss, so no Spore, but Sludge Bomb instead. The call on the Terastallization, and so much damage done. Sure, the Raging Bolt is boosted up now for next turn with this Calm Mind, but you don't want your Raging Bolt to be down to that little health at the beginning of the match.
Oh, that's such a good play from Cary. That covers both fake out targets so well. If the Rillaboom fakes out the Landorus, the Raging Bolt probably doesn't terrestrialize, but you're not attacking with Landorus, so who cares? If the Rillaboom fakes out the Amoonguss, you kind of have to terrestrialize that Raging Bolt unless you want it to get knocked out by Earth Power, and Sludge Bombing so early on makes this Raging Bolt that is now at +1 special defense so much easier to take down. What a huge play by Cary to regain this momentum at the start of the second game.
And with terrestrialization available for Cary in this match, make sure that, yeah, you're not going to be hit by something super effective here, or no powerful Dragon Balls to try and take you down. Steel type here on to the Landorus. Protect though from the Raging Bolt. When you have the set that can be getting so much health between turns and you're already so low, this makes a lot of sense. So at least you'll get some recovery. Landorus doesn't find its mark. Try and claw back a little bit more within this. Woodhammer though into the Steel type Landorus is just not that much at all.
Sludge Bomb will hit the protecting Raging Bolt and of course the Spore into the Rillaboom, trying to catch a swap into something like the Incineroar. Still a good play from Cary though. I like that Terra Steel on Landorus a lot. I don't think there's no world in which the Raging Bolt was going to Thunderclap that slot this turn, and now you still have Amoonguss there to redirect a possible Thunderclap, while your Landorus hopefully picks up the knockout on this Raging Bolt. It did a lot of damage with that first Sludge Bomb, but that recovery is now starting to add up on top of that special defense boost.
Landorus, though, you know, Paul can switch it up knowing that the terrestrialization's been out. Seems so safe to just switch here, especially to limiting the amount of damage this Rillaboom can do is really, really nice. You get that Intimidate, you get a little bit of a pivot, and if this Raging Bolt sticks around, it's going to be put to sleep sooner rather than later. Grassy Glide does nothing. More damage into the Rillaboom, if anything, and it was the attempt at the double priority into the slot. Raging Bolt, again, does nothing, and Spore would put it right to sleep.
Another great turn from Cary. That Landorus probably would have been knocked out by that Grassy Glide and Thunderclap combination if Amoonguss did not Rage Powder. Instead, switching in this Incineroar, a great defensive swap into this Rillaboom, and of course, taking no damage on the swap other than that Grassy Glide. More importantly, though, the Raging Bolt being put to sleep, it will have to take a turn to sleep on this turn. Parting Shot can remove that Calm Mind special attack boost.
High horsepower, -1 Rillaboom, essentially nothing done into this Incineroar in the first mandatory turn to sleep from the Raging Bolt. Cary so much momentum now, and using this just slow down what this Raging Bolt can do once it does wake up. Parting Shot, you can pivot back into a Pokemon to try and deal the damage, and of course, once the Raging Bolt wakes up, it no longer has that special attack boost. Landorus will be the one of choice. You're not as threatened now by this Pokemon with the Rillaboom taking that attack drop, and again, just kind of pin the slaughter, and he swaps.
Again, trying to call a switch with that Spore there. I think that's a risk you're willing to take if you're Cary. If the Rillaboom swaps out, you get a lot of mileage out of that Spore. If it stays on the field, this Rillaboom isn't doing a whole lot on this coming turn. Raging Bolt recovery is starting to add up. The grassy terrain does finally end, so now it is just the leftovers. But I don't know if one Sludge Bomb will be enough to KO it from the Landorus. Perhaps if you double it up with Amoonguss, a double Sludge Bomb can do the trick here?
It does have that special defense boost, so it's not going to be taken down by just the one hit. High horsepower into the Steel type, but the Intimidate has dropped so much. It is going to be a wake up from the Raging Bolt. Dragon Pulse isn't enough into the Landorus. No! 2 HP survival. Sludge Bomb now. The Raging Bolt was so low, enough to take it down.
Oh, that's a huge survival from the Landorus here. Now that it is at 2 HP still and Grassy Terrain has ended, the only priority attack that Paul has is gone. The Thunderclap is no longer threatening a KO before it can attack. If Rillaboom wants to Grassy Glide, it will have to swap out and come back in to reset that Grassy Terrain. The Hearthflame Ogerpon does now hit the field, but there's an Amoonguss in the back for Cary that is ready to come in and mitigate that damage immediately.
Yeah, you try and target down this Landorus to try and get rid of this Pokemon that's caused you so much struggles, and Incineroar will soak up that hit so well. So great switch here, and the Intimidate. This Rillaboom's now at -2, and the Ogerpon, something you really need to deal damage on Paul's end, at -1. A switch out from the Rillaboom, though, since you do want it to come back in and actually deal damage into this Incineroar, and something where you can have a little bit more flexibility onto this next turn.
This Amoonguss is ready to go for something like a Spore or a Sludge Bomb here. Swords Dance, though, from the Hearthflame Ogerpon, starting to become an even bigger threat at +1 attack. Sludge Bomb comes out from Amoonguss, though, that is a huge chunk of damage, and it gets the poison!
That is so much damage, and this Ogerpon, the Pokemon Paul's trying to set up, is now on a timer, gonna be taking this damage turn after turn. In this match, Cary from the get-go has been putting so much pressure on, and those little moments to try and just shut down Paul as much as possible.
More importantly, this Ogerpon now is very much in range of Aqua Jet. Even if Rillaboom comes back on the field and gets that grassy terrain healing going, the damage from poison is more than the damage you recover from grassy terrain. So this Ogerpon is now on a timer. This timer might get even shorter thanks to this Urshifu.
Yeah, you try and target a hit into the one slot. The Urshifu might not take much. Fake out is just going to be that little bit of chip. I think Cudgel, you would love for that to take down a full HP Amoonguss, but instead it's just a 2 HP Landorus. You get to take down a Pokemon, but again, you are on a timer and you have a lot of momentum to make up with this Ogerpon.
It's going to be so tough for Paul to close this out. This Ogerpon will be knocked out by one more turn of poison unless this grassy terrain hits the field, and that would buy it one extra turn. Incineroar does hit the field. The Intimidate is reactivated. Now Ogerpon is back down to neutral attack, I believe, and the Incineroar on Paul's side even lower. Aqua Jet threatens a KO into Ogerpon, but of course you have Fake Out to cover that Ogerpon as well, and you can just go straight for Surging Strikes into Incineroar.
Yeah, the Incineroar, it's getting out of there, and it's going to be Rillaboom to soak up that Surging Strikes instead. But with the priority that Paul has, that's against Paul in this very low health Ogerpon, it's not even going to get that final attack in. A second Pokemon down for Paul. That gold is in sight now for Cary. Such a momentous lead here. Sure, Rillaboom will take the hit, but again, what else can Paul do within this match?
I don't know, Sierra. This is going to be really tough for Paul. Cary's done such a good job managing these offensive threats. The Raging Bolt and the Hearthflame Ogerpon both knocked out. All that Paul has left is this Rillaboom and Incineroar, the two Fake Out bros that are so popular in this regulation, but Cary has managed them so well. Cary still has a third Pokemon as well. You can swap out your Incineroar to get one more Intimidate. You can swap out your Urshifu for a little bit more safety on this turn. So many options available to Cary that Paul just doesn't have anymore.
And sure, there is the active Fake Out on the board, but with just Protect, you can play this so safe to not risk any pieces, and that is it! David takes down Goliath. Cary D'Ortona becomes your Toronto Regional Champion. A strong, a dominant 2-game set to claim the title for himself. What a stacked event. He has been electric throughout the season. He has been on fire throughout this tournament. And now becoming your champion to prove it all worth it. What an incredible run.
A dominant 2-game set to cap off a dominant 2-day weekend here in Toronto. Cary has been so impressive every time we've seen him on stream. Was one of the best players on day one. I believe went undefeated in that first day of competition, was one of the highest seeds going into Top Cut, took down every obstacle that was in his way, and made it a 2-winning weekend for this team that he created with his friend group. What a testament to the ability to collaborate with your friends, have all this practice, have all this team building advice, and then be able to enter an event and just do so well.
That is the success story you love to see coming into an event, being able to see that hard work pay off, not just with the team, but as well for everything that Cary has pushed for to try and accomplish. He has been one-upping his own accomplishments for a while now in VGC, top 4 being his best previous. And to push past that, to not just be in the finals, but to take the win. And again, the fashion that this was won. It seemed like there was not a moment of free breathing room for Paul. Cary constantly was pressing on that go button. And this celebration, to see how much it means to him and his friends, is just so heartwarming.
Well, just what a great weekend for Cary and that whole group. Again, that same 6 Pokemon team won the Seniors Division. Cary now took it home in the Masters Division, and he got himself a regional championship. What a fantastic season for Cary so far, and just what growth he's had since he started a couple years ago. He's not a veteran player. He's been playing for just a couple years, and to already have a regional championship under his belt, really impressive.
And that's a growth that he'll get to show off and prove at the World Championships, because not only did he just earn himself a regional title, a medal, but a direct invitation to the World Championships as well to prove that he can compete amongst the best. But again, a victory like that against a player with the amount of veterancy that Paul has, I think Cary has already proved that in spades today, and he should be very proud.
Absolutely, too. I just love the team that that whole group created as well. It was a really fresh take on some pretty popular Pokemon within the Regulation F metagame, and the changes that they had made to some of those Pokemon, like the Terra Steel and the Landorus, the Terra Poison Breaking Swipe on the Roaring Moon, really important changes to some pretty standard sets going into this event that gave Cary a leg up. Even just looking at Paul's team, Paul had some of the more common sets, especially in that first iteration of Regulation F, that Terra Fairy, Calm Mind, Raging Bolt, and Cary was able to run through it with really not much of a problem. The Raging Bolt got a Calm Mind up, I believe, in both games, but I don't know that it was ever looking to sweep.
It didn't have the opportunity. I mean, from the get-go, the very first turns, Cary, even just with the leads, was able to put on so much pressure and was always on Paul to react and adapt. And Cary just didn't really give him any room to. I think that was just such an impressive set of Pokemon from both players, but like for Cary especially, considering again, someone on like the newer side of things, not new at this point, but still considering how long we've seen some of our players play out here. So that was just really wholeheartedly impressive.
Of course, congrats to Paul as well. A second place at a regional after being so dominant throughout the course of his career. Again, I don't think we'll stop seeing Paul up here anytime soon. No. Especially, again, this year, he's had 3 top 32s coming into this event, follows it up with a run all the way to the finals. We will most likely see him at the World Championships, I'd say, Sierra.
Yeah, I mean, yes, 100%. Like, I'm not even going to entertain the thought of not seeing him at the World Championships. Let's be real here. But looking at our final top 8, our final standings, I mean, this event had a little bit of everything. The only Canadian regional, and we got to see Canada show up, 2 Canadians with Kylan and Dorian here in top 8, making really impressive runs of their own. Aaron Brock is someone who's no stranger to those competitive runs. First seed into Top Cut and getting 5th place. Justin Tang has had one of the most incredible seasons, not just this season, but that I think I've ever seen within Pokemon VGC, and another top 4. He has not placed worse than top 8, which is just incredible. But for a top 8 that is so stacked, for these two to be a cut above, again, the most congratulations to them.
Absolutely. I mean, Cary proved that in this difficult field, he was one step ahead of everyone else. The way that he played throughout the course of this tournament, it just was so impressive. Every time we got to see him on the broadcast, he was winning and winning very convincingly, and that did not stop here in the finals.
That was just so good, especially too, looking at Regulation F, not only were you trying to plan for your entire regional weekend, but within a new regulation that you also have some information about but don't know what to expect. And what we've gotten to see from the meta here for day 2, I mean, sure, a lot of the old, but I feel like that was given way for some trainers to really be able to kind of have an idea of what they wanted to do going into the event and expand upon that. Again, Cary's team, Cary and Connor in the seniors division, both winning out with the same team, the same 6. So I think that is also really, really cool. And I mean, the Landorus that showed up put in a lot of work, and Hearthflame Ogerpon is something that throughout the tournament has as well, just a little bit just unmatched in this matchup.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Landorus continue to rise up these ranks. It really proved this weekend, and especially in the finals, that it is a huge threat. There's so many Pokemon that can't take hits from this Landorus very well, and even just looking at this list, like Raging Bolt, Incineroar, both the Urshifus, both the Ogerpons, they're all very, very heavily threatened by damage from either Earth Power or Sludge Bomb, and it has such good coverage against these top Pokemon. Of course, Urshifu Rapid Strike, kind of just the poster child of this format. It's such a good Pokemon. It has such good attacks, such good stats available to it, such good typing that it's able to take on any challenge that comes its way.
Yeah, this has just been so awesome. And this is just the beginning of Regulation F 2.0. When we're looking at events ahead of us, of course, next weekend is going to be a stacked one. But what I have my eyes set on, of course, is going to be EUIC. That's coming up sooner rather than later. That's going to be our 2nd international of the season, and a really, really important one, that halfway mark, to know which trainers are really paving that path to find themselves not just at the World Championships, but truly making a name for themselves.
going to be so fun to see how these meta games adapt throughout the course of the next month or so. Of course, next weekend there are 3 regional championships around the globe. We'll get to see a few more, meta developments before EUIC. But that big event of the year, those international championships give you so many points. They can get you so close to a Worlds invitation and get you so much prize money. They're such important events throughout our season.
Yeah, so that is going to be a great time. But like I said, there's Pokemon as of next weekend for anyone who just needs a little bit more Pokemon VGC in their life, which I know we all do. I'm not going to lie, I was watching the competition here. I was like, how much is it for a flight to Birmingham from Toronto? I have to know, right? Unfortunately, a little too much considering it's a week before, but I'm definitely going to enjoy watching at home. There's 3 regionals happening next weekend, and of course, Birmingham being broadcasted. Make sure to be tuning in.
I can't wait. I'm definitely going to be watching this one to see how things progress from here in Toronto over to EU in Birmingham. We might get to see some repeat faces too. We got Jack Clark, we got Costa, who was on our stream today. They're going to be in Birmingham, I'm sure, so maybe they'll get to improve on their finishes this weekend there too.
Let's see how dedicated they really are, though, and if they're going to show up to our next NA event, which is out in Seattle. A little bit more of a journey, but for anyone who's wanting to try and compete or show up, you have a little bit more time to try and plan that flight. Seattle is just awesome. The West Coast event, I love to see the regional differences. We always talk about that per region, Canada, the US, EU, but even just West Coast and West Coast and East Coast are very different. So I'm excited to see what Seattle has to offer.
It'll be so much fun. We get to celebrate Pokemon Day in Seattle as well. The 30th anniversary of the first Pokemon games coming out. What an exciting time that'll be.
We can do a little watch party.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
I'm down.
All right. I love it. More Pokemon, please. But really, what I think is most important here is to celebrate those who have worked so hard throughout our tournament and to congratulate our finalists as it's time to award some medals over with Rose on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. We do have a lot of Pokemon action to look forward to as we look forward to the rest of the 2026 competitive season. But we've got to wrap up what has happened here at the Toronto Regional Championships thus far. And so please join me in congratulating your runner-up and the 2023 European International Champion, Paul Chua. Paul, I know that you have been looking for regional title number 7, but you've gotten so close again. What do you think is going to happen for the next one?
Hopefully for the next time I have a better matchup against the Mungus, because every loss I had this weekend was to it, so.
Okay, Pokemon maybe to keep an eye out for, but did you get any sort of inspiration after having faced off against another Roaring Moon?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. The Cary's team was pretty cool. I liked it.
I love that. Paul, thank you so much, and congratulations once again on the runner-up. Paul stands as a behemoth, as one of our best players in North America, but of course, we've got one more to add to that list today, and that is because for the first time, regional champion Cary D'Ortona. Cary, talk me through this first regional win, and you have to go up against one of the best and brightest in Pokemon to do it. What are your thoughts ahead of that match?
I felt like I had a favorable matchup. I was fine even if I got Tang or Paul, but preferably I wanted Paul because Amoonguss looked stronger into that matchup. But when I was looking at it, I was just like, I need to make sure I'm trading well and making sure I'm maintaining pressure on the board at all times. So, yeah.
I mean, game number 1, it looked so great, and then we saw that double paralysis come through on your Pokemon. Was there ever a moment of doubt for you when that happened? You knew that there might be some RNG involved.
No, not really, because I figured Landorus could finish the game out because it should be able to live a +1 Dragon Pulse and then do Earth Power into Earth Power. Only thing that matters is really crits, but the Paras come up because it's like I just want to get it in range of Earth Power guaranteed to be able to finish the game out.
I mean, well, speaking of Calm Mind boosted Dragon Pulses, we saw your Landorus in game number 2 get a huge survival against one, and you were able to knock out that Raging Bolt in return. Were you happy with the adjustment that you made to lead that Landorus?
Yes, I had a feeling that he was going to position a Raging Bolt because my lead game 1 was very passive into, let's say, a Rillaboom Raging Bolt lead. So I wanted to use Landorus to maintain pressure, and it's like, if he leads that same lead again, I have ways of getting out of it with Incineroar and Amoonguss.
Well, what's next for you, Cary? What's the next event you're going to go to, and do you think maybe you might bring the same team?
Next one's EUIC. I'm not sure if we're going to bring this one, so I'm going to mess around, play with it, see what I like, and I'm going to go from there.
But it must feel pretty good. You get to put Roaring Moon on everyone's radars again, huh?
Yes, it feels good to do good with Roaring.
Doesn't it always? Well, the last thing I wanted to ask you is you have won a regional championship. You have qualified for the World Championships again. So how are you feeling about that?
I'm really happy. One of the goals that I made when I started playing around, like, I think almost 2 years ago, is I wanted to win a regional in the Scarlet Violet era, like the most, because I really love the game. I love the competitive scene. I love to interact with people. So I really wanted to leave my mark on the game. So I'm really happy that I was able to pull it out here.
I know, getting so close in Portland, and now you were able to actually accomplish that goal and achieve that dream. We're all very much looking forward to seeing what you do next, Cary. Before we let you go celebrate with your friends I saw in the crowd, any final words and shout outs?
Same shout outs as before to the building group, Pat, Landon, Connor, prep buddies, and my family, especially my dad. My dad always comes with me to these events, and I'm very thankful for his support, and my mom too.
Oh, I love that. Well, give it up one more time for your Toronto Regional Champion, Cary D'Ortona. While we are concluding our action here at the Toronto Regional Championships, as you heard, we still have more in store to show you for the rest of the 2026 season, all leading up to the World Championships in San Francisco, California. To find out more information on what else is in store, please check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can get all of the up-to-date information. Follow us on all of our social media channels as well as our streaming platforms. Make sure you stay involved with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. That's going to do it for us here for now, and we'll see you next weekend in Birmingham.